Chapter 1 Rebirth. Lin Chuan, the rules for distributing the Martial God Alliance's compensation have changed this time. It will not be sent directly to the family. The clan leader has instructed me to come personally and retrieve the batch of compensation resources allocated to you by the Martial God Alliance. Make haste, do not waste time. You are already a cripple and have no use for it. Rather, many talented individuals within the clan are eagerly awaiting that batch of star sand for foundation building. Lin Chuan, I am speaking to you, can you not hear me? Lin Chuan stood in his small courtyard, his expression frozen in astonishment as he gazed at the scene before him. Rebirth. I have truly been reborn. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of memories from his past life flooded his mind. In his previous existence, Lin Chuan enjoyed unparalleled glory in the early years of his life, being the most radiant prodigy of the Lin clan. He was the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance examination, under the tutelage of the Martial God Alliance. Whether it was leading troops in battle, suppressing star beasts, or competing against the elite of myriad races in arena duels, he triumphed effortlessly, never tasting defeat. He garnered innumerable star-based victories for the Lin clan and the Great Xia, single-handedly elevating the Lin clan from a third-rate family to one of the 4 premier families in the capital of the Great Xia. The turning point came during that fateful year's starry arena competition. The Great Xia and the winged people of the cosmos vied for control of a significant ancient star mine. Both sides agreed to a duel to determine the victor. At that time, Lin Chuan brimmed with confidence, and everyone believed he would emerge victorious. However, he suffered a devastating defeat, losing his spiritual platform and narrowly escaping death. In retrospect, Lin Chuan suspected foul play, as when he pushed his spiritual energy to its limit, a sudden chaos and pain surged through his meridians. In high-stakes confrontations, a single misstep could lead to one's downfall. As a result, Lin Chuan faced utter humiliation. Subsequently, he was mercilessly slandered online by former rival factions who unleashed a torrent of defamatory campaigns. How could he lose? He previously triumphed against the Winged People's clan leader, yet now he falls to their third strongest? Surely this is a fixed match. A sinner. He lost the most crucial duel, causing the Great Xia to forfeit a century-long mining right to the number 7 mine in the Sirius domain. How can he still show his face? That mine holds immense strategic significance. Without that star mine, the Great Xia will have to wait decades longer to manufacture interstellar starships. All of this is thanks to Lin Chuan. At the Winged People's victory banquet, they wouldn't dare touch their chopsticks in his absence. Damn it, I suspect he orchestrated this from the start, just to lose this pivotal match. Investigate his bloodline. Damn it. Lin Chuan, the second-class soldier of the Winged People, stepped forward. The cacophony of outrage from billions of citizens on the Starnet nearly consumed him. He, the martial god of the Great Xia, had fallen in the starry arena. He had been vanquished by the Winged People's prodigy, adorned with 6 wings. His spiritual platform shattered, his divine bridge collapsed. He plummeted from the clouds to the dust, transforming from a hero into a pariah. Chuaner, do not lose heart, your master is still here. Amidst the haze, he recalled the tears cascading down the exquisite face of his beautiful mentor, Xia Qianli. She recalled how she had expended vast treasures, even at the cost of her own cultivation, to rescue him from the brink of death. His life was preserved, yet his extraordinary abilities were irrevocably lost. Upon returning to the Lin clan, the family's initial kindness towards him rapidly dissipated, transforming into disdain once they learned of his shattered spirit and the bleak prospects for his future cultivation. The family's attitude shifted dramatically. Lin Chuan had once entrusted the clan's matriarch with an investigation on his behalf, only to be met with a scathing rebuke. She chastised him for his arrogance, asserting that overconfidence leads to downfall, and brought shame upon the family. The esteemed Lin family of the imperial capital, a clan he had once uplifted through his remarkable achievements, hastily severed ties with him. Lin Chuan, lacking in integrity, has betrayed the trust of the Great Xia and his family. Henceforth, he is expelled from the Lin lineage. The Cold family announcement pierced his already wounded heart like a dagger. It further insinuated his involvement in a match-fixing scandal. He was cast out from the Lin estate in the capital. Ironically, the resources allocated to him annually by the Interstellar Martial Alliance were still appropriated by the family under various pretexts. Lin Chuan, you are a worthless being. These rare materials are wasted on you. It would be better to return them to the family, to nurture the next martial deity, thus serving as your final contribution to the clan. Indeed, cousin, due to your disgraceful defeat, the entire Lin clan cannot hold its head high in the capital. You must atone. He believed them. In the long and desolate latter half of his previous life, he genuinely believed. Deeply ingrained traditional values led him to feel that he belonged to the Lin family, that everything he possessed was bestowed upon him by the clan, and that it was only natural to sacrifice for the family. He naively assumed that by continuously giving, by using these resources that rightfully belonged to him to atone for his perceived failures, he could one day earn the family's forgiveness. He yearned for his children to be accepted once more, to receive the finest resources and protection for their cultivation, to shine brightly for the family again. Lin Chuan's generation was indeed heavily burdened by familial loyalty, and after being cast out, his greatest aspiration became the hope of returning home one day to reclaim his heritage. Like a wretched creature, he repeatedly offered the resources sent by the martial alliance, wearing a smile. Yet, those treacherous relatives of the Lin family, using his gifts, grew increasingly contemptuous of him. Experience proved that the more one attempts to ingratiate oneself, the more disdain one receives in return. Before long, upon realizing that Lin Chuan had no hope of cultivation, his wife also departed from him. Lin Chuan, you're a good man, but you are too weak. My man, Luo Qingwei, must be a formidable force standing at the pinnacle of the stars, not a useless wretch clinging to a dilapidated courtyard. Qingwei, we have been married for over a decade. Do you feel no affection for me anymore? What do you think? One is a seventh-tier expert, while the other is a hopeless invalid. Since we exist in entirely different realms, it is best not to force a union. It benefits us both. The Lin Chuan of yesteryear could scarcely believe it. Although their marriage had been arranged by the family, Luo Qingwei had always treated him like an adoring fan. Yet he never expected that she loved merely the concept of him, an invincible symbol, rather than the man he truly was. She only loves the strong and the esteemed. It matters little whether that person is Lin Chuan. Tianming is coming with me. His talent must not be squandered by you, spoke his wife, Luo Qingwei, with a calm yet cruel demeanor. She took away their most gifted second son and vanished without a trace. The true nightmare began after his master, Xia Qianli, perished in battle among the stars. Lin Chuan was left entirely unprotected. Without the wings of his family and the prestige of his master, this powerless individual became mere mud for everyone to trample upon. Former enemies sought him out, unwilling to confront the lofty Lin family, directing all their resentment onto him. Father, I am so unwilling. His eldest son, Lin Mo, was brutally crippled in an attempt to protect him and his sister, dying on that cold, rainy night. Father, live on for me, and brother, his third daughter, succumbed to her injuries in his arms. Even his youngest daughter, Lin Ruoqing, the little darling who always clung to his arm, was abducted. When found, she was already a lifeless corpse, her eyes gouged out, unable to rest in peace. Ultimately, Lin Chuan lay in a pool of blood, gazing at the gray sky, feeling the ebb of life. Regret. An endless tide of regret gnawed at his soul. He lamented his foolish filial piety, his naivety, and his quest for the elusive family approval. In pursuit of so-called faith and loyalty, he had buried the lives of his children and sacrificed everything. He believed he was enduring humiliation for the sake of his family, only to realize he was merely a fool, drained of blood and awaiting a kick to be cast aside. Those high-ranking clan elders showed no mercy when his children met their tragic fates. They merely observed coldly, labeling him a bastard who lacked gratitude and conspired with outsiders, deserving of his fate. To hell with family, to hell with kinship, to hell with the opinions of others. If there is a next life, he does not wish to bear those heavy shackles again. He aims to be a little more selfish, a little more ruthless. He will remain true to his heart, daring to love and hate. He will safeguard his small family, ensuring his children live peacefully and joyfully. He will make those who wronged him pay in blood. Hey, Lin Chuan, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. The reprimand from his cousin yanked Lin Chuan abruptly back to reality. It has truly begun anew. He remembers this day vividly. It was on this very day that Lin Xiaoyu took away his compensation resources. Luo Qingwei took their most talented second son, leaving him with one son and two daughters. Chapter 2. The Tenfold Return System. Once more, Lin Chuan's eyes held no trace of the humility and servility from his previous life. Instead, they reflected an indifference. He could not be bothered to look at Lin Xiaoyu, his gaze drifting past her to the entrance of the courtyard. There stood two figures, a tall, slender boy of around 15 or 16, fair-skinned and handsome, and a delicate, innocent girl with twin ponytails. They were none other than his eldest son, Lin Mo, and his third daughter, Lin Shi. The sight of them pierced the softest part of Lin Chuan's heart with a profound ache. He vividly recalls those years following the defeat in his previous life, when each year, as family members came to claim resources, the two children bore expressions of despair. They were undeniably yearning for those precious treasures, acutely aware of their inferior talents, which rendered them desperately in need of such assets. Yet, they could only watch helplessly as their ineffectual father relinquished their hopes to those so-called relatives. They often kept their heads bowed, disappointment etched on their small faces. Yet they forced smiles, trying to comfort him, saying, "Father, our talents are lacking. We cannot even absorb high-tier resources. It's all right to progress slowly in our training. What matters is, as Father says, to constantly learn and improve." Reflecting on those words now feels like a barrage of steel needles piercing Lin Chuan's heart. The individual he once was truly lacked substance. He placed far too much importance on the opinions of relatives and others, fearing the label of being unfilial or disloyal. In the end, he was unable to even care for his own household, failing to discern what truly mattered. At his age, he still had not grasped the essence of life. How tragically foolish and naive. "Lin Chuan, are you even listening to me? The clan leader has stated that this batch of star sand must be acquired." Lin Xiaoyu, seeing him disregard her, stamped her foot in frustration, her voice growing sharper. At times, the potency of silent treatment is undeniably greater. She deliberately invoked the name of the Lin clan leader, for he was none other than Lin Chuan's father. Over the years, as an illegitimate son, Lin Chuan had yearned for his father's approval and had never dared to defy him. At that moment, a vast and formidable aura surged from the distant horizon, as several streaks of light pierced the sky, landing just outside the small courtyard. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in the standard battle armor of the Martial God Alliance. His presence was as deep as an abyss, and his eyes sparkled with fierce brilliance, unmistakably a formidable master of the Seventh Realm. In the era of the Starry River, countless cultivators had ventured forth, uncovering a total of 10 realms. Body refinement, awakening, divine sea, heavenly bridge, myriad forms, 5 elements, dharma body, immortality, divine seed, and divine power. It's Uncle Zhang from the Martial God Alliance. A timid joy appeared on Lin Shi's small face. The visitor was none other than Zhang He, the king of the north from the Martial God Alliance, and a former vice-general of Lin Chuan, an old friend. Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing Zhang He arrive in person. He understood that this was orchestrated by his master, Xia Qianli. In his previous life, she had also ordered the members of the Martial God Alliance to personally deliver resources to him upon discovering that the Lin family had intercepted his assets. Regrettably, in that past existence, he had been an irredeemably foolish individual. "Commander Lin." Zhang He strode in, and upon spotting Lin Chuan, a complex emotion flickered in his fierce eyes: pain and regret, but predominantly respect. He rendered a precise military salute to Lin Chuan. The several guards of the Martial God Alliance following him also saluted in unison, their voices resonating through the air. "We salute Commander Lin." The title of Commander Lin rendered Lin Xiaoyu's expression instantly frozen in shock. Regardless of her arrogance, she dared not act recklessly before the Northern King of the Martial God Alliance. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and fixed her gaze on the treasure chest in Zhang He's hands. It was a dimensional box inscribed with teleportation runes, capable of transferring treasures across billions of kilometers. The resources that the Martial God Alliance was about to distribute would emerge from this very dimensional box. "Old Zhang, no need for formalities," Lin Chuan said with a faint smile. "I appreciate your personal effort in this matter." "Commander Lin is jesting," Zhang He sighed. "This is a special directive from the Divine Warrior Xia. It concerns your resources for the year." She expressed her hope that you take good care of yourself and the children. The debt of gratitude to a mentor is as towering as a mountain, unforgettable. In this life, he did not forsake all emotions, but rather learned to choose wisely. True sincerity begets true sincerity, and camaraderie is reserved for those worthy of it. This time, he was not inclined to accept ordinary resources. He intended to exchange several years' worth of his pension for treasures that would elevate his children. At that moment, a melodious celestial voice resonated in his mind. Detected strong intent from the host, the tenfold return system is officially activated. System functions. Granting bound items will yield random multiplicative critical returns. The cultivation, insights, and achievements of the bound individuals will result in the host enjoying a tenfold amplification reward. Direct descendants of the host, bonds that transcend life and death, and those who have shared intimacy can all undergo deep binding. Disciples or subordinates accepted by the host can undergo ordinary binding. The higher the cultivation realm and the greater the affinity towards the host, the higher the critical return multiplier. Current members available for deep binding: Master Xia Qianli, wife Luo Qingwei, eldest son Lin Mo, second son Lin Tianming, third daughter Lin Shi, and fourth daughter Lin Ruoqing. Currently, there are slots for 10 deep bindings and 100 ordinary bindings. Additionally, please keep this system confidential. Do not disclose it to others, or the system will terminate the cooperation. The critical return rewards from deep binding can only be utilized by the host. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Chuan, yet his demeanor remained unruffled. The system had arrived. The once seemingly worthless individual could now aspire to become the most formidable martial god of the Great Xia. With the system at his disposal, he possessed a newfound leverage. Moreover, who would dare to speak of such a thing? Loose lips lead to calamity. Lin Chuan glanced at Lin Mo and Lin Shi beside him, their eyes brimming with longing, and his resolve solidified. Old Zhang, Lin Chuan said, not opening the chest, but fixing his gaze intently on Zhang. I wish to advance a portion of the resources. Commander Lin, please proceed. I would like to exchange all my resources for the next decade for 2 Tianlin ancient pills and 2 creation pills. Can the Martial God Alliance accommodate this? As the words fell, astonishment swept through the room. Zhang He inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Tianlin ancient pills? Commander Lin, what do you intend to do with those? Such pills are exceedingly potent, reputed to reshape one's foundation and facilitate rebirth. But your spiritual core, his words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. The Tianlin ancient pills were meant for the young with flawed foundations, promising to redefine their futures. However, for a person deemed a failure with a shattered spiritual core, they offered little utility. As for the creation pills, they were reserved for geniuses, enhancing their innate potential. Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Why pursue the Tianlin ancient pills? Although they are sacred medicines, they can be rather superfluous. Only ordinary individuals are permitted to partake, and even then, merely to allow the common folk to catch up to her extraordinary caliber. Is Lin Chuan out of his mind? To exchange a decade's worth of martial resources for this? What a monumental waste. One must understand that a prominent family requires an abundance of resources, not merely a precious elixir capable of transforming a useless individual into a genius. The Lin clan is hardly lacking in prodigies. Moreover, to trade 10 years of compensation resources for merely 4 pills is a grievous loss. Lin Chuan offered no explanation. Instead, he regarded Zhang He with a calm demeanor. I have my reasons. Now, I ask you, can we proceed with the exchange? Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's unwavering resolve, Zhang He nodded in agreement. I will contact the treasury. Please hold on, General Lin. With that, he stepped aside and utilized the communicator on his wrist to reach out to the Martial God Alliance headquarters. Lin Xiaoyu, in a state of agitation, cast aside all decorum and shouted at Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan, have you lost your senses? Those are the family resources. How dare you arbitrarily exchange them for such peculiar pills? Are you intending to betray your own family? Family? Lin Chuan finally turned, his eyes brimming with scorn. 3 years ago, I was cast out of the Lin family. What audacity do you possess to invoke the notion of family in my presence? Do not forget, you carry the blood of the Lin clan. Lin Xiaoyu retorted, her tone laced with veiled menace. And what of it? Lin Chuan scoffed, Go back and inform those old relics of the Lin family that even a stray dog by the roadside would understand that I have shown them more than enough mercy. From this day forth, not a single strand of my belongings shall be taken by the Lin family. Anything they have previously seized from me, I shall reclaim with interest. How dare you? You are utterly ungrateful. Lin Xiaoyu trembled with fury. Begone! Lin Chuan's voice thundered, releasing an invisible aura of menace. The murderous intent he had honed while commanding countless troops amidst rivers of blood still lingered, even though his cultivation had waned. Confronted by this overwhelming presence, Lin Xiaoyu's face drained of color, and she stumbled back several paces. Yet, she clenched her fists, yearning to teach Lin Chuan a mere Wastrila lesson, to remind him that he was no longer the martial god of yore. However, with Zhang He and his subordinates still present, she refrained from acting recklessly in front of the martial god alliance. Chapter 3. A Millionfold Critical Strike. The Chaotic Body. Soon, Zhang He concluded the communication and briskly returned, holding 2 resplendent jade vials in his hands. He respectfully presented the vials to Lin Chuan. Commander Lin, I have exchanged them for you. 2 celestial ancient pills and 2 creation pills. Thank you. Lin Chuan accepted the vials and directly handed the celestial ancient pills to Lin Mo and Lin Shi. Mo Shi each of you shall take one immediately. The 2 children were taken aback. It turned out that their father had advanced 10 years' worth of dividends and salary to procure such divine medicinal treasures for them. Lin Mo and Lin Shi exchanged incredulous glances filled with disbelief. Is this truly our father? Typically, resources allocated would be delivered first to grandfather and subsequently divided among the uncles. Moreover, since their father had become incapacitated and could no longer cultivate, the clan had grown increasingly disdainful of him, and consequently, of them as well. Every time they returned home during the new year, Lin Mo and Lin Shi felt utterly uncomfortable. Father, you should return these. Exchange them for medicines to heal yourself. I have no need for such things. Lin Mo insisted, shaking his head vehemently. Lin Shi looked on longingly, eager to accept, but refrained from reaching out after glancing at her brother. Lin Chuan felt a pang in his heart. My children, are you so afraid to reach for what you desire from your own father? How monstrous have I been all these years? Indeed, my teachings have influenced them. They have grown accustomed to self-sacrifice, embodying a personality that prioritizes others over themselves, a pathological mindset. It is a poison, cloaked in the guise of virtue, incessantly brainwashing them by those who thrive on exploiting others. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had come to realize this truth. He had been too concerned with the cold, indifferent clan and his father's approval. A child deprived of love easily develops a pleasing personality. Born into a family where the patriarch had multiple wives and concubines, and lacking maternal care, Lin Chuan's character had become distorted. Although he later became powerful, his spiritual core remained fragile. His deep-seated insecurities led him to overly value others' opinions, fixating on superficial honor and the hope of one day being welcomed back into the clan after being cast out. The phrase to bring glory to one's ancestors is not without merit. However, this concept is relative. If a clan has always regarded you as mere cattle, a tool for exploitation, is it not a disgrace to sacrifice yourself for them? With tenderness unprecedented, Lin Chuan stroked his children's heads. I have wronged you both in the past. From this day forward, I shall give you the best this world has to offer. He turned to Zhang He. Old Zhang, I must trouble you to protect them and assist in refining the medicinal essence. Understood. Zhang He, gazing into Lin Chuan's eyes filled with love, felt a tremendous shock within his heart. Unexpectedly, the once indomitable Lin Shuai, who had traversed the starry paths alongside him, battling fiercely from the northernmost Jinshi star to the southernmost Virgo star, for 3 relentless days and nights without a blink, revealed yet another facet of his character. He nodded solemnly, reassuring Lin Shuai. Lin Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded. She could hardly fathom that Lin Chuan would bestow such a divine treasure upon his 2 offspring, whose talents were woefully lackluster. One extravagant waste. This cannot stand. Lin Chuan, it is not too late to return the elixir. Impudent fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang he had long harbored disdain for Lin Xiaoyu, and upon noticing Lin Chuan's disregard for her, he unleashed a tirade of insults. You dare to insult me? Indeed. It is you I insult. Now be gone. Do you wish for me to draw my blade upon you? Naturally. Lin Xiaoyu quaked in fear at Zhang He's fierce demeanor. She cast a venomous glance at Lin Chuan, fully aware that today she would leave empty-handed. Furthermore, Lin Chuan had already preemptively allocated 10 years' worth of resources, meaning the Lin family would not be able to extract any benefits from him for at least a decade. This revelation incensed her to no end. Lin Chuan, you will pay dearly. Just wait. The family will not let you off so easily. I look forward to seeing how you will explain this to your father. With a hollow threat, she scurried away, tail between her legs. Lin Chuan, however, paid her no mind, his focus entirely on his two cherished children. Under Zhang He's vigilant protection, Lin Mo and Lin she sat cross-legged, trembling hands bringing the ancient Tianlin Dan to their lips. As the elixir melted upon entering their mouths, it transformed into two torrents of resplendent golden energy, surging through their limbs and bones in an instant. The excruciating agony compelled both children to cry out in despair as their bodies erupted with countless black impurities. Their bones, meridians, and dantians were being forcibly shattered and then reforged by an overwhelming power. At that very moment when the medicinal force erupted, a familiar alert echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding! You have gifted Lin Mo 1 Tianlin Ancient Dan, triggering a 5,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Divine Vein Origin Dan. The system has assisted in its refinement. Ding! You have gifted Lin Shi 1 Tianlin Ancient Dan, triggering an extraordinary critical reward. 1,000,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Chaos Body Origin Dan. The system has assisted in its refinement. In an instant, two streams of divine power, exponentially more formidable than that of the Tianlin Ancient Dan, materialized within Lin Chuan. The supreme and unyielding divine vein origin surged forth like a blazing sun, flooding into his shattered spiritual platform and Dantian. Meanwhile, the even more profound and majestic origin of the chaos body integrated into his limbs and bones, beginning to reconstruct his physical form in an unfathomable manner. Crack! Crack! Lin Chuan was utterly astounded. He had triggered a 1,000,000-fold critical return. The reward of the chaos body origin was beyond his wildest dreams. He immediately immersed himself in the cataclysmic transformations occurring within his being. He could feel his foundation being reforged in an unprecedented manner, emerging more perfect and powerful than during his peak in his previous life. He is now capable of cultivation. Although his realm has not been directly restored, it has indeed improved. It is fortuitous that he can rebuild himself as a chaos body, thereby establishing a more formidable foundation, and his future accomplishments shall be even greater. He raises his head, gazing at his son and daughter, enveloped in a golden divine light, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, the system is formidable. It is essential to recognize that this pertains to the chaos body, a rare entity within this vast universe, akin to the indestructible body of 10,000 tribulations. The ancient immortal battle body, the exiled immortal physique, the Xianhuang Dao body, the reincarnation body, and the innate sacred body Dao, among other powerful physiques. Together, they comprise the 10 most potent constitutions. The chaos body is invincible in the physical realm. The chaotic energy within it is self-generating and can evolve all things, melding the laws of heaven and earth. It is an extraordinarily rare physique, said to emerge only once in 10,000 years. Whenever a chaos body appears, it eclipses an entire era, inherently bearing the mission of ushering in a new epoch. With such a physique, how can one fear being invincible across the world? In this lifetime, Lin Chuan aims not only to live freely, but also to lead his children to ascend to unparalleled heights. As for the Lin family, let me investigate a matter. It is either windy or rainy. In the past, you obstructed every inquiry. Very well, I shall conduct my own investigation. If the outcome implicates you, prepare yourselves for a journey to the ancient star of Tianwang, where I shall send your entire clan to toil in the muck. Chapter 4. Let us part ways and divorce. Very well, the golden divine light gradually dissipated, and Lin Mo and Lin, she underwent a profound transformation, standing in the courtyard. Father, I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through my body, Lin Mo exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists and reveling in the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within him. Father, my mind seems to have become much clearer as well. The obscure incantations that once eluded me now make perfect sense at a mere thought. Lin Shi jumped with exuberance, her spirit soaring. Their skin gleamed like polished jade, and their eyes sparkled with divine radiance, their entire demeanor transformed beyond recognition. After all, this was the result of the former martial deity's 5 years of hard-earned resources. Surely, it was something extraordinary. However, the remarkable change they experienced was also due to their previously poor aptitudes, which made their current transformations feel monumental. Bound user Lin Mo's aptitude has increased. Current aptitude, 9-5. The host may receive a 10,000-fold training bonus from the bound user, with settlements available at any time. Automatic settlement occurs daily at midnight. Bound user Lin Shi's aptitude has increased. Current aptitude, 9-3. The host may receive a 10,000-fold training bonus from the bound user. With settlements available at any time, automatic settlement occurs daily at midnight. Excellent. Lin Chuan gazed at the two children, his eyes filled with pride. Zhang, he was witnessing the effects of the Tianlin ancient pill for the first time, and indeed, it had transformed two ordinary individuals into prodigies. Naturally, their current aptitudes still paled in comparison to his own in the past. Lin Shui, congratulations. Zhang, he sincerely expressed his joy for Lin Chuan, wishing that he could nurture 4 more martial deities, chuckling heartily. Thank you for your kind words, Lin Chuan replied, brimming with confidence. He recalled that even without the system, he had risen through the ranks within a small family to become the foremost martial deity of the great Xia. Moreover, he now possessed the support of the system. Lin Chuan would certainly not refuse the rewards provided by the system. The principle of seizing opportunities and utilizing all available resources was one of his secrets to becoming stronger. Lin Shui, I have pressing tasks to attend to, as I must deliver resources to my fellow brothers. I shall take my leave, Zhang, he said. Take care, old Zhang. I'll treat you to a drink upon your return. If that is the case, I must invite a few more brothers to join us. Your culinary skills are what I have craved most these years. Lin Chuan watched as Zhang, he departed, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The warmth of human connections and the vicissitudes of life may be harsh, but there are always bonds of affection that transcend time, growing stronger with each passing day. As night fell, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the small courtyard. Lin Mo and Lin Shi, still brimming with excitement, surrounded Lin Chuan, chattering animatedly as they shared the wondrous sensations of their bodily transformations. Lin Chuan listened with a smile, occasionally imparting wisdom with a few guiding words. As a former martial deity, each of his utterances was akin to divine nectar, bestowing immense benefits upon Lin Mo and Lin Shi. As for the youngest, 3-year-old Lin Qing, with her pigtails adorably styled, she clapped her hands in delight. Though the youngest, she already demonstrated a nurturing spirit, diligently using chopsticks to serve dishes from the platter into the bowls of others. Brother, enjoy this. Hey, sister, please have some. Lin Shi embraced the little girl and planted a kiss on her cheek. Qinger, you resemble a rag doll, utterly adorable. Lin Mo chuckled. You've just covered Qinger in drool again. Mind your own business, or I might just give you a beating, retorted the mischievous girl. You should know, I'm your brother. Do you understand the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Daddy's delicious. Lin Chuan remarked, wow, this is at least 1,750 times more fragrant. Daddy, are you pulling my leg? Lin Qing blinked her big eyes, gazing up at Lin Chuan. Lin Mo, with a smile, interjected, it's all true. I wouldn't deceive little Qing. The child, with an innate sense for atmosphere, relished the warm ambience. The family of 4 basked in harmony. At that moment, a small spacecraft hovered at the entrance of the Veteran Martial Arts Hall, followed by several figures descending from it. The foremost figure was a woman clad in a meticulously tailored light blue gown, exuding a cool elegance akin to an ethereal fairy from the Moon Palace, untouched by the mundane world. This was Lin Chuan's wife, Luo Qingwei, the daughter of the prestigious Luo family of Jinling. Beside her stood her remarkably gifted son, Lin Tianming, dressed in white with tousled black hair. Additionally, trailing behind them were her mentor, Master Bai Yu, and her father, Luo Tianzhong, the head of the Luo family. Upon spotting Lin Chuan in the courtyard, Luo Qingwei's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Today, Lin Chuan seemed somewhat different. Although his cultivation remained stagnant, the despondency and frustration that once lingered around his brows had seemingly vanished, replaced by a serene composure. His overall demeanor appeared much improved. "Mom, you're back," Lin she greeted with a hint of timidity after acknowledging her grandfather and Master Bai. "Hello, grandfather." "Hello, Master Bai," Linimo also chimed in a prominent family, with descendants numbering in the hundreds. Only the truly exceptional earn the affection of the elders. This reflects the cold, distant relationships characteristic of large clans. Luo Qingwei gazed at her two children, her eyes momentarily misting with emotion, yet filled with astonishment. She keenly sensed that the auras of Lin Mo and Lin she had significantly strengthened compared to before. "Have you both broken through?" "Yes," Lin Mo nodded vigorously, unable to contain his joy. Father used resources from his martial god alliance for the next 10 years to exchange for 2 ancient Tianlin pills for us. Our current talents are now on par with those top geniuses. A jolt of surprise coursed through Luo Qingwei, and she cast a complex look at Lin Chuan. Had he truly come to terms with things? Was he no longer fixated on using those resources to curry favor with the Lin family for that laughable recognition? However, even so, it wouldn't change much. She took a deep breath and stepped in front of Lin Chuan, her voice cool and composed. Lin Chuan replied, "Let us eat first. We can discuss matters after the meal." Luo Qingwei glanced at the modest dishes laid out on the table, and her disappointment in Lin Chuan deepened. The so-called gentlemen keep their distance from the kitchen, yet the current Lin Chuan seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary cook. Once, the formidable Lin Wuxian was renowned for 3 remarkable attributes: martial prowess, culinary skill, and the art of seduction. Regrettably, he has lost the most significant of these. What else is there to consume? "Daughter, please elucidate this to him," Luo Tian remarked impatiently. Bai Yu Shirtai, Qingwei's master, also interjected coldly. "Qingwei, you have been delayed by him for 3 years. This opportunity is crucial. You must seize it, for it is the greatest chance of your life." "Understand," Luo Qingwei replied. "Lin Chuan, let us divorce. Erase your name from the Bai Yijin Shu, and henceforth we shall have no ties. Furthermore, I will take Tianming and the others and depart." With a countenance as frigid as ice, Luo Qingwei produced a Bai Yijin Shu, an extraordinary artifact that allows couples to share fortunes. When one party gains cultivation and benefits, the other receives half. However, due to the system's influence and the chaotic rewards Lin Chuan received, Luo Qingwei did not benefit from this arrangement. Previously, Luo Qingwei had relied on Lin Chuan's support to become a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the 7th realm. In other words, had it not been for her reliance on Lin Chuan, he might have already reached the 8th realm. Now, with Lin Chuan incapacitated, her own cultivation yields only half the reward. Initially, she held on to the hope that Lin Chuan might one day recover. Yet, as time passed and the prospects of his recovery dimmed, her heart grew colder and disdain began to fester within her. Why must I share half of my cultivation with him? He is impeding my future. Now, she found herself receiving an invitation from the elders of the Tianwei Academy. Due to Tianming's legendary physique, a chance she could not afford to squander. Thus, she resolved to divorce him, demanding Lin Chuan to personally erase his name, ensuring he would vanish entirely from her life. As this scene unfolded, Lin Chuan felt as though he were watching a film whose conclusion he already knew. "Mom, what are you saying? Why do you want to separate from Dad?" Lin Mo exclaimed, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. "Exactly, Mom. Can't we, as a family, remain together?" Lin, she added, tugging at Luo Qingwei's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Luo Qingwei gazed at her children, her eyes glistening, yet soon replaced by resolute determination. This is an affair for adults. You children need not concern yourselves with it. Luo Tian spoke coldly. She-er, you are still young. You do not understand. Luo Qingwei added. Your father can no longer provide the future that Tianming desires. With that, she turned her gaze to the still silent Lin Chuan, astonished by his calm demeanor. She spoke with a hint of provocation and curiosity. It seems you do not intend to persuade me to stay. It appears you have made your decision long ago. Lin Chuan met her gaze steadily, replying with tranquility. You come, I will welcome you. You leave, I will bid you farewell. Each has their own aspirations. There is no need for coercion. The extraordinary tranquility left Luo Qingwei feeling a sense of bewilderment and discomfort. She had anticipated various reactions from Lin Chuan, perhaps anger, pleading, or hysteria, but never did she expect such a calm demeanor. It was as if he were utterly indifferent to her departure. With a deliberate stroke, Lin Chuan erased his name from the golden contract, and in that instant, the golden shackles binding them both shattered. The connection of their souls was severed. Excellent. Truly splendid. Luo Tanjung rejoiced. Lin Chuan, do not claim we coerced you. This is entirely of your own volition. He had approached Lin Chuan with some trepidation, fearing he might refuse, and had initially intended to negotiate terms. After all, it was common knowledge how Luo Qingwei had attained her formidable prowess, and the numerous contributions Lin Chuan had made to the Luo family over the years were well recognized. In a world of prominent families, reputation held great significance, and he feared being labeled as a treacherous wolf that turned against its benefactor. However, Lin Chuan's willingness to comply without demands took him by surprise. Luo Qingwei, too, was taken aback by Lin Chuan's prompt agreement. After all, he had once shared her bed. Upon reaching this pivotal moment, as the shackles completely disintegrated, severing all ties between them, she found herself feeling an unexpected sense of regret. Why do I feel regret? No, I am merely pitying him. Lin Chuan, I can offer you some compensation. Compensation? What more can you give him? Bai Yu, the elder nun, interjected coldly. He has already wasted 3 years of your life. Lin Chuan, if you were truly a man, you should have taken the initiative to leave 3 years ago. Lin Chuan had always harbored a deep dislike for Bai Yu. She represented that type of person who thrived on gossip, advocating separation rather than reconciliation. In his past life, Lin Chuan maintained decorum and composure, shunning disputes. Yet now, he felt no obligation to extend even a modicum of respect to anyone he found repugnant. You old hag, you are nothing but a wretched soul, unloved and unpleasant, relishing in your eccentricities. What did you say? You worthless being dare to insult me? Bai Yu's fury erupted, her oppressive aura expanding as if she wished to obliterate Lin Chuan with a single strike. I was referring to you. What can you do about it? Lin Chuan retorted coldly, crossing his arms. I, Lin Chuan, am one of the executive ministers of the Martial God Alliance. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? The Martial God Alliance, that formidable power standing tall in the galaxy, was not something Bai Yu would dare provoke, especially not with the likes of Xia Qianli, the female assassin who was Lin Chuan's master and held him in great affection. As this realization dawned upon her, Bai Yu was astonished to find that despite being verbally chastised by Lin Chuan, she seemed powerless to act against him. Luo Qingwei quickly interjected, Master, please calm your anger. Lin Chuan, we shall see. With a venomous remark, Bai Yu departed, returning to her ship. Her objectives had been met, and there was no necessity for her to remain and endure further insults. Subsequently, Luo Tianjung hurried to follow her, seeking to soothe the emotions of this esteemed elder of the Luo family. Lin Chuan, you may have experienced an overwhelming shock today, which has led you to commit such an undignified act. However, I must convey to you that you are no longer the martial deity you once were. If you lack the strength to support you, it would be wise to temper your actions moving forward. My choices are my own to make. After Lin Chuan spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lin Tianming. Tianming, you possess an innate dominance, a rare and exceptional cultivation physique that is unparalleled throughout history. I hope you can remain by my side. After all, your father reached the 7th realm a decade ago, and I assure you that I can provide guidance that surpasses that of the Heavenly Position Academy. With your talent, I guarantee that before you turn 20, you will enter the 7th realm. Sighing deeply, Lin Tianming approached Lin Chuan, bowing his head, his voice laden with guilt. Father, I wish to follow mother. Have you made up your mind? Lin Chuan felt a pang of heartache. After all, it was his own son. How could he bear the thought of him leaving and possibly never seeing him again? As a father, not witnessing his child's growth is an unparalleled agony. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had learned that Tianming thrived under Luo Qingwei's care, who, as his mother, would undoubtedly provide him with the best of everything. Lin Tianming remained silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Father, I do not wish to deceive you. I have watched the video of your battle against the proud youths of the winged race countless times. His youthful voice was clear and unyielding as he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Chuan's eyes. Father, your punches were neither swift enough nor fierce enough back then. You had the opportunity to shatter his skull directly. Yet, you hesitated. Father, you were too soft-hearted. On the battlefield, showing mercy to the enemy is a form of cruelty towards oneself. You understand this truth better than I do. Father, you have lost your chance for revenge. I will leave here with Mother, departing from Earth to seek opportunities in the depths of the cosmos that will allow me to grow stronger. I will undoubtedly become the strongest in the world. I shall achieve the great dominance body. I will personally avenge you. His words resonated powerfully. Lin Mo and Lin Shi were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that their usually gentle second brother harbored such deep-seated convictions, his words imbued with such intensity. Luo Qingwei gazed at her son with a hint of pride. What a good boy. You're even scolding your father. Lin Chuan bit his lip, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly, you are my son, Lin Chuan. You possess spirit. You have conviction. I am not scolding you, father, Lin Tianming said, waving his hands in a flustered manner. Luo Qingwei then addressed Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, it is quite fine to live a stable and ordinary life. Shirmo, I cannot take you to the cosmos for now, but you can return to the Luo family with your grandfather. Once I have established myself in the cosmos, I will come back for you. No, I will not leave. I want to stay with father, Lin Mo insisted through gritted teeth. Have you made your decision? Yes, Lin Mo nodded firmly. Luo Qingwei then turned to Lin Shi, who also spoke up. Mother, I wish to follow father as well. They were unwilling to go to the Luo family, a place devoid of any warmth or humanity. Moreover, they firmly believed that their father had transformed. As for Xia Qianli, Luo Qingwei initially thought it best for her to follow Lin Chuan. After all, she was still young, and Lin Chuan was her biological father, who would naturally not mistreat her. When she reached the age for cultivation, she would also be able to take her to the vast cosmos. All right, Tianming, let us depart. Wait. Lin Chuan retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and handed it to Lin Tianming. This is a gift from your father. Lin Tianming was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Father, you should keep it for my elder brother and younger sister. They are in greater need than I. Lin Chuan firmly placed the jade vial into his hands, smiling as he said, This is a creation pill. What? A creation pill? Lin Tianming grasped the smooth jade vial, his heart swelling with emotion, and his eyes instantly glistened with tears. He had not anticipated such a precious gift from his father. The young man awkwardly scratched his head, unable to conceal his excitement and gratitude. Father, go now. Your mother is leaving, and I cannot hold her back. Yet, despite the divorce, our love for you siblings will remain unchanged. Make sure to spend more time with her. Your mother is easily deceived. You must keep a close watch on her, especially regarding large expenditures. Lin Chuan gently patted his shoulder, his gaze warm yet resolute. Luo Qingwei furrowed her brows, but refrained from arguing. Over the years spent with Lin Chuan, she had indeed squandered a considerable amount of money. And remember, no matter where you go or how your future unfolds, you will always be my son, my pride. The doors of the old soldier martial arts hall will forever be open to you. Your father will always welcome you home. Chapter 5. The legacy of the children. The night breeze whispered through the old magnolia tree in the courtyard, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of a soft, resigned sigh. The magnolia, symbolizing abundant wealth, was planted by Lin Chuan and Luo Qingwei after their marriage. Yet, tears brimmed in Luo Qingwei's eyes. She was not devoid of emotion, but rather, the relentless tide of reality had washed away all her softness. A decade ago, the Luo family of Jinling was besieged by numerous clans, resulting in rivers of blood. Once a cherished daughter of nobility, she lost many loved ones in a single night. In a fit of righteous anger, Lin Chuan had joined her, wielding their swords against the cosmos and obliterating a stronghold of clans. However, he sustained significant hidden injuries during that encounter, which impeded his cultivation progress. Yet, the adversaries of that era included even more formidable foes, some belonging to ancient, reclusive lineages. As Lin Chuan and Luo Qingwei delved into their investigation, the gradual unveiling of the truth carved an indelible sense of helplessness deep within her soul. Without strength, there could be no dignity, nor even the right to exist. This truth resonated with her more profoundly than anyone else. Thus, she resolved to harden her heart. "Mom, are you truly leaving?" "Lin," she cried out. "What is happening today, Mom and Dad? How can you just decide to divorce without even consulting us? What do we mean to you? One moment, we were having dinner, and now it feels as if our home has vanished." Lin Mo's voice was strained with anguish. The children could no longer contain their distress. "Are we not family?" What had started as a pleasant meal had turned bitter. Their voices echoed with a tremor that reverberated through their souls. Luo Qingwei initially contemplated leaving resolutely. It was Lin Chuan's transformative pills that anchored her in place. Faced with her children's inquiries, she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, before contemplating divorce, she had yearned for it, hoping to shed the burden of Lin Chuan. Yet, as she realized the gravity of truly departing to the vast cosmos she once longed for, a sense of nostalgia for her previous life began to creep in. Lin Chuan spoke. "Tianming has secured admission to the inner chamber of the Celestial Academy, and your mother has been appointed as an elder, which allows her to care for him. Then, can we not accompany you?" Lin Mo asked, his voice trembling. If it was for their younger brother's future, he could understand their mother taking Tianming away. But he could not fathom why the family would disintegrate over something as trivial as attending school. Lin Chuan continued. The Celestial Academy is located on the periphery of the Wuxian constellation, 650 million light-years from Earth. Only the super-ancient stars possess the subspace navigation technology necessary to reach it. The cost of a single ticket is equivalent to 500 pieces of 7th Realm sacred weapons, and traversing the subspace is perilous. Tianming bowed his head, his expression forlorn. The Celestial Academy had provided only 2 tickets, and even if the Luo family exhausted their fortunes, they could barely muster enough for one. Moreover, the Celestial Academy was a dominant force in the vast universe, far beyond the reach of any mere galactic power. Thus, Master Bai Yu proclaimed that this represented the greatest opportunity. At such a distance, does this not imply that we may never meet again? Lin Mo's body trembled. Given his aptitude, even if he were to grow, he would likely never amass even a fraction of the fare required for passage. "Lin," she wept, asking, "Elder brother, must we truly attend that school? Is it not sufficient for our family to be together?" "Sister, do not be so naive." Tianming raised his head, gritting his teeth. He too bore immense suffering. "Have you forgotten that fateful night in Jinling City? A whole faction perished, and so many lives were lost, including our grandmother and our uncle who safeguarded us. Without power, such peril may very well return. I need strength, the strength to protect our entire family. I vow to exert every effort to reach the 8th realm and gather enough funds to bring you all over. You must not harbor resentment towards Mother. She longs for vengeance and has endured so much." Tears streamed down the face of the handsome youth, filled with stubbornness. "But, Mother, must you truly be gone for so long? I cannot bear to part with you." Emoer Shier. Luo Qingwei embraced her 2 children. "Mommy," she then lifted her youngest daughter, Lin Qing, still babbling, and pressed a kiss upon her tender cheek. Tears, ultimately, betrayed her resolve and fell. "Take care of yourselves, and heed your father's words." She dared not look at them again, fearing her resolve might waver. She dreaded that this longing would lead her to choose comfort, only to witness tragedy replay itself in the future. She yearned for power. In this world, stability without strength is merely an illusion. Luo Qingwei was about to depart. "Wait," Lin Chuan called out, halting them. "What is it you wish to say?" Lin Chuan replied, "Tianming possesses a natural dominance, even among the ancient clans. He would be considered a top-tier talent. I shall grant you a year at most. If, after a year, Tianming is not superior to Xia or Mo, then he must be under my guidance." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingwei raised her sleeve to cover her lips and smiled softly. "Lin Chuan, I'm glad to see you regaining your confidence. But how will you verify this after a year? If we succeed in reaching the Tianwei Academy, there will be no means of communication between us. 650 million light years. This means that, at the speed of light, it would take 650 million years to transmit. Such a distance indeed makes real-time communication exceedingly challenging, more often than not. Massive subspace vessels transport hard drives containing electronic messages back and forth. After a year, I will bring the children to find you." At this declaration, Tianming, Lin Mo, and Lin Xi's eyes brightened. "You are so confident? Understand that even if we sold the entire Lin family estate in the imperial capital, we could scarcely gather 3 tickets. But the Lin family has never solely belonged to Lin Chuan. As an ordinary man now, where does this confidence stem from? Of course. Very well. I shall hold you to this." Though Luo Qingwei verbally expressed her belief, her heart remained steeped in doubt. "Is there anything else to say?" Lin Chuan pressed his lips together, offering a farewell. Luo Qingwei cast one last glance at Lin Chuan. Her eyes a complex tapestry of reluctance intertwined with a hint of guilt. Resolutely, she turned away, grasping Lin Tianming's hand, boarding the spacecraft to depart. It was only after the presence of mother and son had completely faded from perception that Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze. Unlike in his past life, he did not feel a heart-wrenching sorrow. Instead, a sense of understanding enveloped him. Luo Qingwei's reality was forged in the crucible of deep-seated enmity. The creation pill he gifted to Tianming served as a modest recompense for his long-standing debts. As for the system's prolonged silence, Lin Chuan pieced together the reasoning. Initially, when Lin Mo and Lin Xi refined their gifts, he received feedback only then. The treasures bestowed must be genuinely refined and absorbed by the recipient to trigger their return. With Luo Qingwei, a master of the 7th realm, personally safeguarding Tianming, the refinement of the creation pill was merely a matter of time. He felt no urgency. "Father." Lin Mo and Lin Xi approached Lin Chuan, their tear-streaked faces juxtaposed with an unwavering determination in their eyes. They had been present during that calamitous event and were acutely aware of the past. "We wish to cultivate." The departure of their mother and elder brother struck them like a heavy hammer, awakening a profound realization. They no longer wished to remain powerless spectators, helpless to prevent their loved ones from leaving. They yearned for strength sufficient to protect their home, strong enough to ensure their mother and Tianming could return safely. However, they were still too young to grasp that in this world, sustaining a family relies not solely on strength, but more importantly, on the bonds of affection. "Very well." Lin Chuan affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 children. This vigor was precisely what he desired. "From this day forth, I shall personally guide your cultivation." He gazed at them, his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Your foundations are being reshaped, akin to blank canvases, perfectly suited to practice the techniques I will impart. Moa, your temperament is steady, your resolve resilient, especially with your affinity for swordsmanship. I shall teach you the Extreme Sword Soul Sutra. This scripture demands an understanding of the true essence of the sword. When mastered, its radiance is eternal, and a single sword aura can cleave the stars." "How incredible!" Lin Mo exclaimed, astonished. "Extreme Sword Soul? Just the name sounds extraordinarily impressive." Then, Lin Chuan turned his attention to his daughter. "Xia, your thoughts are exquisite, sharp, and perceptive. You have a natural affinity for the arts of painting and paper cutting, granting you an inherent advantage in understanding the mysteries of talismanic law. I shall impart to you the Divine Dragon Celestial Maiden Volume. This volume focuses on spirit and talismanic law, allowing one to comprehend divine intent. With a mere thought, You can probe vast distances and command the dragon's energy, summoning celestial dragons. These two techniques were the supreme secrets he had unearthed from ancient relics during his previous life, capable of reaching the highest realms, even directing one towards the ninth realm. They were his most treasured possessions, shared only with Luo Qingwei and his master over the years. Thus, Lin Chuan momentarily set aside his concerns regarding the martial arts techniques from Tianming. Lin Mo and Lin Shi, filled with fervor and aspirations, were awestruck to discover that their father harbored such formidable skills. What are you standing there for? A faint smile graced Lin Chuan's lips, reminiscent of a long-lost joy. My old soldier's martial arts hall will officially open in 3 days. You shall be the inaugural disciples of Lin Chuan. Now assume the horse stance. Focus your energy in the dantian and cultivate your spirit. The physical body is the foundation of everything, and it must be honed to traverse further. I will first teach you the 8 desolations body refinement technique, for only with a solid physique can you aspire to learn more advanced techniques. Yes, father. Lin Mo and Lin Shi chorused in unison, their voices resonating with strength. During training, address me as your master. Yes, master. They quickly wiped away their tears and positioned themselves in the courtyard, diligently adopting the horse stance. Meanwhile, the youngest, little Qing clutched Lin Chuan's pant leg. Daddy, what about me? Lin Chuan scooped her up in his arms. You're still too young, but that does not mean you cannot begin your training. Once I procure a large cauldron for you to undergo a medicinal bath to strengthen your body, you shall be able to practice. Lin Chuan had long recognized the uniqueness of his fourth daughter's constitution. Within her, a formidable power was gestating, yet it had yet to awaken. Daddy, are you going to cook Qing? Not at all. How could I bear to do that to such a good girl? Chapter 6. Farewell to the master. After ensuring the cultivation of his children in the courtyard, Lin Chuan's thoughts shifted, prompting him to access the system interface. The depth of binding allowed for an initial quota of 10 individuals, which could be substituted at any time. However, after a replacement, there was a cooldown period of 3 days before another change could be made. The members available for deep binding included Master Xia Qianli, ex-wife Luo Qingwei, eldest son Lin Mo, second son Lin Tianming, third daughter Lin Shi, and fourth daughter Lin Ruoqing. Without hesitation, he confirmed all 6 slots. To be candid, Lin Chuan found the system rather peculiar. As long as a person had lived, their cultivation could be returned to him. What kind of principle is at play here? Having completed these actions, Lin Chuan's attention returned to the courtyard. The 8 desolate body refining technique was an unparalleled method of body refinement, comprising 7,200 intricate postures. Each posture required the mobilization of the entire body's vital energy and bones, demanding extreme stretching and compression. Its domineering nature far surpassed that of conventional body refining techniques. Lin Mo and Lin Shi gritted their teeth, continuously shifting their stances under Lin Chuan's command. Each movement was executed with impeccable precision. However, after completing merely 150 postures, both were already gasping for breath, as if they had just emerged from water. Their bodies drenched in sweat. A wave of soreness coursed through their bones, as though all their strength had been drained, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably as if laden with lead. This formidable technique was not something an average person could practice. It imposed a significant burden on the body and required a vast amount of cultivation resources as support. Just as a swift steed requires ample quality fodder to gallop, a warrior must consume meat and bone-strengthening powder. Otherwise, they would suffer from physical depletion. In the realm of cultivation, the adage that 3 parts rely on practice while 7 parts depend on sustenance holds true. Stop! Lin Chuan called for a timely halt. Father, master, I can still endure. Lin Mo insisted stubbornly, despite his labored breathing resembling that of a wheezing bellows. Very well, Moer. The path of cultivation is one of balance. Excessive strain will only harm your foundation. Too much of anything is counterproductive. Lin Chuan's tone brooked no argument. You have only just begun to reshape your bones. Your bodies have yet to fully adapt. This level of cultivation is sufficient. We must proceed gradually. Moreover, with 7,200 postures to master, It is impossible to teach them all in a single day. Let's take our time. As he gazed at his two children, a sense of urgency blossomed within him. The consumption of resources in body refining cultivation was immense. The modest compensation from the Martial God Alliance was far from adequate. He needed to devise a swift method to procure substantial cultivation resources, such as the flesh and blood of high-tier ferocious beasts or spiritual herbs imbued with abundant life essence. Go refresh yourselves and then meditate to consolidate today's gains, Lin Chuan instructed. Yes, master, the two children replied before departing. Seated cross-legged, Lin Chuan plunged his consciousness into the system. Settlement of Lin Mo's cultivation results triggered a 1,000-fold increase. Settlement of Lin Xi's cultivation results triggered a 1,000-fold increase. Boom! The two streams of energy, far more refined than the cultivation attained by the children, surged into Lin Chuan's limbs like two torrents of molten magma. Having just reshaped his body using the primordial essence of the chaos body, he resembled a parched sponge, voraciously absorbing this formidable power. The chaos body, being the foremost sacred body for refining, complemented by the 8 Desolations body refinement technique, was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Even the brief enhancement from the children's cultivation had caused a significant surge in his physical prowess, likely reaching a staggering 10,000 pounds. It is noteworthy that Lin Chuan had not yet recovered his cultivation level, not even having drawn the qi into his body. As an ordinary person, he possessed such immense strength solely based on his physique. What does this signify? It is the embodiment of innate divine strength. Unfortunately, the two children had only completed 150 steps, failing to cultivate a complete cycle. Thus, the system merely calculated it as 2 full cycles for the final reckoning. Nevertheless, this was still commendable. In high spirits, Lin Chuan directed his thoughts towards the name of Luo Qingwei, eager to assess her cultivation rewards. He was well aware of his ex-wife's diligence in her practice. Ding! 10-fold amplification triggered. Her cultivation realm is at the 7th realm of the law body, with a significant disparity compared to the host's current level. Her cultivation power consists of advanced magical energy, fundamentally different from the spiritual energy required by the host. The cultivation effect cannot be absorbed and has been temporarily stored for the host to refine upon elevation of their realm. As anticipated, Lin Chuan was not surprised. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. In his current state, he required the absorption of spiritual energy to temper his body. The magical energy was not something he could utilize for now. However, the stored energy from the 7th realm would prove useful for future breakthroughs. At that moment, his personal communicator on his wrist vibrated suddenly, and a familiar visage appeared on the screen. Lin Chuan's heart raced, and he quickly connected the call. A holographic light curtain projected out, coalescing into an exquisitely beautiful figure. The visitor donned a luxurious purple gown, intricately embroidered with silver star patterns, as if a myriad of stars were swirling upon her. This figure possessed skin whiter than snow, surpassing jade in beauty, radiating an ivory-like luster under the gentle light. Her long, cascading hair was loosely pinned up with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands falling gracefully across her smooth forehead, adding an air of languid charm. Most striking were her eyes, autumnal, phoenix-like orbs swirling with fine electric runes, exuding both the aloofness of a powerful being and the coldness of one who gazes down upon all from a lofty height. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lin Chuan, that imposing demeanor transformed into a gentle fluidity akin to water. She was one of the leaders of the Martial God Alliance, the foremost swordswoman of the great Xia Kingdom, and Lin Chuan's most revered mentor, Xia Qianli. Xiao Chuan, I heard you preemptively drew upon 10 years' worth of compensation resources in exchange for 4 elixirs. Yes, master. In response to Xia Qianli's inquiry, Lin Chuan did not conceal the truth. He recounted the endeavor of exchanging 10 years' worth of resources to procure elixirs for his 2 rather mediocre offspring, aiming to aid them in reshaping their foundational essence. Splendid. Within the holographic display, Xia Qianli's ethereal beauty radiated a smile, illuminating the night like the moon emerging from behind the clouds. It pleases me to see that you have come to understand the futility of using those resources to curry favor with the foolish Lin family. Master, not only that, but it seems I may also resume my cultivation, Lin Chuan continued. In an instant, an overwhelming joy sparkled in Xia Qianli's phoenix-like eyes, her tone lifting in excitement. What did you say? Your body can begin to cultivate anew? Indeed, Master, Lin Chuan affirmed with a nod. I cannot explain why. Perhaps the heavens have taken notice. In any case, upon waking today, I found some recovery, and my Dantian can once again gather energy. The system had instructed him to keep this a secret, and naturally, he could not divulge it. There are many peculiarities in this world that language fails to articulate. Wonderful, Xia Qianli exclaimed, rising with excitement, her violet skirt swaying gracefully like a blooming starry rose. In that moment, the divine presence she typically exuded was entirely replaced by joy. Nothing brought her greater happiness than seeing her most cherished disciple emerge from despair and regain a sense of life. Watching his master express such genuine delight filled Lin Chuan's heart with warmth. In this world, there are few who treat him sincerely. Xia Qianli undoubtedly held the foremost position among them. Seizing the moment, Lin Chuan, with a hint of earnestness, inquired, Master, do you have time now? Xia Qianli settled back down, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Little Chuan, what do you need? Anything within my means, I shall provide. She assumed Lin Chuan sought resources for cultivation or formidable weaponry. Not so. Lin Chuan shook his head, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. I wish to request that you teach me the Huntian Ju once more. The Huntian Ju is the most widely circulated and fundamental technique for channeling energy into the body within the Martial God Alliance, serving as the first threshold of cultivation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qianli's beautiful eyes, followed by a knowing glance at Lin Chuan, imbued with a mixture of playful reproach and amusement. What? Have you forgotten even this? Back then, you learned it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and the elders praised you as a prodigy among millions. I have not forgotten. Lin Chuan's voice lowered, tinged with nostalgia. However, I am now starting anew, and my mindset is vastly different from that of years past. I wish to relive the experience of you guiding me through my cultivation. This statement held both truth and artifice. Indeed, he longed to revisit those warm memories. Back then, the Martial God Alliance was merely a small martial arts school in the great Xia Kingdom on Earth. His master had yet to achieve renown, and Lin Chuan, being the illegitimate son of the Lin family, was often looked down upon, with those possessing some skill frequently taking the opportunity to bully him. He was derided as a child without a mother, subjected to the cruel whims of a group who mercilessly submerged him in a puddle, reducing him to a mere puddle of mud. It was the beautiful master who happened to pass by and chastised those tormentors. With kindness, she took him back to the martial arts school, helping him cleanse his body, dry his hair, and guiding him onto the path of martial arts. Lin Chuan fondly reminisced about that warm period of time. However, the truth was his ultimate intention was to attain a 1,000-fold return in cultivation. Xia Qianli's heart was gently stirred by her disciple's words. Did she not also long for that spirited youth who once stood before her? His clear gaze filled with infinite aspirations for the future. With a soft sigh, her tone dripped with tenderness. Well, since you have spoken, how could I, your master, refuse you? An hour shall suffice. I have many matters to attend to in the alliance, but I can spare you this time. Thank you, master, Lin Chuan exclaimed joyfully. Xia Qianli nodded slightly, casually affixing the communicator to a jade pillar within the palace, meticulously adjusting its angle to ensure that Lin Chuan could observe the rhythm of her breath, the movements of her cultivation, and the flow of her spiritual energy from every perspective. Having completed this, she gracefully floated to the center of the hall. As her magical energy circulated, her body levitated, and her purple gown billowed without the presence of wind, the hem unfurling like a blooming lotus. Barefoot, she hovered in midair. Lin Chuan's gaze was instantly captivated by her exquisite feet, momentarily lost in a trance. What perfect jade-like feet they were. The skin was delicate, akin to the finest mutton-fat white jade, flawless in every respect, glimmering with a pure and alluring halo beneath the radiant light of a brilliant night pearl atop the palace. The arch of her feet was both intricate and graceful, resembling the most exquisite creation of divine craftsmanship, neither excessive nor lacking. Her 10 toes were charmingly petite, rounded like meticulously polished pearls, their nails displaying a healthy pale pink, translucent and luminous. Most striking was the delicate pinkish hue that extended from her ankles to her toes, harmonizing perfectly with her rosy soles, creating a flawless image that was irresistible to behold. In that moment, Lin Chuan felt transported back to that afternoon of his youth, the first time he witnessed his master demonstrating her techniques. At that time, he viewed her as a celestial being, sanctified and untouchable. Yet now, reborn anew, amidst his reverence, there seemed to exist an undercurrent of unspoken emotions. Like fine wine, these feelings quietly fermented within him, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Look closely, very closely. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Xia Qianli's cool voice drew Lin Chuan back from his reverie, unaware of the fanciful thoughts swirling in her disciple's mind. She began to demonstrate the Huntian Ju, each movement and breath resonating with the profound energies of the universe. Chapter 7. Ascending to the Fifth Realm. The great perfection of all things within the luminous curtain, Xia Qianli began to operate the hunting heaven technique. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into visible, pale white streams that surged toward her like rivers converging into the sea. The martial God Alliance, where Xia Qianli resided, was headquartered on an ancient life star, abundant in spiritual veins, where the concentration of spiritual energy exceeded Lin Chuan's modest courtyard by countless times. Naturally, Lin Chuan possessed the chaotic body, allowing him to cultivate at a faster pace. However, it is imperative to note that the spiritual energy in his location was not only of lower concentration, but also, no matter how swift his progress, it could never rival the rapid returns yielded by an Eighth Realm Master. A glimmer of joy appeared on Lin Chuan's face. Suppressing the fleeting, whimsical thoughts in his heart, he sat cross-legged, attuning himself to his master's rhythm and commencing his cultivation. He observed his mentor as the intricate pathways of spiritual power unfolded around her, the chaotic divine body functioning autonomously. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquil silence, save for the gentle caress of the breeze. At the two ends of the holographic curtain, master and disciple sat across an infinite sea of stars, engaged in their respective practices. Yet this time, Xia Qianli's state of mind could no longer mirror the untroubled depths of years past. She sensed that Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixed upon her from across the curtain. That gaze was no longer the pure admiration of youth. Rather, it bore an intensity that quickened her heartbeat. It was fervent and profound, as if it could pierce through to her very soul. Despite the barrier of the curtain, Xia Qianli felt an uncontrollable flush rising to her cheeks. The foremost swordswoman of the martial God Alliance, who held dominion over the lives and deaths of millions, had her resolute composure shaken by a mere glance from her disciple. Even her rhythmic cultivation began to exhibit the faintest signs of disruption. She hastily gathered her thoughts, mentally chastising herself. Xia Qianli, what nonsensical musings are you indulging in? Thus, the atmosphere flowed through an exquisite blend of tranquility and ambiguity. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Very well. Let us conclude for today, Xia Qianli declared, her voice regaining its customary chill, though the faint blush at her ears betrayed the turmoil within. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall converse again another time. Before Lin Chuan could utter anything that might further agitate her, she swiftly severed the communication. The luminous curtain dissipated, and the courtyard returned to its serene stillness. A triumphant smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. Settlement, he silently intoned. Ding. Settlement of the cultivation achievements of Xia Qianli has been completed. Random multiplier triggered. This time, a 10,000-fold critical return. Boom. It was as if the universe had just been birthed, chaos erupting. An indescribable torrent of vast, pure, An extraordinarily violent spiritual energy materialized within Lin Chuan's body. This power was infinitely more terrifying than what he had previously acquired from his offspring. After all, Xia Qianli stood as an unparalleled powerhouse within the Eighth Realm, and the fruits of her hour of cultivation within the Martial God Alliance, amplified 10,000-fold, had amassed to an astonishing degree. Ecstasy. Lin Chuan's expression was captivating, feeling as if his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting. Though this surge of energy is vast, it cannot penetrate his chaotic body. Indeed, the chaotic body is the most formidable constitution known throughout history. Under the onslaught of this terrifying force, the chaotic body is passively pushed to its limits. Each of his cells rejoices wildly, voraciously devouring the energy of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he successfully opens his Qi. Subsequently, like a rocket, he breaks through one small step after another. The membranes refine, muscles strengthen, bones become resilient, internal organs shine, meridians connect, spiritual energy circulates, and his marrow glistens like jade, with vitality surging like a dragon. As the spirit platform awakens, his mental strength begins to sprout. Then, he reaches the first realm, achieving perfection in the 10th layer of body refinement. His mental energy extends outward, capable of perceiving a radius of 30,000 zhang. It is worth noting that typically, a perfected realm allows for mental projection of merely 10 meters. Yet Lin Chuan's range extends to a staggering 30,000 zhang. Furthermore, the terrifying spiritual energy accumulated within him is barely a fraction of what he can utilize. In the second realm, the opening of the source, he compresses spiritual energy into true essence, which possesses greater quality. This enables him to execute martial techniques, striking from a distance of 5 zhang. Beyond the 7th layer, the combination of true essence and mental energy allows for the formation of illusory blades and swords. Upon achieving perfection in the 10th layer, the internal organs rotate, granting him preliminary mastery over elemental minor divine abilities. In a brief moment, the furious spiritual energy within Lin Chuan's Qi compresses into high-quality true essence, which then continuously expands, the barriers of the Qi stretching ever wider. Within mere breaths, the second realm is also perfected. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual power surges through his meridians like a mighty river. Buzz. Next comes the third realm, the Sea of Spirit. Although there are still 10 layers, it can be distinctly divided into 4 stages. In the initial stage, spiritual power takes form, coalescing into the silhouettes of birds and beasts. In the intermediate stage, spiritual power and mental energy merge perfectly, granting form to spiritual beings. In the later stage, mastery of spiritual runes allows for the deployment of simple formations. In its completion, spiritual power transforms into threads, capable of forming more complex spiritual entities. Following closely is the 4th realm, the bridge to heaven. He becomes a bridge, connecting the forces of heaven and earth, and begins to grasp the natural laws. In battle, he can draw upon the surrounding natural power. The formidable spiritual energy transforms Lin Chuan's body, and soon a stable bridge to heaven takes shape, continually growing stronger. In the span of just a few breaths, Lin Chuan achieves an astonishing 4-fold leap in his realm. Yet this is far from the end. The overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy continues to flow ceaselessly, propelling his cultivation towards even greater heights. Manifest myriad forms. Lin Chuan harmonizes his mind and spirit, guiding this force to assault the barrier of the 5th realm. Above his head, various luminous phenomena begin to emerge. There are divine dragons swaying their tails, celestial phoenixes singing, stars flickering into oblivion, and the sun and moon rising and falling. A myriad of scenes encompassing all things. This signifies the 5th realm, the realm of myriad forms, where one's own path is manifested externally. Lin Chuan's cultivation advances triumphantly through the early, mid, and late stages of the realm of myriad forms. Ultimately, when all the extraordinary phenomena behind him merge into his being, becoming one with him, His realm firmly stabilizes at the great perfection of the realm of myriad forms. With a deep exhalation, Lin Chuan released a breath that transformed into a fierce white sword aura, carving an unfathomable chasm into the ground. Clenching his fist, he harnessed an astounding force nearing 20 million pounds, or 10,000 tons. It is worthy of note that even those at the pinnacle of the fifth realm possess a mere 300,000 pounds of pure physical strength. Lin Chuan's power exceeds theirs by over 700 times. This extraordinary transformation left even Lin Chuan himself in a state of astonishment. The swiftness of his ascent, from an incapable practitioner to the consummate stage of the Wanxiang realm, took merely an hour. If this were to be disclosed, it might very well upheave the entire Interstellar Federation, had it not been for the formidable nature of his chaotic body, which adeptly contained and subdued this surging power without allowing a trace of energy to escape. The recent breakthrough would have been sufficient to level everything within 100 miles. Regrettably, as Lin Chuan sensed the tumultuous energy within him, he felt a tinge of disappointment. His cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm, not due to a depletion of spiritual energy, but rather because the next significant realm, the sixth realm, the five elements realm, entails particular requirements. Practitioners must seek the purest essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the world, refining it within their bodies to construct a cycle of the five elements in their dantian before they can transcend. This is a level that cannot be attained merely through the accumulation of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, reaching the pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm is already a considerable achievement. Presently, Lin Chuan, although not yet returned to the realm of the martial deity, stands as a formidable force on Earth, equipped with martial deity-level combat experience, complemented by his perfected fifth realm cultivation and chaotic body, which suffices to confront the vast majority of crises. Chapter 8. Lin Xiaoyu. You seek your own demise. Lin Xiaoyu departed from the Lin family, but did not immediately leave Luo Qing. She found herself at a luxurious hotel, where she initiated a communication. In this interstellar era, human technological advancements have reached remarkable heights, with mobile phones now featuring three-dimensional projections. The projection delineated the visage of a stern, authoritative middle-aged man, her father, Lin Tai, of the Lin clan in Kyoto. Originally, Lin Tai had assigned this task to Lin Xiaoyu to secure some external labor, hoping to adjust Lin Chuan's resource contributions and secretly withhold a portion for personal gain. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoyu had botched the mission and gained nothing. Thus, she hastened to contact her father. Xiaoyu, how did the task go? Have you acquired the star sand? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, and with a tone of grievance, she recounted the events of the day, embellishing her narrative. Father, that Lin Chuan has gone mad. Not only did he refuse to hand over the resources, but he also summoned the Martial God Alliance and berated me in front of them. He even advanced 10 years' worth of resources in exchange for 4 worthless pills, which he gave to his useless offspring. What? Lin Tai's fury erupted on the other end of the screen as he slammed his palm on the nearby table. This is outrageous. This wretch believes himself to be the martial god of your, a broken spirit platform, and he dares to defy the family's will. How utterly absurd. Xiaoyu, who from a martial god alliance, was present. It wouldn't be his master, would it? Lin Xiaoyu, with reluctance, replied, It was that mad dog, Zhang He. He even threatened to cut me with a knife. Humph. Lin Tai scoffed, his expression darkening. The Martial God Alliance consists of a bunch of brainless brutes. Their involvement prevents us from acting overtly against Lin Chuan. Otherwise, should we anger a peerless powerhouse like Xia Qianli, our Lin family would face dire consequences. After a moment of silence, Lin Tai suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes glinting with insight. You mentioned he exchanged 4 pills, and he refined 2 on site? Yes. Father, Lin Xiaoyu confirmed. And what are the remaining 2? Lin Xiaoyu responded, Father, he exchanged 2 Tianlin ancient pills and 2 creation pills. The Tianlin ancient pills were used immediately, while the 2 creation pills should still be with him. Creation pills. Lin Tai's breath quickened. Those are invaluable treasures capable of elevating a genius's foundation and even granting a glimpse into the profound laws of the universe. While a family may boast many talents, Few truly reach the pinnacle. The creation pills significantly enhance the likelihood of success. Moreover, these creation pills can be utilized by individuals of all ages. Lin Tai narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "Such divine artifacts, left in the hands of that waste, serve no purpose. Xiaoyu, imagine if we could consume those pills ourselves. At my current peak of the 6th realm, I could effortlessly ascend to the 7th realm. Then, within the entire Lin clan, we would become the true power-holding elders. However, if you can break through to the 6th realm, the entire Lin clan would surely shower you with abundant resources." Xiaoyu, do you understand my meaning? Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced wildly. Of course, she understood. Her father was subtly hinting at her to find a way to acquire those 2 creation pills. What do you mean, father? Let us not speak it aloud. We both know, but remember, it must be done stealthily, without leaving any trace, ensuring no one can trace it back to the Lin family. Father, as I've said before, the martial god alliance are like rabid dogs. I understand, father. Those pills should only be consumed by us, lest it be considered a waste. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled cunningly. She ended the call. Lin Chuan, you have forced my hand. Since you refuse to provide them, I shall take matters into my own hands. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly contacted her 2 trusted subordinates, Yang Song and Yang He. These 2 were not members of the Lin family, nor had they practiced the Lin family's techniques. Yet, they had been loyal followers, their cultivation having reached the 4th realm, and they had committed numerous misdeeds on her behalf. In the room, Lin Xiaoyu regarded the 2 men standing before her, getting straight to the point. I care not what methods you employ. Infiltrate Lin Chuan's residence and retrieve the 2 creation pills from him. He is now nothing but a waste. A mere shell incapable of condensing spiritual energy. You 2, being 4th realm experts, should have no trouble dealing with him. However, remember to be discreet and leave no clues behind. She produced a heavy bag of star coins from her bosom and tossed it onto the table. Upon success, this will all be yours. Furthermore, I shall request 2 Wansher treasure pills from the family to aid you in breaking through to the 5th realm. Upon hearing the words creation pills, the duo's breaths quickened, their eyes gleaming with greed. They were acutely aware that the value of the creation pills far surpassed that of mere star coins and trivial Wansher treasure pills. Rest assured, young miss, my brother and I will guarantee the completion of the task. The 2 immediately patted their chests in assurance. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, though a flicker of imperceptible malice flashed in her eyes. When you bring back the pills, it will be your end. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Unbeknownst to her, while she plotted against others, others were also scheming against her. After leaving the room, they exchanged a knowing glance. Brother, those are creation pills. Yang He whispered excitedly, with fervor in his voice. With that in our possession, why should we concern ourselves with this young lady's whims? We could simply hide on a remote planet, and once we break through to the 6th realm, or even the 7th, the vast world would be ours to roam. Yang Song echoed with frenzied enthusiasm. Precisely. Once we obtain the pills, we shall make our escape. Who cares about the Lin family or the young miss? The 2 of them were in complete agreement. The night was deep, and the tranquil courtyard was serene. Lin Mo and Lin Shi, having endured a long day of arduous training, had fallen into a deep slumber. Due to their significant physical exertion, they slept soundly. Little daughter Lin Qing lay sprawled on her bed, resembling a languid kitten. The summer heat was stifling, prompting Lin Chuan to prepare a pot of specially crafted mung bean and milk soup. Little Qing was already 3 years old and no longer required breast milk. Yet consuming cow's milk was beneficial for her health. As for Lin Mo and Lin Shi, they too needed their nourishment. As he simmered the milk, Lin Chuan's spiritual awareness naturally expanded, particularly around the small courtyard, where his senses meticulously scanned the surroundings like an intricate net. Within this net, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, every stone, and even the ants burrowing in the earth could not escape his perception. At that moment, 2 figures emerged within his awareness. Brother, this is the place, Yang He whispered, lowering his voice. Lin Chuan is nothing but a waste now. Once we enter, we'll act swiftly and seize the elixir. What if he refuses? We can threaten his children. As a parent, he wouldn't dare to refuse. "All right, let us make it quick," Yang Song agreed with a nod. The two figures shifted, like leaves caught in a gentle breeze, silently slipping over the courtyard wall. However, as soon as they landed, before they could steady themselves, two large hands emerged from the shadows by the wall, clasping their shoulders. "Who goes there?" Panic surged through them, and without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to channel their entire essence for a counterattack. They were masters of the fourth realm, their reactions quick. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all struggles proved futile. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed within a sphere. Lin Chuan wished to disturb the children's rest, so he enveloped his essence in a sphere, blocking the sound waves from escaping. The two men's shoulder blades shattered instantly. With a casual flick, Lin Chuan tossed them into the center of the courtyard. Yang Song and Yang, he lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "Weren't you supposed to be a waste?" Yang Song shrieked in terror. Didn't he the news say Lin Chuan's spiritual core was shattered, rendering him incapable of gathering even a wisp of spiritual energy? But that incredible speed, that overwhelming power, how could he possibly be a waste? "Who sent you?" Lin Chuan's expression remained cold. "It was Lin Xiaoyu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, sent us." Yang, he blurted out, "We were merely following orders. I beg you, spare our lives." "Lin Xiaoyu?" A surge of murderous intent flooded Lin Chuan's eyes. "Very well. Just the other day I warned her, and now she hastens to send someone to take my life. Clearly, I have been far too merciful to these so-called relatives in my past life. Did they truly believe that sharing my surname granted them immunity? In this life, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. Anyone who dares threaten the safety of my children must meet their end. What did she send you for?" "The young lady desires your elixir. We're being coerced. I implore you to show mercy. We are willing to testify against her in the Lin clan." In this life, Lin Chuan had no desire or need for anyone to serve as a so-called arbiter of justice. There was no need, nor was it necessary. His own fists are the true embodiment of justice. Lin Chuan stretched out his hand and seized the storage bags of the two individuals. Delving into their contents, he discovered a modest collection of items, a few elixirs, several martial arts manuals, and an assortment of miscellaneous trinkets. The most valuable possession amounted to approximately 300,000 star coins. 300,000 star coins. Given the current cultivation pace of MOR and Shear, this sum would barely suffice for a week's worth of training resources. A mere drop in the bucket. By the way, do you have any money in your bank accounts? These two assassins had devoted all their wealth to acquiring cultivation resources, leaving their entire fortunes confined within their storage bags. "I don't have any." "Then your only option is death. I could take out a loan. I possess a qualification certificate as a fourth-tier martial artist, and I can secure at least 1 million right now." Quite clever. The pair had dithered for over half an hour, initially hoping to seek help. But Lin Chuan kept his unwavering gaze upon them, leaving them no opportunity. They managed to secure a loan of 200,000 star coins, which was promptly transferred to Lin Chuan. TSK, 2 months' worth of training resources obtained. "Martial God Lin, might you spare us?" "Certainly, as long as you can withstand a single strike from me. I shall not use my fists or sword. It is quite fair, wouldn't you agree?" "Very well. You are the martial god. We trust in your prowess." The two could only brace themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Then, with merely a glance from Lin Chuan, an overwhelming psychic force surged forth from all directions, compressing and distorting them with a terrifying weight that must have been in the tens of thousands of tons. Ultimately, they were crushed into two fist-sized, bloodied remnants. Inadequate skills cannot be blamed on me. With a flourish, Lin Chuan cast the remnants into the surrounding mountains. Chapter 9. Lin Xiaoyu and the departure of the second son from Earth. Having dealt with the two corpses, Lin Chuan soared into the sky, ascending above the clouds to gaze upon the nightscape of Luo City. He took a deep breath, relishing the sensation of floating in the void, a feeling he had not embraced in quite some time. The hotel where Lin Xiaoyu resided was none other than the premier star-rated establishment in Luo City, the Peninsula Hotel of Xiangjiang, renowned for its stringent security measures. Yet, to Lin Chuan, who had attained the pinnacle of the 5 realms, such defenses were mere illusions. He effortlessly glided through a window and into the room. The interior was splendid, spanning a generous 150 square meters, with a nightly rate that likely exceeded 1,000 star coins. It is worth noting that star coins serve as a universal currency throughout the galaxy, wielding considerable purchasing power. In Luo City, an ordinary family typically spends around 1,000 star coins annually. Is Lin Xiaoyu not present? Lin Chuan refrained from turning on the lights, choosing instead to sit upon the sofa. He had once lain in ambush for an ancient king of the cosmos in a primeval forest for a full 10 days. For him, the act of waiting had never posed a challenge. Thus, he patiently awaited Lin Xiaoyu's return. Before long, the sound of the electronic lock being disengaged echoed from the door. Judging by the time, it seemed that the two fools had likely succeeded in their endeavor. Lin Xiaoyu entered, humming an off-key tune, swaying slightly as she made her way inside. Her mood was evidently sour, having just indulged in a few drinks at a bar. Upon casually pressing the light switch on the wall, the room was instantly illuminated. The moment she beheld a figure seated in the living room, she was taken aback, her heart racing as she turned to flee. However, upon recognizing the intruder, her expression shifted to one of fury. "Lin Chuan, you worthless fool! Do you intend to frighten me to death?" She shrieked, her voice laced with indignation. "How did you get in here?" In her mind, Lin Chuan remained the same incapable wastrel he had always been. Lin Chuan regarded Lin Xiaoyu with an expression devoid of warmth, akin to that reserved for a corpse. "I believed you were merely bad, but I never anticipated you could be this malicious." Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank with dread. Had those two imbeciles failed? She instinctively feared that the Martial God Alliance had intervened to protect Lin Chuan. Without hesitation, she unleashed her consciousness, sweeping it across the entire floor like a tidal wave. To her relief, it was barren of any formidable presence. Aside from a few ordinary staff members and a handful of inebriated guests, there were no traces of skilled practitioners, no one of any significant power. With the assurance that no ambush awaited her, Lin Xiaoyu's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a chilling smirk. "Damn, Lin Chuan, I truly overestimated you. I thought you were merely a timid turtle. Yet here you are, daring to seek your own demise." She glanced around, her suspicion piqued. "What is it? Have you prepared some recording device or secretly installed a pinhole camera to catch me in a compromising situation, intending to report me to the Lin clan or the Martial God Alliance?" She laughed derisively. "Don't be so naive, Lin Chuan. Do you think that in this day and age, evidence and reason still hold any weight? I must tell you, in this era, strength is the only truth. I have the Lin family as my backing, while you possess nothing. Even if I were to end your life here today, no one would rise to your defense." Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan chuckled. "You are indeed correct." "What?" Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend his meaning. "Strength is the only truth." Lin Chuan's voice resonated as his figure instantaneously appeared before Lin Xiaoyu. So swift, so fast that Lin Xiaoyu's mind could not even react. A powerful hand had already seized her delicate, fair neck. Her eyes widened in terror, as if she had seen a ghost. Wasn't Lin Chuan supposed to be a useless individual? What was happening? You have regained your powers." Lin Chuan exerted a slight force, and a sensation of suffocation enveloped her. Lin Xiaoyu struggled desperately, striking at him with her hands and feet. "No, please don't kill me. Cousin, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I was just joking with you." Lin Chuan nearly laughed at her feeble excuse. "Oh really? So you were merely jesting with me? Then allow me to play with you." A sharp crack echoed as Lin Xiaoyu's struggles ceased abruptly. Her neck shattered, and her head flew off, colliding with the wall before rolling neatly into a trash bin. Lin Chuan removed the storage ring from Lin Xiaoyu's finger. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discovered a considerable assortment of items. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and several exquisite garments. After a quick inventory, he estimated that everything combined could fetch around 5 million star coins on the black market. This foolish woman had some worth after all. From the moment he entered, Lin Chuan had already set things in motion. He was a top-tier martial god and an elite assassin. Subsequently, he pointed his finger, igniting a flame to incinerate the evidence. ensuring that even the Lin clan would find nothing upon investigation. The revenge had merely begun. Lin Chuan intended for the Lin family to live in constant trepidation. After departing from the Peninsula Hotel, Lin Chuan sought out a closed shopping mall, where he procured a hooded sweatshirt. Naturally, he left a star coin for the owner. He then used his spiritual energy to craft a mask. Unless one possessed a cultivation level 2 realms higher and was adept at soul probing, they would never discern his true appearance. Having completed these preparations, he resolved to visit the black market in Luo City. After all, the treasures within Lin Xiaoyu's storage ring were tailored for cultivators of the 5th realm, while he required items to replenish the vitality and purify the burdens of a 1st realm practitioner. Luo City, a colossal metropolis within the Great Xia Kingdom, ranked 75th in population, boasted over 300 million residents and direct connections to other interstellar bases via starships. High above, a silver-white interstellar ship, shaped like a fish, was slowly ascending. This vessel served as the gateway from Luo City to the inner ring of the Milky Way, designated as the K-78 Interstellar Transit Station. Within the cabin of the spacecraft, Luo Qingwei and Lin Tianming occupied a window seat, their gaze fixed on the dazzling nightscape of Luo City, which was gradually receding into the distance. The atmosphere was laden with melancholy. The sorrow of parting, compounded by uncertainties about the future, cast a shadow over both Lin Tianming and Luo Qingwei. "Mom, do you think Dad will come to see us?" Lin Tianming asked softly, his eyes wandering outside. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingwei's expression momentarily turned contemplative before dissolving into a gentle sigh. She reached out to tenderly stroke her son's hair, her tone imbued with a sense of reality tinged with helplessness. "Tianming, do you know? Back when your father was a 7th realm martial god, dominating the cosmos. Even he found it challenging to save enough for a ticket to Tianwei Academy." Lin Tianming lowered his head, the light in his eyes dimming. He understood his mother spoke the truth, yet he was reluctant to accept that his father was merely boasting. Observing her son's despondent demeanor, Luo Qingwei's heart softened, and her voice became much gentler, laced with encouragement. "But you are different. You possess the innate physique of a dominator, a rare gift throughout the ages. Your future achievements are boundless. As long as you exert yourself, you can secure everything you desire in the future. Then, you'll be free to go wherever you wish and meet whomever you desire." With renewed determination, Lin Tianming abruptly lifted his head, clenched his fists, and the fire of ambition reignited in his eyes. "Mom, rest assured, I will succeed. I will gain admission to Tianwei Academy. That is my good son." Luo Qingwei replied with a smile of reassurance. Just then, the interstellar spacecraft began to accelerate, the powerful thrust pressing the mother and son firmly into their seats. The ship sliced through the night like a silver streak, hurtling toward the boundless cosmos. Outside the porthole, a figure emerged, matching the spacecraft's speed with an uncanny resemblance. Clad in a black hooded sweatshirt and wearing a spiritual energy mask that obscured their features, the individual's flying posture evoked an unprecedented sense of familiarity in Lin Tianming. This was no ordinary aerial maneuver. With each step taken, visible ripples of void appeared beneath their feet, as though they were treading upon invisible steps, graceful and ethereal. Each leap embodied a profound rhythm, seemingly in perfect harmony with the cosmic principles. "Martial God step," Lin Tianming exclaimed in astonishment. "Mom, look, that person is using the martial God step. It resembles Dad's technique." Luo Qingwei's gaze was instantly captivated by the figure, her pupils dilating in surprise. The martial God step. This was the renowned signature technique of Lin Chuan, which he had forged through countless life and death battles. However, this technique was not exclusive to him. After Lin Chuan successfully developed it, he had disseminated it within the Martial God Alliance, which is also why, despite his loss of cultivation, the Alliance continued to provide him with annual financial support. It was not just Lin Tianming and his mother who noticed Lin Chuan's presence. Others in the cabin were equally intrigued. Who is that person? They're flying so fast. They're almost alongside the spacecraft. What do they intend to do? Are they about to turn hostile? Passengers murmured amongst themselves. Luo Qingwei focused intently on the sight before her. That silhouette, that posture, indeed bore a striking resemblance to the spirited man etched in her memories. However, Luo Qingwei was acutely aware that he resembled him, yet could never be him. It was impossible. When they met this afternoon, he exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy. He was an utterly ordinary man. Just a few hours had passed. How could he possibly have restored his cultivation and even kept pace with the starship using the god of war's steps? She speculated that perhaps this was a formidable admirer of Lin Chuan, who had painstakingly emulated the essence of the god of war's steps. Just as the mother and son were engulfed in uncertainty, the dark figure outside the window seemed to sense their gaze. He turned his head, and despite the barrier of the mask, Lin Tianming felt as if that gaze was fixed upon him. The figure gently waved his hand, then gave a thumbs up. Boom! In Lin Tianming's mind, it was as though fireworks had erupted, although he had no knowledge of the identity of the individual. That gesture felt akin to a farewell, as well as a source of encouragement. Lin Tianming longed to press against the window to see more clearly. But at that moment, the spacecraft had already reached its designated trajectory, altering its course and beginning to ascend, subsequently breaking through the atmosphere. That figure was left far behind. The azure planet swiftly receded from view. Father, how I wish you were here. Tears blurred the youth's vision. He yearned for his father to restore his cultivation and once again embody the mighty god of war. In the heights above, Lin Chuan floated serenely, watching as the starship transformed into a mere speck of light, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the starry sea. Saying goodbye surely meant they would meet again. He then turned away, his form resembling a dark meteor, plunging toward the black market of Luo City. Chapter 10. The Veterans Martial Arts Hall is about to open. Los Angeles, as a colossal metropolis, boasts a level of splendor that far surpasses that of ordinary cities. Yet, within the shadow of this great city, a vast and orderly underground world thrives, the black market of Los Angeles. Here lies a premier casino where fortunes can be made overnight, a den of indulgence and excess. Countless treasures, which cannot be traded openly, find their way into this clandestine marketplace. Moreover, within these confines, any service one desires can be procured with star coins. Lin Chuan navigated through a series of intricate alleyways with practiced ease, arriving at an unassuming iron door. Inscribed with the number 033, it marked the entrance to the 33rd passage. Given the enormity of this underground realm, numerous entrances were essential to prevent congestion. Upon entering, Lin Chuan descended further until he emerged into a dazzling underground city. He wasted no time at the stalls near the entrance, where deception and thievery were rampant, as one would expect in a black market. Lin Chuan's purpose was clear. He made his way directly to the most prominent and renowned trading company within the black market, the Four Seas Commerce Guild. With numerous branches across the starry expanse, the guild was well regarded for its credibility and substantial scale, operating free from the constraints of any faction. Esteemed guest, how may we assist you? A graceful attendant, adorned in a Chong Sam, approached him with poise. I wish to make a transaction, Lin Chuan replied. Please follow me. The attendant led him to a private room on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, a savvy-looking appraiser with a goatee entered the room. Without further ado, Lin Chuan placed 3 storage rings on the table. Assess their value, he instructed. The appraiser picked up one of the rings, his consciousness probing within. A look of astonishment soon crossed his otherwise impassive face. My friend, this storage ring indeed contains some exquisite items. Minutes later, he quoted a price for everything contained within. The Four Seas Commerce Guild is willing to offer 3 million star coins. At an additional 50,000, Lin Chuan stated coolly. The appraiser paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Agreed, it's a deal. Rest assured, the Four Seas Commerce Guild values long-term business and prioritizes credibility. The transaction was swiftly concluded. The guild presented Lin Chuan with 5 violet crystal blocks, each worth 1 million star coins, along with 3 blocks valued at 100,000 and 1 valued at 50,000. In the black market, transactions typically utilize crystal blocks to evade scrutiny of online financial trails. Lin Chuan was satisfied with this price. He then commenced his procurement. I would like 3 storage rings of 50 cubic meters, please. Certainly. The price for each storage ring is 500,000 star coins. Normally, one would expect larger containers to be cheaper, but storage rings operated on a different principle. The larger the capacity, the higher the price ratio. A 1 cubic meter ring costs merely 3,000 star coins, yet a 50 cubic meter ring demands a hefty 500,000. Thus, for these 3 rings, Lin Chuan expended 150,000 star coins. Subsequently, Lin Chuan compiled an extensive list detailing the materials designated for the cultivation of his 3 children. 30 stalks of decade-old blood dragon ginseng, 100 pounds of century-old iron bone grass, 70 pieces each of icebone jade and crimson flame stone, and 30 pounds of the essence blood from a 3rd-tier star beast, the iron-backed Song Xiong. Each of these items serves as an exquisite ingredient for concocting medicinal baths to replenish vitality and fortify bones and muscles while practicing the 8 desolate body refining technique. Each component carries a considerable price tag. The 5 million star coins he had just acquired swiftly flowed away like water. By the time Lin Chuan procured all the materials on his list, only around 200,000 remained in his account. After storing the materials in his spatial ring, Lin Chuan promptly departed from the black market. The following day, with dawn barely breaking, Lin Chuan rose early. He stood in the courtyard, surveying the small abode situated in the heart of the city. This residence was arranged by the government of Luo Qingwei as a gesture of gratitude for his past achievements after his fall from grace. Located in the highly coveted central district, the land itself held substantial value. However, in his previous state of despair and disillusionment, he had no inclination to tend to it. The expansive courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the pavilions were cloaked in dust, presenting a rather desolate appearance. Today, he resolved to breathe new life into this space. Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and commenced his work. He refrained from employing his cultivation, instead laboring like an ordinary gardener, painstakingly uprooting weeds and meticulously polishing the pillars inch by inch. Once Lin Mo and Lin Xi awoke, they eagerly joined in, and soon the family was bustling with activity. After 2 hours of diligent effort, every corner of the small courtyard gleamed with brightness. The once lifeless residence was rejuvenated through the family's collective endeavor. "Master, are you truly going to reopen the martial arts school?" Lin Mo inquired with curiosity. "Of course," Lin Chuan replied, as he carefully sanded a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters of the old soldier martial arts school. The plaque, crafted from ironwood, was exceptionally sturdy, and each character radiated an aura of indomitable spirit. In the world, the foundation of any top-tier power often begins with a martial arts school. Those trained under one's own guidance tend to be more united and trustworthy. Lin Chuan's gaze was profound. "First, we shall impart martial arts. And as you and your fellow disciples grow, we will steadily expand our influence and become a formidable sect. By then, you shall be the pillars of this power. Moreover, with the 10,000-fold return system, ordinary bindings are with subordinates and disciples. It can be said that the system encourages him to establish a faction. Cultivating his disciples into capable individuals will yield immense benefits for himself, creating a perfect virtuous cycle." Lin Xi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father, will our martial arts school surpass the Lin family of the capital in the future?" "Little one," Lin Chuan chuckled, ruffling her hair. "What is the small Lin family in the grand scheme of things? Surpassing the Lin family has never been my goal." He elevated the polished plaque high, hanging it above the entrance of a martial arts school. In that moment, it signified the official return of a once great martial deity. The commotion from the martial arts school naturally attracted the attention of the neighboring residents. "Isn't that the home of Lin Wuxian? Why has he suddenly begun to clean up? And he's even put up a plaque. Old Soldier Martial Arts School? Is he planning to reopen and take in disciples? What a joke. Isn't he already washed up? Who would want to learn martial arts from a man who is past his prime? Hush, keep your voice down. Regardless of his current state, he is a hero who has shed blood for the great Xia, and the authorities of Luo Qingwei are protecting him. What blood has he shed? It's because of him that we lost that star mine, leaving us at the mercy of others." A young man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a blind cane interjected. "Am I mistaken? Didn't he lose back in the day?" "Hey, if you're going to say that, I'll have to set you straight. People from other cities may speak without understanding, but do you realize that the spiritual vein beneath your feet in Luo Qingwei was won by Lin Wuxian? The energy from that vein has increased the admission rate of our martial arts academy by 60% and has raised the average lifespan of Luo Qingwei residents by 14 years. You're biting the hand that feeds you. You're just a heartless beast, aren't you? Or are you merely a tourist in Luo Qingwei? It's obvious you're just visiting. We don't have such ungrateful people in Luo Qingwei. The man glanced around and, seeing that no one was willing to support him, could only lower his head and leave in shame. Lin Wuxian, when will you reopen the school? I know a bit of blind massage. Would it be possible for me to auto class? The young man with the blind cane approached. Every martial arts school has specialized practitioners who, after training, provide massages to alleviate lactic acid buildup, reduce strain, and accelerate recovery. However, many schools do not accept blind individuals as disciples due to the challenges in teaching them. This was the young man's way of expressing that he could exchange his massage skills for a chance to attend classes. Lin Chuan glanced over and replied, "We will reopen in 3 days. If you arrive early, perhaps you could become my third disciple." "Really? Lin Wuxian, I will definitely line up early." Chapter 11. The Thunder God Martial Arts School makes its announcement in the Great Xia. Establishing a martial arts school is no simple endeavor. It necessitates a rigorous qualification review. Factors such as venue, faculty, security, and the registration of martial arts techniques all bear exceedingly high standards. After all, should one practice incorrectly, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to a descent into chaos. Moreover, there's a concern that malevolent cults may masquerade as martial arts schools, endangering the future generations of the Great Xia. However, for Lin Chuan, such obstacles posed no significant challenge. In the world of martial arts, connections are paramount, and having once been the martial god of the Great Xia, his network was indeed extensive. He promptly dialed the number of Zhou Ming, the head of the Martial Arts Administration Bureau in Luo City. "Hello, is this Director Zhou?" "This is Lin Chuan," he announced. On the other end of the line, Zhou Ming, engrossed in reviewing documents in his office, nearly dropped his pen in astonishment upon hearing that name. Lin Chuan, to the soldiers of his generation, this name resonated like a legend, a myth. Zhou Ming had once been a mere soldier in the Northern Defense Army, and his former superior had been a centurion under Lin Chuan's command. Thus, Zhou Ming had always perceived himself as one of Lin Chuan's subordinates. He grew up listening to Lin Chuan's tales, idolizing him throughout his life. "General Lin, it is indeed you. How may I assist you?" Zhou Ming's voice trembled with excitement. "Director Zhou, you flatter me. After 3 years of despondency, I have become quite unremarkable." Lin Chuan jested. Taken aback, Zhou Ming was astonished to discover that his idol possessed a touch of dry humor. "I wish to open a martial arts school in Luo City and would like to inquire about the qualification approval process," Lin Chuan continued. "A martial arts school? Are you going to personally teach, General Lin?" Zhou Ming's voice rose an octave. "This is monumental news for our Luo City. You need not concern yourself. I shall rush over immediately. I will personally handle all the paperwork for you." Ending the call, Zhou Ming hastily exited his office without even donning his coat. In less than 10 minutes, a hovering vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Veteran S Martial Arts School. Zhou Ming swiftly disembarked and, upon seeing the brand new plaque and the upright figure in the courtyard, his eyes welled with tears. The sight of a once great hero in the twilight of his life stirred profound emotion. Though he was no longer able to train, Lin Chuan still aspired to leave a legacy for the Great Xia, a testament to his noble character. "General Lin," Zhou Ming approached quickly and rendered a perfect military salute. "Director Zhou, you've come. Thank you for your efforts," Lin Chuan smiled, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Zhou Ming's mind. "It is no trouble at all. Serving General Lin is our honor," Zhou Ming exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he retrieved a series of documents from his briefcase. "Rest assured, General Lin, I have expedited all applications and reviews on your behalf. Within the hour, the electronic business license will be sent to your personal terminal." "Is it truly that swift? Is there no scrutiny involved?" Lin Chuan inquired. "Ah, it is merely a matter of my word. Besides, the contributions you have made for the Great Xia over the years are well acknowledged. No one can doubt you," he thoughtfully remarked. Lin Shuai, in terms of publicity. I have already reached out to the largest media outlets in Luo City. They will wholeheartedly report the news of your opening, ensuring that the entire city is informed. When the time comes, the martial arts school will undoubtedly flourish. I see. I truly appreciate it, Director Zhou. Lin Chuan replied with a respectful gesture, surprised by the extent of Zhou's efforts. Once the arrangements were made, Zhou Ming chatted for a while longer until the ringing of his phone reluctantly prompted his departure. As he had indicated, the efficiency of the major media in Luo City was remarkable. Within an hour, a sensational announcement had ignited the Star Network in Luo City. The former martial god Lin Chuan returns to the arena, establishing a veteran martial arts school in Luo City, officially opening for apprentices in 3 days. Upon the release of this news, the martial arts community in Luo City was shaken. Some expressed anticipation, others remained observant, and some offered scorn. Among the reactions, none was more intense than that of the largest local martial arts school, the Thunder God Martial Arts School. Behind it lay the most formidable underground force in Luo City, the Thunder God Society. Its leader, Lei Hong, was a formidable practitioner of the sixth realm. In his heyday, he had been a genius of the same era as Lin Chuan. Unfortunately, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Chuan in a national martial arts competition, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. Seizing an opportunity later, he established his own influence in Luo City, ruling with an iron fist and becoming akin to a local emperor. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Thunder God Martial Arts School, Lei Hong gazed at the news on the Star Network, his countenance dark enough to draw rain. How could Lin Chuan have the audacity to reopen a martial arts school? A cautious confidant beside him ventured, "President, he is merely a worthless individual. Why be angry? He cannot stir up any trouble." "You know nothing," Lei Hong scolded angrily. "A starved camel is still larger than a horse." Lin Chuan's reputation still carries weight in Luo City. If he successfully opens his school, he will undoubtedly siphon off a significant portion of our student base. That is Lin Chuan, a once great martial god. Even if he is diminished, his experience remains. If he sets a precedent, it would pose a grave threat to the Thunder God Martial Arts School. More importantly, Lin Chuan's reemergence in the news reminds me of the humiliation of being defeated by him. I will not allow that man, who once trampled me underfoot, to rise again in my territory. Relay my message. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lei Hong's eyes. Notify all martial arts schools and related industries in Luo City. Anyone who dares to seek employment at the veteran martial arts school, whether as a coach or a laborer, will be considered an enemy of the Thunder God Society. Furthermore, let it be known that on the day the veteran martial arts school opens, we from the Thunder God Martial Arts School will personally pay a visit to offer our congratulations. Let him understand who truly holds the power in present-day Luo City. Yes, President. Lei Hong's orders swiftly spread throughout the martial arts circles in Luo City. In an instant, a wave of tension swept through the community. Those who had contemplated trying their luck at the veteran martial arts school quickly reconsidered. After all, in their view, Lin Chuan was now merely an incapable individual, while the Thunder God Society stood as an imposing force in its prime. To provoke the local tyrant of Los Angeles for the sake of a washed-up hero is a calculation easily made by anyone. In an instant, the once bustling Star Network, invigorated by Lin Chuan's opening of his dojo, fell into a state of noticeable desolation. Some even began to revel in his misfortune. TSK. It seems the veteran martial arts school may wither before it even opens its doors. Why bother? Would it not be better to lead a quiet life as an ordinary individual rather than seeking to embarrass oneself publicly? Lin Chuan, of course, was aware of these sentiments. He merely smiled serenely. Lei Hong, he had bested far too many prodigies to remember such a name. Nevertheless, this could work to his advantage. He needed a prime example. Should his opponent come to challenge him 3 days hence, he would have the perfect opportunity to seize the moment and promote his dojo triumphantly. Sheer, in 3 days' time, I shall grant you the prowess to vanquish your peers. Chapter 12. Educating the children. Lin Chuan first organized the vast resources procured from the black market into categorized heaps within the warehouse of the courtyard. The towering piles of ferocious beast meat, the glimmering spirit herbs and precious medicines, as well as barrels of beast blood specifically for body tempering, filled the modest warehouse to the brim. Your training is about to commence, Lin Chuan announced from the entrance of the warehouse, addressing the two children behind him, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Moi, cum heda. Lin Chuan led Lin Mo to the weapon rack in the courtyard. Displayed upon it were various weapons he had unearthed from the black market. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, an impressive array. Each weapon shimmered with a chilling gleam, indicating their exceptional quality. As a martial god, Lin Chuan possessed mastery over nearly all these weapons. The essence of the extreme Sword Soul Sutra lies in wielding the sword with one's chi, achieving clarity of mind. The sword is an extension of your will. Selecting a sword that resonates with you will amplify your efforts, he explained. Choose wisely. Each weapon has its advantages and disadvantages, light or heavy, long or short. What do you prefer? The weapon rack was adorned with numerous swordsmanship implements, broad heavy swords, the radiant Long Quan sword, tang knives, miao knives, light swords, rune short swords, and even one-handed bludgeons. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the rack, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Eventually, his attention settled on a colossal, pitch-black sword of ancient design, devoid of a sheath. The blade was broad, longer by 3 inches than a typical sword, and 10 times heavier, exuding an aura of formidable yet understated power. Master, I choose this one, Lin Mo declared without hesitation, pointing at the massive sword. Lin Chuan smiled. The great sword emphasizes the principle of overwhelming strength, aligning perfectly with your steady character. He handed the sword to Lin Mo, who grasped it, only to find his body sinking as the entire blade plunged into the earth, nearly slipping from his grip. Wow, it's so heavy, Lin Mo exclaimed, straining with all his might to lift the sword. This sword, named Wufeng, is forged from meteorite iron and weighs 360 pounds, Lin Chuan explained. From this day forth, except during meals and sleep, this sword must not leave your grasp until it feels as light as a feather. Master, is that even possible? What feather? 360 pounds is absurd. Little rascal. This weapon is merely a transitional tool for you. Once your strength reaches several thousand pounds, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, this heavy sword will indeed feel as light as a feather. Now let me teach you the extreme Sword Soul Sutra. Thus, Lin Chuan began imparting the fundamentals and overarching principles of the extreme Sword Soul Sutra. With a prodigious talent rating of 9.5, Lin Mo was wholly focused, rapidly advancing under the guidance of Lin Chuan, a master of swordsmanship. As he wielded the cumbersome Wufeng, he transitioned from hesitant steps and labored breaths to gradually mastering the techniques of exertion, his swordplay beginning to take form. In the courtyard, the wind of the sword howled. I shall impart to you the first S-rank martial technique, the draw and slash. Observe closely. The act of drawing the sword transcends mere motion. It is the instantaneous convergence of one's entire essence, energy, strength, and spirit, into a singular point, followed by an explosive release. Lin Chuan stood beside Lin Mo, personally demonstrating the technique. With a poised finger resembling a sword, he casually assumed a stance of gathering power. Yet in an instant his aura transformed into an imposing force, akin to an unparalleled divine weapon poised to be unleashed. Whoosh! A brilliant sword energy flashed past. In the distance, a smooth, mirror-like incision silently appeared upon the foam mountain, causing the upper half of the stone to crash down with a thunderous roar. This was the result of Lin Chuan's deliberate control. Otherwise, the surrounding area would have been utterly leveled by his blade. Lin Mo stood in astonishment. The draw and slash, majestic and powerful, was perfectly suited for him. In the ensuing hours, he immersed himself entirely in the practice of this technique. Each session drained his vast reserves of vitality. However, whenever fatigue set in, Lin Chuan would promptly provide him with the essence of ferocious beasts and restorative elixirs, assisting him in dispersing the potent medicinal energy throughout his body, swiftly replenishing his stamina. Through this cycle of extreme exertion and replenishment, Lin Mo's physical strength surged rapidly. Within a single day, Lin Mo mastered the foundational sword forms with remarkable proficiency and began to grasp the essence of the draw and slash. Even in a test, he managed to achieve a force of 2,000 pounds. With a resolute shout, he drew the unsharpened blade from his back. A 3-foot-long silver sword radiance erupted forth, cleaving a slab of bluestone in two. Although its power paled in comparison to Lin Chuan's, it was nonetheless astonishing for a youth who had only been practicing the draw and slash for a single day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the courtyard, Lin Qi's training unfolded in a different manner. She did not wield a sword. Instead, she sat cross-legged upon a mat. In front of her lay a stack of yellow talismans and a bowl of ink concocted from cinnabar and beast blood. Lin Chuan had imparted to her the Divine Dragon Celestial Maiden Scroll, which focused on enhancing her mental prowess and talismanic arts. The talisman is the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. Your mental strength serves as the brush that inscribes these laws. Lin Chuan's voice resonated in Lin Qi's mind. Forget the talisman paper. Forget the ink. Use your heart and spirit to perceive and delineate. With her eyes closed, Lin Qi followed Lin Chuan's guidance, gradually concentrating her mental energy at her fingertips. She attempted to inscribe the most fundamental gathering spirit talisman in the air. Initially, the symbols she crafted were crooked, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were feeble, dissipating swiftly into the atmosphere. Yet, Lin Qi remained undeterred. With her innate meticulousness and a remarkable talent for such intricate tasks, coupled with the assistance of a spirit-enhancing elixir, her progress was equally rapid. From the gathering spirit talisman to the defensive golden light talisman, and then to the binding spell that ensnares foes, one profound symbol after another emerged from her fingertips, transforming from the ethereal to the tangible, radiating progressively stronger waves of spiritual energy. Buzz, a talisman emanating a faint dragon's majesty, coalesced before her. The might of the divine dragon, command. She pointed her small hand forward, and in an instant, the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, emitting a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, striking a nearby wooden post with a flurry of splintered wood. "Father, I have succeeded," Lin Qi exclaimed, leaping with excitement. In just 2 days, with ample resources and Lin Chuan's unwavering commitment, the strength of the two children underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Mo had firmly entered the 5th level of the body refinement realm, exuding the fierce aura of a seasoned swordsman in every movement. Lin Qi was equally impressive. Having reached the 4th level of the body refinement realm, her spiritual power surpassing that of her peers, making her a competent talisman master. Such astonishing progress, if made known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire city of Luo. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan also reaped the rewards of the children's training. Lin Mo's blade technique reached minor mastery, resulting in a training outcome that triggered a 1,000-fold return multiplier. The host blade technique has achieved the pinnacle of the 10th level. Originally, Lin Chuan had only mastered this sword technique to a significant level. Now, through Lin Mo's training results, he had ascended to a state of perfection in one breath. Next came the assessment of his precious treasure, Lin Qi. Lin Qi's foundational talisman reached minor mastery, resulting in a training outcome that triggered a 10,000-fold return multiplier. The host has acquired the devouring ancestral talisman technique, Saint level. In an instant, a multitude of talismanic mysteries flooded Lin Chuan's mind. Even he, a formidable figure of the 5th level of perfection with a chaotic body, felt a momentary headache from the sheer vastness of the content. It was overwhelmingly extensive. Soon, however, Lin Chuan digested the information and mastered the drawing of the Saint-level Devouring Ancestral Talisman. The Devouring Ancestral Talisman, one of the 10 primordial ancestral talismans. My dear Xi'er truly is my lucky star. Lin Chuan's heart swelled with joy, realizing that his materials were nearly depleted. Perfectly, he could take the two children into the mountains tomorrow for a hunting expedition. With the devouring ancestral talisman, he could directly annihilate the mountain beasts and refine their essence, infusing it into his children. Chapter 13, Out of Money, Slaying the tiger demon knight had fallen, and the master urged, "You should rest now." "Master, I wish to practice my swordsmanship a little longer." Lin Mo had become somewhat addicted to the thrill of his increasing prowess. The feedback was instantaneous. He could now wield the great sword with ease. His strength had surged by over 1,000 pounds in just 2 days. He continually pushed his body to its limits. Then, with his father's assistance, refined those precious herbs, completely alleviating the strain on his body without any side effects, leading to visibly enhanced strength. The sensation of continuous improvement was undeniably exhilarating. Lin, she felt the same, eager to draw a few more talismans. To her, each additional talisman drawn pushed her spirit to its utmost, and after consuming the herbs, she could refine them further, thereby augmenting her spiritual power once more. All right, that's enough for today. The herbs in the warehouse have been depleted. What? So soon? I remember you bought numerous boxes. These 2 youngsters indeed consumed them rapidly. What was initially thought to last 2 months had been exhausted in merely 2 days due to their fervent usage. Nevertheless, it had forged a robust physical foundation for the children, which was well worth it. "Father, will we train again tomorrow?" "Of course, you shall continue your training. As for the resources, I will handle everything. Now go and rest." "Okay, Father, you should also get some rest." The night deepened, and after a full day of training, the children were quite fatigued. Although they could recover physically, the exhaustion of the mind required a good night's sleep for optimal relief. The 2 children quickly fell into slumber. Lin Chuan sat in the courtyard, pondering where to procure some funds. The saint-level ancestral talismans could not be inscribed on mere ordinary paper. He needed to purchase 2 top-tier talisman stones to create such advanced talismans. However, the price of talisman stones was steep, at least 100 million star coins. Where could he possibly acquire that amount? Perhaps he could visit the Lin family bank for a loan? As he contemplated, he opened his phone and browsed the local news from Luo City. A striking crimson headline immediately captured his attention. Urgent notice. A massive beast tide has emerged in the Black Wind Mountain Range in northern Luo City. Suspected to be instigated by a high-tier beast king. Nearby residents are urged to evacuate immediately. Below the news, a series of harrowing videos unfolded. Thousands of ferocious beasts surged forth from the mountains like a tidal wave, crashing against the human defenses. A small town named Anping was engulfed within mere hours, reduced to ruins, with tens of thousands of residents left unaccounted for. The Black Wind Mountain Range. Lin Chuan's gaze turned icy in an instant. Situated in the heart of the Great Xia, Luo City was surrounded by mountains inhabited mostly by low-tier beasts. Such a large-scale, organized beast tide was exceedingly rare. It could only be orchestrated by a high-tier beast king. Moreover, slaying a high-tier beast king could yield a substantial profit. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward towards the northern part of Luo City. In the heart of the Black Wind Mountain Range, a fierce battle rages. A colossal black-scaled demon tiger roars skyward, each bellow unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy, causing rocks to tumble and trees to splinter. Its body, encased in impenetrable scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen, radiates an aura that unmistakably signifies its peak at the 5th tier. Just one step away from breaking into the 6th realm and ascending to true demon king status. Surrounding it, nearly 100 warriors clad in standardized battle armor form a battle array, engaging in a blood-soaked struggle against the beast. These individuals are the elite of the Su family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Luo Qingwei. Leading them is a striking woman adorned in silver soft armor, wielding an ice crystal longsword. Tall and exquisitely beautiful. Her long black hair dances in the night wind, her demeanor as frigid as an ice lotus atop a snowy peak. She is none other than Su Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family. "Young miss, we cannot hold on any longer. This abomination is too powerful." A Su family elder gasps, blood spilling from his lips as he kneels, his energy waning. Just then, the black-scaled demon tiger's massive tail, akin to a steel whip, sweeps through the air. A dozen Su family guards, unable to evade, are sent hurtling through the air, their bodies exploding into crimson mist. Ice crystal sword array. Su Wanqing grits her teeth, her delicate face etched with seriousness. No matter the cost, she must ensnare it. She cannot allow it to complete its final evolution. She knows all too well that if this demon tiger breaks into the sixth realm, the entire Luo Qingwei will face annihilation. At that point, the Thunder God Society may not intervene, and the other three clans may not stand a chance against the black-scaled tiger. As a member of one of Luo Qingwei's great families, she bears the duty to protect this city. Xia Qianli channels her icy spirit to the fullest, striving for that slender thread of hope. With a hum, she raises her sword, her aura transforming into an extreme chill. A visible wave of white frost emanates from her, spreading wildly in all directions. The ground, trees, and even the air rapidly crystallize under this frigid breath. The other members of the Xu family respond in kind, pouring their spiritual energy unreservedly into the sword array. Freeze! A massive sword array, composed of boundless frost, rapidly takes shape, enveloping the enormous form of the black-scaled demon tiger. Roar! The demon tiger senses the imminent threat, its body beginning to ice over. Enraged, it charges at the icy barrier. Boom! 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 The gigantic ice crystal array quakes violently under its assault. Finally, a spiderweb-like fissure appears. Bang! The demon tiger bursts forth from the ice array. Puff! Xia Qianli's complexion pales, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, staining her silver armor crimson. Though her icy spirit is formidable, she is ultimately at the mid-tier of the fifth realm. Forcing the array's activation exacts a tremendous toll on her. And now that the array is breached, she suffers a backlash. It's over. Despair is etched on the faces of all the Xu family members. Just then, a dark figure descended from the void, manifesting above the battlefield. Clad in a hooded sweatshirt and donning a mystical mask, the individual hovered silently, seemingly merging with the elements around. Who could this enigmatic presence be? All eyes were drawn to this sudden apparition. Even the black-scaled demon tiger took notice. Lifting its massive head, its beastly eyes gleaming with cruelty and disdain. It could not sense any magical fluctuations from the stranger. To it, this was merely an insignificant insect, lacking in power. Just an insect, let it perish. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a black beam of destructive energy aimed directly at Lin Chuan. This was the full-force strike of a pinnacle fifth-tier beast king, capable of effortlessly tearing apart a mountain. Senior, be careful, Xia Qianli exclaimed in alarm. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic assault, Lin Chuan's reaction was remarkably composed. He simply raised a hand, his fingers poised like a sword, and with a casual swipe directed at the black beam, he executed a motion of effortless elegance. Whoosh! A slender yet exquisitely refined sword aura flashed past. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling display of light. The black beam, potent enough to annihilate all, was cleaved in two the instant it met the sword aura. As silently as butter yielding to a heated knife, gliding past Lin Chuan's sides and instantaneously flattening the two towering mountains behind him, the entire battlefield fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their minds blank. That was the full-force strike of a pinnacle fifth-tier beast king. How could it be so effortlessly dismantled? The black-scaled demon tiger, too, was taken aback, fear flickering in its eyes for the first time. This person did possess magical power. The disparity was simply too vast, and a stranger had concealed his aura from detection. It turned to flee, but was already too late. Draw the sword, Lin Chuan murmured softly. Once again, with fingers like a sword, he executed another seemingly casual swipe. A sword aura, even more brilliant and piercing than before, erupted forth. Fast. It was extraordinarily swift, so fast that no eye could trace its trajectory. When the crowd regained their senses, they beheld the once mighty black-scaled demon tiger, its massive form frozen in place. A thin line of crimson began at its forehead and extended to its tail. In the next instant, boom, the immense body of the tiger was cleanly bisected, crashing to the ground. Blood and entrails spilled across the earth. One sword, just one sword. It had obliterated a fifth-tier beast king on the cusp of breaking into the sixth realm. Gulp. The onlookers below swallowed hard. All the members of the Su family gazed up at the figure in the sky with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Thank you for saving our lives. Senior. Su Wanqing was the first to recover. She sheathed her sword and bowed deeply to Lin Chuan in profound gratitude. Lin Chuan paid them no heed. With a flicker of his form, he arrived beside the corpse of the demon tiger. Extending his hand, he summoned a beast core the size of a fist, entirely obsidian, radiating immense demonic energy, which soared into his grasp. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he ensconced the massive halves of the tiger's carcass within his storage ring. The demon tiger was a treasure trove, its flesh and bones not to be squandered, for each part held its own utility. Having completed this, he turned it apart. Senior, please hold. Su Wanqing exclaimed urgently upon witnessing this. Lin Chuan halted, turning his head, his voice from beneath the mask as flat and unperturbed as still water. Is there something you require? Gathering her courage, Su Wanqing spoke earnestly. I am Su Wanqing of the Su family. It is with great audacity that I seek to purchase this beast core from you. My father was grievously injured by enemies years ago, suffering damage to his essence. He is in dire need of this fifth-tier perfected beast core, infused with vast life force, to aid in his recovery and impending breakthrough to the sixth realm. I implore you to grant me this favor. I am willing to offer everything at the highest price. With that, she bowed deeply once more, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Chapter 14. The Sacred Rank Devouring Talisman. 2 Unmarked Sacred Rank Talismans. Lin Chuan's voice was as calm as still water. Upon hearing this price, Su Wanqing inhaled sharply. A flicker of struggle passed through her cool phoenix eyes. Sacred Rank Talismans. These are treasures capable of bearing sacred runes, each worth a fortune. Although the beast core of this black-scaled demon tiger is precious, its market value is at most around 40 million star coins. Yet, the starting price for 2 Sacred Rank Talismans is a staggering 100 million. And these are treasures that have a price, yet are hard to find. This elder is truly demanding a lion's share. However, if my father's injury goes untreated, our family will inevitably decline. Su Wanqing suppressed all her hesitations. Very well. She gritted her silver teeth and nodded decisively. The junior is in agreement. Seeing her respond so resolutely, Lin Chuan's gaze flickered with a hint of approval. He was not truly seeking to take advantage. He merely wanted to test the mettle of this young lady from the Su family. Moreover, he genuinely wished to avoid the hassle of attending the auction himself. I shall not take advantage of your Su family, Lin Chuan said lightly. This beast core will be exchanged for your 2 talismans, along with a promise from me. In the future, should your Su family encounter insurmountable troubles, I can lend my assistance once. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing trembled with excitement. A promise. A commitment from a mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying a 5th-tier peak beast king with a single strike. The value of this promise is worth more than gold. It is simply immeasurable. This is no longer a transaction. It is an immense blessing. Thank you, esteemed elder. I, Su Wanqing, on behalf of the Su family, express my deepest gratitude for your great kindness. She stammered with excitement, bowing deeply once more. All right, lead the way. Yes, esteemed elder. The group returned to Luo City in grand fashion. The Su family's residence is not a traditional courtyard, but rather a towering skyscraper. Over 300 meters high, the Su mansion, standing in the city center. The entire building belongs to the Su family's estate. Its interior decoration is extravagantly luxurious, exuding a harmonious blend of technology and classical aesthetics. However, Lin Chuan merely cast a casual glance and felt no ripple of emotion. Having witnessed countless divine palaces in his past life, the Su family's display seemed trivial in his eyes. Su Wanqing naturally noticed this and felt her awe for this mysterious elder deepen further. I shall not ascend with you. Please quickly retrieve the talismans for me. Understood. Su Wanqing took the exclusive elevator to the top floor of the building. This level serves as the living and meeting space for the core members of the Su family. Father, I have obtained the beast core. What? You obtained it? Su Wanqing handed the beast core, emanating an overwhelming aura of demonic power. To the family head of the Su family, her father, Su Jianan, who had been waiting there. Upon receiving the beast core and sensing the surging vitality within, Su Jianan's face instantly lit up with joy. Excellent. With this, my injuries can be healed. He gazed at his daughter, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wonking, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time. Su Wonking promptly recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. However, upon hearing that the price for the beast core was 2 sacred grade talismans along with a favor, Su Jianan furrowed his brows. What did you say? He demands 2 sacred grade talismans? That is indeed an exorbitant request. At that moment, a young man approached, bearing a resemblance to Su Wonking but possessing a somewhat effeminate demeanor. He was none other than the second young master of the Su family, Su Wonking's brother, Xia Qianli. What a joke. 1 billion. Sister, you aren't colluding with an outsider to stage a ruse to swindle our Su family's money, are you? His tone dripped with sarcastic disdain. 2 sacred grade talismans? Those are treasures worth 1 billion star coins. Do you think our family's wealth falls from the sky? Second brother, how can you speak so recklessly? Su Wonking's delicate face turned cold. Recklessly? Xia Qianli scoffed. Who knows if that so-called elder you brought is merely your paramour? I believe this beast core is worth at most 20 million. Nothing more. Father, do you not agree with me? In Xia Qianli's eyes, his father could never be foolish enough to part with talismans valued over 1 billion in exchange for a mere beast core, despite its necessity for him. His words, though harsh, were intended to undermine his sister's achievements. Furious and trembling, Su Wonking was about to retort when 2 resounding slaps echoed throughout the hall. Su Finan, his face ashen, struck his son twice, sending him sprawling to the ground. Stunned, Xia Qianli clutched his swollen cheek, staring incredulously at his father. Father, you hit me? Hit you? I wish I could strike you down, you ignorant fool. Su Jianan trembled in rage, brandishing the beast core. Look closely. This core radiates an aura of terrifying sword intent. It is sharp, domineering, and pure to the extreme. Just sensing it nearly rends my very soul. The presence of such sword intent indicates a power far beyond our comprehension, possibly that of a true martial deity. A martial deity is not to be insulted. Do you understand this principle? Su Jianan's voice thundered in Xia Qianli's ears. A martial deity could annihilate our Su family with ease, as simple as crushing an ant. And you dare to haggle here? Do you wish for the entire Su family to be dragged down with you? Xia Qianli was left utterly dumbfounded. He gazed blankly at the beast core, though he could not perceive the so-called sword intent. The unprecedented fury radiating from his father made him realize that this time he had perhaps miscalculated his attempts at flattery. Immediately, he decided to procure 2 talismans, but no, he must personally deliver them into the hands of this esteemed elder. The Su family's treasury lay 100 meters beneath the Su mansion, constructed from a special alloy 10 meters thick, impenetrable as a fortress. Su Jianan personally guided Su Wonqing through the intricate layers of verification, leading her into this repository that safeguarded a century's worth of the Su family's legacy. Go! Retrieve the 2 finest ethereal stones from the vault, Su Jianan instructed. The ethereal stone, a type of sacred talisman, naturally contained spatial resonance and was the optimal choice for inscribing high-level talismans. Understood. Su Wonqing swiftly returned from the depths of the treasury with a box made of cold jade. Upon opening it, 2 translucent stones, seemingly cradling the flow of a starry river within, lay quietly inside, emanating a soft and mysterious glow. Father, this elder has saved our entire family. Mere talismans may not suffice to convey our gratitude. Su Wonqing proposed, perhaps we should also present the purple hair star wolf brush along with some of our Tianqian vermilion? Excellent. Su Jianan readily agreed. You, my child, have indeed thought this through. The purple hair star wolf brush, crafted from the purest strands of violet fur taken from the brow of a 6-tier demon king, the 3-eyed star wolf, with a handle made from soul-nourishing wood, was a coveted artifact among talisman masters. The Tianqian vermilion, imbued with the power of stars, could greatly enhance the might of talismans. Together, these items held a value that rivaled that of a sacred talisman. The father and daughter, bearing these 3 treasures, hurried back outside the mansion. Lin Chuan was already seated on a sofa on the first floor, his presence seamlessly melding with the night. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for the wait," Su Jianan respectfully approached, offering the jade box with both hands. In that moment, everyone in the Su family's first floor was astonished. Who was this individual that compelled the family head to bow so lowly and present gifts with such reverence? "Here are the 2 ethereal stones you requested. Additionally, this is a small token of my gratitude, a talisman brush and some spiritual sand. I hope you will accept it," Su Jianan stated. Lin Chuan accepted the jade box and glanced inside, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The Su family certainly knew how to make an impression. As his mood brightened, his gaze lingered on Su Jianan with a newfound curiosity. With a single glance, he discerned the underlying issue. "The path you tread in your cultivation is one of brute force and dominance, yet your vitality appears somewhat frail. It seems you bear an internal injury from your youth, causing a slight stagnation of spiritual energy whenever you exert yourself along the Sanjiao meridian. Am I correct?" Boom! Lin Chuan's words struck Su Jianan's mind like a clap of thunder. He stood there, stunned, disbelief etched across his face. This issue had plagued him for over a decade. He had consulted renowned doctors and sought the wisdom of countless masters, all to no avail, relying solely on medicinal pills to barely suppress it. This has become his inner demon, the greatest obstacle preventing him from transcending to the 7th realm. Yet, the elder before him merely cast a glance and unveiled the mystery with a single utterance. Forcing a breakthrough would only exacerbate the damage to his meridians. Lin Chuan's voice resonated, suggesting that during the next cultivation session, he should first guide his energy to the Danzhong point, using a spiraling force to facilitate the circulation of his energy channels, promoting a gradual unblocking, which might yield miraculous results. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder," Su Jianan exclaimed, coming back to his senses, trembling with excitement. "I have accepted your gift." As these words left his lips, Lin Chuan's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the night. He departed like the wind, leaving not a trace behind. "Father, are you all right?" Su Wanqing steadied her elated father. "I am perfectly fine," Su Jianan replied, attempting to apply Lin Chuan's method to his cultivation. Indeed, his entire essence flowed with an unprecedented smoothness. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years now seemed to hold the promise of breakthrough. A true master. This is what it means to be a genuine sage. Su Jianan felt overwhelmed with emotion, his face radiating uncontainable joy. He gazed in the direction Lin Chuan had disappeared, his eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Receiving a promise from such a master was worth more than 10 or even 100 sacred rank talismans. Our Su family has encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Su Wanqing stood frozen, the elder's seemingly casual words echoing her mind, recalling the elegance of his sword technique. Who exactly was this mysterious elder? She yearned to seek him out again, but realized that apart from that astonishing sword strike, she knew nothing of this remarkable figure. Lin Chuan returned to his courtyard, where the 2 children slept soundly. He did not wish to disturb them. Instead, he set up a formation to shield his presence. Subsequently, he arranged the ethereal stone, the purple star wolf pen, and the Tianchun vermilion on the stone table. He aimed to forge the 2 sacred rank, devouring ancestral talismans while the iron was hot. Gripping the purple star wolf pen, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, his demeanor transforming. If he was a peerless sword immortal before, at this moment, he embodied a grand master of talismans, wielding the laws of heaven and earth. Dipping the pen's tip into the shimmering Tianchun vermilion, he let it touch one of the ethereal stones. A resonant hum echoed as the moment the pen made contact. An arcane wave rippled outward. Lin Chuan's movements flowed like water, swift as lightning. Complex, ancient runes, intricate to the point of inducing awe, emerged continuously under his deft hand. The runes seemed to come alive, dancing and swirling across the surface of the ethereal stone, ultimately forming a talisman array resembling a miniature black hole. The light in the entire courtyard appeared to be devoured by that small talisman stone, dimming ominously. A disquieting power of absorption emanated from the talisman stone. Had it not been for the formation shielding it, Everything within a several-mile radius would likely have been consumed entirely. Minutes passed. Lin Chuan withdrew his pen. A deep, resonant sound echoed. On the stone table, two sacred stage, devouring ancestor talismans had already taken shape. With these two remarkable items in hand, Mo and Shi were bound to experience a rapid enhancement in their abilities. Lin Chuan, satisfied, tucked the two talismans away, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Chapter 15. A tenfold return. The emperor-level, devouring ancestral symbol in the heart of Kyoto, within the confines of the Lin family estate. Lin Tai paced restlessly in his study, his countenance darkened by palpable dread. For an entire 2 days, he had been unable to establish contact with Lin Xiaoyu. The individuals he dispatched for investigation had returned with disconcerting news. Lin Xiaoyu and her two trusted aides, Yang Song and Yang He, seemed to have vanished as if they had never existed. The hotel surveillance had recorded only Lin Xiaoyu returning to her room, after which she had not emerged, and there were no signs of a struggle within her quarters. Damn it! It must be those two scoundrels. Lin Tai's fist crashed onto the table, rage igniting in his eyes. In his view, the only plausible explanation was that the two lackeys, Yang Song and Yang He, had been seduced by greed, murdered his daughter, and absconded with the two coveted creation pills. The thought of this sent a pang of anguish through his heart. Those were creation pills, his hope for transcending to the seventh realm. And now they were lost. More critically, he could not report this failure to the family. He composed himself and dialed the communication. On the luminous screen appeared a man of refined demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and possessing heterochromatic eyes, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. This was Lin He, the vice head of the Lin family and the younger brother of Lin Chuan. Recently, he had integrated an eye from the ancient relics and now also possessed the cultivation of the seventh realm. It was he who, years ago, had poisoned Lin Chuan before the conflict with the Winged Ones. "Uncle, is there something urgent at this late hour?" Lin He's voice was gentle, embodying a profound shrewdness. "Vice head," Lin Tai adopted a submissive tone. "There has been an incident. Lin Xiaoyu, whom I sent to Luo Qingwei to gather resources, has gone missing." He refrained from mentioning the theft of the creation pills, deftly shifting the blame onto Lin Chuan. "According to my investigation, it is highly likely that Lin Chuan, emboldened by the support of the Martial God Alliance, has taken lethal action against my daughter." "Oh," Lin He adjusted his glasses. "That brother of mine is but a waste. Does he truly possess the audacity for such an act?" "Vice head, I have credible information. He has advanced his claim on a Martial God Alliance-esque resources for the next decade, trading them for several exceedingly rare pills, all of which he has bestowed upon his incompetent offspring. He is clearly severing ties with the family." With a resounding crash, Lin He crushed the teacup in his hand. The gentle smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling frost. The resources allocated to Lin Chuan by the Martial God Alliance had long been meticulously planned for nurturing the talented progeny of his own lineage. Now, that waste had intercepted them? Lin He, consumed by fury, laughed derisively. It seemed that 3 years of being incapacitated had not imparted wisdom, but rather had ignited unfounded aspirations. "Vice head, what shall we do about this?" "You need not concern yourself," Lin He interrupted. "I will dispatch individuals to investigate." The communication ended. Lin He's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He swiftly activated his intelligence network to probe into Lin Chuan's recent activities. Soon, a stream of information began to flow back to him. Luo Qingwei, accompanied by her son Lin Tianming, has departed from Earth, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. Upon seeing this news, Lin He was momentarily struck by a pang of jealousy. Luo Qingwei, that proud woman akin to a celestial being from the Moon Palace, was the unattainable dream of his youth. Yet in those days, Lin Chuan shone brightly, winning the heart of such an exquisite beauty. Now, she would rather traverse distant lands than spare him a glance. Why? Why should Lin Chuan, a man deemed useless, have ever possessed a woman of her caliber? When he learned of Lin Chuan's plans to establish a veteran martial arts school, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. A martial arts school? How utterly ludicrous! A mere waste who cannot even condense spiritual energy aspires to teach others the ways of combat? Is he intending to mislead the youth or merely perform for amusement? He could already foresee that 3 days hence, the veteran martial arts school would be deserted, only to be humiliated by the Thunder God Martial School, ultimately becoming a laughingstock throughout Luo City. Lin Chuan, oh Lin Chuan, it would be best for you to remain a mere waste. This way, you might prolong your existence for a few more days. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the veteran martial arts school. Lin Mo and Lin Shi emerged from their rooms, brimming with energy. Master, where shall we hunt today? Lin Mo asked eagerly, wielding his massive, unsharpened sword. Patience, Lin Chuan chuckled. Before we set off, I have gifts for you both. He extended his hands, palms facing upward. 2 sacred-level talismans, exuding a devouring aura, floated gently in his palms. Master, what are these? The children inquired, their curiosity piqued. These are devouring ancestral talismans, capable of absorbing the primal essence of all things for your own use. Now, I shall embed them into your palms. In the future, when you vanquish ferocious beasts, you need only touch them with your left hand to absorb their primal power, storing it within the talismans, ready for refinement at any moment. Wow, how remarkable! The children's eyes widened in astonishment. Bear with it. It may sting a bit. Lin Chuan instructed, pushing his hands forward. The 2 sacred-level, devouring ancestral talismans transformed into 2 streaks of black light, instantly merging into the palms of Lin Mo and Lin Shi. Ah! The children could not help but cry out, though they quickly gritted their teeth to endure. If they could not withstand such minor discomfort, how could they ever achieve greatness? They felt as if a miniature vortex had formed in the palms of their left hands, intricately connected to their bloodlines and souls. An ancient, dark rune flickered briefly within their palms. When the sharp sting faded, it was replaced by a wondrous sensation of bloodline connection. How incredible! I feel as though I could drain this tree dry. Lin, she exclaimed, waving her small hand in excitement. Ding! You have gifted Lin Mo a sacred-level devouring ancestral talismans, triggering a 3,000-fold critical return. Ding! You have gifted Lin Shi a sacred-level devouring ancestral talismans, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. The notifications had scarcely concluded. Ding! Upon a comprehensive evaluation of the critical hit results, an optimal integration has been achieved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor-level Devouring Ancestor Rune. A surge of information, far more profound and terrifying than the sacred tier runestones, inundated Lin Chuan's mind. Simultaneously, within the palm of his right hand, a rune reminiscent of a black hole singularity suddenly coalesced into existence. This rune seemed to harbor the ultimate mysteries of the grand cosmos, emanating an aura capable of causing even deities to tremble. The Emperor-level Devouring Ancestor Rune, as its name suggests, possesses the ability to consume and refine the very essence of even those at the Imperial realm. Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming joy within. What a remarkable treasure! With this artifact, he would not only dare to confront the Minor Six Realms, but would also challenge true martial deities face to face. Let's embark on a hunt today. Tomorrow, our veteran martial arts school officially opens. If challengers arrive, it will be up to you 2 youngsters to handle them. Master, you need not worry. Lin Mo and Lin Shi assured with confidence. Chapter 16. Trials in the Forest. Lin Mo gazed at the devouring divine pattern in the palm of his hand. The talisman had perfectly fused with his body, connecting to his bloodline and spirit, and now he felt no discomfort within himself. With this sacred ancestral talisman, his speed of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth had increased manifold. Father, this thing is astonishing. I feel like my rate of absorbing spiritual energy has at least increased tenfold, and this ancestral talisman can autonomously absorb spiritual energy, transforming it into the primal source to enhance my body. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi remarked, does that mean we can grow stronger even while we sleep? How delightful! Lin Mo joyfully leaped up in excitement. Growing stronger in our sleep? Lin Chuan chuckled internally, thinking to himself that he had already begun this process long ago. Are you all prepared? Lin Chuan inquired. We're ready. The two children replied in unison, their faces beaming with anticipation. In the past, the Martial Arts Academy had organized outdoor hunts, but back then, they had needed several people to team up and subdue a first-tier beast. Lin Mo looked at his hands, still uncertain of his newfound strength. All right, Lin Chuan smiled, walking over to his youngest daughter, Lin Qing, and securing her gently on his back with a soft strap. Daddy, where are we going? Little Qing asked in her sweet, innocent voice, her big, curious eyes sparkling with wonder. We're going to hunt monsters. Lin Chuan had his own plans for his youngest daughter. It was not yet time. She would need to wait until she was at least 3 years old to begin her training, as it would otherwise be detrimental to her health. However, if Lin Chuan could procure some true dragon and phoenix blood, he would be ready to give his little girl a medicinal bath as an early initiation. With that, Lin Chuan took off, lifting the two older children as if they were arrows released from a bow, soaring towards the direction of the Black Wind Mountains. Wow, we're flying. Lin Mo and Lin, she exclaimed, feeling the wind whip past their ears and the ground rushing beneath them, unable to contain their exhilaration. Father, how much have you recovered? Lin Mo asked. Somewhat, Lin Chuan replied. How did you begin to recover? Lin Mo continued. Perhaps it is because you both have been practicing diligently. When I am happy, my body feels much better, Lin Chuan joked. I see. The two children clenched their fists, determined to grow stronger and bring pride to their father. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains. Lin Chuan set them down and said, This area is home to beasts of tiers 1 to 3, perfect for you to hone your skills. Real combat is the only true measure of cultivation. Be cautious and do not underestimate your opponents. Understood, master. The two children rubbed their hands together, immediately entering a state of alertness. Daddy, over there. There's a nasty creature. At that moment, Lin Qing, who was perched on Lin Chuan's back, suddenly pointed with her small finger toward a dense thicket to the left. Lin Chuan's spiritual sense swept over, and indeed, he discovered a beast disguised as an ordinary ancient tree. This little one is truly remarkable. Lin Chuan now felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what kind of physique the little one would awaken. Go ahead, that is your first prey, he urged. Lin Mo and Lin, she exchanged glances, and immediately, one flanked left while the other flanked right, cautiously encircling their target. As they drew near, the ancient tree sprang to life. Countless robust vines, resembling venomous serpents, surged towards them from all directions. A pinnacle second-tier creature, the thorny tree demon, Lin Mo exclaimed under his breath. Had this been 3 days prior, they would have had no choice but to flee in the face of such a formidable beast. But now, the situation was drastically different. With a resolute shout, he drew his sword, advancing rather than retreating, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit as the overwhelming vines approached. Taking a deep breath, he grounded himself, and with a swift motion, unleashed his unblemished greatsword. A crescent-shaped, resplendent sword light shot forth with ferocity. The dark brown vines, confronted by the sword's aura, were severed effortlessly as if they were mere tofu. The tree demon emitted a shrill screech, and a gaping, menacing maw split open on its massive trunk, seemingly intent on swallowing Lin Mo whole. Too slow, Lin Mo scoffed as he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself high into the air to evade the demon's bite. Grasping his sword with both hands, he executed a vertical strike, landing a fierce blow upon the demon's core. With a resounding thud, the movement of the thorny tree demon abruptly ceased, its vitality swiftly draining away. I did it! Lin Mo shouted with exhilaration. He advanced quickly, placing his left hand, inscribed with the devouring ancestor symbol, upon the demon's remnants as instructed by Lin Chuan. A pulsating black light flickered, and the colossal tree demon shriveled visibly, wilting into a pile of ash. An extraordinarily pure source of wood elemental energy surged through Lin Mo's arm and into his body. Crack! Lin Mo felt as if something within him had shattered, and a new power gushed forth, allowing him to break through from the 5th to the 6th level of body refinement. Moreover, his strength had increased by at least 1,000 pounds. The great sword in his hand felt remarkably lighter. Remarkable. I had thought it would take a long time to refine a tree demon, yet it seems to have been completed in mere seconds. This was also due to the potent medicines Lin Chuan had provided them over the past few days, which, while not significantly elevating their realms, had fortified their physical foundations. Their meridians had expanded, enabling them to refine source energy swiftly. "Father, I directly ascended a level," Lin Mo exclaimed. "Excellent. Keep up the good work," Lin Chuan encouraged. "Brother, I want the next one," Lin Shi declared. "All right, I shall assist you." Soon, Lin Shi encountered a massive bear engulfed in violet flames. It was a second-tier violet flame demon bear, its power ferocious, with flames billowing around it, radiating intense heat. "Sister, are you capable of handling this? Do you need my help?" "Brother, just watch," she replied confidently. As the demon bear charged with all fours, Lin Shi leaped several meters into the air. With her delicate hands forming intricate gestures, beams of ethereal light shimmered at her fingertips, coalescing into talismans from thin air. The binding spell, chains of spiritual energy, instantaneously ensnared the limbs of the purple flame demon bear, abruptly halting its furious charge. The golden light talisman, triple fusion, 3 overlapping talismans, radiating blinding golden light, descended upon the demon bear like a miniature sun, crashing forcefully onto its crown. Boom! The purple flame demon bear failed to emit even a single cry of anguish as its massive head erupted in a violent explosion. Lin Shi, emulating her brother, hurried over and with her left hand absorbed the bear's essence. A surge of searing and formidable fire energy surged through her limbs, augmenting her physical strength yet again, elevating her cultivation level to the 5th stage of body refinement. Simultaneously, she also gained additional fiery elemental essence within her body. Meanwhile, in Lin Chuan's mind, the system's notification chimes echoed in succession. Ding! The binder Lin Mo has absorbed the wood elemental essence, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of essence of the constructed wood. Ding! The binder Lin, she has absorbed the fire elemental essence, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of true fire of the sun. 2 distinctly different, yet supremely pure elemental forces materialized within Lin Chuan's dantian. His eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. What he required to break through to the 6th realm was precisely the quintessence of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Initially, he had planned to invest time and effort in searching for them, yet he never anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. Allowing the children to hunt the corresponding attribute beasts, he could directly reap the rewards with a 10,000-fold return. How delightful it was to be a father in this scenario. Effortlessly growing stronger. This was truly a breakthrough plan tailored just for him. Haha, splendid. Lin Chuan chuckled heartily within. Well done. He praised the 2 children, declaring, "Today, your goal is to ascend to the 2nd realm, the opening origin realm. Transform the spiritual energy within your bodies into a higher quality of true essence." All right. The 2 children, brimming with determination, dashed into the forest. Chapter 17. The Qilin is also a divine beast. The subsequent half-day became a veritable nightmare for the beasts inhabiting the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Lin Mo and Lin Shi, akin to 2 relentless whirlwinds, swept through the forest with unbridled ferocity. The intertwining gleam of swords and talismans left no room for the once fearsome second-tier beasts to emit even a single wail before they were transformed into sustenance for the 2 young warriors. "Brother, I feel as if my skin has hardened, akin to alloy." Lin, she exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from her as she shattered a tree as thick as a man's embrace with a single punch. "I feel the same. I believe I could cleave a small mountain with a single stroke," Lin Mo declared, wielding his unadorned giant sword with a vigor that stirred the air around him. "The crucial point is, I'm a talisman practitioner," Lin, she replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident in her tone. The potency of the devouring ancestral talisman exceeded their wildest imaginations. With each act of consumption and refinement, They not only experienced a rapid elevation in their cultivation levels, but also underwent a fortification of their physical forms, purging impurities, solidifying their foundations, augmenting their strength, and even usurping some innate abilities from the beasts they defeated. Just as the two youngsters were caught up in their exhilarating slaughter, a howl reverberated through the forest, imbued with the might of thunder, causing the entire woodland to tremble. A pack of robust thunder wolves, their pelts crackling with arcs of electricity, surrounded them from all directions. Led by a colossal wolf that dwarfed its kin, its fur a striking silver. A small crystalline horn, shimmering with electric light, protruded from its forehead. Most astonishingly, it possessed the ability to speak. How dare these two insignificant wretches trespass upon my territory? Behold, the third-tier Thunderwolf. Its realm of power was equivalent to a late-stage practitioner of the opening Yuan realm in humans, possessing not only sentience but also the gift of speech. From a distance, Lin Chuan observed with furrowed brows, not due to the Thunderwolf's strength, but rather because the largest among them seemed somewhat peculiar. Within its bloodline lurked an ancient and noble essence, reminiscent of the primordial wilderness of antiquity. Though faint, this aura should not be found in a beast of such caliber. Even the demonic tiger he vanquished the previous night lacked such qualities. Strange, has this Thunderwolf encountered some fortuitous event? Lin Chuan pondered, refraining from intervening as he sought to extract every ounce of potential from Lin Shi and Lin Mo. He trusted that the two children, through their collaboration, would be capable of handling the Thunderwolves. Brother, it's a third-tier beast. Lin Shi's small face reflected a serious expression. What is there to fear? Lin Mo snorted, brandishing his sword with a steely determination. This is the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of our training. Foolish children, onward, tear them apart. The Thunderwolf King commanded, and with a simultaneous howl, the pack of second-tier Thunderwolves surged forward like bolts of lightning, fearless in their assault upon the two. Come at me. I fear not your kind. Lin Mo bellowed, his unadorned giant sword whirling into a dense, impenetrable black tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The claws of the Thunderwolf clashed against the gigantic sword, producing a series of resounding metallic echoes. Meanwhile, Lin Shi wielded her small hands with fervor, casting spells, binding curse, slowing charm, golden light talisman, golden light splitting talisman. Each talisman soared forth, striking the Thunderwolves with precision, leading to explosive bursts that significantly restricted their movements. The two children exhibited remarkable synergy, one on the offensive and the other controlling the battlefield, managing to hold their ground against the pack of wolves. I'm coming. Upon witnessing this, the Thunderwolf King's eyes flickered with impatience. It opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderball the size of a human head, exuding a destructive aura, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Brother, be careful, Lin Shi exclaimed, hastily activating a golden light talisman that transformed into a shield, positioning itself before Lin Mo. Boom. The thunderball detonated, shattering the golden shield. Lin Mo was thrust backward by the immense force of the explosion. I will devour you all and transform you into my offerings. The Thunderwolf King sneered, its massive form morphing into a silver streak of lightning as it lifted its lethal claws, charging directly at Lin Mo. Just as I anticipated, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of evading the Thunderwolf King's lethal strike, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his spiritual energy and strength into the gigantic sword he wielded. Buzz! The black sword surged with intense sword energy. Draw and slash, a blade of light, more refined and radiant than ever before, ascended skyward. Swish! The silver lightning halted abruptly midair. The Thunderwolf King's face retained its menacing grin, yet its body was cleaved in twain by the overwhelming sword energy. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as the Wolf King fell. Lin Mo, gasping for breath, gazed upon his handiwork with astonishment. I did it. I have slain a third-tier monster. Brother, you are incredible. Lin Shi rushed over, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister, I will absorb the Wolf King's essence. You can take care of the other second-tier ones. All right, I'll follow your lead, brother. Without hesitation, Lin Mo approached, placing his left hand upon the Thunder Wolf King's carcass. Boom! A surge of thunderous primal power, tenfold that of a second-tier beast, flooded into his body. His form crackled under the impact of this force, as the spiritual energy within him compressed and transformed rapidly. In an instant, he shattered the barriers of the body refining realm, successfully ascending to the second great realm, the opening origin realm. Wow, sister, I have broken through to the opening origin realm. Lin Mo, feeling the ceaseless flow of true essence within him, was utterly astonished. One day, in just a single day, he had progressed from the 5th level of body refining to an opening origin cultivator. What astonishing speed of cultivation! It was as if he had taken a rocket to the stars. Could it be that Lin Mo is a genius? This was more surreal than a dream. She had also absorbed the essence of the second-tier Thunderwolf, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refining, only a step away from breaking into the opening origin realm. Brother, this is exhilarating. Indeed, alas, it is unfortunate that Tianming insists on accompanying his mother to the starry sky. We shall strive, and a year hence, we must surely subdue him. Indeed, the key to his return lies in conveying the message that following his father is the true path. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Lin Chuan approached as well, seizing the half-bone of the Thunder Wolf King, his brow furrowed in contemplation. From that remnant, he distinctly perceived an extraordinary ancient aura. It exuded a sense of majesty and dominance, imbued with a pressure that stemmed from a superior bloodline. It even imparted a feeling of sovereign authority. This was no ordinary Thunder Wolf demon's essence. Lin Chuan squinted thoughtfully and suddenly recalled a significant event. In the years following his defeat in a previous life, the Earth's spiritual energy entered a new phase of resurgence. A mysterious powerhouse of the Qianli clan emerged, effortlessly uniting various demon factions across the globe to establish the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Subsequently, he traversed the starry expanse, competing for supremacy against the prodigies of myriad races in the vast universe. That Qianli powerhouse, whose might resonated throughout the cosmos, had even elicited admiration from his mentor, Xia Qianli, for his exceptional talent. Moreover, the genesis of his rise was rooted in Earth itself. The Qianli, that fellow is likely nestled within the depths of Haifeng Mountain. Lin Chuan directed his gaze towards the heart of the Haifeng Mountain range, where a colossal volcano, perpetually shrouded in mist, loomed ominously. It is a perilous place, a forbidden zone that few dare to enter since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Numerous exploration teams dispatched by prominent families ventured within, yet not a single soul emerged alive. The Qianli is also a divine beast, on par with the true dragon and phoenix. To bestow a baptism upon Qing'er, if true dragons and phoenixes cannot be found, perhaps Qianli blood could serve as a worthy substitute. Chapter 18. For I am a chaotic body. Clap, clap. Lin Chuan applauded. Mo or Shi'er, come here. What is it, father? Lin Chuan held up the spine of the Thunder Wolf King and said, This Wolf King exudes a primitive aura. I suspect that within the forbidden zone of Haifeng Mountain, there may exist beings of divine beast lineage. We should venture in and take a look. Ah, father, are we really going to that place? Lin Mo gazed into the distance, staring at the dense fog that lingered year-round, obscuring the outlines of the mountains within, her face filled with dread. There were too many terrifying tales circulating in Luo City about this forbidden zone. Some claimed it was inhabited by man-eating demons, while others asserted that anyone who stepped inside would have their very souls devoured. Furthermore, it was said that a fearsome He-Huan demon sect resided within, where captives were forced to serve as cauldrons for 72 unparalleled beauties, only to be utterly drained of their essence. Just the thought was chilling. Fear not. I sensed that the beings within should not exceed the 7th realm. With the reckless retaliation from Lin Mo and Lin Shi today, I am but a step away from advancing to the 6th realm. A breakthrough is imminent. At that time, with my strength at the 6th realm, combined with the chaotic body and the Emperor's ancestor talisman, even an 8th realm, indomitable powerhouse would find me a worthy opponent. Rest assured with me here, even if the heavenly king himself resides within, he shall not harm you. Lin Chuan ruffled her hair, his tone brimming with unwavering confidence. "All right, with father here, we fear nothing," Lin Mo declared boldly, thumping her chest. "Indeed, since we are here, we must explore," Lin Shi chimed in with a smile. "Let us proceed." With that, Lin Chuan hoisted his youngest daughter onto his back and, accompanied by the two children, stepped into the mysterious realm that had long deterred any adventurer. Buzz! The moment they entered the fog, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, an oppressive force as if a mountain sought to crush them. The deeper they ventured, the more terrifying the restraints became. Yet, Lin Chuan felt nothing. The chaotic body negated all, and to him, the pressure was merely a gentle breeze. As for Lin Mo and Lin Shi, Lin Chuan acted swiftly, summoning an invisible shield to envelop the children, shielding them from the dreadful pressure. The fog here was exceedingly strange, capable of suppressing cultivation and interfering with the probing of divine consciousness. No wonder not a single soul had ever returned from within. They were in a folded space, shrouded in mist, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Even with Lin Chuan's formidable spirit, he could barely discern the surroundings within 100 meters. Beyond that lay an expanse of haze. "Papa, look! Over there is such a beautiful house." Just as Lin Chuan pondered which direction to take, Lin Qing, perched on his back, suddenly pointed her small hand towards the depths of the mist. "Oh!" Lin Chuan followed the direction of his daughter's finger. But there remained only a sea of white. Even he could not see clearly, yet his daughter appeared to perceive something. As she ventured into the mountains, she immediately discerned the disguise of a tree spirit. Could it be that her daughter's unique constitution is related to her eyes? There exists such a possibility. Lin Chuan chose to place his trust in his young daughter. "Very well, let us proceed to the location mentioned by Qinger." He cradled his daughter and, accompanied by the other two children, soared toward that direction. The deeper they delved, the more oppressive the surrounding restrictions became, exuding a terrifying aura. Ethereal formations, born from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, flickered ominously in the mist, emanating a presence potent enough to shatter even a seventh realm expert. These restrictions were naturally occurring, yet fortified by the local master, rendering them immensely powerful. However, what would be lethal to an ordinary person was rendered impotent before Lin Chuan. Possessing a chaotic body, he was impervious to all forms of attack, endowed with an innate immunity to various formations and restrictions. He meandered through the deadly arrays with the ease of strolling through his own garden. If an array master from the outside world were to witness this, they would surely be left agape. Before long, a magnificent palace emerged before them. Constructed entirely of crimson crystal, it resembled a blazing sun from afar, resplendent and grand. "There truly is a palace." Both Lin Mo and Lin Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "Qinger is remarkable." Lin Chuan, holding his daughter, descended directly before the palace's grand entrance and called out, "I am Lin Chuan, visiting with my children. I kindly request the presence of my esteemed friend." As his voice echoed, the two grand doors, hewn from solid red crystal, slowly swung open. A torrid, domineering aura surged forth from within. Moments later, a towering figure emerged from the palace. The newcomer appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with long crimson hair cascading freely over his shoulders. His upper body was bare, adorned with deep purple tattoos, and his bronze skin radiated strength. His gaze was fierce and wild, just as Lin Chuan had surmised. He was the pure-blood Qilin residing in this small world, Mo Yi. Mo Ye's eyes swept over Lin Chuan and then regarded the three children behind him. His expression one of astonishment. After thousands of years of slumber, it was the first time someone had traversed the numerous restrictions to arrive here, and moreover, they had come with an entourage of three children. Was this reasonable? "Lin Chuan, what brings you to seek me?" Mo Ye's voice was commanding. Yet he found himself momentarily perplexed by Lin Chuan's true intentions. How could one bring three nearly untrained children into such a place? Did the deadly formations outside hold no threat for him? Truly puzzling. Lin Chuan was forthright. "It's nothing of great consequence. By chance, I arrived here. I wish to exchange for 4 drops of your blood." At this declaration, Mo Ye's expression instantly turned frigid, the surrounding air seemingly igniting with tension. Exchange for my blood? Human, you may be overestimating your worth. Each drop of his blood contained the essence of the Qilin, invaluable beyond measure. For this human to demand 4 drops was nothing short of a fantastical delusion. This is merely a disruption. How could the proud divine beast, the Qilin, possibly tolerate such insolence? Boom. Mo Ye, uninterested in further dialogue, stepped forward, his massive form hurtling towards Lin Chuan like a searing cannonball. He aimed to crush this presumptuous human into mere dust with the sheer force of his might. Confronted by a fist capable of shaking mountains, Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He too raised his fist, ready to meet the challenge. Bang! The 2 fists, disproportionate in size, collided thunderously in midair. A resounding boom echoed throughout the surroundings. Yet, the ensuing scene froze the malicious grin on Mo Ye's face. He felt an irresistible, overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's fist, akin to an expansive sea of stars. His pride, the Qilin divine power that could rend dragon and elephant, crumbled before this tremendous strength. Thud, thud, thud. Mo Ye's colossal frame staggered back uncontrollably, retreating over 10 steps, each footfall leaving a crater in the solid crimson ground. Regaining his balance, he stared incredulously at his own fist, astonishment filling his eyes. How could this be? I am a pure-blood Qilin. My physical strength is unmatched among my peers. I'm even a tier above you. How could I possibly be overpowered by you? The Qilin clan is born to attain physical sanctity, with strength as their greatest innate gift. The esteemed pure-blood Qilin at the pinnacle of the 6th realm was actually suppressed in strength by a mere 5th realm human. This shattered his understanding entirely. It is quite simple. Lin Chuan retracted his fist and stated calmly, "For I am a chaos body." A chaos body? Mo Ye's pupils constricted sharply. As a scion of the ancient pure-blood Qilin, he had certainly heard of this legendary physique, one of the 10 most formidable in all epics. Yet, he had always regarded it as a mere myth. No way. His proud Qilin bloodline forbade him from being outmatched in his most proficient domain by a mere human. Once more, the demonic energy around him surged, igniting with fierce Qilin flames, elevating his presence to its zenith. He charged towards Lin Chuan again. However, this time, Lin Chuan could not be bothered to throw a punch. As Mo Ye lunged forward, he swiftly ducked, executing a clean shoulder throw, as if handling a mere chick. Boom! Mo Ye's massive form was hurled headfirst to the ground with a resounding crash. The entire Qilin hall trembled. Impossible! Mo Ye rose from the ground, barely steadying himself when Lin Chuan's figure approached like a specter. He wrapped his arms around Mo Ye's waist, spun, and exerted force. Boom! For the 2nd time, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Again, boom! A 3rd time, I refuse to accept this. Boom! A 4th time, one throw after another. Chapter 19. Taking a Qilin as a follower, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Mo Ye scrambled to his feet, utterly infuriated. The pride of the Qilin clan rendered him unable to accept such a defeat. Upon reflection, it was no wonder he felt this way. He was peacefully cultivating at home when suddenly an individual appeared demanding a few drops of his essence. Was this not an affront? To make matters worse, he found himself severely suppressed in terms of power. Mo Ye was consumed with rage. Qilin treading the heavens. He bellowed, unleashing the most formidable treasure technique passed down through the Qilin lineage. In an instant, the entire palace began to tremble violently. A fiery apparition of a Qilin, composed of genuine Qilin flames, coalesced in the air, radiating an aura capable of incinerating all that existed, and bore down upon Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan maintained an air of nonchalance, as if this crisis were no different from the previous encounter with the demon tiger. He raised his right hand, and the imperial-level devouring ancestor seal suddenly manifested in his palm. A resonant hum filled the air, as though a dark singularity were contained within his grasp. The black vortex erupted with a terrifying pull. The formidable Qilin flames and the awe-inspiring Qilin apparition were drawn into the vortex as if they were mere drops in the ocean, completely absorbed without causing the slightest destruction or even a ripple. Silence enveloped the entire world. Mo Yi stood frozen in place, akin to a statue. His most cherished physical form had been crushed, and his strongest technique had been devoured. All his stratagems appeared laughable before this human. A profound sense of despair surged within him. He recalled the final admonition from his grandfather before he was entombed in the divine source, destined for eternal slumber. Little Yi, this generation has produced an emperor. His path, his laws, will suppress all. No one will have the chance to ascend to emperorhood. I shall seal you within the divine source and send you to the future celestial realm when it opens. Remember, once you break free from the divine source, do not let your guard down. You will face a world of fierce competition, fraught with danger, populated by prodigies and powerful beings. I have placed a restriction on you. Until you reach the seventh realm, you shall not leave this place. Let the Qilin clan achieve greatness once more. At that time, he had scoffed at his grandfather's words, convinced that with his noble bloodline as a pure-blooded Qilin, none among his peers could rival him. Now he believed the world outside was not merely dangerous. It was utterly terrifying. The man before him, accompanied by 3 burdens, was nothing short of a monster. Run. This was the sole thought racing through Mo Yi's mind. He felt no trace of fighting spirit left. He turned and transformed into a streak of crimson light, fleeing desperately from the palace. He sought refuge, unwilling to be captured and bled dry, waiting for this calamity to depart before daring to emerge. Qilin's soaring steps. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a figure appeared before him with astonishing speed, as if teleporting, creating ripples in the air beneath its feet. It was none other than Lin Chuan, employing his divine martial arts. You! Mo Yi's voice trembled with shock. This guy's agility is utterly abnormal. He felt completely overwhelmed. Slumping to the ground, he gazed at Lin Chuan with a look of utter despair. What on earth do you want from me? I already mentioned my intentions upon my arrival. Lin Chuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Is it truly so difficult to comprehend? I wish to exchange 4 drops of blood with you. As a chaos body, I offer my blood in exchange for yours. Is that such a disadvantage for you? Are you truly a chaos body? Mo Yi sprang back to his feet, scrutinizing Lin Chuan closely. Though he could not fully perceive him, the bizarre devouring power he had just witnessed, along with Lin Chuan's astonishing physical prowess, had instilled a profound belief within him. Even if Lin Chuan were not a chaos body, he undoubtedly possessed some equally extraordinary, unknown constitution, exchanging his own Qilin essence blood for the other's blood. It was indeed possible that he would not suffer a loss. In fact, he might even gain something. All right, I shall exchange. Mo Yi's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. Gritting his teeth, he bore a painful expression as he summoned his essence. Forcing 4 drops of blood, as crimson as blood diamonds and radiating a powerful life force from his heart. The moment those 4 drops emerged, his aura diminished significantly. Lin Chuan, unfazed, summoned a drop of blood infused with chaotic energy from his fingertip. The exchange was complete. Mo Yi looked at the single drop Lin Chuan offered, and then at the 4 drops he had relinquished, his mouth twitching. I give you 4 drops, and you only return 1? If you can defeat me, you may exchange for 16. Of course, Lin Chuan replied matter-of-factly. You. Mo Yi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, given the strength of his opponent, it was already commendable that Lin Chuan was willing to exchange with him. Resolving not to dwell on it any longer, he opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of chaotic blood. Boom! The instant the chaotic blood entered his abdomen, an indescribably terrifying force erupted within him. Akin to the creation of the world, his bloodlines boiled, his bones reshaped, and his magical power surged at an astonishing pace. In just a few breaths, his magical energy had grown more than 10-fold. Moreover, the weakened aura he had previously experienced due to forcibly extracting his blood instantly revitalized, becoming even stronger than at his peak. He felt as though he was but a step away from breaking through the barrier to the 7th realm. My goodness, is this the power of a chaos body? Mo Yi was utterly astonished, his gaze towards Lin Chuan shifting from fear to a profound sense of camaraderie. This is incredible. Lin Chuan carefully stored the Qilin essence blood. 4 drops were sufficient for him, perfectly enough for the 4 children. As for himself, he had no need to consume it, for the system would return even more when he used it for the children. All right, children, let us depart. With that, Lin Chuan prepared to turn away. Father, you are too ruthless. At that moment, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. He had truly entered the forbidden zone. Within this realm, there resided a divine beast, the Qilin, and yet it had been subjected to a brutal beating by his father, followed by a forced exchange of blood. Father, it turns out you have endured humiliation for 3 years, all in anticipation of the transformation from a mortal body to a chaotic one. Lin Shi's heart ached as these thoughts crossed his mind. If you cultivate diligently, Father will ensure you grow stronger, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Brother, wait a moment. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yi clasped his hands together, a gleeful expression blooming on his face akin to that of a Freljordian. Brother, look, we have become acquainted through conflict. Would you be so kind as to take me along when you leave? You cannot exit. Lin Chuan halted his steps. Mo Yi sheepishly scratched his head. Well, my grandfather has set up a lethal array. Without reaching the 7th realm, I am unable to leave. Lin Chuan observed the suddenly transformed Qilin before him, suppressing a chuckle. Very well. He nodded, his countenance exuding a cheerful smile. Since you have called me brother, what more can I say? Splendid, brother. Mo Yi rejoiced, exclaiming, From this day forth, you shall be my sworn brother, though we share different parents. As he spoke, he pondered to himself, to follow this monstrous brother is undoubtedly a path to prosperity. Mo Yi, a pure-blood Qilin, possess the capability to adapt and endure. My future shines bright. This moment is not conceding. It is recognizing a hero with discerning eyes. Chapter 20. The Baptism of Medicinal Baths. Forging an unassailable foundation as the group emerged from the Qilin Palace, the terrifying killing formations that had previously ensnared them upon entering the mountain were once again activated. Countless beams of destructive energy surged forth from all directions, weaving an intricate web intended to obliterate them completely. Good heavens, brother, be careful, Mo Yi exclaimed, his hair nearly standing on end as he hurriedly took refuge behind Lin Chuan. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these killing formations. Years ago, he had recklessly charged into battle, relying on his tough exterior and stubbornness, only to be left charred and nearly transformed into a roasted Qilin. It took him over 10 days of recuperation in the palace, aided by the Qilin clan's divine recovery abilities, to recover. Since that incident, he had not dared to step outside the Great Hall, fearing to venture beyond the 7th realm. Yet, Lin Chuan merely raised his hand and swept it casually through the air. Buzz, the web of killing formations, composed of countless deadly arrays, seemed to vanish as if brushed away by an invisible hand. In an instant, it twisted and distorted, and before Mo Yi's astonished gaze, it shattered into countless light points, dissipating into nothingness. Simple, brutal, and devoid of reason. This was the chaotic body. Is this the killing formation set by my esteemed granduncle, reduced to naught? Mo Yi rubbed his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. The once formidable killing formations that had caused him endless torment appeared as fragile as paper before his younger brother. In truth, Lin Chuan had employed the emperor-level devouring ancestor talisman, combined with the suppressive effects of the chaotic body, to achieve such effortless dominance. You're truly remarkable, brother, Mo Yi exclaimed, giving Lin Chuan a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. In the ancient clans, strength commanded respect. Having been bested by Lin Chuan, Mo Yi already held a measure of admiration for him. Now, as they returned to freedom together, his admiration deepened immensely. It was merely luck, Lin Chuan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Leading the group, they walked through the mist-laden little world with ease. Upon returning to the Haifeng mountain range, the fresh air from the outside world rushed to meet them, and Mo Yi greedily inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Wow, the feeling of freedom is truly wonderful, he remarked with enthusiasm. By the way, Mo Yi, brother, Lin Chuan inquired, having been sealed for so long, you must be unfamiliar with this world. What are your plans moving forward? Plans? Mo Yi paused, then shook his head in confusion. He had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Sleeping from ancient times until now, his family and friends had long turned to dust. Faced with this unfamiliar era, he found himself utterly lost, unsure of where to go. Brother. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he threw an arm around Lin Chuan's shoulder, his face beaming with warmth. I see great potential in you. You are no ordinary person. I have decided to follow you in conquering the world. To ride on the coattails of greatness. One must do so brazenly. The individual before him was none other than the legendary chaotic body, brimming with limitless potential. Following him would undoubtedly lead to boundless achievements. Lin Chuan looked at Mo Yi, who had latched onto him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Well then, let be so. Recently, I opened a small martial arts dojo and am in need of staff. How about you come work for me? Meals and accommodation are provided, with a schedule from 9 to 5, weekends off, and a comprehensive benefits package. The salary is negotiable. And about the double rest? Mo Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. What I mean is, you can take 2 days off each week. Oh, my apologies. Mo Yi scratched his head, realizing the misunderstanding. This opportunity allows me to explore this new world thoroughly. If it weren't for Lin Chuan, he would have to endure at least 3 to 4 years of rigorous training in the palace before being capable of breaking through the restrictions to venture outside. Upon returning to the veterans' dojo, dusk was approaching. Mo Yi gazed curiously at the quaint courtyard, marveling at the architecture of this era. I need to prepare some medicinal bath materials for the children, and I must first procure a few decent cauldrons from the black market, Lin Chuan remarked. Preparing for a trip, he still possessed the blood and bones of the 5th-tier demon tiger, which he intended to sell for a decent price. He required 3 sufficiently large cauldrons to simultaneously administer the medicinal baths to the 3 children, enabling their bloodlines to evolve and forge unparalleled physiques. Wait a moment, brother. You need cauldrons? Mo Yi called out to him. I have plenty. With a grand gesture, 3 massive, pitch-black cauldrons adorned with ancient beast engravings thudded into the courtyard. These cauldrons exuded a heavy and profound aura, unmistakably extraordinary relics from ancient times. But that is not all. Mo Yi, eager to showcase his treasures, retrieved an assortment of shimmering spiritual herbs and precious medicines from his storage ring. These are the ancestral treasures prepared for me by our Kirin clan's forebears. Fine items from the primordial era, he declared exuberantly. Here, my dear nephew and nieces. Since it's our first meeting, consider this a token of my goodwill. His gaze swept over the 3 children, and upon seeing Lin Qing, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The youngest girl possesses talent that rivals that of the princes and princesses of our ancient clan. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Lin Mo and Lin, she stared in awe at the glittering, legendary materials they had only read about in ancient texts, quickly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. Little Qing said in her sweet, innocent voice, melting Mo Yi's heart. He chuckled. Well, since you all call me Uncle, there's no need for further formality. As a prince of the Kirin clan, he was generous in his offerings. Lin Chuan observed the ancient treasures with intrigue, realizing that accepting this employee was indeed a fortuitous decision. Brother Mo Yi, I am truly grateful. Lin Chuan, no longer holding back, began preparing the medicinal baths. He filled each of the 3 cauldrons with liquefied divine source water and added various heavenly materials in specific proportions. All these precious ingredients were provided by Mo Yi, significantly saving Lin Chuan considerable effort, and their quality was so high that even he found it challenging to gather such items on his own. Using such precious materials for the foundational baptism of the 3 children is nothing short of exceptional. Soon, the medicinal liquid in the 3 cauldrons began to bubble, transforming into 3 distinct colors that exuded an enchanting fragrance. Finally, Lin Chuan retrieved the blood of the Qilin and his own chaotic blood. Mo, as a sword cultivator, your physique requires greater resilience and dominance, primarily focusing on refining your physical body. He dripped 2 drops of blood into one of the cauldrons, causing the liquid within to instantly turn a blazing crimson. Wow, Father, I feel that after this, my aptitude might rival Tian Ming's. Lin Chuan chuckled. Once you reach the pinnacle the distinction between a mortal body and a divine body becomes negligible. Throughout history, many mortal emperors have emerged. It is said that upon ascension, they achieved even greater heights because they relied solely on profound wisdom and immense perseverance. A mortal body can indeed become an emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with longing. Lin Chuan, however, inwardly smiled, thinking, an emperor? That is not the ultimate goal for our Lin family. Xia, your primary focus is on talismans. Thus, you require a nimble spirit and the ability to communicate with the heavens and earth. This baptism will primarily strengthen your soul. Following this, Lin Chuan added the blood into Lin Xia's cauldron. Instantly, the entire cauldron's liquid morphed into a deep, chaotic hue, as if it contained an entire cosmic river. It was truly magnificent. As for Xia Qianli, Lin Chuan gazed at his little daughter, lifting her up with tenderness in his eyes. You are the youngest, and your foundation needs the most refinement. Everything must be centered on establishing a solid base. He simultaneously dripped 1 drop of Qilin blood and 1 drop of chaotic blood into the third cauldron. The essence of blood is rare and precious, yet for his children, Lin Chuan would never hold back. Moreover, let us not forget that he possesses a return system. The more he gives, the greater his rewards. Boom! Within Xia Qianli's cauldron, the 2 potent bloodlines clashed, and the liquid surged to its boiling point, echoing with the roars of ancient beasts, as if divine creatures were about to be birthed from within the cauldron. All right, all of you go in. Chapter 21. Enhanced Qilin Treasure Technique. Thud. Thud. Lin Mo and Lin, she took a deep breath and plunged directly into the treasure cauldron prepared for them. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan gently cradled the small figure of Xia Qianli and placed her into the cauldron, where the chaotic energy intertwined with the Qilin laws. The moment they entered the cauldron, Lin Mo and Lin, she simultaneously emitted a muffled groan. They felt as if they had been cast into a volcanic eruption or thrown into a steel-smelting furnace. The intense, tumultuous energy surged through every pore of their bodies, violently battering their meridians and bones. The sensation was excruciating, a pain that pierced to the core, even more agonizing than when they consumed the creation pill. Yet, amidst the extreme agony, there was an indescribable sense of exhilaration, a delightful thrill that sent shivers down their spines. They could distinctly perceive their bodies undergoing an astonishing transformation under the relentless power. Each bone grew denser, every muscle became more refined, and every drop of blood seemed to ignite with fervor. In contrast, Xia Qianli's experience was markedly different. Being so young and delicate, the elixir prepared by Lin Chuan, though equally potent, was much gentler in nature. As she entered the cauldron, a look of comfort spread across her small face, akin to a kitten luxuriating in a hot spring, letting out a contented sigh before closing her eyes and instinctively beginning to absorb the surrounding energy. Focus your mind and safeguard your essence. Lin Chuan's voice resonated in the minds of the 2 older children like the chimes of a morning bell. This is your opportunity for rebirth. Endure. He formed intricate hand seals, continuously infusing profound incantations into the 3 cauldrons. His spiritual essence split into 3 streams, meticulously guiding the wild energy within the elixir to transform the children's bodies in the most gentle yet efficient manner. The entire process demanded immense mental fortitude, allowing no room for error. Beside them, Moyi watched in awe, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such a level of medicinal bath purification was a rarity, even for the direct heirs of the Qilin clan. They would only experience it perhaps once or twice in a lifetime. This foundational cultivation was of imperial caliber. These little ones were indeed fortunate. As time passed, 6 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. The sky had turned completely dark. The elixir in the cauldron visibly lightened in color, as the ancient treasures, Qilin blood, and chaotic essence merged into the purest form of energy. Eagerly absorbed by the 3 children, mysterious phantoms began to materialize behind them. Above Lin Mo's head loomed a towering black Qilin, roaring towards the heavens, with sword energy radiating around it, as if intending to cleave the sky asunder. Behind Lin, she was a chaotic sea of stars, swirling galaxies, where runes flickered in and out of existence, giving rise to myriad profound paths. And the scene behind Xia Qianli was even more astonishing. A towering divine tree emerged from the ground, its ethereal form entwined with the phantoms of true dragons, celestial phoenixes, Qilins, and Kunpangs, as if the entire ancient mythology was encapsulated behind it. This was the extraordinary phenomenon they had summoned. However, Lin Chuan had long since established an array to conceal the heavenly secrets, rendering the interior invisible to the outside world. It is prudent to exercise caution regarding the unknown vast universe. Such vigilance is indeed beneficial. At long last, when a medicinal liquid within the cauldron had completely transformed into pure water, two slightly older children simultaneously opened their eyes. Boom! Two formidable auras surged upwards. The impurities within their bodies were entirely expelled, their skin gleaming like jade, enveloped in a faint aura of precious light. Within their bloodlines, there surged a trace of the Qilin-S dominion, accompanied by a chaotic essence swirling around them. Additionally, each of their minds was graced with an esoteric inheritance of profound techniques. The essence of the Qilin clan's blood contained the primordial runes of their lineage, exceedingly precious. To acquire just a single drop and fuse with it was to gain a legacy from the Qilin tribe. Lin Mo comprehended the Qilin clan's ultimate offensive technique, the Qilin battle heaven art. Lin Shi, on the other hand, grasped the Qilin clan's auxiliary divine art, the Qilin healing technique, which significantly enhanced her healing and restorative capabilities. Father, I feel that when I encounter that third-tier Thunder Wolf King, I can shatter it with a single punch. Lin Mo exclaimed, excitedly brandishing his fist. Brother, it should be turned into minced meat. Lin Shi corrected him with a smile. Meanwhile, Xia Qianli stretched her body, thoroughly absorbing the essence of the medicinal liquid, her entire being shimmering like a porcelain doll. Daddy, this bath was so delightful, she exclaimed. If it was enjoyable, I'll arrange one for you every week from now on, Lin Chuan replied, ruffling her hair with a grin. That sounds wonderful. At that moment, Mo Yi felt a sudden spark of realization. No way, my friend. That doesn't sound right. Of course, Lin Chuan's intention was merely to conduct a medicinal bath ritual, without implying the necessity of incorporating blood essence. As they reveled in their happiness, Lin Chuan's mind was met with the long-anticipated system notification sound. Ding! Your child Lin Mo has successfully completed the bloodline baptism, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Ding! Your child Lin, she has successfully completed the bloodline baptism, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Ding! Your child Lin Xing has successfully completed the foundation forging, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Commencing comprehensive evaluation. Congratulations. Host, the essences of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth have been perfected, successfully breaking through to the sixth realm, the five elements realm. Congratulations, host. Your five elements realm has reached the eternal extreme realm. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the ancient 10 fierce techniques, the ultimate Qilin technique, with a power enhancement of 100 times. Due to the immense quantity of five elements treasures placed within the three cauldrons, the children absorbed a vast amount of supreme-grade five elements essence. At this moment, it transformed into a return of benefits bestowed upon Lin Chuan. Boom! Lin Chuan felt as though five great universes had simultaneously erupted within his body. Within the Dantian, the five hues of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined and revolved, forming a flawless cycle of the five elements. In that moment, his magical prowess experienced a profound transformation. He sensed that with a mere thought, he could summon the elemental forces of the universe, executing spells with effortless command. He had transcended into the sixth realm, the realm of the five elements. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary five-element realm. It represented an unparalleled pinnacle, a state that had never been achieved before and may never be replicated again. Simultaneously, an immense and enigmatic stream of information surged into his consciousness. It was a complete, even enhanced version of the Qianli treasure technique inheritance. Offense, defense, healing, speed. It encompassed all and contained boundless possibilities. Its power was leagues apart from that exhibited by Mo Yi, akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Lin Chuan was somewhat bewildered. How could the system be so astonishing? Exhaling a long breath, he felt invigorated, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The gains from this experience were indeed substantial. As the saying goes, one should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Today, the children's transformation was not solely due to his own blood, but also thanks to the cauldron and an abundance of ancient treasures provided by Mo Yi. Those treasures were undoubtedly invaluable, and as their employer, Lin Chuan could not accept them without due recognition. Mo Yi, my sincere gratitude for this. Here, please accept this. Lin Chuan condensed the vast Qianli treasure technique within his mind into a radiant scroll, encompassing a wealth of information, and handed it to Mo Yi. If there were any other human transmitting techniques, Mo Yi would have been indifferent. My friend, I hail from the ancient Qianli royal lineage, and our family's teachings are imperial techniques. Are you jesting with me? However, given that the other party was the chaos body Lin Chuan, he was compelled to take a closer look. Yet, Mo Yi was primarily driven by curiosity, having witnessed Lin Chuan's martial skills and deemed them merely a holy tier technique, not overly impressive. Thus, when he received the luminous scroll, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 22. The opening of the martial arts school. Unbeknownst to many, a single glance can be startling. As Mo Yi immersed his consciousness into the luminous scroll, he was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 10 large eggs. What is this? It is the treasured art of their Qianli clan. However, the content within was distinctly different. Mo Yi, being a prodigy, sensed immediately that the tome bestowed upon him by Lin Chuan surpassed their imperial lineage and prowess. If the Qianli clan's legacy could elevate one to the status of a great emperor, this technique seemed to promise an entry into the ethereal realm of immortality, a path only whispered of in myth. Immortal? This was a tale confined to legends. Heavenly heavens! Brother Lin, or rather, director, this artifact is exceedingly precious. Mo Yi felt a sense of unease. This treasure was indeed invaluable, rendering the ancient materials he had gifted Lin Chuan's children mere trifles by comparison. In the courtyard, Lin Chuan observed Mo Yi's excitement, his hands fidgeting in uncertainty, and offered a gentle smile. You deserve this. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Lin Chuan had never been a miser. Mo Yi not only established an unparalleled foundation for the children, but also indirectly facilitated Lin Chuan's breakthrough to the sixth realm, awakening the ultimate Qianli art. Thus, imparting this technique to him was only just, Director, who exactly are you? Could it be that you are a reincarnated celestial being? Mo Yi stared at the ultimate Qianli art in his mind, which was far more profound and potent than his own bloodline heritage, leaving him in a daze. This technique seemed tailor-made for him, rectifying all deficiencies in his practice while amplifying the Qianli clan's advantages to an unimaginable pinnacle. He even felt that if he could fully master this art, he might contend with a peak 7th realm expert in a test of strength. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, and the gap to the 7th realm was a substantial divide. The higher one ascends, the more pronounced the disparities become, even with minor advancements. This man is shrouded in mystery. How could he belong to an even more formidable Qianli lineage? Could it be he is a reincarnated celestial king, surveying the ages while indulging in earthly affairs? It must be so. Otherwise, there is no way to explain all of this. In that moment, Mo Yi resolved firmly. He would cling to this powerful ally. Not even Jesus could deter me. I declare, brother, from now on, I am yours. I will brave fire and water without hesitation. He thumped his chest, swearing with conviction. What does it mean to be yours or not? Such sentimental talk. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. He could see that Mo Yi was a genuine fellow, easily swayed by a single treasured art. First, he would serve as an employee, and when a martial arts school flourished, he would become an elder, sharing in the profits and earning millions annually. A mere trifle. Very well. I shall heed the director's guidance. Mo Yi stuck out his tongue and grinned broadly, devoid of any regal demeanor befitting a great Qilin lord, instead resembling a playful puppy. However, he remains unaware of the true significance of earning $1 million annually. The following morning, at the entrance of the veteran martial arts school, the atmosphere buzzes with excitement. A massive red banner cascades from above the entrance to the ground, emblazoned with the words "Warm Congratulations on the grand opening of the veteran martial arts school." Flanking the entrance, an array of congratulatory flower baskets adorns the space, some sent by Zhou Ming on behalf of himself and the Martial Arts Administration, while others come from the citizens of Luocheng. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, amidst a cacophony of firecrackers, Lin Chuan, accompanied by 3 children and the newly appointed staff member, Mo Yi, officially inaugurates the school. "I hereby declare the Veteran Martial Arts School officially open." Lin Chuan's voice, amplified by the media microphone, resonates throughout the venue. Zhou Ming leads the crowd in enthusiastic applause, while reporters from various media outlets direct their cameras at the once revered martial god, the flashbulbs illuminating the scene. The throng of spectators swells to such a degree that the entire street becomes impassable. Next, Lin Chuan's assistant, Mo Yi, takes the stage to address the audience. He discusses the rules for enrollment and the discount policies. The pricing aligns closely with that of other martial arts schools. Yet the presence of a martial god and a prince of Qilin teaching here offers unparalleled value. Due to the limited space, the school can only accept a maximum of 10 inner disciples during the initial phase, while the number of auditors remains unrestricted. It operates on a first-come, first-served basis. Future aspirants to the inner circle will face more stringent requirements, so those interested are urged to register promptly. With his flowing red hair and clad in a black martial arts uniform, Mo Yi's imposing figure resembles a small iron tower, exuding an air of reliability. Zhou Ming, beaming with excitement, exclaims amidst the crowd, "It is a great honor for all of Luoqing that Commander Lin has opened a martial arts school and is teaching personally. I firmly believe that under Commander Lin's guidance, the martial arts level in Luoqing will surely reach new heights." His words are met with a wave of enthusiastic applause. However, as the media shifts their focus to the registration desk, the atmosphere suddenly turns awkward. The mahogany table designated for registrations stands empty, save for a solitary young man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane. No one else approaches. The previously vibrant atmosphere feels doused by a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the excitement. Whispers ripple through the gathered crowd. What is happening? All talk and no action. The thunderous applause, but a mere drizzle when it comes to registration. After all, he was once a martial god. Surely he must be proficient in teaching martial arts. Are you not aware? The Thunder God Martial Arts School has already warned that anyone daring to enroll here will be at odds with their association. Alas, it is a pity. Though Lin the martial god was a hero, he belongs to the past. He is now but an ordinary person, and it hardly seems worth it to offend the local sovereign of Luocheng. The journalists exchange glances, their expressions revealing a mix of bemusement and intrigue. This group of individuals, in their pursuits, seldom seeks to delve deeply into matters. Rather, they are solely concerned with stirring public sentiment. Their singular aim is to concoct sensational headlines that will captivate audiences. An anticipation looms that today promises to unveil a spectacle. Lin Chuan, amidst the online discourse, finds himself at the center of polarized opinions, with a considerable number of detractors. It is likely that he will utilize 2 accounts to disseminate conflicting news, simultaneously reaping the rewards from both his supporters and critics. Zhou Ming's expression has also turned somewhat grim. He yearns to articulate something to alleviate the tension, but finds himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere is thick with awkwardness. Only the young man, blind from birth, stands undeterred. He remains unfazed by the threats from the Thunder God Society, his sole desire being to acquire genuine skills. This individual is named Chun Fan. Though born without sight, perhaps fate has opened a different window for him. His auditory perception and sensitivity far surpass that of the average person. He senses an unsettling aura emanating from several children in the martial arts school, including Lin Wuxian and his associates. Chapter 23. The challenge of the city in the face of this sparsely attended and awkward scene. Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. As Yi had mentioned, a true master could only teach a maximum of 10 disciples. This was determined by fate and innate talent, and Lin Chuan was not one to impose his will. Furthermore, he was not reliant on the martial arts school for financial gain. Rather, it served as a foundation for his burgeoning influence, a precursor to the future heavenly court. Lin Chuan gazed gently at the young man before him. Chun Fan. Here, Lin Wuxian. Chun Fan responded, his voice trembling slightly with excitement and nervousness. Are you born with a visual impairment? Yes. Chun Fan lowered his head. I was unable to see from birth. The doctor said my optic nerves are irreparably damaged. Lin Chuan nodded, sensing that this young man's spirit was far more refined than that of an ordinary person. Perhaps it was the absence of sight that had honed his mental acuity in a unique manner. Excellent. I see that you possess considerable talent. Lin Chuan's voice resonated clearly throughout the gathering. From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of my old soldier martial arts school, exempt from further examination. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? He is directly made an inner disciple? Honestly, if he fails the assessment, it will only reflect poorly on the old soldier martial arts school. Is Lin Chuan so desperate that he would accept a blind person as an inner disciple? This is utterly ludicrous. The murmurs among the onlookers were rife with mockery. To them, it seemed that Lin Chuan was merely putting on a facade to salvage his reputation. The old soldier martial arts school was merely an empty shell, peddling nostalgia with no genuine interest from aspiring students. Lin Chuan paid no heed to the cacophony. He simply smiled warmly at Chun Fan. From now on, you shall call me master. Master, please accept my bow, Chun Fan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt before Lin Chuan, earnestly bowing 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Each bow was delivered with sincere vigor. Lin Chuan, knowing that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, would not betray the respect shown by this young man. All right, rise, Lin Chuan said. The act of honoring one's master was essential, and he would not prevent his disciple from kneeling. For after making this decision, he was no longer just a teacher, but a master. The difference between the two roles was profound. At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air, an approaching chorus of engines. Dozens of luxury vehicles, emblazoned with various martial arts school emblems, formed a grand procession, converging upon the entrance of the old soldier martial arts school. Is that the sailing martial arts school? And the Iron Fist dojo? Why are they all here? Look, that's the convoy from the Zhangzhou Martial Academy. In an instant, the masters and elite disciples from numerous martial arts schools across Luocheng gathered in throngs. Among those disembarking from the vehicles were Lin Mo and Lin Shi, classmates from Luoqing No. 2 High School. Oh my, look who it is. Aren't those the 2 prodigies from our school, Lin Mo and Lin Shi? A youth clad in an exquisite martial arts uniform, with a somewhat acerbic countenance, led several companions directly to Lin Mo and Lin Shi, delivering a scathing remark. His name was Wang Hao. Having been brainwashed by sensationalist media, he came to perceive Lin Chuan as a traitor to humanity. Convinced of his own righteousness, he believed that targeting Lin Mo and Lin Shi at school would render him a paragon of justice. Little did he realize, he merely cloaked his bullying antics under the guise of virtue. I hadn't seen you at the second high these past few days. I thought you had dropped out to work in a factory. Turns out you've come to this dilapidated place to learn martial arts from a worthless old man. Have you had your brains kicked by a mule? What did you say, you fool? Lin Mo's fist clenched instantly, fury igniting in his eyes. How so? Am I mistaken? Wang Hao, emboldened, crossed his arms and tilted his head. Your father was a martial god once, formidable indeed, but now? He is nothing more than a waste incapable of gathering his breath. What can you possibly learn from him? How to crawl on the ground. Ha ha! His entourage erupted into raucous laughter, while the onlookers from other martial arts schools wore expressions of anticipation. Lin Shi's face flushed with indignation. Are you looking for trouble? Mo Yu was about to explode with rage, but Lin Chuan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head in disapproval. Old Mo, there is no need to be agitated. Why should we let ourselves be provoked by children? Those who speak disrespectfully will receive their due lesson. Lin Chuan understood that these individuals were merely pawns manipulated by their coach, who likely received directives from the Thunder God Martial Arts School. If that were the case, then the Thunder God Martial Arts School had no reason to exist. Lin Mo caught a glance from his father, forcing himself to suppress his rising anger. Observing this exchange, the crowd began to comprehend. They have come to challenge the school. On the very first day of business, a challenge has been issued, a customary practice in the martial arts community, yet none expected such a multitude to arrive. The spectacle was overwhelming. It seemed as though nearly every martial arts school in Luo City had gathered, clearly intent on leaving the old soldier martial arts school without any avenue for reprieve. Whispers of sympathy for Lin Chuan filled the air. At that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a sleek, pitch-black spaceship, resembling a soaring thunderbird, gradually descending and hovering above the old soldier martial arts school. A vast shadow enveloped the entire street. Emblazoned on the side of the spacecraft were the characters for Thunder God, flickering with violet electricity. It's the Thunder God Martial Arts School's vessel. My goodness, just to issue a challenge, and they brought out the Thunderbird. What a display of grandeur. Truly magnificent. Such a spectacle indeed, as expected of the premier martial arts school in Luo City. Hurry, breathe in deeply. The Thunderbird runs on spirit stones. Its exhaust must be nourishing. The onlookers erupted into fervent excitement. To possess a private spacecraft is a symbol of supreme power in Luo City. The actions of the Thunder God Martial Arts Academy undoubtedly declare to the entire city who the true sovereign is. By the porthole of the spacecraft stood a robust, stern-faced middle-aged man, his arms crossed, gazing coldly down upon the crowd below, which resembled ants in their insignificance, as well as the seemingly mundane veteran martial arts academy. He is the master of the Thunder God Martial Arts Academy and the president of the Thunder God Association, Lei Hong. Observing the figure he despised below, a cruel and triumphant smirk crept across Lei Hong's lips. Lin Chuan, oh Lin Chuan, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Years ago, you defeated me with a single punch, leaving me a laughingstock. I've carried this humiliation for 2 long decades. Today, before the eyes of the entire city, I shall utterly trample the last vestige of your dignity beneath my feet. Chapter 24. The advancing Lin Shi, a sharp tongue and a violent strike meanwhile. In the distant imperial capital, at the Lin family estate, Lin he leisurely sipped tea while observing the farcical events unfolding in Luo City through a holographic screen. The audacity of a blind man signing up was utterly laughable. Oh, brother, what folly is this? Lin he held a cup of exquisite tea infused with Bodhi leaves, his eyes gleaming with delight. Beside him, several younger members of the Lin family were quick to flatter him, exclaiming, "What the deputy family head says is true. This Lin Chuan has utterly disgraced our Lin family. A useless person attempting to open a martial arts school. He truly knows no bounds. Once those lowly disciples from inferior schools beat him to a pulp, let us see what face he has left to live on." They added, "He rose to prominence solely due to our Lin family support. Without us, he is nothing." Hearing this, Lin he chuckled with satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. He wanted everyone to recognize that without the Lin family, the once mighty martial god was as insignificant as a stray dog. In Luo City, outside the veteran martial arts school, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A group of martial artists, gathered to offer their congratulations, spontaneously cleared a space to serve as a temporary arena. A man in his 40s, with prominent temples and a composed demeanor, stepped forward from the crowd. He clasped his fists towards Lin Chuan and declared loudly, "I am Zhao Tao, the head of the Sanlang Martial Arts School, here to learn from you. Martial God Lin, I respect your past contributions to the great Xia and Luo City, but the rules of the martial arts world must be upheld. With the opening of a new school, we must have our peers assess its worth. I hope Martial God Lin will not refuse." His words, though polite, were laced with undeniable provocation. "Please," was Lin Chuan's only response, as the scene unfolded dramatically. Mo Yi swiftly erected a temporary arena, 2 meters high and 8 meters wide, using a metal frame. Such structures were commonplace in every martial arts school. Typically a vertical steel column, it could transform into a square arena with the press of a button. Zhao Tao signaled to one of his disciples, Master, one person is sufficient to deal with this self-promoting, insignificant school. The previously brash youth, Wang Hao, immediately understood and swaggered onto the arena. He disdainfully beckoned with his finger. Come on, you two little brats. You can come at me together, and I shall handle you both. Brother, let me take this one, Lin, she said, restraining the furious Lin Mo with a cold expression as she stepped onto the stage. Oh, look at this little girl, Wang Hao sneered upon recognizing Lin Shi, his laughter growing more boisterous. What is this? Unable to win. Are you resorting to the beauty strategy? Unfortunately, little sister, you haven't developed yet. Your flat chest holds no allure for me. His taunts only incited a wave of laughter from his fellow disciples behind him, whether among the live audience or the millions of netizens in the Star Network livestream. Including Lin He, who was far away in the capital, nearly everyone harbored doubts about this seemingly delicate young girl. She appeared so fragile that one could easily imagine her reduced to tears by a mere punch. What was Lin Chuan thinking, sending a little girl into the arena? Was she, his daughter, meant to endure punishment? It would be wiser to concede right away to minimize embarrassment. Lin He sneered contemptuously. It seems that Lin Chuan has truly run out of options. On the stage, the referee announced loudly, "The match begins. Don't be afraid, little sister." Wang Hao taunted, "I will be gentle. I'll just incapacitate you." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shi moved. Her figure dashed forth like a streak of black lightning, vanishing from her spot in an instant. She was remarkably swift, so fast that Wang Hao's eyes could scarcely track her. By the time he realized what was happening, a dainty pink Converse sneaker, infused with tremendous force, had struck mercilessly against his right knee. A sickening crack echoed throughout the arena, sending chills down spines. Wang Hao emitted a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His right leg bent at an unnatural angle, broken, utterly shattered. Unfortunately, it was not a mere fracture. Lin Mo remarked coldly, "If it were me, that kick would have annihilated any hope of progeny, rather than merely break a leg." The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, every smile frozen on the faces of the spectators. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. However, this was merely the beginning. With a dark expression, Lin Shi remained silent as she grasped Wang Hao's hair, pulling his contorted face close to hers. "Let me teach you a lesson for your foul mouth. Let me teach you a lesson for your foul mouth. Let me teach you a lesson for your foul mouth." The crisp sound of slaps rang out like a relentless drumbeat. Lin Shi's petite hands swung fiercely, delivering a flurry of more than 10 resounding slaps. Each strike brought forth blood and shattered teeth. Wang Hao's once relatively handsome face was transformed into a swollen mess, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I surrender. I concede." The brash youth who had been so arrogant moments before now wailed like a child, incoherent in his pleas. Lin Shi remained expressionless. After delivering the final slap, she seized Wang Hao by the collar and, as if discarding a tattered sack, hurled his 100-plus-pound body off the stage. With a thud, Wang Hao's form arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground several meters away, producing a heart-stopping thud. This fall resulted in multiple fractures. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could not even rise. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Ruthless and resolute, swift and decisive. Throughout the entire ordeal, not a trace of hesitation lingered. The atmosphere fell into an utter silence, where even the faintest sound of a falling needle could be heard. All present stood in astonishment, gazing at the petite girl on the stage, her visage as frigid as winter's frost. It felt as though their entire worldview had been upended. It is essential to understand that in martial arts competitions, as long as one does not face death, any injuries sustained, regardless of their severity, necessitate that the individual bear the costs of treatment. After all, it was the challenger who initiated the confrontation. With the injuries Wang Hao sustained, a period of no less than 6 months of absolute rest, coupled with medical expenses exceeding hundreds of thousands of star coins, would render him unable to rise from his bed. Furthermore, this year's martial arts college entrance examination was an opportunity he could no longer pursue. Chapter 25. She is a talismancer. Silence reigned. A prolonged silence lasting several seconds. Zhao Tao's face turned a deep shade of iron, utterly aghast at his idiotic disciple. He had been boasting incessantly, only to be instantaneously defeated, begging for mercy and surrender. His own dignity and that of the Samlang martial arts school had been utterly obliterated. Why should he even bother to take this useless fool away? It would only serve to further his humiliation. Members of the Samlang martial arts school scrambled to carry the unconscious Wang Hao away. The scene and the live broadcast erupted into chaos. What has transpired? Am I seeing things? Instant annihilation? The strength of that young girl is astonishing. I felt pain just from watching her kick through the screen. Something is amiss. That lad, at least a 6th level in body refining, could not possibly be vanquished by a single encounter, even if he were complacent. Indeed, the power that young girl unleashed was certainly beyond that of a mere 6th level in body refining. The atmosphere buzzed with shock and confusion. The sheer ferocity and decisiveness displayed shattered their preconceived notions of a delicate young maiden. Nevertheless, many still stubbornly attributed the defeat to Wang Hao's overconfidence. It's clear that Wang Hao was simply foolish, blabbering incessantly even as the fight began. He deserved to be struck. Indeed, he was caught off guard and was essentially ambushed. If he had exerted himself from the outset, the outcome would surely have been different. His arrogance was his undoing. Listening to the surrounding commentary, Zhao Tao's complexion turned the color of pig's liver. What a disgrace! In a challenge to showcase their skills, the first to step up was utterly obliterated by a girl with a single move. The humiliation was compounded by the fact that it was all broadcast live, with the citizens of Luo City watching on their phones. Consequently, the reputation of the Samlang martial arts school was irrevocably tarnished, rendering them a laughingstock among their peers in the martial arts community. In Kyoto, Lin watched the live stream, his frustration boiling over as he crushed the cup in his hand. On site, Mo stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell, dripping with unabashed mockery. Oh my! What is this Samlang martial arts school, producing such worthless braggarts? Surely your martial arts are designed solely for verbal sparring. Lin Chuan chimed in with a timely jab. The Samlang martial arts school should consider a career in law, where one can talk without the need for action. Ha ha ha! The crowd of supporters for the veteran martial arts school found immense satisfaction in this. Lin Wuxian was simply magnificent. He gained fame through his sharp tongue, taunting opponents while defeating them, leaving countless adversaries seething in impotent rage. How nostalgic it is to recall those days watching Lin Wuxian in the arena. Zhao Tao was mercilessly ridiculed, his face flushed with embarrassment, fists clenched so tightly they creaked, yet he could muster no retort. Such is the code of the martial arts realm. In a challenge, to lose is to stand straight and endure the humiliation at the hands of the victor. To dare to retort is to demonstrate an inability to accept defeat, making it impossible to navigate the community thereafter. He could only lead the remaining disciples, retreating into the vehicle amidst a chorus of mockery, leaving in a state of embarrassment, with the unfortunate demise of the Samlang martial arts school as a cautionary tale. The other martial arts schools grew considerably more cautious. They finally recognized that this seemingly unremarkable veteran school was not as easy to conquer as it appeared. However, fortune favors the bold. At this moment, whoever could step forward and decisively thwart the veteran school's momentum would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Thunder God Martial Arts School. From the Iron Spear sect, Sun Hong emerged to seek guidance. A tall, slender man with piercing eyes like an eagle pushed through the crowd. I, from the Iron Spear sect, excel only in weaponry. He gestured to a disciple behind him, who wielded a long spear, and whispered a warning. Zhang Yang, once you step up, remember not to be careless. Utilize the advantages of your spear, maintain your distance, and strive for a swift victory. Do not let her approach. Master, with such a divine artifact in hand, just watch. The disciple named Zhang Yang nodded confidently. He ascended the stage, brandishing his spear with a flourish, creating a beautiful display of spear flowers. A resonant hum echoed as a faint aura of spiritual light enveloped the spear. It was a top-tier weapon of the Xian rank. Wow! The Iron Spear sect has truly invested heavily to impress the Thunder God Martial Arts School. This weapon could be considered a treasure of the school. The ranks of weapons were classified as Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian, although a top-tier weapon of the Xian rank was still inferior to the lowest grade D rank weapons. It was significantly rarer than the latter. Such weapons were challenging to forge, and since the combatants were of lower realms, this level of weaponry was indeed the optimal choice, perfectly suited for their capabilities. The Xian rank was slightly superior to the Huang rank, just right for channeling spiritual energy to enhance martial techniques. This advantage was monumental. A top-tier Xian spear could slice through iron as if it were mud and amplify the power of martial arts techniques. That young girl, no matter how strong her physical prowess, could not possibly withstand such an onslaught barehanded. Could she? The crucial point was that the young girl did not even wield a weapon. Was she intending to fight with her bare fists? The veteran school's streak of good fortune had surely come to an end. The crowd sentiments turned once more in favor of the challenger. They believed that the substantial disparity in weaponry would compensate for everything. Even Lin He, far away in the imperial capital, revealed a cold smile once again. Such theatrics. I shall see how this unfolds. Bring me another cup of tea. On the stage, Zhang Yang, curious, inquired, "Aren't you going to use a weapon?" Lin, she replied, "My weapon is already in my hands." "Very well, but I want to hold back," Zhang Yang declared. The duel commenced at the referee's command. Zhang Yang sprang into action, keeping his master's advice in mind, shifting his steps to maintain a safe distance from Lin Shi. His Xian rank-long spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, transformed into streaks of cold light, aiming directly at Lin Shi's vital points. His spear techniques were fierce and the angles deviously sharp. Faced with the relentless barrage of spear shadows, Lin Shi nimbly evaded with grace. The pace was excruciatingly slow. To her eyes, Zhang Yang's marksmanship resembled that of an elderly lady operating at a quarter of normal speed. As she deftly evaded, her delicate, fair right hand extended, tracing intricate patterns in the air before her. The tips of her fingers glimmered with ethereal light. With a final flourish, a golden talisman, composed purely of spiritual energy, materialized instantaneously in the air. Go! Whoosh! That golden talisman transformed into several shimmering chains of light, disregarding spatial distance, and appeared directly before Zhang Yang. "What is this?" Zhang Yang was taken aback, attempting to raise his gun in defense, but it was already too late. The golden chains, as if imbued with a life of their own, swiftly bound his body and the long gun in his grasp with relentless precision. A formidable force of confinement surged forth, rendering him utterly immobilized, unable even to twitch a finger. The arena once more descended into an eerie silence. What manner of technique is this? Drawing symbols out of thin air? She is a talisman master. My heavens, a talisman master at such a young age. No, aren't talisman masters primarily focused on mental prowess? How can her physical form possess such might? I am but a mere passerby. Why ask me? Who should I inquire of? Everyone was utterly stunned by this extraordinary spectacle that defied all logic. On the platform, Lin Shi was hardly inclined to cast another glance at her opponent, now ensnared like a rice dumpling. She stepped forward, lifting her small foot clad in Converse sneakers. As her adversary had not resorted to foul language, she upheld the principles of martial ethics. With a single kick, she sent him flying over 10 meters away. Once again, it was a swift victory, yet this time, it was even more astonishing and utterly unfathomable. Chapter 26. The Blade Drawn, the Decapitation Showcase, a Talisman Master. Moreover, a practitioner of physical talismans. The audience, including the martial arts masters who came to challenge, was left utterly dumbfounded. Talisman masters are inherently rare, given the exceedingly high demands on spiritual talent. And a talisman master possessing an extraordinary physical prowess is truly unheard of, a sight never witnessed before. This individual is undoubtedly a multifaceted warrior. I see it now. Someone suddenly slapped their thigh, awakening to the realization. When Lin Wuxian was at the height of his glory, he must have utilized exceptional resources to forge the bodies of his children. It is impossible for them to be this formidable otherwise. Indeed, it must be so. The foundation they possess is far beyond that of ordinary individuals. In an instant, The crowd attributed the strength of Lin Shi and Lin Mo to the accumulations of Lin Chuan from years past. In the capital, Lin He looked on, infuriated, as the teacup in his hand shattered, splattering water all over the Lin family disciples nearby. Damn it! Lin Chuan has indeed hidden quite a bit. In the sky, aboard the Thunderhawk, Lei Hong's expression grew solemn. He discerned that the young girl was far more than a mere fade constructed from rare resources. Both her initial explosive power and her later ability to conjure talismans from thin air indicated that her innate talent and combat skills far surpassed her peers. This is infuriating. I was deceived into underestimating her. Following 2 swift and decisive victories, the remaining martial arts schools were left utterly demoralized. Lin Shi was overwhelmingly powerful, invincible in close combat and unmatched at range. How could they possibly contend with her? Unless they suppressed her cultivation level. They exchanged glances, none daring to send anyone else into the fray. To do so would be sheer folly, a blatant sacrifice of dignity. Better to blend into the crowd and feign ignorance. Before long, all eyes gravitated towards the Thunderhawk in the sky. Everyone understood that the true protagonist of the day was the Thunder God Martial Arts School. Only they possessed the strength to contend with the veteran martial arts school. There was no choice. He had to step in personally. Lei Hong turned to a tall, proud young man beside him, saying, "Xiao Younger, it's your turn." This was his son, Lei Liang, 18 years of age. From a young age, he had undergone medicinal baths with various precious herbs to forge his body, establishing a solid foundation. At merely 18, he had already ascended to the 4th realm, Heavenly Bridge Realm. He was undoubtedly the foremost individual of his age in the entire city of Luo. "Master, I can do it too. Let me take the stage." A talented disciple from the opening Yuan realm implored. Lei Hong could clearly see that Lin Shi's strength was beyond what his disciple could handle. Frowning, Lei Hong's demeanor silenced any further pleas. In the Thunder God Martial Arts School, Lei Hong's commands were absolute. No one dared to voice dissent. "Father, rest assured, this farce is about to come to an end," Lei Liang replied with a confident smile. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, he welcomed the flashing lights and cameras, waving his hand. Then, he leapt from the vessel, descending gracefully onto the stage like a great bird, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shi before directing his attention to Lin Mo below the stage, adopting a condescending tone as he spoke. "I do not bully women. Let it be you who ascends the platform. I am at the 4th realm of the Heavenly Bridge, whereas you are merely at the 2nd realm of opening the origin. To ensure fairness, I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours for this duel. Brother, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. Allow me to deal with him." "Lin," she exclaimed, scrunching her small nose in displeasure. "Sister, you have already fought twice. It is my turn now." "Very well then." With that, Lin Mo took over from Lin Shi, gripping the weighty, unsharpened great sword that had become as light as a feather to him. He regarded Lei Liang with a disdainful smirk. "Enough with the idle chatter. Suppressing my cultivation? There is no need. Even if I were merely at the opening the origin realm, defeating you would be akin to child's play. You truly are audacious." Lei Liang's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "The match begins," announced the referee. Sharp-toned, with a single hand, "I shall subdue you as one would a dog." Lei Liang scoffed, and indeed, he followed through, genuinely suppressing his cultivation to the opening the origin realm. He intended to demonstrate his overwhelming power over this ignorant youth by employing strength at the same realm. Extending a hand, fingers poised like claws, he lunged at Lin Mo's shoulder with the speed of lightning, aiming to subdue him first before delivering a humiliating defeat. However, in the face of this seemingly fierce assault, Lin Mo neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he simply unleashed a punch. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by a dull thud and the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing. Lei Liang's arm bent backward at an exaggerated angle. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing Lei Liang to scream, his face paling instantly. He stumbled backward, utterly astonished. Throughout his life, he had been nurtured by his father with rare treasures and medicinal baths, his physique always among the strongest of his peers. He could easily hold his own against the upper echelons of the noble families in the capital. Yet here, he found himself overpowered by a youth 2 realms beneath him. "How dare you injure me?" he roared in fury. As the young master of the Thunder God Martial Arts School, the foremost of his generation in Luo City, he had never endured such humiliation. He refused to accept defeat. He could not afford to lose. Otherwise, where would he place the honor of himself and the Thunder God Martial Arts School? Channeling his energy, he summoned the power of lightning to forcefully restore his severed arm. Boom! The formidable aura of the 4th realm of the Heavenly Bridge erupted without restraint. He bellowed, forming a single-handed seal. ZZZ! Waves of purple lightning manifested, morphing into a dozen fierce thunderbirds that screeched and hovered ominously in the air. The 4 foundational realms, body refinement, opening the origin, Divine Sea, and Heavenly Bridge, culminated in the Divine Sea realm, dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual energy. Amidst the tumultuous tempest, vivid and lifelike, the thunderbirds shrieked as they spiraled through the heavens, transforming into a harbinger of annihilation, the thunderstorm. The thunderbirds encircled their prey. The formidable warriors of the realm had begun to harness the natural forces surrounding them, their spiritual energies, in both quality and quantity, far surpassing those of the foundational realm. Lei Liang had ceased his pursuit of merely defeating Lin Mo within their shared tier. His singular aim now was victory. Confronted by this ferocious, thunderous magic, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. It was hardly a matter of consequence. The massive, unsharpened sword in his grasp danced into an impenetrable curtain of black steel. Bang! 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 The instant the thunderous avians came into contact with the sword's veil, they were utterly obliterated, dissipating into a cascade of electric light. What? Come again. Lei Liang was determined to summon more thunderbirds to assail Lin Mo. Fool. Did you think I would grant you endless time to cast your spells? While Lei Liang remained in shock, still attempting to weave his incantations, Lin Mo's figure had already darted forward, appearing before him in a mere few bounds. His movements resembled the galloping of a Qilin, employing the techniques of the Qilin battle art. With a simple kick, he struck true to Lei Liang's chest. Boom! Lei Liang was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the arena floor. He had lost. The defeat was swift and decisive. Upon witnessing the outcome, the spectators were engulfed in disbelief. What? The Veteran Martial Arts Academy emerged victorious. How could the disciples of the Veteran Martial Arts Academy be so formidable? Previously, one could argue that they had an advantage in physical prowess during their duels within the same realm. Yet now they had triumphed over a genius 2 tiers above them. By the heavens, Veteran Martial Arts Academy, I must enlist. Lei Liang had consistently been recognized as the foremost student of this cohort in Luo City. And yet he had fallen. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such an outcome. The offspring of the martial god Lin Chuan truly excelled beyond measure. In the capital, Lin had just replaced his cup of tea when he crushed it in a fit of rage. This time, his fury was so intense that water splattered throughout the room, drenching the nearby Lin clan members. Curse it! How could this happen? He had observed those 2 children every year upon their return. They were nothing but wastrels. Could it be that those 2 Tian Lin ancient pills possessed such extraordinary power? Was it not said that such substances could only elevate an ordinary individual to the status of a genius with a 9.0 aptitude? Yet, judging by their current performance, their aptitude must have exceeded 100. How could this be possible? Damn it! Damn it! Why must you, Lin Chuan, always be so fortunate? Watching Lin Chuan's children shine brilliantly, Lin felt a pang more profound than mere financial loss. Meanwhile, Lei Liang's countenance twisted in denial, utterly unwilling to accept the reality of his defeat. How could I possibly lose to such a worthless being? The overwhelming shame and bitterness drove him to the brink of madness. You shall pay for this. He leaped from the ground, launching a sudden ambush before anyone could react. Behind him, a phantom bridge of thunder materialized, a manifestation of the heavenly bridge realm, connecting heaven and earth, harnessing the might of nature. With a deafening roar, a terrifying bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the clouds, descending with the power to annihilate everything upon Lin Mo, who stood with his back turned on the arena. What madness! How despicable! To launch a sneak attack from behind. Losing is one thing, but the Thunder God Martial Arts Academy can hardly afford such disgrace. This was the full-force strike of a formidable opponent from the Fourth Realm. It was over. That child was doomed. Panic erupted among the spectators, and even Zhou Ming's expression changed drastically as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Lin Chuan remained steadfast, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he cared not for his son's fate. Was there a glimmer of hope? Gazing at the holographic projection, he felt a spark of realization. Quickly, fetch me another cup of tea, he commanded. He had yet to take a sip, his throat parched. Yet, doubt crept into his mind. He questioned whether Lin Chuan had recovered, but it appeared he had not. Otherwise, he would have intervened instead of watching his son face impending doom. Just as everyone believed Lin Mo was destined for death, he swiftly turned to confront the cataclysmic lightning, his face devoid of fear. Pathetic. Just practice more. He placed his hand on the hilt of the enormous sword, gathering strength to draw it. With a resounding clang, a blade of light, even more radiant and domineering than the lightning, surged skyward, as if to cleave the heavens in two. The two forces collided midair with an unstoppable might. The imposing thunderbolt was cleaved in half by the sword's brilliance, transforming into two arcs of electricity that struck the ground beside the arena, leaving scorched craters in their wake. The sword light, having shattered the lightning, surged forth with unrelenting momentum. In the astonished gaze of Lei Liang, it flashed past, with a sickening splatter. Two jets of blood erupted from Lei Liang's thighs, his legs severed at the knees by that blinding sword light. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lin Mo planted the great sword into the ground, leaning on it with one hand. Gazing down at Lei Liang, now sprawled in a pool of blood, with both legs severed, he coldly remarked, "Resorting to sneak attacks upon losing is truly disgraceful. This time, consider it a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall take your life." Chapter 27. The astonished Lin Tianming's silence enveloped the world once more, an eerie stillness that was almost palpable. If the previous two victories could be attributed to underestimation and surprise, this time, Lin Mo, standing at the realm of Kaiyuan, faced the full force of the Four Realms' heavenly bridge head-on, and with an overwhelming prowess, he retaliated with a single sword strike. This transcended the comprehension of all present. A monster. This entire family is filled with monsters. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the venue and live broadcast erupted into a cacophony of thunderous discussion. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. A counterattack that spanned two great realms. Who would dare to believe such a claim? That sword strike. Did you see it clearly? I only beheld a flash of light before the thunder shattered, and Lei Liang's leg was broken. Absolutely magnificent. This is the essence of true swordsmanship. From this day forth, the Old Soldier Martial Arts School shall be my only father. The Thunder God Martial Arts School has truly met its match. No, it has encountered an indomitable alloy. That Lei Liang, having lost, resorted to a sneak attack. How despicably shameless. He deserved to have his leg broken. If it were me, I would have severed his head outright. Public opinion, in that moment, underwent a complete reversal. The tyranny and deceit of the Thunder God Martial Arts School starkly contrasted with the strength and integrity of the Old Soldier Martial Arts School. Victory, especially one achieved by the weak over the strong, a victory that is noble and forthright, always captures the hearts of the people. In the imperial capital, the Lin family. Crack. This was the fourth teacup, crushed today. Scalding tea mingled with shards of porcelain dripped from Lin He's fingers. His eyes glowed red. Fixated on the figure of the young swordsman standing resolutely on the holographic screen, his teeth grinding audibly, Lin Mo's sword strike was overwhelming. The essence of sword intent, distilled to its utmost perfection, the audacity of his advance. It surpassed even the core disciples of the Lin family, whom he had meticulously nurtured with countless resources. He could not comprehend it. Why? Why is Lin Chuan's son in a desolate city like Luo City, without any resources? capable of surpassing the genius that the Lin family has painstakingly built with endless resources? It is unjust. Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan, a venomous serpent of jealousy, gnawed furiously at Lin He's reason. Why do you persist in surviving? Why do you refuse to fade away? In Luo City, Su family mansion. In Su Wanqing's office, she too stared blankly at the holographic live broadcast, her cold phoenix eyes filled with endless shock. When Lin Mo unleashed that earth-shattering sword draw, her heart seemed to skip a beat. That swordsmanship, that sword intent, it was identical to that mysterious elder who had saved her and all the Su family members in the Black Wind Mountains that fateful night. A bold thought, one so audacious that it astonished even her, began to take root in her mind. Could that mysterious elder, could it be Lin Mo? No, he is too young. That elder must possess greater composure and strength. She was acutely aware that Lin Mo's remarkable swordsmanship could not have been self-taught. Undoubtedly, there existed a master of unparalleled skill guiding him. That master was highly likely to be the esteemed elder. Given that this elder was connected to the old soldier martial arts school, and its head was Lin Chuan, all clues converged towards a revelation that stirred her heart. Lin Chuan, this name had been the beacon of her youth, the embodiment of her admiration and reverence. The thought that the man, who had descended like a deity and saved her life, was none other than her childhood idol, made Su Wanqing's heart race uncontrollably. The hero had not faded into obscurity. He had merely adopted a different guise, lying low in the depths. I must go to the old soldier martial arts school. With newfound resolve, Su Wanqing rose, her eyes brimming with unprecedented determination. I care not for others' opinions. I, Su Wanqing, shall undoubtedly become a disciple of the old soldier martial arts school. Even though she had already attained the status of a fifth-tier warrior, she was more than willing to embrace the role of a student. She yearned to witness firsthand, to draw closer to the figure that had captivated her dreams. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sea, a colossal interstellar vessel, measuring 900 kilometers in length, was gradually initiating its launch, preparing for a spatial leap towards the inner ring of the Milky Way. Within the opulent lounge of the ship, Lin Tianming and Luo Qingwei were engrossed in a live broadcast from Earth, displayed on a massive holographic screen. As they had yet to enter subspace, they could still view certain live feeds from within the galaxy. Lin Tianming was particularly concerned about his father, brother, and sister. Coincidentally, today's broadcast featured events from the old soldier martial arts school. He promptly beckoned his mother, Luo Qingwei, to join him in watching. As they beheld Lin Shi and Lin Mo swiftly vanquishing their opponents with astonishing speed, Lin Tianming's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly capable of accommodating an egg. Initially, he had worried that, after he and his mother departed, his elder brother and younger sister would be left vulnerable and bullied. To his utter astonishment, they had grown so formidable, especially the final, earth-shattering strike delivered by his brother Lin Mo. Even through the screen, he could sense the unparalleled sharpness of that sword intent. Sending shivers down his spine, his brother had likely reached the threshold of sword intent. Lin Tianming murmured to himself, his eyes filled with awe. Following the shock, an overwhelming sense of urgency and competitiveness surged within him. He, born with a dominant physique, had always been the most radiant and powerful among his siblings. Yet now, his brother's progress hinted at a potential surpassing of him. I cannot allow my brother to outpace me. Lin Tianming clenched his fists, a fire igniting in his eyes. While he was delighted by his brother's strength, he yearned to surpass him. Once he arrived at Tianwei Academy, he would devote himself to relentless training. Luo Qingwei sat beside him, observing the scenes on the screen, her heart equally tumultuous. Her insights ran deeper than her son's. She could discern that the strength of Lin Mo and Lin Shi was not merely the result of two ancient Tianlin Dan pills. Their combat skills and martial arts techniques were truly exceptional. Particularly noteworthy were their ability to conjure symbols out of thin air and that unparalleled, domineering sword strike. Feats that could not be taught in any ordinary martial arts academy. Lin Chuan's expression grew increasingly complex as Luo Qingwei reflected. Indeed, you consistently manage to create unexpected miracles. She had to concede that she had underestimated the man who once shared her bed. Even with his cultivation seemingly obliterated, he appeared capable of nurturing their 2 children into genuine prodigies. However, what did it matter? In her heart, Luo Qingwei felt not a trace of regret. Her vision extended far beyond the immediate. Admittedly, Lin Chuan's displayed abilities were sufficient to allow the old soldier martial arts academy to dominate in Luo City, and perhaps even make a name for itself throughout the entirety of Great Xia. Yet, this was merely the limit. Too small. Luo City was too small. Great Xia was also too small. Even Earth was far too small. In the vast, boundless expanse of the interstellar universe, what significance did the ruler of a single planet hold? Her son, Lin Tianming, was a rare embodiment of the dominant's body. His future should not be confined to a mere speck of a planet. His stage should be the grander cosmos. She intended to take Tianming to the Tianwei Academy, to receive the finest education, to acquire the most elite resources, and to compete against the most extraordinary talents across the universe. This was the path she envisioned for her son, leading him toward becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. As for Lin Chuan and his small old soldier martial arts academy, to her, they were ultimately just a man's last stubbornness and unwillingness after falling from grace. Tianming. Luo Qingwei's voice brought Lin Tianming back from his tumultuous emotions. Mother, did you see? Luo Qingwei's gaze regained its usual coldness and determination. Your brother and sister are striving to grow stronger. If you do not wish to be surpassed by them, you must exert 100-fold, 1,000-fold effort. Your future is not in Luo City, but in the vast universe. Mother, I understand. Lin Tianming inhaled deeply. I will not disappoint you. I will never lose to my elder brother, because I am the dominant's body, a born dominant's body. Outside the old soldier martial arts academy, Lei Liang, having suffered the severance of both legs, was hastily lifted onto a spaceship by several members of the Thunder God Martial Arts Academy for urgent medical treatment. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats, for they understood that the true battle had likely just begun. With events having escalated to this point, there was no way it could simply conclude here. The public dismemberment of a young master was a tremendous disgrace for the Thunder God Martial Arts Academy. Inside the Thunder Eagle spaceship, Lei Hong gazed at his son, lying in the medical chamber, writhing in agony, his face darkening to a point that it seemed as though it could drip with water. Chapter 28. Lei Hong's Fury. Lei Hong's demise aboard the Leiying spacecraft, within the confines of the medical chamber. The advanced medical beams flickered over Lei Liang's severed leg. Yet instead of providing any remedy, they incited a flurry of intricate black sword energy, shredding the newly formed granulation tissue surrounding the wound. This is untenable. Master. The wound of the young master is ensnared by an extraordinarily domineering and bizarre sword energy. Our medical apparatus is utterly incapable of expelling it. Forcing treatment will only exacerbate the injury. A physician, drenched in perspiration, reported to Lei Hong, his voice laced with terror. Incurable. These 4 words struck Lei Hong's heart like 4 searing iron hammers. His son, his sole heir, was destined to spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. A primal roar erupted from Lei Hong, echoing through the heavens, an embodiment of his despair and wrath. The chilling intent to kill radiated from him like a palpable wave, enveloping the entire spacecraft. With a thunderous rumble, he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a 6th realm powerhouse without restraint. In an instant, the skies over Luo City transformed. The clear azure replaced by a shroud of ominous clouds. Purple lightning roiled within the tempest, howling as if heralding the apocalypse. An oppressive aura, suffocating and terrifying, blanketed half the city. Countless ordinary citizens trembled beneath this immense pressure, casting fearful glances skyward. Lin Chuan. Lei Hong's voice resounded like thunder, reverberating through the clouds. Hand over your wretched son. You must pay for my son's life. Otherwise, today I shall raise your martial hall to the ground, ensuring that you and all who stand beside you meet their doom. The unbridled fury and murderous intent in his voice plunged every soul present into a chilling abyss. The wrath of a sixth realm warrior could lay waste to millions, shedding rivers of blood. This time, Lei Hong was truly set on vengeance. Might circumstances be shifting once more? Everyone's hearts raced, perched precariously in their throats. In the imperial capital. Excellent. This is the might befitting a sixth realm powerhouse. Lin He exclaimed, witnessing the tumultuous spectacle on the glowing screen, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. It's about time this happened. Lin Chuan, let's see how you turn the tide this time. Someone, brew me another cup of exquisite Bodhi tea. A triumphant smile graced his face once more. Damn you. Just as the crowd was gripped by terror in the presence of Lei Hong's might, a voice, brimming with wild defiance and scorn, erupted like thunderclaps throughout the arena. All eyes turned towards the source, where the red-haired employee, Mo Yi, from the veteran Marshall Hall, vehemently berated the hovering spacecraft. You old decrepit fool, have you been pretending to be something you're not all this time? Suspended there in your pathetic vessel. Do you truly think you have the right to look down on me? Your worthless son, unable to handle a sneak attack, losing his leg was entirely deserved. And now you dare to demand my nephew's life? I swear, I shall claim your wretched life today. Mo Yi could no longer contain his outrage. He was inherently quick-tempered, and enduring for such an extended period was a testament to his cultivated restraint. Yet now, the audacity of the adversary to threaten his own brother and beloved nephew before him was intolerable. Should he continue to endure this affront, he would no longer be worthy of the name Qilin. Before his words could fully dissipate, Mo Yi surged into action. Boom! The ground beneath him erupted violently, his form transforming into a blinding streak of crimson light, accompanied by a sonic boom that rent the air as he ascended towards the heavens. His target was none other than the Thunderhawk spacecraft, hovering ominously in mid-air, seeking death. Lei Hong could hardly fathom that anyone would dare provoke him from below, and he immediately sought to activate the ship's energy cannon. However, he had vastly underestimated the speed and might of a pure-blood Qilin. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated, capable of shattering eardrums. To the astonishment of all witnesses, the crimson streak of light barbarically pierced through the Thunderhawk's sturdy exterior, forged from a special alloy. The vessel's abdomen was brutally breached, creating a colossal gash. Sparks and arcs of electricity flickered wildly. Boom! Mo Yi burst inside. The door to the command bridge, crafted from special alloy, was obliterated by a single kick. His golden, beastly eyes locked onto Lei Hong at the center of the bridge. Instantly, Lei Hong felt a tightening in his chest. Was there truly another master hidden in this old soldier's dojo? The crew within the bridge was rendered utterly speechless by this unforeseen spectacle. To breach a spacecraft? Was this even something a mere human could accomplish? Friend, today as conflict is solely between Lin Chuan and myself. Do you intend to defend him? Lei Hong forced an air of calm, though he was both alarmed and furious. From Mo Yi, he sensed an unprecedented, soul-chilling pressure, a terrifying dominance stemming from a higher plane of existence. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to meet your end. Mo Yi had no desire for further discourse. In a mere flicker, he appeared before Lei Hong, delivering a straightforward punch aimed squarely at his face. It was simply a punch, devoid of any intricate martial techniques. Yet, the power contained within it was enough to cause a slight distortion in the surrounding space. Fool! Do you truly think I fear you? Lei Hong, a formidable figure of the sixth realm, quickly regained his composure, suppressing his fear as the thunderous energy within him surged wildly. S-class martial technique, thunderclap, divine fist. He too unleashed a punch, his fist swirling with purple lightning that coalesced into a fearsome visage of a thunder beast, charging toward Mo Yi's blow. This was his most potent offensive maneuver, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. However, at the moment their fists collided, bang! Lei Hong's prideful thunder punch crumbled before Mo Yi's seemingly unremarkable strike, akin to a fragile egg shattering under pressure. The lightning dissipated in an instant. Crack! Every bone in Lei Hong's arm shattered, and with a violent cough of blood, he was sent reeling, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the bridge's wall with such force that it indented the sturdy alloy structure. Who? Who are you? Lei Hong lay prostrate on the ground, incredulously gazing at the figure before him. He was a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the Sixth Realm. How could he possibly fail to withstand a single punch from his opponent? The #1 employee of the Old Soldier Martial Arts Hall, Mo Yi, was indeed the one here to take his life. Mo Yi approached, looking down upon him with a gaze filled with the mocking amusement of a cat playing with a mouse. My friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I merely spoke in anger. He extended his hand, gripping Lei Hong by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, much like one would a chick. Enough of your nonsense. I have no desire to listen. With a sharp crack, Mo Yi cleanly snapped his neck. He then held aloft Lei Hong's head, eyes bulging in terror, and exited the bridge of the ship. Only after he departed did those aboard the vessel dare to exhale. At that moment, outside, astonishment and speculation echoed. What had transpired within? How could the Old Soldier Martial Arts Hall harbor such a powerful figure? Surely, he must be an acquaintance of Lin Wuxian from days gone by. Indeed, the saying rings true. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Even if Lin Wuxian could no longer cultivate, his foundation remained substantial. What the outcome would be remained uncertain. Today's duel had been fraught with complications, a veritable series of twists and turns. Just when one thought it was over, another twist emerged. Everyone stood, entranced, gazing at the sky. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the breach in the ship. The same wild man with flowing red hair. Yet now, he brandished a gruesome trophy, a bloodied head, eyes wide with eternal terror. It was none other than Lei Hong, the master of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Oh my, the red-haired employee has emerged. Gasped the crowd. Good heavens, what he holds is, with a casual toss, Mo Yi sent the severed head plummeting to the ground, where it rolled beneath the arena. Without strength, do not feign bravado. He dusted off his hands, as if merely completing an inconsequential task. The audience, as well as those watching the live broadcast, stood collectively petrified. In Kyoto, Lin He, who had just been handed a cup of priceless superior Bodhi tea, unwittingly crushed the exquisite white jade cup into powder. The tea splattered onto the faces of several young members of the Lin family nearby, yet they dared not move. Internally, they cursed Lin He. What kind of tea are you handling? How many cups have you shattered today? How much tea have you spilled? Am I here for a bath? Simultaneously, they were perplexed. The Old Soldier Martial Arts Hall was truly an enigma. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands gathered in the scene of Luo City, after enduring the ultimate shock, were left with a singular, clear realization. The Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, which had dominated Luo City for decades, was utterly finished from this day forth. Chapter 29. The shock and reaction of the Lin family in Kyoto inside the lounge of the interstellar giant ship. Lin Tianming stood frozen as he watched the live broadcast on the screen. The figure depicted was a sixth-level powerhouse, the president of the Thunder God Association. Just like that, he was slain by the red-haired man. His father had such a formidable individual under his command. Lin Tianming's voice trembled as he realized that this power surpassed his current understanding. Luo Qingwei was equally astonished. She had envisioned countless scenarios for Lin Chuan's resurgence. Yet this was the one possibility she had never considered. However, she could not fathom why such a strong individual would submit to Lin Chuan, a person incapable of cultivation. It seemed illogical. What could be the motive? Although she was unaware of how Lin Chuan had befriended that red-haired powerhouse and secured his favor, she questioned the utility of such an alliance. The Luo family had once boasted greater martial prowess, yet they ultimately faced annihilation. External forces were inherently unreliable. She shook her head. Depending on mountains would lead to their collapse, and relying on people would result in their desertion. Only the power one possesses can be deemed authentic. Lin Chuan's actions were merely a desperate measure. She became increasingly convinced that taking Tianming away to pursue a grander future was the most prudent choice. In Luo City, at the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, the news of Lei Hong's death struck like cold water poured into a pot of boiling oil, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. The prior shock and disbelief transformed into fervor in an instant. The Thunder God Academy was finished. The Veteran Martial Arts Academy was the true powerhouse of Luo City. A former martial deity had already nurtured 2 seeds of martial deities. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if not seized, would lead to regret in the future. I want to sign up. I will deplete my fortune to join the Veteran Martial Arts Academy. Don't crowd. Let me go first. I will pay double tuition. My son is 63 this year. Is it too late to register now? Can I reserve an inner door spot? Is it possible? Give me an answer. The previously deserted registration area was suddenly inundated with an excited throng. The scene resembled the chaotic ticket rush during the spring festival. With crowds surging and sweat pouring, Emoyi had to step forward once more, shouting hoarsely, "Form an orderly line. Anyone who pushes will have their registration revoked." As a hint of the Qianli's divine might was released, the crowd quieted considerably. Lin Chuan then spoke, announcing the Academy's regulations. Effective immediately, all new entrants will be considered auditing disciples. The Academy will evaluate your daily conduct, character, and contributions, and those who excel will be promoted to inner disciples, under my personal guidance. Upon hearing this, envious and jealous glances turned toward the blind youth Chen Fan, who had remained by Lin Chuan's side from the beginning. This young man was indeed the chosen one. The first to register, he had directly become Lin's personal disciple. Alas, one step ahead leads to another. Regret washed over those present. Had they known that the Thunder God Academy was so fragile, they would have brought their daughters to enroll. The prowess of Lin Chuan's 2 children is already evident to all. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to forge a martial deity. How could it be missed? Young brother, would you consider selling your spot as an inner disciple? I would offer 100 alu. As Chen Fan listened to the discussions around him, excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. He bowed deeply once more in the direction of Lin Chuan, fully aware that his life would be irrevocably transformed from this day forward. The series of events on the inaugural day of the Old Soldier Martial Arts School spread like a tempest, a Category 12 hurricane, rapidly disseminating throughout the entirety of Qingyun province and even beginning to reach the national stage. The martial deity must not be insulted, including the former martial deity. Dear friends, this is outrageous. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought this was a fabricated news story. The son of the martial deity rises strongly, surpassing 2 great realms, defeating the pride of Luo City in an instant. Has the time for such tremendous wealth finally arrived in Luo City? The mysterious red-haired powerhouse of the Old Soldier Martial Arts School strikes down the 6th realm Thunder God. Experts speculate that this individual may possess the bloodline of dragons. Is the Old Soldier Martial Arts School a continuation of myth or the final brilliance of heroes? Such eye-catching headlines proliferated across major news outlets and social media platforms. Countless individuals reveled in the spectacle, with some even establishing betting pools to wager on the heights Lin Chuan could elevate the Old Soldier Martial Arts School. In my view, although Lin Wushun has rendered himself ineffective, his ability to teach his disciples is undoubtedly exceptional. Just look at his 2 children. They are nothing short of prodigies. Indeed, with such innate talent, coupled with Lin Wushun's past insights and experiences, cultivating new martial deities in the future is far from impossible. That blind brother is incredibly fortunate. He has directly become a personal disciple, receiving one-on-one guidance from Lin Wushun. He truly deserves it. However, I must assert that the true testament to Lin Chuan's teaching prowess will be demonstrated by the blind one's strength in the future. After all, Lin Chuan's son and daughter are also the grandchildren of the Lin family head from the capital. Perhaps the resources provided by the Lin family played a role. That is a valid point. Regardless, in the subsequent period, countless parents yearning for their children to achieve greatness were stirred. They flocked from all corners of the province, and even from neighboring provinces, sparing no expense to enroll their children in the Old Soldier Martial Arts School. Within a mere day, the number of applicants surpassed 30,000. The small martial arts school could scarcely accommodate so many individuals. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou Ming from the Luo city government was overjoyed and immediately reported to the mayor. The mayor, recognizing the significance, convened a meeting that very day and decided to allocate a vast parcel of idle land located in a favorable area to Lin Chuan. under the auspices of the municipal government, pledging full support for the expansion of the martial arts school. As a towering tree attracts the wind, the meteoric rise of the old soldier martial arts school also caught the attention of some lurking adversaries. In a dark underground chamber, several men clad in blood-red robes with an eerie aura watched the news on television, their faces somber. This Lin Chuan remains restless. The enmity stemming from the annihilation of the Blood Lotus sect remains unavenged. Now, two young prodigies have been nurtured, which is truly vexing. My desire to eliminate him surges. However, we must exercise restraint. The martial god alliance still stands, rendering us powerless to act against him. The crimson-haired man by his side possesses unfathomable strength. In the imperial capital, at the Lin family estate, there exists an ancient edifice, a testament to centuries of dynastic rise and fall, standing resolute upon the dragon vein. The atmosphere is one of solemn authority. A decade ago, this estate changed hands, and the Lin clan forcefully established their presence. Within the main hall, Lin Tianqing, the current head of the Lin family and Lin Chuan's father, scrutinizes a report with a visage as impassive as water. His towering figure emanates an aura of unyielding power. Lin Chuan once aided him in acquiring a legacy within an ancient ruin, which catalyzed his late-blooming ascendance to formidable heights, even surpassing Lin Chuan in cultivation at one point. The title of martial god transcends mere realms. It symbolizes extraordinary combat prowess. Typically, one is deemed a contemporary martial god upon conquering the 3 grand tournaments of the galaxy and securing victory. Many, including Lin Chuan's former mentor, Xia Qianli, and subsequently Lin Chuan himself, have held this title. Lin Tianqing sat there quietly, radiating an oppressive presence. "Father, what are your thoughts?" Lin he ventured to inquire. Lin Tianqing continued to regard the report, his gaze devoid of any ripple, as though contemplating a trivial matter rather than his son's accomplishments. "A mere clown, seeking attention," he remarked with a voice cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. "Without absolute strength in the world, relying on outsiders to feign grandeur and maintain a fa only renders one more pitiable and disgraceful. Such fraudulent endeavors shall never earn my endorsement." Furthermore, Lin Tianqing slammed the report onto the table, his voice laced with unmasked fury. "Who gave him the audacity to usurp the martial god alliance as compensation for the next decade without my consent? What elixirs did he trade for his children? This was utterly outrageous." His concern did not lie with the monetary sum, but rather with Lin Chuan's audacity. Such presumptuousness raises the question of whether he still acknowledges me as his father. In Lin Tianqing's eyes, all that Lin Chuan possessed rightfully belonged to the Lin family, and every member thereof should act in accordance with his will. To unilaterally manage family assets is nothing short of betrayal, a provocation against his absolute authority as the patriarch. "Father speaks the truth," Lin he mused silently, concealing his internal derision while outwardly maintaining the guise of a dutiful son. "Indeed, my elder brother has overstepped, showing utter disregard for the family and you. However, he deftly shifted the discourse, yet I perceive promise in my elder brother's children, Lin Mo and Lin Shi. Their displayed talents during today's broadcast are on par with our family's core heirs." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianqing's expression softened slightly. He also observed the performance of the two children, particularly Lin Mo's final, breathtaking sword strike, which indeed stirred a semblance of emotion within him. At last, this useless individual has managed to leave behind 2 commendable bloodlines for the family. Lin Tianqing pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Those 2 children, lost in the world, were ultimately squandering their talents. Having discovered them, it would be a disservice to allow such potential to languish. Remaining in a small place like Luo City would only lead to the waste of their youth. What my father said is true. Cultivating talent requires resources. My elder brother can only provide initial guidance, and without adequate support, even prodigies will merely be fleeting phenomena. Bringing them back to the family is indeed a wise course of action. Lin spoke words that resonated with Lin Tianqing's obstinate, overly confident, and narcissistic nature, flattery that he relished. In truth, from a psychological perspective, Lin Chuan, as an extreme patriarch, often embodies traits of NPD, or narcissistic personality disorder. Such individuals are typically self-centered, indulging in power, and preferring to maintain relationships through psychological manipulation. They lack empathy and compassion, habitually belittling others to elevate their own status. It can be said that the presence of such a person in a family or organization is disastrous, especially if they hold a position of power. Indeed, those two children must not be hindered any longer. Convey my orders. Send the third elder personally to Luo City to bring Lin Mo and Lin Shi back to the main family. They shall be nurtured by the clan, for they may very well become the pillars of the Lin family, thereby somewhat redeeming their ineffectual father. My father is wise. Lin He immediately bowed, his face adorned with a facade of insincere smiles. If my elder brother were to learn of your benevolent intentions, he would surely be moved to tears. He has yearned for years to acknowledge his roots and gain your forgiveness. Little does he know of your true intentions, father. It is a blessing for Mo and Shi to receive the family support. Just then, a voice, laced with sarcasm, lazily interrupted. I thought you two were discussing something momentous. But it turns out you intend to retrieve those two little bastards. The speaker was Lu Yun, Lin He's mother. Dressed in a luxurious coat woven from the feathers of celestial beasts, she exuded an air of lofty aristocracy with every gesture. Tianqin, what talents do we lack in the Lin family? Must we waste resources to fetch two illegitimate children from outside? Lu Yun gazed at Lin He with a loving expression. Yet when her eyes fell upon Lin Tianqin, a flicker of disdain was evident. Let us not forget that their mother is merely a lowly mortal from an insignificant planet, with a humble lineage, and their family has perished. I believe the display during today's live broadcast was merely a stroke of luck, a fleeting moment. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tianqin furrowed his brow. Lu Yun hails from a prominent conglomerate at the heart of the Milky Way, her lineage steeped in influence. Even as the matriarch of the Lin family, she often finds herself yielding to her. The animosity Lu Yun harbors towards Luo Qingwei is easily explicable. Originally, Lu Yun envisioned a union between her son, Lin He, and the Luo family, intending for him to wed Luo Qingwei. However, the Luo family steadfastly favored Lin Chuan instead, which left her feeling humiliated. Consequently, her disdain extended to the entire Luo family, including Luo Qingwei and her children. Yin'er, such sentiments cannot be expressed so bluntly, Lin Tianqin gently urged, striving to temper her ire. After all, they share our Lin blood, their talents are evident, and cultivating them would benefit our family. Very well, Lu Yun retorted, dismissing him with an impatient wave of her hand, choosing not to engage further in this trivial matter. After all, Lin Tianqin was the family head, and it was beneath her to contest him over such issues. Yet, in her heart, her resolve was unwavering. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for Luo Qingwei and her children. She vividly recalled the pain etched on Lin He's face when Lin Chuan wed Luo Qingwei. When those two little bastards arrive, I shall ensure they learn the meaning of propriety and hierarchy. Lu Yun mused, sharpening her nails as she plotted. Lin Tianqin exhaled in relief. Thus it is settled. Elder San, you shall depart immediately and bring them back. Yes, family head. An elder outside the door bowed in compliance. Chapter 30. The Elder President of the Thunder God Association. A plea for mercy as day gives way to night. The throngs of onlookers have dispersed. The entrance of the old soldier martial arts academy has returned to a serene stillness. Several construction vehicles have commenced the task of clearing the arena and the streets. Inside the academy, the lights blaze brightly. Lin Chuan is accompanying a few children, including his newly appointed disciple, Chun Fan, savoring the exquisite roasted lamb shanks, generously adorned with cumin and chili powder, prepared by Mo himself. It is said to be a rare delicacy passed down from the ancient times. Isn't this zombie meat? Lin Chuan inquired. Oh no, Director, Mo replied. Everything stored in my storage ring retains its original form upon retrieval. How marvelous! Indeed, Mo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This ring is an heirloom from the ancient Kirin clan, imbued with runes of time's law. Everything placed within emerges as fresh as it was when stored. Truly remarkable. Delicious. Lin Mo exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease, showering praise. Of course. In my heyday, even true dragons would queue for my roasted meat. Mo Yi boasted, casually handing a succulent piece of golden brown meat to Lin Qing. Chun Fan stood momentarily stunned, feeling that while this Uncle Mo was indeed formidable, his words often lacked coherence. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Several instructors clad in Thunder God martial arts uniforms escorted a frail, silver-haired elder who stumbled as he entered. Despite his advanced age, one could still discern a resemblance to Lei Hong in the elder's features. He was none other than Lei Hong's father, the former president of the Thunder God Association, Lei Wanjun. Once a formidable figure in Luo City, he had valiantly defended the city against the beast tide, earning great renown. Yet, the years have stripped him of his former vigor, leaving only the weight of time upon him. Old Lei Wanjun pays his respects to Lin Wuxian. Upon entering the courtyard, Lei Wanjun, under the scrutiny of all present, trembled and prepared to kneel before Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, an invisible force halting the elder's descent. Enough. It's late. Speak your mind. A pained smile crossed Lei Wanjun's face. Lin Wuxian, I, an old fool, have failed in my duties as a father, resulting in my son's unruliness and my grandson's lack of virtue, causing offense to you and your academy. I, Lei Wanjun, come here to offer my apologies on their behalf. His voice was hoarse, evidently strained, hinting at his recent discomfort. I am acutely aware of my grievous mistakes and dare not hope for your forgiveness. I implore you, in light of my past sacrifices for Luo City and my battles against monsters during the beast tide, to spare the remaining innocent members of my Lei family. We, the Lei family, are willing to offer all our assets and training facilities in exchange for your mercy. Lei Wanjun understood all too well that this red-haired man present had the power to effortlessly vanquish his son with a mere glance. His strength was far beyond his own. A direct confrontation would lead only to his demise. The sole glimmer of hope lay in his gamble. Lin Chuan was not the kind of bloodthirsty fiend. He still held a flicker of old affection for his adversary. As he gazed at the elderly man kneeling before him, his eyes remained calm. He had no intention of exterminating everyone. Every grievance has its origin, and debts must be settled with the right parties. The misfortune that befell the Lei family was of their own making, yet the others in the Lei clan were not deserving of death. Lin Chuan was neither a merciful saint nor a tyrant who indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. In his previous life, he was hailed as the martial god of the great Xia, possessing not only ruthless methods but also a magnanimous spirit. He adhered to his own principles of conduct. In this world, some individuals are beyond redemption, yet others need not face execution. If Lin Chuan were to take a life, he would investigate the individual's identity and eradicate their entire lineage, which was impractical. Your son sought his own demise, he stated flatly. However, considering your past contributions to Luo Qingwei, I shall spare the remaining members of the Lei family today. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am eternally grateful for your mercy. Lei Wanjun exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. I shall not claim your other possessions, but I will take the facilities and grounds of the Lei Divine Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, from this day forth, the Lei Divine Martial Arts Hall shall no longer exist in Luo Qingwei. I will immediately lead my clan away, never to return. He promptly ordered his family to pack their belongings. Soon, the members of the Lei clan, in solemn silence, boarded several large transport vehicles and departed Luo Qingwei without looking back. As for the Lei Divine Martial Arts Hall, the multi-billion-star coin training facility naturally became the spoils of the old soldier martial arts hall. Hey, director, I'll head over first to take a look, Mo Yi said, too excited to eat. Lin Mo and Lin, she felt similarly. They believed the old soldier martial arts hall was too small and were eager to see what the Lei Divine Martial Arts Hall was like. Mo Yi rubbed his hands together with glee and used the smart device Lin Chuan had provided him to message over 100 burly disciples. They set off in a grand procession to the former site of the Lei Divine Martial Arts Hall to claim their spoils. Upon entering the headquarters of the Martial Arts Hall, which spanned hundreds of thousands of square meters and boasted lavish facilities, Even a well-traveled Mo, Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. Coming from the ancient royal lineage, he had certainly seen better, but he had never encountered technology of this era, which fascinated him. Other disciples from various martial arts halls who had come to explore the facilities were equally astounded. Wow, this gravity chamber is incredible. It can simulate 100 times the gravitational force. This must be the finest gravity chamber in Luo Qingwei. And this, a holographic combat simulator? I've heard that just one of these devices costs nearly 30 million star coins. It can simulate various mythical beasts? Incredible. We hit the jackpot. Sister, we struck gold. Lin Mo laughed heartily. Mo Yi, like a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time, reveled in the experience. Lin Chuan had not anticipated that the old soldier martial arts hall would flourish so spectacularly on its opening day. The original accumulation of capital will be accomplished in this manner. However, the number of applicants here is overwhelming. Even the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall cannot accommodate them all. Thus, the land allocated in Luo Qingwei must continue to serve as the site for the second phase of construction. After a brief period of play, Mo Yi received a video call from Lin Chuan. How are things progressing? Very well. Indeed, quite splendid, exclaimed Mo Yi. Through Mo Yi's camera, Lin Chuan took a cursory glance at the various facilities of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. It was quite impressive. Though it could not compare to the Martial God Alliance, it undoubtedly ranked as one of the premier martial arts halls in Luo Qingwei. However, there remains one issue. Mo Yi stated, "What issue is that?" Chapter 31. Mo Yi goes to the mountains to recruit director. Look, we are currently expanding and taking over the territory of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Now we have over 10,000 enrolled disciples, and in the future, it is estimated that there will be hundreds of thousands, even millions. Relying solely on a few of us is simply insufficient. In the future, dozens of venues will require coaches. Lin Chuan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Mo Yi continued, let's recruit from outside. Firstly, I don't feel at ease. Secondly, there are hardly any capable fighters among them. If we happen to let in a few with ulterior motives, it would only complicate matters further. What do you propose? Lin Chuan inquired. Hee, Mo Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Director, rest assured. As your number one employee, I will take care of this. I will help you recruit some personnel, ensuring they are both resilient and skilled, and above all, absolutely loyal. He cast a knowing glance, and, in a whirlwind, dashed out of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, transforming into a streak of red light, vanishing towards the Black Wind mountain range. The following morning, just as Lin Chuan was awakening and preparing for the day, Mo Yi returned. However, he was not alone. Behind him trailed a formidable assembly of burly men and a strikingly fierce woman with beastly ears. This group, though diverse in physique, exuded the terrifying aura of sixth-tier demon kings. Some bore horns, others had wings, and some were clad in scales, representing different races, although they had transformed into human forms. The primal ferocity emanating from them was undeniable. What was particularly striking was that these demon kings, who could dominate in the outside world, now appeared battered and bruised, some with blackened eyes and others with blood at the corners of their mouths, presenting a woeful sight. They followed Mo Yi, their heads hung low, resembling defeated roosters, their gazes towards him filled with a mix of reverence and fear. Director, I'm back. Mo Yi grinned as he approached Lin Chuan, gesturing towards the group of demon kings. What do you think? The recruits I found are quite impressive, aren't they? Lin Chuan surveyed the subdued demon kings, unable to suppress a bemused expression as he looked at Mo Yi. How on earth did you manage to bring them here? Of course, it was through virtue and persuasion. Mo Yi patted his chest, maintaining a calm demeanor. Last night, I found them and appealed to their emotions and reason, profoundly expounding on our martial arts hall's ideals of peace, friendship, and collective development. They were so moved by my sincerity and charismatic personality that they cried out, insisting on joining us. I couldn't stop them. Upon hearing this, the demon king's lips twitched in unison, yet not one dared to utter a word of dissent. Lin Chuan turned his gaze upon them. Is what Mo Yi said true? Indeed, it's true. The crying and shouting part is absolutely authentic. One of the powerful members of the Bear clan lamented. In the Black Wind Mountain Range, a dozen six-tier demon kings found themselves subdued by this red-haired scourge. Each one thoroughly dealt with in turn. Last night, they were indeed moved to tears. Whatever supernatural powers or innate talents existed, they seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of this formidable figure. Mo Ye's philosophy is simple. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall lay down and accept their fate. Confronted with such overwhelming strength, they had no alternative but to submit. Moreover, as the prince of the Qilin clan, Mo Ye inherently possessed a charisma that commanded the allegiance of myriad beings. If it were anyone else who had dealt them a blow, those creatures would undoubtedly harbor resentment and vow revenge. Yet, after being bested by Mo Ye, they found themselves conquered, filled with a sincere desire to follow him. This is the unique allure of the Qilin monarch, a method only wielded by the rulers of the ancient three clans. Lin Chuan expressed his skepticism. Can you truly rely on these beings to serve as instructors? I hope you won't turn the students into a buffet during class. Mo Ye laughed heartily. Rest assured, Director, they would not dare to stir up trouble. He then turned to the Demon Kings. I have summoned you to serve as employees for my elder brother. From now on, you are all part of the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, under the authority of Director Lin. What? Qilin King, our willingness to follow you does not equate to serving a human, a Tiger King exclaimed. After all my toil to reach the sixth realm, I refuse to become an employee in the realm of humans. We are Demon Kings. No matter how many treasures you offer, we cannot afford to lose face. Upon hearing this, Mo Ye chuckled, realizing they were merely concerned with pride. Truly, these Demon Kings, who had cultivated to the sixth realm, possessed their own sense of dignity. Very well, if you can defeat me, I shall grant you that respect, he proclaimed, and proceeded to deliver yet another round of vigorous blows. Qilin King, I never even spoke. Why am I being included in this? Lamented a bull demon king. It was a casual matter, and soon the atmosphere grew subdued. Lin Chuan observed this scene with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He recalled that in his previous life, Mo Ye embarked on a path of unifying the demon race and establishing a sanctuary for countless demons following the resurgence of spiritual energy. He had not anticipated that. Due to his intervention in this life, Mo Ye's journey would commence in such an unforeseen manner. The trajectory of history seemed to have shifted intriguingly due to his rebirth. Mo Ye inquired once more, are there any further questions? None at all. I absolutely adore being a coach. The Demon Kings replied helplessly. Mo Ye then issued a stern warning. Remember, if you wish to learn the ancient royal techniques under my tutelage, behave yourselves. You all have families to consider. Should I discover anyone misbehaving within the academy, do not blame me for devouring your entire clan. Yes, that will never happen. Lin Chuan could sense that these Demon Kings genuinely feared Mo Ye, and their promises were not empty rhetoric. In this era, encountering a pure-blooded monarch of the ancient three clans, they were naturally compelled to follow him with utmost dedication. Moreover, Mo Ye is pledged to impart the treasured techniques of the Qilin clan to them, and naturally, they are reluctant to forfeit such an opportunity. Very well. Since you are here, you shall all stay. Lin Chuan nodded and addressed the group of Demon Kings, stating that henceforth, they would serve as instructors at the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, responsible for guiding the auditing disciples. I assure you that the benefits I offer are generous, encompassing provisions and accommodation. Once the academy is firmly established, you shall enjoy a prosperous life, earning over 10,000 a month, with a 9-to-5 schedule and weekends off. The Demon Kings, though unable to comprehend fully, felt an odd sensation lingering in the air. Chapter 32. The first mass lecture and the return of rewards with the robust support of the municipal government. The expansion project of the Veteran Martial Arts School has been progressing at an astonishing pace. Within the Martial Arts University, there exists a department known as the Department of Architectural Engineering, which specializes in construction. This is essentially a transformed version of the original civil engineering department, adapted to the era of spiritual energy. These individuals possess immense physical strength and are well-versed in construction-related spells. Merely overnight, An open-air training arena capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people has risen on the allocated land in the outskirts of Luo Qingwei. At the center of the arena stands a towering podium, surrounded by dozens of oversized holographic screens, ensuring that every corner of the venue allows students to clearly observe the demonstrations taking place on the platform. This day marks Lin Chuan's inaugural public lecture. Upon the announcement, the students stationed throughout Luo Qingwei erupted in excitement. Is it about to begin? What will Lin Wuxian teach on his first day? I hope it includes substantial content. Please don't start with the origins of martial arts, definitions, or the significance of martial arts to the development and future prospects of our great Xia. Are you referring to the self-study mechanisms found in today's martial arts textbooks? Indeed, in the past, one could learn skills from a single book, but now, it seems they cram it full of perplexing material that only a select few can comprehend. Indeed, tens of thousands of eager auditing disciples gathered from all directions, filling the colossal training arena to capacity. The scene was bustling, vibrant, and reminiscent of a grand concert featuring a superstar. At the edges of the venue, a dozen newly appointed Demon King instructors, clad in the uniform of the veteran martial arts school, stood idly by. Some leaned against the walls, dozing off, while others whispered complaints, dismissive of this juvenile lecture format. To them, how could a group of mere mortals, none having reached the opening realm, possibly learn anything of significance? How dull! Had I known it would be like this, I might as well have slept in the mountains, grumbled a bare Demon King, yawning. Indeed, how could we, dignified sixth realm Demon Kings, be reduced to babysitting a bunch of children? It would be laughable if word got out, another Wolf Demon King chimed in. Only Mo Yi stood proudly to the side of the podium, eagerly anticipating the debut of his director. At 9 o'clock in the morning, under the watchful gaze of thousands, Lin Chuan made his entrance, walking steadily to the podium. He wasted no words and got straight to the point. Today, I shall teach you a simplified and improved method for body refinement, now known as the ancient body refinement technique. Originally comprising 7,200 steps, the overwhelming burden proved too much for the average person to bear. Thus, I have condensed and simplified it. Now, it consists of only 108 forms, easy to learn, and if practiced diligently, it can enhance your physique and invigorate your vitality. Once you master this body refinement technique, you will also have the opportunity to learn the original 8 desolate body refinement technique. Everyone can follow my movements and practice together. As his words faded, Lin Chuan commenced a personal demonstration. His movements were slow, clear, and almost simplistic, reminiscent of the gentle exercises performed by elderly gentlemen in the park during their morning routines. Yet, for reasons unknown, each of his gestures seemed to embody an enigmatic rhythm, harmoniously aligned with the natural order surrounding him. The holographic screen vividly displayed every action from 360 different perspectives for all to witness. Thousands of disciples began to imitate him. Initially, they perceived the motions as rather unremarkable. However, as they delved deeper into the practice, an unusual sensation began to stir within them. Waves of warmth surged from their dantian, flowing toward their limbs and bones. Blood coursed through their veins with increasing vigor. Their muscles warmed slightly, and every cell felt as if it were rejoicing. Heavens! I feel warmth enveloping my entire being. How delightful! So do I. It seems my strength has increased ever so slightly. Incredible! This body refinement technique is truly a treasure. Lin Wuxian is imparting this knowledge to us for free. The crowd was filled with exhilaration. They dedicated themselves to the practice with fervor, sweat soaking their garments. Each individual was earnest in their pursuit. They understood that such an effective method of body refinement, if placed on the market, would be valued at no less than tens of thousands of star coins. Yet now, for merely registering with 800 star coins as an auditing disciple at the Martial Arts Academy, they could learn this invaluable technique without charge. This was an extraordinary gain. Lin Wuxian was genuinely imparting knowledge without any ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the previously lethargic Demon King coaches began to sense the extraordinary nature of this body refinement technique. Initially dismissive, they were soon astonished when they scanned the practicing disciples with their spiritual senses. The vital energy within these ordinary disciples was accumulating and condensing at an astonishing rate. What kind of body refinement technique is this? Its effects are overwhelmingly powerful. A tiger demon king, dedicated to enhancing his physical form, could not contain his curiosity and discreetly mimicked a sequence of movements. Boom! After merely a dozen consecutive actions, he felt as if his robust demon body had been tempered by an ancient and formidable force. A long-forgotten sensation of soreness surged from the depths of his bones. Incredible! It truly works. This is astonishing. The Tiger Demon King was taken aback. It is worth noting that he was a 6th-tier Demon King, with a physique already refined through countless trials. Ordinary body refinement methods merely tickled him. Yet this seemingly simplistic routine could actually stir his Demon King body. Other Demon Kings soon recognized the exceptional nature of this body refinement technique, shedding their earlier disdain and adopting a serious demeanor as they began to practice. As they completed the 108 movements, each felt as though they were undergoing a transformative rebirth. A series of crisp, popping sounds akin to frying beans emanated from their bodies. It was the activation of bones and the stretching of fascia, some lingering, profound wounds from the fierce battles of yesteryear, deeply embedded in my very marrow, are gradually being mended by this gentle yet formidable force. My heavens! The meridian I was once bitten by the 9-nether serpent is beginning to heal. The century-old bottleneck I face seems to have loosened. This is not merely body refinement. It is undoubtedly divine art. How astonishing! Unparalleled astonishment. At this moment, the once rebellious demon kings gaze upon the human man at the podium with transformed eyes, filled with reverence and even fervor. No wonder, even their supremely noble Kirin king willingly follows this human. It turns out that their leader's leader is the truly unfathomable master of the ages. The 3-hour public lecture swiftly drew to a close. Lin Chuan announced that he would dedicate one afternoon each week to conduct 3 hours of free public classes. This news reignited the fervor of the audience. Just this weekly public class is already a monumental opportunity for all. Today's lesson concludes here. I encourage everyone to take the time to thoroughly digest this body refinement technique. Following his words, thunderous applause erupted. Amidst the clamor, Lin Chuan returned to the quiet chamber of the Martial Arts Academy. Upon sitting down, Lin Chuan immediately began the settlement. One of the reasons for establishing the academy was that the cultivation results of his disciples would also yield returns for him. The system's prompt sounded instantly. Ding! 13,700 disciples have completed a session of simplified version of the ancient body refinement technique, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Calculating. Boom! A torrent of life source energy, more magnificent than the mighty Yangtze River, surged into his limbs and bones like a breaching dam. His body felt as though it had been cast into an ancient furnace forging divine weapons. Every bone, every muscle, every meridian, even every cell, underwent a metamorphosis under this overwhelming force. 5 million pounds. Just from this single settlement, his pure physical strength surged by an astonishing 5 million pounds. It is worth noting that this is merely the result of his students' training for today. If his disciples increase in number to 10,000, 100,000, a million, or even a billion, then the returns will be even greater. Lin Chuan rubbed his nose, deeply binding 10 individuals, while ordinarily binding 100. As for those auditing disciples, they need not be bound to contribute to my cultivation returns. Quite splendid indeed. Chapter 33. Teaching Chun Fan. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, filtering through the panes of the quiet room, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden floor. Lin Chuan had imparted a simplified version of the body refinement technique, sufficient for the students to ponder over for several weeks. The entire martial arts school was enveloped in an atmosphere of concentration, with everyone engaged in exchanging insights and elements of the body refinement technique. In a spacious training room, Lin Chuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, facing the equally cross-legged Chun Fan. Disciple is present. Chun Fan promptly responded, his back straight as a rod. Do you know why I chose you as my first inner disciple? Disciple does not know. I only understand that Master has bestowed upon me an invaluable opportunity. Lin Chuan smiled and revealed, let me share the reason. While others perceive the world through their eyes, you perceive it with your heart. In the path of martial arts, sometimes what the eyes see can become a constraint. Today, I shall impart to you a technique I acquired in a great secret realm, known as the Great Dark Heaven Technique. Great Dark Heaven, what a magnificent name. Chun Fan etched the title firmly in his mind. Ordinary swordsmanship emphasizes form, intent, and spirit. Yet this technique emphasizes waves. Lin Chuan began to elucidate the essence of the technique. Waves? What waves? Are we speaking of the ripples of the sea? Chun Fan pondered, intrigued, as it was his first encounter with the concept of wave-based swordsmanship. I will teach you a meditative mantra. Close your eyes. Oh, my apologies. You have always kept them closed. Chun Fan focused his mental energy, wielding his heart to guide his sword, striving to perceive the true essence of the world's fluctuations. Lin Chuan imparted the meditative method to Chun Fan. Have you memorized it? All of it is committed to memory. Good. Calm your heart. Do not listen with your ears, nor feel with your skin. Instead, attempt to perceive the world's fluctuations with your heart. Fluctuations? Chun Fan found himself perplexed. Indeed, Lin Chuan's voice carried a guiding enchantment. Everything possesses fluctuations. The wind rustling through leaves is the fluctuation of the wind. The chirping of insects among the grass is the fluctuation of life. Even the spiritual energy surrounding us, the rhythm of our heartbeats, are all forms of fluctuation. Ordinary people, ensnared by their five senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, fail to discern these primordial fluctuations. But you are different. While your eyes may not see, they have liberated you from the greatest constraint. Your heart is an untainted mirror lake, best suited to reflect the truth of this world. These words instantly stirred within Chun Fan a sense of awakening. Now, empty yourself. Imagine your spirit as a net, sprawling across the entire world, to perceive and listen to the fluctuations of all things. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan inhaled deeply, following Lin Chuan's guidance as he earnestly attempted to focus his mind. With Lin Chuan's meditative method, soon everything around him seemed to quiet down. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of birds, and the distant clamor gradually receded. His world sank into an exquisite darkness and tranquility. Gradually, within that realm of darkness, peculiar phenomena began to manifest. No longer was it a mere void of emptiness. He beheld it. Strands and beams of vibrant hues flowed and intertwined amidst the shadows before him. He observed his master beside him, radiating a resplendent golden light, as brilliant and fervent as the sun. With each breath he took, the illumination of the tranquil chamber danced in harmony. He gazed out upon the bamboo grove, where every leaf emanated a soft, emerald glow, a testament to the unique vibrations of living flora. My heavens! Could there truly be such a colorful aspect to this world? Before his inner vision, the entire universe transformed into a tapestry woven from innumerable vibrations. Is this the essence of vibration? Chun Fan's voice trembled with profound astonishment. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded approvingly, acknowledging his innate talent for grasping the essence so swiftly. What follows is for you to learn how to master these vibrations. He casually picked up a wooden sword and handed it to Chun Fan. This swordsmanship is not merely that of a swordsman. Rather, it is the art of a mage wielding a sword. Your task is to infuse the power of the vibrations you perceive into the blade, and then, to unleash it, Lin Chuan demonstrated personally. Holding the wooden sword, he swung it effortlessly. Within Chun Fan's inner vision, he distinctly saw that in the moment Lin Chuan wielded the sword, countless chaotic vibrations were forcibly gathered and compressed by an invisible force, ultimately condensing into an intensely luminous, crescent-shaped, dark purple blade of light, which detached from the sword and swept forth. A low, resonant hum echoed through the air. In the corner of the tranquil chamber, a sturdy black stone used for testing strength was silently cleaved, revealing a smooth, mirror-like incision. This technique, known as the Evil Light Slash, is an introductory sword skill from the Great Dark Heaven Technique, classified as Escarade. Lin Chuan stated. Now give it a try. Chun Fan accepted the wooden sword, exhilarated. He imitated Lin Chuan's posture, closed his eyes, and focused intently on sensing and guiding those vibrations. Clumsily, he struck out with the sword. A feeble wave, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, emanated from the tip, traveling less than half a meter before dissipating into the air. Do not rush. Feel its vibrational frequency. Lin Chuan advised. Each vibration possesses its unique frequency. Your task is to identify the sharpest and most ferocious frequency, and then to manifest it. Chun Fan calmed his mind, attempting again and again. Failure. More failures. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he remained undeterred, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. At last, after what felt like countless attempts, he suddenly opened his inner eye. He found it. He seized that wild frequency. Evil light slash, he exclaimed, wielding the wooden sword with all his might. A resonant hum echoed as a dark purple crescent-shaped wave of sword energy, identical to Lin Chuan's earlier demonstration, shot forth with fierce intensity. Boom! Another piece of testing stone shattered upon impact, transforming into a fine powder scattered across the ground. Indeed, Lin Chuan had not misjudged the individual. Chun Fan's innate talent was remarkable, exceptionally strong, even rivaling his own in a past life. This young man could certainly be considered a member of the ordinary binding. Beep. You have chosen to establish an ordinary bond with Disciple Chun Fan. Beep. You have taught Disciple Chun Fan the S-rank sword technique Evil Light Slash, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in Evil Light Slash has advanced from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. After Chun Fan successfully executed the Evil Light Slash, Lin Chuan entered a phase where the system's prompt resonated in his mind. A surge of profound and esoteric insights regarding the Evil Light Slash flooded into his consciousness. Upon acquiring the Great Dark Heaven technique, Lin Chuan had initially engaged in a superficial practice. However, his understanding had not been deep. Now, with Chun Fan's instruction, he would essentially master the pinnacle of the Great Dark Heaven technique. Master, thank you, Chun Fan exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. He had finally embarked on his journey into the sword path. Moreover, it was a path that perfectly suited his own fluctuating sword style. Devote yourself to your practice. The essence of swordsmanship lies not in quantity, but in precision. A single sword technique can evolve into numerous possibilities. Once you have perfected this technique, I will teach you the next one. Thank you, Master. I will thoroughly absorb this sword technique. Chapter 34. Su Wanqing's visit after guiding Chun Fan. Lin Chuan had yet to take a sip of water when a formidable Tiger Demon King instructor strode in, his imposing figure nearly filling the entire doorway. Report to the director. He gazed at Lin Chuan with a blend of respect and admiration. There is a lady outside, claiming to be from the Su family, named Su Wanqing, wishing to meet you. Su Wanqing? Lin Chuan recalled that she was the woman he had rescued that day. Because of her, he had obtained the Tianqian Vermilion and Wolf Hairbrush. This Su Wanqing was remarkably intelligent, filial, and unyielding in the face of peril, bravely confronting the impending threat of demonic beasts. Truly a woman of considerable virtue for the human race. Lin Chuan nodded. Let her in. Soon, Su Wanqing was brought to the door of the office. Today she donned a sleek women's martial arts outfit, with a loose-fitting white top and a black skirt. Nevertheless, her graceful figure was still evident. Her long, jet-black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exuding an air of vigor. However, her usually serene and exquisite face bore a hint of nervousness. Her hands clasped before her, she stood respectfully outside the door, awaiting summons. Inside the martial arts hall, several keen-eyed disciples immediately recognized her identity. My goodness, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Wanqing? What brings her here? The Su family? The one that has recently risen to prominence, alongside the Lei, Wang, and Li families, as one of the four great clans of Luo Qingwei? The Lei family has long since faded. It should now be the Lin family. Indeed, not just prominent. I've heard that the head of the Su family has finally healed from decades of hidden injuries and is on the verge of breaking through to the legendary 7th realm. A 7th realm powerhouse. Goodness, Once the Su family secures a 7th realm expert, they could rank among the top 10 in the entire Qingyun province. Not necessarily. Family development is crucial, and they must possess substantial resources. True, but what could Su Wanqing want from Lin Wuxian? Amidst the murmurs of curiosity, the tiger demon conveyed, "You may enter." Wonderful. Su Wanqing's eyes brightened as she followed the tiger demon into the office. Upon arriving at the old soldier martial arts hall, she was astounded to discover that Lin Wuxian had gathered so many 6th realm demon kings as instructors, many of whom had previously caused considerable trouble for their families while occupying Blackwind Mountain. Now, they had transformed into martial arts coaches. It was truly astonishing. "Director, the person has been brought in." Lin Chuan turned, his gaze settling on Su Wanqing. "What brings you here?" Wanqing pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, Su Wanqing's clear and cold phoenix eyes immediately recognized him. Aside from not wearing a mask, he resembled the figure etched in her memory perfectly. Lin Wuxian was indeed the one who had saved her life. Admiration surged in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt before him. "Wanqing earnestly requests the esteemed elder to accept me as a disciple." Lin Chuan felt a gentle force supporting her knees as a thought crossed her mind. She wished to take on a mentor to queue at the registration desk outside, starting as an auditing disciple. His tone was devoid of embellishment, remaining unaltered by her status. The rules here apply equally to all. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that her status and her cultivation at the 5th level would guarantee her a place among the inner disciples. Clearly, she had been somewhat deluded. Without a moment's hesitation, Senior Lin had directed her to become merely an ordinary auditing disciple. However, Su Wanqing was, after all, a clever woman who had once managed a vast family. After a brief moment of astonishment, she recalled the scene she had witnessed on her journey here. Emoyi bellowing orders at a group of demon kings, directing them to carry items, and the overwhelming throng of disciples, a chaotic sight to manage. As a manager, she had entered with an identity in mind, contemplating the underlying issues and potential solutions. What the Veteran Martial Arts Academy currently lacked was not disciples, but rather capable management personnel who could oversee the entire operation and coordinate efficiently. A bold idea began to form in her mind. "Senior," she lifted her gaze, "I understand that, given your discerning eye, my meager skills may not merit your attention. Therefore, I do not insist on becoming an inner disciple. The Academy is in its infancy, facing numerous challenges with a severe shortage of manpower. I have some experience managing affairs within my family and possess insights into management and operations. Might I dare to recommend myself as your assistant to alleviate some of your burdens?" Her voice was crisp and melodious, articulated with clarity, neither servile nor presumptuous. The swift transition from a disciple seeking mentorship to a candidate for employment left the nearby tiger demon momentarily speechless. A glimmer of approval flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. This woman was indeed astute, and she was correct. The Academy was in dire need of someone like her, capable, intelligent, and sufficiently meticulous. While Mo Yi was formidable in combat, entrusting him with tedious administrative tasks would be nothing short of disastrous. With Su Wanqing managing the coordination, both he and Lin Chuan could extricate themselves from mundane matters and focus on more significant pursuits. "Let's give it a try." Lin Chuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Trust is essential in employing others. Su Wanqing was surprised by the ease of the process. "From this moment on, you shall be my assistant," Lin Chuan stated, issuing his first directive. "Your primary task will be to familiarize yourself with the various affairs of the Academy. Then, assist me in recruiting a batch of staff. Finally, provide me with a report detailing the current challenges faced by the Academy and your proposed solutions." "Understood, Director. I assure you I will complete the task." Su Wanqing immediately assumed her new role, offering Lin Chuan a formal bow of a subordinate. Although she could not directly become a personal disciple, securing the position of his assistant and remaining by his side is already the first successful step in Su Wanqing's plan. Chapter 35. The arrival of the third elder of the Lin clan in Luocheng. As the sun dipped below the horizon, evening descended upon Luocheng. In the opulent private room of the Grand Luocheng Hotel, known as the Imperial Hall, Lin Chuan orchestrated a celebration for the inaugural day of his martial arts academy. The long, ebony dining table was adorned with an exquisite array of delicacies. Each dish, meticulously crafted by master chefs from high-grade spirit beast meat and mystical herbs, exuded an aura of spiritual energy and tantalizing aromas. This feast, costing Lin Chuan a staggering sum of over 100,000 star coins, served as a heartfelt reward for the hard work of all the staff and children on their first day. Gulp, gulp, burp. Mo Yi raised a massive glass filled to the brim with chilled cola and downed it in one go, letting out a resounding and contented belch. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his eyes sparkling like light bulbs. Director, what is this marvelous concoction called cola? How can it be so delicious, especially with ice? My goodness, what divine nectar is this? It surpasses the monkey wine from our Qilin cave by 100-fold. He had completely fallen in love with the dark, fizzy liquid. Meanwhile, the other demon kings, too, were utterly captivated by the culinary wonders of the human realm. Clumsily, they attempted to wield chopsticks, lifting pieces of exquisitely seasoned roast meat, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, to their mouths. Their taste buds were instantaneously ignited. The complex and layered flavors were an experience these demon kings, accustomed to a raw and crude diet, had never encountered before. A rabbit demon king, sporting adorable ears, yet an astonishingly voluptuous figure, found herself overwhelmed with emotion as she ate, tears streaming down her cheeks. What kind of wretched life have I lived before? She sobbed, stuffing her mouth with a piece of succulent pork belly drenched in sauce. Every day, gnawing on carrots and spirit grass, I was on the verge of vomiting. Who knew that when meat is cooked and seasoned, it could be this delectable? Indeed, echoed a bear demon king, gnawing on a massive sauce pork knuckle. His words muffled yet fervent. I only knew how to eat raw honey before. Now, I realize honey can be transformed into honey-glazed wings. This is utterly divine. As they gazed at the bountiful spread before them, they could not help but lament, it feels as though we have lived like dogs for centuries. Indeed, the dog demon king interjected, just to clarify, I have not offended any of you. Laughter erupted among the other demon kings, as they marveled at human culinary techniques. They simultaneously lamented their past, miserable eating habits, creating a scene that was both heart-wrenching and comical. Lin Chuan, witnessing their naive wonder, could not help but chuckle. After several rounds of drinks and an array of flavors, Su Wanqing, who had been quietly sitting by, perceived the moment was right and spoke to Lin Chuan. Director, while organizing information this afternoon, I stumbled upon a piece of news you might find intriguing. Oh, pray do tell. In a week's time, within the neighboring Qianyuan province, an ancient secret realm known as the Meteor Sea is set to open. Su Wanqing displayed the information on her mobile phone to Lin Chuan. According to the intelligence, this secret realm permits entry solely to warriors of the Four Realms Bridge and below. It appears to harbor numerous opportunities from ancient times, and each opening attracts talents from several surrounding provinces. The mere mention of the secret realm ignited a spark in Lin Chuan's eyes. This was an invaluable asset. Allowing the children and disciples to venture inside for training would not only rapidly enhance their combat experience, but also facilitate their growth through life and death struggles. Moreover, any benefits they acquired within the secret realm would yield a substantial return for him through the system's critical rewards. Additionally, the ensuing contest for the secret realm would serve as a platform. Should they perform admirably, it would effectively advertise the veteran martial arts school. Lin Chuan aspired to cultivate a formidable force. For as long as he held sway over his subordinates or disciples, he would receive benefits in their cultivation endeavors. The greater their strength, the more he, Lin Chuan, would gain. With numerous adversaries on the horizon, he was far from satisfied with his current self. However, Su Wanqing's tone faltered as she revealed that entry into this secret realm necessitated a token known as the Star Sea Order. Presently, the market price for the Star Sea Order had soared to astronomical heights, each token exceeding 60 million star coins, and availability was scarce. Only the premier families or conglomerates of a province could hope to procure such a token. 60 million star coins for a single token? Lin Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Money was not the issue. The challenge lay in acquiring the token. Just as he pondered this dilemma, a sudden vibration emanated from Su Wanqing's personal terminal. It was an urgent communication from the staff left behind at the martial arts school. Since becoming an employee, Su Wanqing had also brought some of her former subordinates to serve temporarily at the school, handling tasks such as equipment repairs, student recruitment, managing emergencies, and maintaining the official website. The sprawling martial arts school required a considerable workforce. Upon answering the call, Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically within mere seconds. "Director, this is bad. There's been an incident at the school." "What happened?" Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. "What is going on?" Mo Yi, equally concerned for the martial arts school, immediately rose to inquire. "Someone piloted a spaceship and forcefully invaded our newly renovated number 1 martial arts school, damaging several facilities." Number 1 martial arts school was the name bestowed upon the renovated Thunder God martial arts school. Coach Xia Qianli confronted them, but he was directly taken away by the intruders. "What?" The atmosphere at the dining table froze instantly, and Mo Yi slammed his cup of cola onto the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. "How dare they wreak havoc on my territory?" Almost simultaneously, holographic footage from the training ground was transmitted. The image depicted a mini spaceship, smaller than the Thunder Eagle, but exquisitely designed with an air of technological sophistication, audaciously stationed in the center of the training ground. The landing of the vessel had left a substantial crater in the newly laid, expensive tiles, and several brand-new training devices lay twisted and deformed beneath its weight. An elderly man, clad in a gray brocade robe, exuding an air of arrogance with his chin slightly raised, stood at the entrance of the spaceship, hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings with a disdainful gaze typically reserved for rustic simpletons. Lin Chuan instantly recognized him as Lin Yu, the third elder of the Lin family from the imperial capital. What was his purpose here? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. He had no desire for an immediate confrontation with the Lin family. Instead, he aimed to gradually and methodically undermine them. Over the years, Lin Yu had received a considerable supply of rare materials, evolving into a bona fide 7th realm powerhouse. The Tiger Demon King, Hushan Jun, was indeed no match for him. "Where is Lin Chuan? Bring Lin Mo and Lin Shi to me." Hushan Jun bellowed, indignant. "Who do you think you are, shouting so brazenly and daring to address our curator by name?" "Noise," Lin Yu dismissed with a casual wave of his hand. An invisible force instantly bound Hushan Jun, the 6th realm demon king, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Lin Yu produced a black cloth bag from his robe, chanting incantations. The bag expanded in the wind, and a tremendous suction emerged from its opening. Hushan Jun's robust form was uncontrollably drawn in, screaming as he was engulfed by the bag. "This graceful creature," Lin Yu scoffed. The patriarch was right. This young Lin Chuan only knows how to dabble in the most unsavory of practices. To even ally with the demon race is truly shameless. Chapter 36, I fear that, inadvertently, I may bring about your demise. Lin Chuan, come forth and face me. Lin Yu's consciousness surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire veteran martial arts hall. However, upon probing, he found no trace of Lin Chuan. Not here. A missed target? You cannot escape. He furrowed his brow in impatience, extending his consciousness once more, casting an invisible net over the entirety of Luo City. Within the hotel, those present froze as they felt the weight of his presence. It was indeed a formidable 7th realm expert. Oh no, a being of the law body realm. Hall Master, what shall we do? Su Wanqing and the other demon kings exchanged anxious glances. The pressure emanating from this consciousness was incomparably more formidable than that of Lei Hong, a mere 6th realm pretender. Su Wanqing could not help but lament. Truly, only a person of great stature from the imperial capital could possess such an air of disdain. Daring to stir trouble, what does 7th realm matter? Does it grow 2 heads? Moye's temper flared once more as he downed his cola in one gulp, seizing a nearby lamb leg, ready to charge out for a brawl. You all stay here and eat. I will deal with him. Moye, no need to rush. Lin Chuan raised his hand, restraining him. Rest assured, Hall Master, despite his 7th realm, I can still handle him. I certainly believe in your capability, yet engaging in battle within the city is inadvisable. We shall find another location." He rose calmly, addressing the others. "Let us proceed outside the city to confront this old man." The demon kings were apprehensive, yet Su Wanqing held unwavering faith in Lin Chuan. The group promptly stood and followed Lin Chuan, transforming into streaks of light as they soared away from the hotel, heading towards the wilderness beyond the city. Meanwhile, within the number 1 martial arts hall, the elder Lin Yu, whose eyes gleamed as he detected Lin Chuan's trail, smirked coldly. Did he think Lin Chuan was trying to flee? His senses are quite sharp, but you cannot escape. He immediately returned to the spaceship, commanding his men to pursue. A few minutes later, above the wilderness outside Luo City, a splendid miniature spaceship tore through the clouds, catching up and hovering over the group. The hatch opened, revealing Lin Yu standing before them. He exuded an air of mastery, stroking his crescent-shaped beard and gazing down upon Lin Chuan as though he were an insignificant insect, a sneer playing at his lips. "Humph, Lin Chuan, will you continue to run? Do you think you can evade me?" Lin Chuan raised his head, looking up at the elder aboard the spaceship, his expression serene and unperturbed. "Third elder, I trust you are well." He inquired nonchalantly, "Pray tell, what brings you to this humble Luo city?" A rhetorical question. Lin Yu scoffed, his demeanor radiating arrogance. "Lin Chuan, are you aware of your crimes?" With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a tone of judgment. "The family head has decreed that your 2 children, possessing commendable bloodline talents, are to be entrusted to the main family for training. As for you, having misappropriated the Martial God Alliance's compensation funds, this is a grave offense. Now, surrender immediately and accompany me back to the imperial capital to await the family head's disposition." "Oh dear, so it turns out you have come to pick peaches?" Lin Chuan understood, a faint cold smile gracing his lips, observing his children reveal their astonishing talents. They could hardly wait to harvest them and bring them back as mere instruments for the family. Such was their customary demeanor. "I will not leave." She took a step forward, resolutely shielding Xia Qianli behind her, defiantly gazing at Lin Yu in the sky. "I refuse to part from my father." Although Lin Mo remained silent, the firm grip on his unadorned giant sword conveyed his stance. "Humph, do you think you have a say here?" A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yu's eyes. "As scions of the Lin family, your fates have belonged to the clan since the moment of your birth. Obeying the family's commands is your sole duty." His words were authoritative and indisputable, as if he were the embodiment of heaven and law. The expressions of the demon kings turned pale. Though they were 6-tier demon kings, they still felt overwhelming helplessness beneath the absolute pressure of a 7th-tier expert. It was a chasm akin to a heavenly gulf, sapping them of even the courage to resist. Yet Lin Chuan remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere, and posed a seemingly irrelevant question. "Third elder, I ask you, since the family intends to take Mo and Xia for training, will the family prepare the Star Sea Order for their entrance to the Meteor Sea secret realm a week hence?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu reacted as if he had encountered the most ludicrous jest, sneering with increasing arrogance. "How precious is the Star Sea Order? It is a privilege reserved for only the most core geniuses of the family. However, the specifics of allocation are beyond your purview. What you must do now is accompany them with me." "Oh, understood." Lin Chuan nodded, as if he had received the answer he sought. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, yet it bore a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Lin Yu, that means the Lin family currently possesses the Star Sea Order, does it not? You wretched beast! How dare you utter my name so casually?" Lin Yu roared in fury, erupting like thunder. "Why are you so quick to anger over a mere 2 sentences? Surely, the life of a 7th-tier elder should be worth 5 tokens. Wouldn't you agree?" "What did you say?" "Lin Chuan, do you still think you are the martial god of your—" "To be frank, even if you were that martial god, you would not stand a chance against me, Lin Yu." Today, Lin Yu laughed in rage. "Do you think you are invincible because of these monsters at your side? Indeed, the family head was right. You are nothing but a waste, relying on external forces now that you have lost your prowess." In his previous life, Lin Chuan had endured and retreated, only to witness the destruction of his family. In this life, having been reborn, he would never allow anyone to dictate the destinies of himself or his loved ones. The Lin family of the imperial capital? Are they truly formidable? Lin Chuan's expression turned frosty. Oomph. With a single hand raised to the heavens, he gently flipped it. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the world lost its hue. A magnificent and enigmatic golden array of runes materialized in the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. These intricate formations interwove seamlessly, instantly constructing a colossal array that obscured the sun, resembling an inverted golden bowl that entirely severed a radius of several dozen miles from the outside world. This unexpected spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. Particularly Lin Yu, who hovered above, felt a crack in the arrogance etched upon his face for the first time. An array? Have you regained your strength? He swiftly unleashed his divine consciousness, scrutinizing Lin Chuan meticulously. Lin Chuan has indeed restored his powers? This was no trivial matter. Though he had boasted of surpassing Lin Chuan of yore, such bravado was mere pretense. If the Lin Chuan of the past sought his life, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. Upon probing, his heart jolted. 6 realms. This Lin Chuan had truly regained his strength, albeit only to the 6th realm. Thank goodness. Lin Yu's taut nerves relaxed immediately. Oomph. So you've merely returned to the 6th realm. I thought you had made significant advancements. A mere 6th realm dares to concoct schemes before me, a 7th realm avatar. Such audacity is truly akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Utterly oblivious to one's own limitations, he was confident that as a 7th realm powerhouse, he could effortlessly crush any 6th realm opponent. Though some geniuses could defeat foes of higher realms, who was not a genius in their own right. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that separates the 6th from the 7th realm, as disparate as the clouds from the mud. Lin Yu was unwilling to waste any more time. He aimed to suppress this audacious creature that dared to provoke him with overwhelming might. He was the first to strike. Earth Flame Avatar! He roared, his inner power surging wildly, as the ground behind him erupted violently, spewing forth torrents of crimson magma that coalesced around him, compressing until it transformed into a terrifying avatar, towering over 10 zhong and composed entirely of molten rock. This avatar, muscular and formidable, was a colossal deity forged from relentless flames. Upon its emergence, the surrounding air ignited in flames. Suppress. With a mere thought, Lin Yu commanded the massive Earth Flame Avatar to strike with its colossal lava fist, bearing the terrifying might capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. As it descended upon Lin Chuan below with a thunderous blow, mirror symbol flow, in the face of such a strike that could instill despair even in the peak of the 6th realm, Lin Chuan raised his hand, a spark of brilliance igniting at his fingertips, as a mirror talisman exuding spatial fluctuations swiftly took shape. Buzz! The talisman transformed into a massive luminous mirror, positioned before the impending fist. In an astonishing turn of events, the earth-shattering punch rebounded unchanged upon striking the mirror. Boom! The Earth Flame Avatar, conjured by Lin Yu, staggered backward from the force of its own blow, magma splattering forth from its chest. Oomph! A mere trick, just a diversion. Lin Yu, incensed, roared, shaking the heavens. Suppress them. He frantically urged his avatar, unleashing a barrage of punches like a torrential rain. In an instant, the sky was filled with shadows of molten fists, and countless fierce fire serpents surged forth from the earth, opening their gaping maws to lunge at Lin Chuan from all directions. The sheer might was unparalleled, instilling terror in the hearts of the demon kings, who were left paralyzed on the ground, devoid of even the strength to rise. Was this the power of a 7th realm warrior? It was utterly terrifying, akin to a calamity. Boss, will you not make a move? Can the curator truly withstand this? In the face of such formidable assaults, Lin Chuan remained remarkably composed. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and then clenched them with tremendous force. Boom! A colossal hand, forged from pure, chaotic energy, materialized out of thin air. This hand dwarfed mountains and seemed heavier than the stars themselves, exuding an aura of terrifying might reminiscent of the creation of the world. with a mere casual sweep and grasp of that celestial hand. The myriad molten fists and the ferocious earthbound fire serpents were drawn in, compressed like dust caught in a tornado, ultimately coalescing into a basketball-sized fireball that spun incessantly in his palm. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chuan sent the fireball soaring into the heavens, transforming it into a splendid firework display. In the blink of an eye, the formidable attacks of his enemies were reduced to nothingness. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Lin Yu's fiery avatar stood frozen, his face etched with boundless dread. How could his most powerful assault be so effortlessly neutralized by the opponent? Was this truly the strength of a sixth realm warrior? Lin Yu, if you do not strike, then I shall take the initiative. Lin Chuan's voice echoed ominously in his ears. With a single step, he unleashed the god of war stride. His figure vanished from sight and almost simultaneously reappeared before Lin Yu. So swift, Lin Yu's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had no time to react. Bang! Lin Chuan delivered a seemingly mundane punch to his abdomen. Wah! Lin Yu felt as if his internal organs, along with his energy reservoir, had been shattered by an invisible hammer. Agonizing pain surged through him, and his body hunched over like a marionette with severed strings. Blood erupting from his mouth in a torrent. His once proud seventh realm power crumbled before this single blow. Even when striking you, I must hold back a bit, Lin Chuan remarked, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly, his smile in Lin Yu's eyes more terrifying than that of a devil. I fear that I might inadvertently kill you, and then I would be unable to exchange you for the falling star token with Lin Tianqing. With that, he casually tossed the limp Lin Yu towards the demon kings, who stood agape in astonishment. Here for you. Keep him alive. I still have use for him. Chapter 37. The Lin family's great loss. They were all stunned, utterly flabbergasted. The dozen or so six-tiered demon kings at that moment resembled a group of groundhogs witnessing a miracle, each one with mouths agape, standing frozen in place, their minds a complete blank. The curator. What on earth did he just do? A seventh-tier powerhouse, a veritable titan capable of manifesting and yet he was dispatched with a single blow? That overwhelming formation, that effortlessly executed rebound talisman, and that chaotic hand, seemingly capable of crushing celestial bodies. Finally, that fist which transcended time and space, unfathomable and ghostly. Is this truly the realm of the sixth tier? Is this what you dare to call sixth tier? At that moment, the Demon King's worldviews were shattered and then reconstructed anew. Their gazes towards Lin Chuan could no longer be described as mere reverence. It was a fervor that emanated from the depths of their souls. They finally comprehended why a noble being like the Qilin King willingly chose to follow this human. This was not merely clinging to a powerful ally. This gentleman was, in fact, a colossal pillar that surpassed the heavens themselves. Father, so powerful. Lin Mo and Lin Shi. The siblings were ecstatic, their faces flushed, their eyes sparkling with adoration. They were aware of their father's strength, yet they never anticipated it would reach such unfathomable heights. Battling a seventh-tier adversary was as effortless as child's play. Father was even more formidable than he had been his prime. Lin Shi clenched her small fists in excitement. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded vigorously, an overwhelming sense of pride threatening to overflow. How wonderful it would be if Mother and Tianming could witness this moment. The siblings exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of regret in the other's eyes. Alas, that interstellar vessel carrying their mother and younger brother had long since entered an inaccessible subspace route, cutting off any means of communication. They could no longer share this exhilarating news in real time. You lot, what are you still dawdling for? Mo Ye's thunderous voice jolted all the demon kings from their stupor. He grinned menacingly, revealing his crimson Qilin claws glinting with a chilling light. The curator has already laid the feast before us. Do you expect us to spoon-feed it to you? Let us deal with this old pretender. Upon hearing this, the demon kings instantly snapped back to reality, eagerly cracking their knuckles, their eyes glimmering with greenish light. Yes, the time for vengeance had arrived, and those sycophants aboard the ship, not a single one shall escape. Drag them all down. At Mo Ye's command, several swift demon kings soared into the sky, breaching the already uncontrolled ship, and seized the terrified Lin family attendants, dragging them down like helpless chicks and tossing them onto the ground. Subsequently, Mo Ye stepped forward and retrieved the black demon-sealing pouch from the unconscious Lin Yu. He opened the pouch, pouring out its contents. The blood-soaked, feeble tiger demon king, Hushan Jun, tumbled out. "Hu Zi, are you all right?" Mo Ye patted his face. "Boss, I'm fine. You were late. I've been utterly melted by the demon bag. How dare you complain about my pace?" Of course not, of course not." The Tiger Mountain Lord shook his head, but upon seeing Lin Yu, who lay crumpled like a lifeless dog, a raging inferno ignited in his eyes. "Damn it, you old fool. Weren't you just so formidable?" With the ferocity of a famished tiger, the Tiger Mountain Lord pounced forward. A roar, suppressed for too long, finally erupted. With the first strike initiated, the remaining demon kings could no longer contain themselves, surging forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. "Let us see you act tough now. How dare you look down on our demon clan? You dare to capture our brother tiger? I'll make you regret it today. Just don't make a mess, it stinks." The rabbit demon king quipped, delivering a kick to Lin Yu's most sensitive area. Lin Yu howled in agony. "Oh dear, my apologies, I kicked the wrong spot. Everyone, please avoid his," the rabbit demon king shouted. The others were reminded and took aim at Lin Yu's vulnerable points. "You shall not die a good death. Lin Chuan, I am your third uncle. How could you treat me this way? Lin Chuan, I was wrong. I realized my mistakes." In that moment, amidst the wilderness, the demon clan's relentless assault was nothing short of horrifying. Fists flew, feet struck, teeth gnawed, and claws tore. Each attack was unique in its ferocity. After a brutal 10 minutes, the once mighty third elder of the Lin family, Lin Yu, had been beaten into an unrecognizable state, every inch of his body battered, clinging to life by a thread, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. As for his usual entourage, who reveled in his tyranny and committed countless acts of malice, their fate was even more tragic, reduced to mere mush, a literal puddle of meat paste. Lin Chuan approached the slumped heap that was Lin Yu, deftly plucking a storage ring from his finger. With a slight shift of his consciousness, the restrictions placed upon it shattered like a broken window pane. Lin Chuan's mind delved inside, swiftly scanning the contents. It was filled with various spirit stones, elixirs, martial arts manuals, and several respectable magical artifacts. Altogether, the haul was valued at nearly 200 million star coins. Not a fruitless endeavor after all. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. As for the mini spaceship parked not far away, though somewhat damaged, its core engine remained intact. With some repairs and a fresh coat of paint, it could still serve its purpose. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan accepted it, envisioning it as the exclusive vehicle for the Martial Arts Academy. "Director, how shall we deal with this old fool?" Mo Ye approached, giving the unconscious Lin Yu a kick. "Shall we kill him and feed him to the dogs?" proposed the Bear Demon King. "I have no desire to feast on this old man's flesh." The Dog Demon King replied, "No, killing would be a waste." Lin Chuan shook his head, having made up his mind long ago. A living elder of the seventh realm holds far more value than a dead one. He turned his gaze toward the Tiger Demon King, who had displayed the most anger and valor moments ago. "Tiger, come here." The Tiger Mountain Lord hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Director, what is your command?" Using the communicator of that old man, contact the Lin family in the imperial capital. Lin Chuan handed him a communicator he had retrieved from Lin Yu. Inform them that if they wish for their third elder to remain alive, they must exchange him for 5-star C tokens. Otherwise, by the same time tomorrow, they will be broadcasting live across the entire galaxy, roasting him whole for all to witness. What? Understood. The Tiger Mountain Lord grasped the communicator, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He relished this task. Meanwhile, in the Lin family mansion in the imperial capital, Lin Tianqing was in his study, eyes closed as he attempted to calm the turmoil within him. He had been waiting for quite some time. Logically, the third elder should have already arrived in Luo Qingwei with the 2 children. Yet there was still no word. This old man had always been disobedient and prone to complicating matters. Now, he could not even manage a simple task. Just then, a shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the study. It was the urgent contact line for the third elder. Lin Tianqing's heart sank as he quickly connected the call. The light screen illuminated, revealing not the familiar visage of Lin Yu, but rather a large, fearsome tiger head adorned with yellow and black stripes. "Were you?" Lin Tianqing bellowed fiercely. "Heh." The Tiger Mountain Lord let out a coarse, savage laugh. "That subordinate of yours named Lin Yu is currently in our possession." The screen shifted, revealing a bloodied figure on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Tianqing's pupils constricted in an instant. The third elder. He was filled with both shock and fury. What had transpired? How could the elder he dispatched fall into the clutches of a beast? Had he encountered a powerful demon king along the way? Damn it! This old fool shattered my palace and refuses to compensate. He cannot blame me for what happens next. Listen closely. The Tiger Mountain Lord's tone was commanding and unyielding. If you wish for him to live, prepare 5-star sea tokens within a day and deliver them to Black Wind Mountain for the exchange. Otherwise, he chuckled darkly, we will broadcast live, allowing the entire galaxy to witness a 7th realm powerhouse being transformed into braised, steamed, and grilled delicacies. What did you say? Before Lin Tianqing could respond, the Tiger Mountain Lord abruptly ended the communication. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Tianqing stared at the extinguished screen, trembling with rage. With a single strike, he smashed his ancient desk crafted from millennium-old ironwood into fine powder. This is outrageous. How dare those insolent wretches kidnap an elder of the Lin family? After the fury, a more pressing dilemma loomed before him. Should he pay the ransom or refuse? Father, you mustn't. Lin He rushed in, urgently attempting to dissuade him. There are only 9-star sea tokens in total. It was through countless days of exhausting resources and personal connections that I managed to exchange for these tokens from the Starry Sky Merchant Association. Each piece is worth its weight in gold. Should we surrender 5 of them? Only 4 slots will remain for the core disciples of the Lin family to enter the secret realm. Such a loss is simply too great. Lin He has toiled extensively for these 9 tokens, hoping that the Lin family disciples he has trained will make a significant impact in the secret realm. This would also enhance his reputation on Earth, which has been overshadowed by Lin Chuan, especially now that Lin Chuan seems to be gaining notoriety due to the old soldier martial arts hall. He must suppress his rival fiercely to alleviate the resentment in his heart. Lin Tianqing is well aware of the stakes involved. However, he values his reputation even more. As the head of the prestigious Lin family in the imperial capital, if it were to be revealed that a 7th-level elder was devoured live by a group of monsters during his tenure, where would he be able to show his face? Would the Lin family in the imperial capital not become the laughingstock of the entire world? Silence. Lin Tianqing glared at Lin He. The value of a 7th-level elder far exceeds that of 5-star sea tokens. Are you unaware of how many resources it takes to cultivate a 7th-level elder? More importantly, this is not merely about an elder. It represents Lin Tianqing's dignity. But father, Lin He's heart brimmed with reluctance, eager to argue further. There is no but. Lin Tianqing interrupted him decisively. Prepare the tokens immediately. Send someone to Luo City. Ensure that the third elder is brought back safely. Yes. Lin He gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. Deep within, he harbored an intense hatred for those monsters that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. A day later, in the wilderness of Black Wind Mountain, a Lin family airship slowly descended. A steward of the Lin family, his face ashen, descended with a metallic box in hand. Opposite him, Yi carelessly tossed the half-conscious Lin Yu as if he were refused. A hand exchanged the person, and another exchanged the goods. The steward, upon confirming Lin Yu's identity, dared not linger and immediately led his men back on board, departing swiftly as if fearing they might be left behind for a barbecue. The Demon Kings promptly brought the tokens back to Lin Chuan. The deed was done. In the imperial capital, at the Lin family estate. After Lin Yu was returned and taken to the medical room, several of the family's top physicians emerged with ashen faces after a hurried examination. Head of the family, the third elder. What is it? Lin Tianqing inquired in a deep voice. The third elder, he is finished. The physician's voice trembled. Is he incapacitated? Lin Tianqing exclaimed angrily. And no, that is not the case. Lin Tianqing felt a moment of relief, but little did he know the physician was gasping for breath out of fear. No, it's more than that. His Dantian and Qi Si have been utterly destroyed by an extraordinarily tyrannical force of chaos, and his spiritual Si has been shattered to dust. Even his soul has been stripped of all memories. Now, he is merely a breathing corpse, scientifically referred to as a vegetative state. Boom! Lin Tianqing felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being shaken. A vegetative state. He has become a mere shell. What a tremendous loss. This time, the Lin family has suffered irreparable damage. Not only have they lost 5 exceptionally precious starseed orders, but what they have received in return is nothing but a completely incapacitated individual. They have even lost the chance to uncover clues about the culprit through soul-searching. The suppressed fury reached its zenith and finally erupted at that moment. Lin Tianqing's eyes turned blood red in an instant. Investigate. I demand an investigation. I care not about the origins of those wretched beings. Even if it means turning the entire Qingyun province upside down, they must be brought to justice. I shall ensure they are torn to shreds. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Xia Qianli's Dimensional Eyes. Contracting with the spirit mage after resolving the matters concerning the Lin family, Lin Chuan devoted his entire attention the following day to his beloved daughter, Lin Qing. Coincidentally, he had acquired a substantial amount of precious materials from Lin Yu. Lin Chuan decided to bestow upon his dear daughter a second baptism, hoping to awaken her bloodline. In a secluded chamber, meticulously protected by intricate formations, Lin Chuan retrieved a plethora of precious materials from Lin Yu's storage ring. He prepared a specially concocted elixir, gentle in nature yet brimming with potent energy for his daughter. Qing'er, come here, Lin Chuan gently beckoned, cradling his daughter in his arms and inquiring softly. The little one nodded eagerly, her innocent voice filled with trust as she responded, her cherubic face aglow. With a warm smile, Lin Chuan delicately placed her into the heated cauldron. Unlike the painful experiences endured by her siblings, her baptism resembled a comforting soak in a hot spring. Lin Qing'er closed her eyes in bliss, her tiny body instinctively beginning to absorb the pure and gentle energy surrounding her. Standing beside her, Lin Chuan formed intricate hand seals, carefully guiding the flow of energy with his vast magical power, cleansing and nourishing his daughter's limbs and bones, forging the most perfect foundation for her path. As moments slipped by, the elixir in the cauldron gradually transformed into clear water, and finally, an extraordinary change unfolded within Lin Qing'er. Under the influence of her faint chaotic bloodline, her veins began to boil with fervor. An ancient, mysterious, and powerful aura slowly awakened from her diminutive form. The most astonishing transformation occurred within her eyes. When she reopened them, her once clear and bright eyes had morphed into 2 profoundly deep miniature black holes. Within those irises, it seemed as though galaxies swirled, dimensions flickered in and out of existence, capable of piercing through the barriers of time and space, revealing the truths of myriad realms. It was an indescribable gaze, imbued with enigma and majesty. Ding! Your daughter, Lin Qing, has successfully awakened the ancient divine bloodline, Dimensional Eye. The Dimensional Eye, also known as the Eye of Chaos, flooded Lin Chuan's mind with information about this divine gaze. A natural summoner, she could perceive the dimensional barriers, transforming her body into a spirit form to traverse other worlds and establish summoning contracts with formidable beings from alternate realms. Before he could fully process this delightful revelation, the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding! Your daughter has awakened a divine eye, triggering a 10-fold critical return. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Celestial Grade Eye, Chaos Celestial Eye. Chaos Celestial Eye, an ultimate enhanced version of the Dimensional Eye, allowing you to disregard the constraints of space and laws, wandering freely through the void, and actively establishing equal, even master-servant contracts with the most elite and powerful beings across the myriad worlds. For example, Dragon Realm, Which realm? Divine realm. Boom. Lin Chuan felt a surge of heat in his eyes, and the world before him instantly transformed. He seemed to glimpse countless dimensional passages, varying in size and luminosity, nestled within the interstices of the real world. His gaze could effortlessly penetrate the fabric of this realm, unveiling the fantastical and vibrant wonders of an alternate world. Furthermore, Lin Chuan had mastered the arcane incantations necessary for forging contracts. Suppressing the excitement within, Lin Chuan crouched down to meet his daughter's gaze. He first instructed her on the methods of harnessing her spiritual energy. Little Qing'er was an extraordinary prodigy, quickly grasping the concepts. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she focused intently. Qing'er, concentrate and see what you can perceive. Little Qing'er obediently nodded, imitating Lin Chuan. She directed the warm flow of energy within her towards her eyes. Wow, the little one suddenly exclaimed in delight, Daddy. I see so many beautiful sparkling lights, and countless peculiar little houses, and so many lovely people. These visions were solely hers, belonging to dimensions beyond her own. At that moment, her spirit had ventured into other planes of existence. It is important to note that traversing dimensions is an arduous feat. The distances between dimensions far exceed that between Earth and the Celestial Academy. Moreover, immense spatial barriers separate these realms, making it exceedingly difficult, even for the mightiest beings of the 10th realm, to physically cross dimensions. However, with the Eye of Dimensions and under the auspices of a contract, one could directly summon entities from other planes. This illustrates the immense power of the Eye of Dimensions. Now, feel deeply, seek, and summon the companions you desire. Lin Chuan gently guided her. Little Qing'er closed her eyes, selecting from the myriad of choices a figure radiating a soothing violet light that felt most comforting and familiar to her. She then recited the incantation, an innate mastery gained after acquiring her special vision. Much like the Qianli clan possesses their unique bloodline techniques, she intoned Ababaganala. In the name of Lin Qing, I contract my companion. With her innocent voice, she uttered the contract spell. A resonant hum filled the air, and suddenly, a magical circle of emerald light materialized amidst that world. At the center of the circle, the space rippled like water, gradually unveiling a portal imbued with a rich natural essence. From this portal emerged a stunning woman clad in a flowing purple robe, suspended in the air, wielding a crystal-clear staff and possessing elegantly pointed ears. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin as pure as snow, and her features were exquisitely crafted like a work of art. She was a sorceress, exuding an aura of formidable power akin to that of a pinnacle human being. Yet, within her eyes glimmered a hint of the elven race's inherent pride. However, upon perceiving the scene before her, that proud gaze was swiftly replaced by astonishment and bewilderment. She sensed an overwhelming contract force emanating from the depths of her soul, binding her tightly to this seemingly 3- or 4-year-old human girl. She had been summoned by an infant human? How could this be possible? Who are you? How did you bring me here? Just as she was perplexed, she noticed Lin Chuan standing beside the little girl. In that fleeting moment, a terror so profound that it could freeze her very soul rendered her instantly composed. This man, so formidable, so potent that the very thought of resistance fled her mind entirely. Greetings, esteemed lady from the spirit realm. Lin Chuan spoke with a smile. There is no need for alarm. We harbor no ill intentions. It is my daughter who has chosen you as her first contract partner. At this revelation, the elven sorceress comprehended her situation. She inhaled deeply, calming the tumult within her heart, and gracefully performed an ancient elven salutation towards Lin Chuan. I am Ivira of the Misty Forest, honored to meet you, venerable sir, and my summoner. Her voice resembled the crystalline waters of a mountain spring, clear and melodious. Curiously, Xia Qianli gazed at the beautiful elder sister before her, tilting her head inquisitively. Elder sister, are you truly my partner? Ivira regarded the exquisitely delicate and innocent-looking human girl before her, and the wariness and reluctance in her heart began to dissipate considerably. Perhaps becoming this little one's companion was not such a grave misfortune after all. At the very least, the enigmatic man beside her did not seem to embody any malevolent essence. Indeed, she replied, stooping down to offer Lin Qing a gentle smile. From this day forth, I shall be your sword and shield. Wonderful. Xia Qianli joyfully bounced up and down. Your abilities lie in elemental magic? Lin Chuan inquired. Ivira nodded gracefully, maintaining the innate composure and pride characteristic of her elven kin, even in the presence of Lin Chuan. Indeed, my lord, in my realm, I am celebrated as the master of the 5 elements. Demonstrate your prowess, Lin Chuan urged. Let me witness the abilities of my daughter's first partner. As you wish, my lord. Ivira refrained from further discourse and gently lifted her crystalline staff. She began to chant. In an instant, 5 distinct colors of elemental energy erupted under her command. Whoosh! First came the wind magic. A miniature turquoise whirlwind formed in her palm, spinning rapidly and howling fiercely. Next, she tapped her staff upon the ground. Swish! From the wooden floor, dozens of robust and resilient thorny vines sprouted forth, adorned with sharp spikes. In the following moment, she flicked her fingertips. Boom! A fireball, the size of a human head and radiating intense heat, shot forth. Immediately after, crack, crack, crack. With another wave of her hand, numerous ice crystal spears, sharp as javelins, soared through the air with astonishing speed. Lastly, she raised her staff high. Zzz. A bolt of purple lightning transformed into serpentine arcs, dancing around her form. Wind, wood, fire, ice, and thunder. 5 distinctly different elemental forces were wielded with near-perfect mastery. Impressive. A hint of approval graced Lin Chuan's countenance. To cultivate all 5 elements to such an extraordinary degree and wield them with finesse is a testament to the prowess of this elven mage, who undoubtedly stands as a paragon in her realm. Ivila retracted her spell, breathing slightly heavier, and gazed at Lin Chuan, awaiting his appraisal. As the first contracted partner of Qing'er, her prowess could be deemed commendable. Lin Chuan nodded. As a gesture of greeting, I shall bestow upon you some rewards. Rewards? A flicker of confusion crossed Ivila's eyes. She could not fathom what this man before her could offer. Perhaps some unique ores or potions from this world. Lin Chuan offered no explanation, simply raising his hand casually. Boom! From within him surged a torrent of magnificent elemental force, transforming into a vibrant cascade of energy that erupted from his palm. It was an essence of the 5 elements surpassing the highest quality. The cyclical dance of the 5 elements could indeed conjure forth wind and thunder. Thus these 2 were also encompassed within. Boom, 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 boom. This energy was of a quality thousands of times superior to the elemental power Ivila had cultivated herself. What is this? Ivila's eyes widened in astonishment. As an elemental mage, she understood better than anyone what this deluge of energy signified for her. This was nothing short of a divine blessing bestowed upon a devotee. The vast quintessence of the 5 elements immediately flowed into her being. Buzz! Ivila was enveloped in a radiant aura of 5 colors. She felt as if she had been cast into an ocean of pure energy, with every cell greedily absorbing the vitality. Her breath surged uncontrollably. Her magical prowess skyrocketed at an exponential rate. Ancient and powerful elemental runes began to manifest and flow upon her skin. The sensation was exquisite. As the brilliance faded, Ivila opened her eyes, now 100 times stronger than when she had first arrived. Incredible. A miracle. Thud. She could no longer maintain her composure. Kneeling before Lin Chuan, she lowered her noble head. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this divine grace. In that moment, she felt a true sense of devotion. Rise. Lin Chuan's voice remained tranquil. I do not require your gratitude, nor your fealty. He approached his daughter, gently stroking her small head. I merely hope that in the future, when my daughter is in need of you, you will be ready to respond and ensure her safety. Ivila trembled once more upon hearing his words. Such a miraculous gift came with such a simple request. She lifted her gaze to the man whose face bore nothing but affection as he looked at his daughter. With utmost solemnity, she vowed, Rest assured, my lord. From this day forth, Ivila's life shall be intertwined with that of the Summoner's Highness. At the sound of her call, regardless of where I may be, I shall respond without delay. Very well. In this light, there is Lin Mo, my elder brother, Lin Shi, my elder sister, and my direct disciple Chun Fan, along with little Qing. With precisely 4 individuals, a small team can be formed. The 5 stellar sea orders are perfectly suited for the utilization of 4 of them. Chapter 39. Hosting an internal martial arts competition, the reputation of the Old Soldiers Martial Arts School has been steadily rising, attracting disciples from across the nation and even from foreign lands. The number of students at the school has been growing exponentially, surging from over 10,000 to more than 20,000, nearing 30,000 in just a few short days. Both the newly expanded No. 1 Martial Arts Hall and the city-allocated Grand Training Grounds are bustling with activity every day. Such rapid growth eclipses even that of the Martial God Alliance from Lin Chuan's past. In the spacious and well-lit conference room at the headquarters of the martial arts school, Lin Chuan, Mo Yi, and Su Wanqing are gathered around a table, deliberating on the future development of the institution. Director, our martial arts school is expanding at an astonishing rate, Su Wanqing remarked, pushing a meticulously prepared report towards Lin Chuan. The report, adorned with elegant charts and data, highlighted the current disorganization in management. While all disciples initially held the title of listeners, this approach may prove detrimental in the long run without clear channels for advancement to motivate them. If all receive the same conditions and resources, the exceptional will depart, while the indolent may become complacent, a lesson learned from the ancient Qilin Empire. Mo Yi, munching on a spirit fruit, mumbled, "We must provide these young disciples with something to aspire to, a vision to pursue." Having established the Hall of 10,000 Demons in his past life, Mo Yi possesses a natural talent for management. Lin Chuan had assigned Su Wanqing a task, which she diligently completed. The organizational structure and data analysis within the report were exemplary, showcasing her aptitude for management. She quickly identified the core issues facing the martial arts school. Director, observe this. Su Wanqing pointed to the planning diagram in the report. I have drawn inspiration from the disciple training systems of some top-tier powers across the stars and devised a promotion pathway for our school. All newcomers will initially be classified as listening disciples. Above them, we will establish 2 tiers, outer disciples and elite disciples, each further divided into 3 levels. Disciples can accumulate contributions by accomplishing tasks assigned by the school or through regular assessments to ascend through the ranks, gaining access to higher-level techniques, resources, and more specialized guidance. At the pinnacle of all these levels lies the most prestigious designation, personal disciples. Lin Chuan nodded in approval. Excellent. Additionally, let us structure the elder and deacon positions in accordance with the interstellar framework. Understood? Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having received the director's endorsement for her proposal and additional responsibilities, signifying his growing trust in her capabilities. By the way, I would like you to assist me in organizing an event. We shall host an internal martial arts competition within the school. The ultimate victor shall earn the coveted 2nd personal disciple slot, to be personally taken under my wing. The weight of those 4 words, personal disciple, carried immense significance. What a splendid idea. Mo Yi slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "This is settled. Let these young ones showcase their true abilities and engage in a spirited contest. Whoever excels in combat shall be the disciple of the esteemed curator." Naturally, Mo Yi relished the idea. He had a penchant for witnessing brawls. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. The martial arts competition was indeed an excellent strategy, igniting the disciples' fervor for cultivation while uncovering those with genuine talent and perseverance. That very day, Su Wanqing meticulously devised the competition rules and announcements. Upon the proclamation of the internal martial arts tournament at the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, the entire establishment erupted with fervor. Over 20,000 disciples, whether fresh novices or cunning veterans, were invigorated as if they had been electrified, shouting with enthusiasm. Personal disciple. Good heavens! A personal disciple indeed. If one secures first place, they shall receive one-on-one guidance from the legendary Lin Wuxian, akin to what Chun Fan experienced. This opportunity must be seized. I am all in this time. It was rumored that Chun Fan mastered an S-grade wave sword technique in merely half a day. An S-grade sword technique on the market is valued at no less than several million, even tens of millions of star coins. It is well known that many 6th realm masters possess only S-grade martial arts as their pinnacle. Such envy. The atmosphere within the Martial Arts Academy was ablaze with excitement. Nearly 1/3 of the disciples had registered. The registration area was packed to the brim. In a crowded corner of the throng, a figure appeared somewhat out of place. He was considerably older than the others, as most disciples were mere teenagers. Of course, there were a few in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s, but they represented the minority. This individual appeared to be in his late 20s, with a handsome visage and a tall stature, his gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy and languor. His name was Yi Qiu, and he carried a uniquely shaped weapon wrapped in cloth. This man bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chuan. Once, he too was a prodigious talent, capturing the spotlight with unparalleled prowess, securing the top position in the martial arts entrance examination of a province in the Great Xia Kingdom, and gaining admission to Kunlun University. After graduation, he joined the Starry Sky Army as a dark horse, selected for the esteemed White Horse Battle Camp. However, during a subsequent battle, his camp was surrounded by the coalition of 10,000 clans. All perished in combat, and although he was fortuitously rescued later, his spiritual foundation was shattered, and his celestial bridge was destroyed, leaving behind only a fragmented divine sea. The once sweeping mastery of his peers dissolved into nothingness. His rank became permanently locked at the 3rd realm of the divine sea, with no prospect of advancement. Thus, a once great genius fell into obscurity. His reputation paled in comparison to the renowned Great Xia's martial god, and no one in attendance recognized him. Yi Qiu's once vast and robust divine sea had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Consequently, he was compelled to abandon the high-level martial techniques that required immense spiritual power, redirecting his focus towards the most fundamental, often overlooked, physical techniques and mundane weaponry. In an effort to compensate for his inability to employ advanced spells, he poured his heart and soul into designing and crafting an extraordinary weapon, the celestial mechanism Umbrella, a weapon of myriad forms, encompassing the essence of firearms, swords, shields, spears, and sickles, among others. It grants its wielder the ability to seamlessly transition between diverse combat styles in response to varying circumstances, employing intricate and unpredictable techniques to confront adversaries. Lin Wuxian must have regained his strength. But how did he achieve such a feat? He had once fallen further than I, plummeting from the 7th realm of the Dharma body to become an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Yet now, I can sense his formidable power. Regardless of the challenges, I am resolute in my desire to become Lin Wuxian's direct disciple. Yi Qiu's gaze was unwavering. He believed that perhaps Director Lin Chuan could aid him in reclaiming his former prowess, allowing him to avenge the grievances of the White Horse Battle Camp from years past. Chapter 40. The great battle of 9,000. The day of the internal competition soon arrived, and the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Nearly 9,000 registered disciples packed the newly constructed Grand Arena, creating a scene of overwhelming fervor. With such a multitude, how could the matches possibly be conducted? One-on-one bouts would stretch on endlessly, perhaps until the next century. Indeed, even the process of drawing lots to form groups would consume a significant amount of time. If it were a preliminary selection, the pace would be excruciatingly slow. It seemed inevitable that chaos would ensue. Amidst the murmurs of curiosity regarding the structure of the competition, Mo Yi ascended the central platform, clad in a sleek black suit. His towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, exuded an aura of formidable strength. With his striking red hair styled into a slicked-back braid, he embodied the archetype of a dapper, yet intimidating figure, truly a sovereign among men. However, his demeanor was surprisingly lighthearted, often accompanied by laughter. With a mischievous grin, he retrieved an object from his storage ring, a relic bestowed by the ancient Kirin Emperor. It was a pearl the size of a longan, luminescent, and seemingly containing swirling stars within its depths. "Listen closely, young ones," he proclaimed. addressing the students with an almost roguish tone. He tossed the pearl into the air. Buzz! The pearl erupted in a blinding radiance, emanating visible waves of power that spread across the arena like ripples on water, instantly enveloping the entire space. The world spun around. Everyone felt a momentary disorientation as the arena beneath their feet vanished, replaced by a vast, desolate ancient battlefield, strewn with the remnants of crumbled structures. Here lay fallen palaces, bubbling magma, and hills adorned with shattered swords, all steeped in an atmosphere of impending doom. Heavens! Where are we? The disciples gasped in astonishment. It's an illusion, a colossal illusory formation. Fear not. Moe's voice resonated from above. Everything here is but a virtual manifestation. You may engage in battle to your heart's content. Any damage inflicted upon the structures will be instantly restored. Even if you are defeated, you will not perish. Instead, you will be transported out, losing your qualification for the competition. This treasure is known as the Kirin Trial Realm, a legacy of my clan. It possesses the power to manipulate the laws of life and death, crafting the most authentic combat illusions. Ichio stood amidst the crowd, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the old Soldiers' Academy to possess such terrifying depth. It was worth noting that treasures of this caliber were beyond the reach of even the Starry Sky Army of yore. The old Soldiers' Academy was indeed formidable, capable of producing artifacts that existed only in legend, merely for an internal competition. Enough of the preamble. Lin Chuan's voice echoed across the ancient battlefield. The rules of this competition are quite simple. Survive until the end. This is a free-for-all battle without any restrictions. You may fight and slay at your discretion until only one person remains on the field. That individual shall be crowned the champion of this competition. As the words fell, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony, swiftly succumbing to a profound silence. The War of Freedom? Arbitrary slaughter? This was no mere contest. It was evidently a brutal and bloody large-scale battle royale with 9,000 participants. Before they could recover from their astonishment, a harrowing line of crimson text materialized upon the vast, luminous screen in the sky. Current number of survivors, 9127, Rule 1. For every 10 opponents eliminated, 1's attributes will receive a temporary increase of 1. Rule 2. Accumulate the elimination of 1,000 opponents to earn a chance for resurrection. To kill is to grow stronger. It also grants an additional chance for resurrection. In light of this, one cannot simply linger in the shadows, waiting for final strike. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's voice resonated once more, declaring that for the sake of absolute fairness, everyone's cultivation level within this trial realm would be balanced. Disciples of the body refinement stage would receive significant enhancements, while those from the divine C stage would experience oppression. The rules were crystal clear. The Martial Arts Academy sought to identify the strongest, the most lethal, the one with the highest martial talent and combat skills. Here, the determinants of victory would no longer be cultivation levels, but rather one's combat skills, fighting spirit, and murderous intent. The Veteran Martial Arts Academy aimed to cultivate talents destined for the battlefield, thus allowing them to experience the struggle between life and death in advance would forge their iron-willed resolve. You have 10 minutes to prepare. As Lin Chuan's words echoed, every disciple immediately sensed a transformation within their bodies. Some who were previously confined to the body refinement stage joyfully discovered an unprecedented surge of power coursing through them. Conversely, warriors like Ichio, trapped in the Divine C stage, felt an invisible shackle tighten around them, their magical energy now sluggish in its flow. The starting point for all had been nearly leveled. Intriguing. Ichio clenched his fist, feeling the suppressed power within him, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. His magical energy had always been limited, and he typically refrained from utilizing it in combat. For him, this was indeed the utmost fairness. 10 minutes slipped away in an instant. The duel began. At the moment Su Wanqing declared the start, the ancient battlefield erupted in a frenzy. Kill. Let them perish. No one shall seize the spot of my cherished disciple. Bull Demon's mighty fist. The cries of battle reverberated. accompanied by flashing blades and the thunderous roar of spells. Almost everyone had succumbed to madness. Some academies sought out the weak, attempting to eliminate as many as possible to boost their own attribute enhancements. Others, familiar with one another, formed temporary alliances to encircle and eliminate others, planning to dispatch their foes before engaging in a final showdown amongst themselves. First, they would unite against external threats, then employ their own tactics. The solitary Yi Qiu quickly became one of the initial targets marked for elimination. His languid demeanor, which seemed to clash with the surroundings, along with the comically oversized umbrella he wielded, rendered him akin to a soft persimmon. Brothers, let us take down that old man with the umbrella first. Look at his pitiful state. He must be a novice. Let us gang up on him. Does he think he is Wang Fei Hung, strolling in here with an umbrella? A group of 7 or 8 relatively younger disciples, already acquainted with one another, swiftly encircled Yi Qiu from all directions. Faced with this encirclement, a hint of resignation flickered across Yi Qiu's face. Do I truly not resemble a master? He sighed softly. As those individuals lunged towards him, his gaze sharpened. With a sudden leap backwards, his body became as weightless as a feather, gracefully flipping through the air. Simultaneously, the black umbrella in his hand emitted a crisp click, the sound of a mechanism engaging. The canopy retracted, and the ribs transformed. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly ordinary umbrella morphed into a gleaming, metallic crossbow in his hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation to aim, his fingers deftly flicked the trigger. Several arrows, imbued with a faint glow of spiritual energy, shot forth like venomous serpents, moving at an almost imperceptible speed. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of arrows embedding in flesh echoed repeatedly. The 7 or 8 disciples who had charged at him found their vital points: forehead, throat, heart, precisely pierced almost simultaneously. Shock painted their faces, and in an instant, their bodies disintegrated into shimmering specks of light, dissipating into the air. Instant annihilation, a precise and lethal execution. His initial strike sent a wave of intimidation rippling through all onlookers. Goodness, he is a master, such a peculiar weapon, capable of transformation. Some of the disciples who had initially intended to attack felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Aren't you all coming to attack? Yi Qiu turned to face them, revealing a fearsome smile. The few disciples caught in his gaze turned pale. Then I shall come. Swish! The umbrella transformed again, launching a large hook that ensnared one of them. Yi Qiu was instantly pulled into the throng. Like a swift swallow landing, the Tianji umbrella morphed once more, becoming a spear. The spear. This was the weapon he had once mastered at the White Horse battle camp. Buzzing and whirring, the spear spun, cutting through the air like a whirlwind, swiftly dispatching the surrounding disciples, who transformed into luminous points and exited the battlefield. As for Yi Qiu, he received his first enhancement, experiencing a 1 increase in his overall attributes. Of course, this was only temporary, a boon granted by the environment. Chapter 41. The autumn of Qinji umbrella leaves high above the Kirin trial realm. Lin Chuan and Mo Yi perched upon the loftiest peak, observing the fierce combat unfolding in the ancient battlefield below. A luminous screen hovered before them, partitioned into numerous small windows, capturing the entirety of the battlefield's chaos. Director, these youngsters indeed possess some remarkable talent, Mo Yi remarked, pointing at 3 of the screens with a grin. Lin Chuan had already taken notice of these 3 individuals. One of them was, of course, Yi Qiu. The other 2 included a lithe young woman with a high ponytail, her wrists adorned with a multitude of iron rings. Each punch she delivered resonated with a clanging sound as the rings collided, showcasing her prowess in the iron wire fist style, characterized by a formidable blend of offense and defense. The last was a young man clad in blue, wielding a long blade. He was naturally gifted with the ability to manipulate the wind, and his swordsmanship was fierce. Each strike he unleashed summoned a whirlwind blade, executing wide-ranging cuts with remarkable efficiency. Currently bolstered by the highest attribute enhancements. These three were undoubtedly the most elite among the over 9,000 disciples participating in this trial. Within merely a few minutes of combat, their kill counts had surged into the hundreds, their attribute enhancements far surpassing those of their peers. They are exceptionally formidable. The victor will undoubtedly emerge from among these three, Lin Chuan stated. He recognized that this competition was not solely about selecting a personal disciple. More importantly, it served as a genuine simulation of brutal combat to temper their skills. If it devolved into mere slaughter of the weak, the essence of this contest would be lost. I comprehend your intent, Director. Mo Ye's eyes sparkled with understanding. You wish to incite these three strongest contenders to engage one another, correct? Indeed. Is it feasible? That's easily accomplished. In this illusion, my word is law. Mo Ye snapped his fingers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a gentle motion of his finger in the air, a resplendent golden sphere, radiating immense energy, materialized in the sky above the ancient battlefield. Heaven sent. The first to absorb and refine this golden sphere shall receive a 300 boost to all attributes. The crimson text was visible to all. A 300 boost to all attributes. This equated to the annihilation of 3,000 opponents. Whoever secured this sphere would effectively have the championship of this competition locked in. Instantly, Yiqiu, the iron wire fist practitioner, and the blue-clad swordsman each halted their slaughter across three distinct zones of the battlefield, abruptly lifting their gazes towards the golden orb that resembled a miniature sun in the sky. Initially, they had aimed to swiftly eliminate foes and accumulate attribute points before tackling the most formidable adversaries. However, it was now evident that this plan was untenable. They must seize the golden sphere before the others. In the eyes of the three, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. The decisive battle among the strong was forcibly advanced by this luminous sphere. Stepping forward, the blue-clad swordsman could no longer contain himself. With a low shout, he transformed into a streak of azure light, propelled by the wind, racing toward the glowing orb in the sky. You shall not succeed, the iron-fisted woman snorted coldly, stamping her feet heavily on the ground, her entire being shooting upward like a cannonball. Arriving after him, she directly obstructed the path of the blue-clad swordsman. With an iron horse seeking a bridge, she unleashed a punch, and the iron rings on her arms emitted a series of thunderous roars. The force of her punches surged like waves, heavy as a mountain. The iron ring flew from her hand, merging with the fiery fist, crashing toward the blue-clad swordsman. Wind wall. The swordsman concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a crystalline wind wall before him to withstand a relentless assault of the iron rings. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in the swordsman's eyes. He pivoted his long knife, unleashing a gale slash. Countless blades of wind, propelled by his sword's momentum, formed an impenetrable vortex, spiraling toward the iron-fisted woman with lethal intent. Clang, clang, clang. Defend. The iron-fisted woman did not flinch or evade, her arms crossed. The flying iron rings formed an unyielding shield, firmly withstanding the slicing of the wind vortex. Sparks flew, just as the two were locked in a struggle. Unable to gain the upper hand, an inconspicuous sound of air being pierced quietly arose. Bang! A high-speed rotating spiritual bullet struck the blue-clad swordsman's blade with pinpoint accuracy. The tremendous impact momentarily halting his movements. Then came another shot aimed at the swordsman's thigh. However, the swordsman shattered the bullet with a swift stroke of his knife. He had just killed the most enemies, gaining the highest attribute bonus. Let us eliminate him first, then we can continue fighting. Yiqiu shouted. Agreed. The woman readily accepted Yiqiu's words. Lin Chuan observed, approving in his heart. Clearly, Yiqiu possessed not only formidable strength, but also a tactical mind. With a single phrase, he aligned himself with the majority, transforming the situation into a 2-on-1. The woman was evidently pleased to be on the side with more allies. The blue-clad swordsman suddenly felt as though he had fallen into a trap, left speechless. Meanwhile, in other regions of the ancient battlefield, Mo Yi was not idle either. He created dozens of smaller luminous spheres, randomly scattered throughout the area. Although the effects of these smaller spheres were far inferior to that of the central, massive orb, they still provided attribute bonuses ranging from 10 to 50. This ignited the powder keg of the battlefield. It's a luminous sphere. Hurry and seize it. Damn it. Li San, do you dare to ambush me? Wang Guzi, do we not agree to cooperate? Why do you betray me? Brother, how can you call this betrayal? Let me become an inner disciple first. Then I will help you become one too. You're talking nonsense. In a scramble for these smaller luminous spheres, the once solid alliance crumbled instantly. Only after those small factions disbanded could a semblance of fairness prevail upon the ancient battlefield. Moments later, the blue-clad swordsman, Wang Yasuo, ultimately found himself overwhelmed. As mere fists could not contend with the combined might of two. Confronted by Yi Qiu's capricious and versatile Qingji umbrella, alongside Lu Ying's unparalleled iron wire fist. Even with his attributes at their zenith, he was relentlessly besieged by the duo and gradually forced to retreat. Ultimately, a powerful blow from Lu Ying, a ferocious double dragon emergence, struck his chest, transforming him into a cascade of light, leaving him with a bitter sense of defeat. In that fleeting moment of Wang Yasuo's downfall, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. Lu Ying, who had fought alongside Yi Qiu, glimmered with a cold light in her eyes, having awaited this opportunity with bated breath. With a sudden surge of power, she pivoted, denying Yi Qiu even a moment's respite, unleashing a rapid and fierce side kick aimed squarely at the wrist that gripped the umbrella. This kick was swift, precise, and incredibly forceful. You fickle woman. How swiftly you turn against your allies. Yi Qiu, caught off guard, could only barely lift the umbrella's handle for defense. A thunderous clash resounded. Lu Ying's leg technique was formidable. The tremendous force sent Yi Qiu's Qingji umbrella hurtling from his grasp in an arc, plummeting towards the battlefield's edge and into a churning abyss of molten lava. Ha, foolish one. Once that fellow is eliminated, the alliance will be dissolved. That is evident. Lu Ying regarded the now unarmed Yi Qiu with a confident smirk, fully aware that his strength was entirely reliant on that peculiar weapon. Now bereft of it, he was akin to a toothless tiger, lacking any threat. With Wang Yasuo eliminated and Yi Qiu disarmed, no one remained to rival her. What an opportune moment. Charge forth. With the absorption of the luminous orb, victory would be within my grasp. A threefold enhancement. That was indeed a threefold enhancement. The gathered onlookers, previously lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain their excitement and surged toward the golden orb suspended in the sky. Dream on if you think you can claim my prize. Get away. Lu Ying shouted defiantly, her form a blur as she unleashed her fists. Her iron arms became a veritable tempest, and one by one, the eager students were sent flying by her overwhelming fist winds, dissipating into light midair. Even Yi Qiu was targeted, but his speed proved too great for her to eliminate at that moment. Having dispatched the trivial contenders, she refused to squander any more time, lest the night grow long with unforeseen complications. With her legs bent, Lu Ying propelled herself from the ground, launching like a cannonball toward the irresistibly alluring golden orb. Victory was within her reach. Upon the cloud platform, Mo Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Hey, this young girl is impressive, fierce and decisive, a promising talent." Su Wanqing concurred. She is likely to seize first place. Yet Lin Chuan merely smiled. It will be Yi Qiu who triumphs. Su Wanqing could not comprehend, for it was clear that Lu Ying held the advantage, and without his weapon, Yi Qiu posed no match for her. Soon, Lu Ying was poised to absorb the luminous orb. At that moment, Yi Qiu would be as vulnerable as a fish on a cutting board. However, just as Lu Ying ascended to claim the radiant sphere, a smile blossomed on Yi Qiu's face, who had been deemed a negligible threat on the ground. He raised his hand towards the roiling magma, fingers curling as he gently tugged. In an instant, Lu Ying, suspended in midair, was seized by an overwhelming sense of peril. Before she could react, a long, black hook shot forth from the magma below with astonishing speed. The target of this sinister weapon was none other than Lu Ying, who found herself helpless in the air. It was the thousand-mechanism umbrella capable of being manipulated from a distance. Panic washed over Lu Ying as her complexion paled. She attempted to twist her body to evade the impending threat, but it was too late. The hook, like a cunning serpent, ensnared her ankle with precision. An irresistible force tugged at her, and a desperate cry escaped her lips. No! Lu Ying's voice echoed in despair as she was forcibly yanked from the sky, dragged into the molten depths. Glub! Lu Ying's figure dissolved into light, vanishing entirely. Outside, Wang Yasu gazed at the reappearance of Lu Ying. "Damn, you lost," he exclaimed. "That guy is too cunning." Lu Ying replied helplessly. On the cloud platform, Mo Yi slapped his thigh in astonishment. "What the hell? This kid is unbelievably crafty. I thought that Iron Wire Fist girl was certain to win, but I never anticipated Yi Qiu's last-minute gambit. This fellow is truly devious." His calculations concerning human psychology and the strategic use of terrain were nothing short of flawless. Su Wanqing also expressed her surprise. So that is how it was. He was deliberately disarmed from the start to lull Lu Ying into a false sense of victory, thus exposing her vulnerabilities. Now, Yi Qiu swiftly approached the luminous orb, extending his hand to touch it. Boom! The orb exploded, golden motes surging into his body. His aura surged dramatically, increasing all attributes by 300. Crap! He has seized the orb. It's over. Victory is assured. Yi Qiu beckoned, retracting the 1,000-mechanism umbrella, a treasure he had forged that could withstand the searing heat of magma. However, the moment he made contact, it nearly scalded his hand. Ouch! Phew! Yi Qiu blew on his palm while channeling spiritual energy, transforming it into water to cool the surface. A large cloud of white mist billowed forth, quickly lowering the temperature, allowing him to handle it. Though the scene was somewhat comical, the champion of this internal martial arts tournament was now a foregone conclusion. Chapter 42. Yi Qiu is accepted as a personal disciple and receives a threefold attribute enhancement. His power has reached a terrifying level that dominates the battlefield. Alas, that umbrella man has acquired the golden orb. How are we supposed to fight now? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not immediately unleash a frenzy of slaughter. Instead, he retracted the 1,000-mechanisms umbrella and found a broken wall to sit upon, silently polishing his weapon, resembling a reclusive swordsman who has finished his journey. At 27, Yi Qiu's intellect far surpasses that of the youth who only know how to vie for dominance through brute force. He understands clearly that the purpose of the tournament hosted by director Lin Chuan is to temper everyone, rather than to allow a few strong individuals to revel in the thrill of carnage. Otherwise, there would not have been the sudden appearance of that golden orb, inciting a premature confrontation among the three strongest, including himself. Having already secured the final ticket to entry, he decided to leave the remaining time for others to relish the thrill of battle, to strive for supremacy on the precipice of life and death, and to draw forth their utmost potential. Time swiftly passed. Half an hour later, less than 10 individuals remained on the battlefield. Let's not fight amongst ourselves. Together, we shall deal with that umbrella wielder. Indeed, he has obtained the largest orb. If we do not eliminate him, we shall all fall before him. Let's unite. The remaining elite students, after a brief deliberation, chose to join forces and launched a final assault towards Yi Qiu. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all tactics and alliances proved futile. Yi Qiu transitioned from a lethargic state, akin to a dead fish's gaze, to one of sharpness. Gun, sword, crossbow, cannon. The 1,000-mechanisms umbrella transformed in form, effortlessly dispatching all the students. I'm hungry. The last opponent was pierced through the chest by the spear of the 1,000-mechanisms umbrella, instantly dissolving into specks of light. The ultimate victor emerged. Buzz. The illusion enveloping the training ground dissipated in response. It is over. Who emerged victorious? I don't know. I was taken down shortly after entering. There's this fierce uncle with an umbrella. His weapon can change form. I saw him take down a whole group alone. And there's a sister with iron fists. She knocked out a small child with a single punch, absolutely fierce. Everyone engaged in fervent discussion, curious about who the final victor might be. Wang Yasu rubbed his nose. lamenting the lost opportunity. Iron Fist Lu Ying, hands on hips, had already deduced who the ultimate victor was, yet awaited Su Wanqing to announce the final result. Su Wanqing ascended the platform and cleared her throat. Silence, everyone. I declare that the ultimate victor of the first internal tournament of the Veteran Martial Arts Academy is... She deliberately elongated her words, building suspense. Everyone held their breath. Who could it be? Yi Qiu. Simultaneously, a photograph of Yi Qiu appeared on the large screen. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into applause. This was the champion of the first internal tournament of the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, a truly significant achievement. Those disciples who were initially eliminated by Yi Qiu with 1,000 machine divine crossbow suddenly felt a sense of balance in their hearts. The uncle with the umbrella has triumphed. I wondered why I perished so swiftly. It turns out I fell to the champion. With this thought, my spirits were considerably lifted. Losing to the champion does not seem unjust. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Yi Qiu ascended the high platform and approached Lin Chuan. Disciple Yi Qiu. Greetings to the esteemed director. Excellent. Yi Qiu, you have secured the championship. As per our agreement, from this day forth, you shall become my second direct disciple. Thank you. Esteemed director. Yi Qiu's heart swelled with excitement as he clasped his fists and knelt, bowing 3 times before the assembly, a traditional gesture of respect for a master. Applause erupted from the audience, filled with envy for the opportunity to be mentored by the martial deity Lin and to soon learn S-grade martial arts. However, as Lin Chuan observed Yi Qiu, a frown creased his brow. He sensed something amiss. The youth before him bore the scars of devastation within. The spiritual platform lay shattered, the celestial bridge severed, and even the foundation of his cultivation, the divine sea, resembled a parched lake with only a shallow pool of stagnant water remaining. Barely a tenth of its former self. This was a far more grievous case than Chun Fan, a hopeless soul with a severed path. Lin Chuan could not help but shake his head inwardly. What is happening with my direct disciples? One is blind, another crippled. I hope the next ISN team mute, nor the one after a limping wretch. In the afternoon, within the antique tranquility of the martial arts hall, the two sat facing each other. Yi Qiu, your injuries are severe. Lin Chuan stated bluntly, they are not recent. Yi Qiu's hand trembled slightly as he held a teacup. Indeed, master. I was once a member of the Starry Sky Army's White Horse Battalion. 5 years ago, the battalion was ambushed by myriad races. Out of 372, I was the sole survivor. However, I too suffered grave injuries. My spiritual platform was shattered, the celestial bridge severed, and even my Dantian's divine sea has run dry. Now, the barriers of my divine sea are riddled with cracks, and my spiritual energy has dwindled to a mere fraction of what it once was. Furthermore, I fear my cultivation will forever be shackled at the third realm. Master, do I still have hope for recovery? I beseech you to illuminate a path for me, so that I may one day return to the battlefield of the stars, avenge my 371 brothers, and exact retribution upon our enemies. Lin Chuan rubbed his nose in contemplation. So, Yi Qiu was indeed a member of the White Horse Battalion. He recalled that the captain of the battalion had once been on amicable terms with him. So you're a soldier of Long Chuan. Long Chuan was the captain of the White Horse Battalion. In the past, during the Great Xia era, there were 3 rivers, martial deity Lin Chuan, White Horse Long Chuan, and Li Chuan of the Great Wilderness Mercenary Corps. Long Chuan was my brother, and now that you are my direct disciple, I will not treat you unfairly. Yi Qiu's heart leapt with joy, but he remained uncertain about the possibility of healing his injuries. Lin Chuan continued, as for your wounds, I'm uncertain how to heal them. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a wave of despondence wash over him. However, after I was crippled, I considered many methods. Back then, Lin Chuan had been devastated, yet he refused to succumb to fate. He contemplated numerous methods, yet regrettably, at that moment, he was unable to even draw energy into his body. Consequently, many of those methods became futile. However, Yi Qiu, at least, remained in the third realm, standing at a significantly higher starting point than he. Perhaps there is a possibility. One particular method may be viable for you, albeit potentially perilous. Lin Chuan inquired. The disciple is willing to give it a try. Not so fast. Allow me to finish my explanation before you consider it. Your injuries have rendered ordinary elixirs and rare materials ineffective. The conventional path of cultivation has been irrevocably severed for you. Yi Qiu's body quivered slightly. However, Lin Chuan's tone shifted, stating that the path of cultivation does not consist solely of a single staircase leading to the summit. When one road reaches its end, one may also choose to explore the infinite depths and expanses from that very spot. This, too, is a supreme method that can lead to an alternate form of enlightenment. Are you aware of the great emperor of Qi refinement? The disciple is informed. The Kaiyuan realm is also known as the Qi refinement realm. It involves steadfastly pursuing this singular realm until one reaches the ultimate refinement of Qi, culminating in the attainment of emperor status. Yi Qiu exclaimed with excitement, "Master, do you mean?" I once encountered an ancient relic where I discovered a long-lost secret technique. It is called using the body as a vessel. Using the body as a vessel? Yi Qiu was perplexed. What does that mean? Indeed, Lin Chuan explained, it involves forsaking the traditional methods of gathering qi, opening meridians, constructing bridges, solidifying and nurturing the divine seed. Instead, one treats their own body as a weapon, a furnace for tempering. Transform your dantian into a crucible, your meridians into patterns, utilizing the divine metals and extraordinary ores of the world, along with your cherished weapons, as fuel and raw material, to melt into your body and unify with your soul. With each piece of divine weaponry you refine, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. Your realm may forever remain within the third realm of the divine sea, yet your combat prowess can perpetually expand, possibly surpassing the so-called seventh and eighth realms, and even ascend to greater heights. This pronouncement struck Yi Qiu's mind like a thunderous bolt. To abandon the realm, to use the body as a vessel, to refine divine weaponry. What madness! What a heretical notion! Of course, this path carries an irrevocable cost. Lin Chuan's demeanor became grave. Once you choose this path, your spiritual platform and celestial bridge will vanish entirely. You will forever forfeit the possibility of ascending to a higher realm. Your future will be confined to this singular path, leading into darkness. Do you still wish to proceed? Without a trace of hesitation, without the slightest doubt, the disciple is willing. Yi Qiu's voice resonated with an unwavering resolve. For one who has lost all hope, any semblance of a lifeline that could pull him from the abyss will be clutched tightly. Moreover, this lifeline seems to lead to a brand new horizon. Excellent. Lin Chuan nodded. What he saw was precisely Yi Qiu's unwavering determination. He flicked his fingers, releasing golden runes imbued with the essence of the technique using the body as a vessel. From his fingertips, a surge of energy erupted, piercing directly into Yi Qiu's brow. Boom! Yi Qiu felt as if countless stars were exploding within his mind. A torrent of information inundated his very soul. Instantly, he assumed a meditative posture, following the guidance of the method, and began to harness the scant spiritual energy remaining within him. A wondrous scene unfolded. As he activated his technique, an ancient seal composed of countless intricate runes materialized at his dantian, merging completely with his fractured spiritual sea. Sizzle. He could distinctly perceive how the barriers of his spiritual sea, resembling a web of cracks, were being resolutely reforged by the power of that rune seal. The severed meridians, too, were reconnected under this mighty force, becoming more resilient than ever. The injuries to his body healed at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, he felt the last tenuous link to the ethereal bridge and spiritual platform severed entirely. The path to a higher realm was forever closed to him. Yet, within Yi Qiu's heart, there was no trace of sorrow. Rather, he was engulfed in unprecedented excitement. For within his dantian, his spiritual sea had undergone a monumental transformation. No longer was it a desolate expanse, but a roaring furnace, radiating waves of boundless heat. Now, refine your weapon. Lin Chuan's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Yes, with a mere thought, the thousand mechanisms umbrella, which had always been his back, soared to the forefront. Thousand mechanisms umbrella, come forth, he commanded. As he forcefully cast the umbrella, which had accompanied him through countless days and nights, into the furnace within his dantian. Sizzle, like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. A searing pain coursed through his entire being in an instant. Yi Qiu felt as though his very soul was being scorched and tempered within that furnace, over and over again. Yet, he gritted his teeth and roared. Refine all things. Ascend through the vessel. He sensed that the thousand mechanisms umbrella was not being destroyed, but was instead merging with him in an entirely new manner. Time became an abstraction. As the agony subsided, Yi Qiu opened his eyes. He spread his palm, and with a thought, a miniature version of the resplendent thousand mechanisms umbrella emerged from his hand. He could feel a profound bloodline connection established between him and this umbrella. It was no longer an external object, but a part of his very body and soul. Martial soul, divine weapon. Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled with realization. Simultaneously, he sensed that the power and spiritual energy within him had surged to at least 100 times their former strength. Master, Yi Qiu knelt once more, his voice brimming with boundless gratitude. The grace of rebirth, the disciple shall never forget. Lin Chuan helped him to his feet. This is merely the beginning. Lin Chuan sensed that around the main furnace in Yi Qiu's dantian, there were 4 smaller auxiliary furnaces yet to be ignited. Within your body, there currently reside 5 furnaces, of which you have merely ignited the first. In the future, you must embark on a quest to seek out more divine metals and extraordinary materials to construct additional furnaces, filling and activating them one by one. At that time, you may very well become the most unique and formidable humanoid warrior in existence. Yi Qiu nodded solemnly. His master not only healed his wounds, but also illuminated a brand new, grand pathway leading to the pinnacle of power. By the way, Lin Chuan recalled something and retrieved the final star C token from his bosom, presenting it to him. In 3 days, the celestial meteor C secret realm will soon be unveiled. This is yours. You, Lin Mo, Lin Shi, Lin Qing, and Chun Fan, shall represent our esteemed veteran martial arts school and venture forth within. Yi Qiu accepted it with both hands, solemnly declaring, Disciple Yi Qiu shall not fail in this mission. Chapter 43. Settlements after the competition. As night fell, the bustling dojo gradually succumbed to tranquility. Aside from Yi Qiu, who had been promoted to a direct disciple, others who had performed commendably also received advancements. However, Lin Chuan entrusted all these matters to his assistant, Su Wanqing. In the quiet room, Lin Chuan glanced at the time, over 9 o'clock. It was time to settle the rewards, he mused. Beep. Settling rewards for you. 9,127 auditing disciples endured the brutal life and death struggles within the Qilin trial realm, significantly honing their mental fortitude and combat will. They have gained insights into the path of slaughter, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended 1/10 of the true essence of the sacred realm martial Tao, the essence of slaughter. Boom! A crimson ocean erupted within Lin Chuan's consciousness. Flooding in from nowhere, countless battle cries and the clash of weapons reverberated in his ears, as if echoing from an ancient battlefield across time. A pure, extreme terror of slaughter surged within him, as if it sought to annihilate the 3 realms and 6 paths, to eradicate all ancient deities and Buddhas. Were one of feeble will, they would surely be consumed by this murderous intent, devolving into a demon of pure carnage. Yet Lin Chuan, having lived 2 lives, possessed a martial resolve as solid as rock. He held onto his core, allowing the crimson tide to wash over him, ultimately transforming that terrifying killing intent into a blood-red seed, imprinted deep within his soul. The sacred realm martial intent, the essence of slaughter. With but a thought, he could summon the aura of slaughter from the heavens and earth, wielding boundless power. What a treasure! In my previous life, I had only grasped a few sacred sword intents. Now, through this internal competition, I have attained a fraction of the essence of slaughter. Moreover, even this mere fraction of slaughter's essence could amplify the potency of martial techniques by over a fold. Beep. You have chosen to form a standard bond with disciple Yi Qiu. Your disciple Yi Qiu has successfully cultivated the secret technique using oneself as a vessel, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host! You have acquired one of the ancient 9 secrets, the weapon character technique. Another system notification resonated. Lin Chuan's heart quaked with astonishment. The 9 secrets. These are the most ancient and powerful supreme techniques passed down along the celestial ancient road, created by the 9 great heavenly sovereigns through their enlightenment of the cosmos. Each secret represents the pinnacle of a grand path, possessing extraordinary power. The weapon character technique, among the 9 secrets, governs all weapons under heaven, allowing mastery over evolution of, and even the decomposition and reassembly of all weaponry in existence. A profound and enigmatic essence surged into Lin Chuan's mind. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary connection to all weapons in the world. From a flying dagger to a starship, with but a thought, he could command them all. Indeed, the path of opening a dojo was the right choice. Lin Chuan rejoiced within. Both the essence of slaughter and the weapon character technique represented a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Director, it is I, Wanxing. Come in." Su Wanxing entered the room, clad in a professional attire, complete with stylish spectacles, a crisp white shirt, a fitted skirt, and exquisite black stockings. She exuded an air of competence. "Director, I have successfully concluded all matters pertaining to the follow-up of the inaugural internal martial arts competition," she reported as she stepped inside. "In accordance with your directives and the newly established promotion system, aside from Yi Qiu, the exceptionally outstanding Wang Yasu and Lu Ying have also been elevated to elite disciples of the dojo, enjoying second-tier privileges. Additionally, 20 other disciples who demonstrated remarkable performance and indomitable fighting spirit during the competition have been promoted to outer disciples." "Excellent." Lin Chuan nodded, clearly pleased with her arrangements. A mature organization must have a system of clear rewards and penalties, along with distinct hierarchies. "There is one more thing," Su Wanxing continued. "Coach Mo Yi holds high hopes for Wang Yasu and Lu Ying, having already taken them on as named disciples, preparing to personally impart some techniques to them." "Oh!" Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Almost instantaneously, as Su Wanxing's words resonated in the air, he heard the system's notification in his mind. "Ding! Your employee Mo Yi has imparted the technique Qilin Heavenly Blade Technique to disciple Wang Yasu, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Qilin Heavenly Blade Technique, great perfection. Ding! Your employee Mo Yi has imparted the technique Qilin Battle Heavenly Technique to disciple Lu Ying, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Qilin Battle Heavenly Technique, great perfection." Although the rewards from this return were far less than what he would have received from teaching them himself, it nonetheless deepened his understanding of these 2 techniques. However, it validated an important fact. As long as they were disciples of the old soldier dojo, even if taught by other instructors, he, the director, would still reap the benefits. This discovery was invaluable, Lin Chuan mused. It implied that he could confidently delegate teaching responsibilities to Mo Yi and that group of prodigies while his own cultivation would continue to ascend effortlessly. "You have done exceedingly well," Lin Chuan remarked, casting an approving glance at Su Wanxing. Her presence had indeed alleviated much of his burdens. He was never one to skimp on rewards for those who contributed significantly. "You have devoted yourself to the dojo. I shall not let you go unrewarded." As he spoke, he extended a hand. Before Su Wanxing could fully comprehend, Lin Chuan's hand had already pressed gently against her alabaster forehead. "You possess an innate ice body, inclined towards the ice attribute. Thus, I shall directly bestow upon you a holy tier sword technique, Ice River Sword Technique. Holy tier techniques are generally reserved for those of the 7th realm and above. Following the S grade, there is the SS grade, and then the SSS grade, culminating in the holy tier. Boom! A frigid yet vast inheritance of swordsmanship, akin to a surging glacial torrent, instantaneously flooded into Su Wanxing's consciousness. It was a technique formidable enough to freeze miles of terrain and suspend the flow of time. Every move, every stance, encapsulated the profound mysteries of the ice pathway. Holy tier sword technique. Su Wanqing stood frozen, her mind nearly overwhelmed by the sudden surge of joy, as if on the verge of a delightful breakdown. That is indeed the sacred tier sword technique. In the entire great Xia kingdom, it stands as a treasure worthy of any clan's legacy. Even the Su family of Luo Qingwei has yet to possess a single sacred-level technique, with their most esteemed possession being merely a fragmented SS-level manual. How is it that after merely a few days in the company of the director, such a priceless technique could be so casually bestowed upon me? To be frank, Su Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment in accepting it. Perhaps you might consider a more discreet arrangement? Otherwise, I find myself quite unsettled. I have done nothing to warrant such a reward. I feel unworthy of this generous bestowment. With a sudden realization, Su Wanqing's demeanor transformed, her spirit ignited with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt before Lin Chuan, performing the most solemn of bows. The grace of the director's impartation, she vowed, would be etched in her memory for all eternity. From this moment forth, her life would belong to the esteemed director. You all are quite mistaken. What need have I for your lives? Serve the martial academy diligently, and I shall ensure no one is left wanting. Lin Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. He was not one to withhold his generosity. To those he deemed worthy, he would extend all possible benefits. The rationale was simple: to cultivate talent and to reward those who demonstrated loyalty and goodwill towards him. Ding! You have imparted the sacred tier sword technique Ice Age to Su Wanqing, receiving a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the sacred king-level sword technique, Snow King Sword Cannon, perfected. As Su Wanqing knelt in ecstatic reverence, a melodious voice resonated within Lin Chuan's mind. Chapter 44. The ruins of the Meteor Sea. 3 days later, in Qianyuan Province, lies the renowned ancient ruins of the Meteor Sea. This place is often shrouded in a dense veil of starlit mist, where the laws of space are in disarray, rendering it challenging for even the most formidable beings to venture deep within. Only once every 7 years, during the celestial alignment, does the entrance's spatial stability momentarily allow access to the secret realm beyond. However, entry into this portal requires the Star Sea Order. Today marks the reopening of the Meteor Sea, and this vast, desolate expanse comes alive once more. Why is it called the Meteor Sea? As one gazes down, they will observe the landscape dotted with craters of various sizes, hence the name. Above the Meteor Sea, several enormous, uniquely designed interstellar vessels hover like ancient behemoths, casting vast shadows upon the ground. These starships far surpass the Thunderhawk of the Thunder God Martial Arts School. They're capable of traversing the cosmos directly. Each vessel is valued at over 100 billion star coins, emblazoned with the emblems of their respective families or factions. In the realm of Daxia, any power possessing a starship is a dominant force. However, the primary purpose of these starships is not combat, but rather interstellar transportation. In this era, it is only through engaging in interstellar commerce that one can amass considerable wealth. Relying solely on terrestrial purchasing power is insufficient to sustain the economic operations of a great clan. Among the many starships, the most captivating are those anchored in the heart of the area. One belongs to the Chao family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Their ship, the Great Way, is crafted entirely from deep blue mystic gold, with the prow intricately carved into the visage of a fierce, roaring lion, emanating a terrifying aura that commands respect from all around. On the deck of the Great Way, 9 talented descendants of the Chao family don matching dark blue battle armor, exuding a sense of calm determination and sharp gazes. Children, the most crucial aspect of the Meteor Sea is the Star Sea Spirit Pool. You must locate it and undergo the baptism of your bodies, understood? Understood. Excellent. I have faith in you. The elder of the Chao family stroked his beard, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. Adjacent to the Great Way is a magnificent starship, resplendent in pure white, resembling an elegant swan. It belongs to the Luo family of Jinling, an illustrious old family from Jiangnan that once allied with Lin Chuan, despite suffering significant losses during the calamity a decade ago. Their deep-rooted heritage remains formidable. This time, The Luo family has dispatched 6 descendants, handsome young men and beautiful young women, all adorned in white brocade robes, exuding an air of pride. Not far from them lies a peculiar black starship, its hull intricately engraved with numerous strange runes and fierce beast totems. A group of robust men and women clad in animal skins lean against the ship's railing, surveying the surroundings. They hail from the Chuma family of the frigid north, known for their ability to commune with mystical creatures and harness their powers in battle, operating with an air of enigma. In the vast expanse of the star sea, the Ling Chi stands unparalleled. Furthermore, the tasks entrusted to you by the family must be fulfilled. Do you comprehend? It is imperative. The assembly of youth responded in unison. The final grand vessel was the Huanglong of the Lin family from the imperial capital. In terms of grandeur and majesty, the Huanglong did not pale in comparison to any other, perhaps even surpassing them. Lin He stood at the bow of the ship, adorned in resplendent attire, striving to uphold the dignity and authority of the Lin family. However, the number of disciples accompanying him was rather scant, merely 4 individuals. Lin brother, how delightful to see you well. A robust, middle-aged man from the Chow family called out from a distance, his voice resonating like a bell. I have heard that your Lin family has invested heavily for this secret realm, procuring a substantial number of Star Sea tokens from the Starry Sky Merchants Association. Yet today, only 4 esteemed nephews have graced us with their presence. Could it be that the Lin family has kept most of its talents under wraps, preparing to astonish us in future secret realms? Though his words appeared merely as a greeting, the mockery and schadenfreude in his tone were palpable to all. Lin He's expression twitched in irritation. Damn it! Why bring that up? Brother Chow, you jest. Lin He retorted, suppressing his anger. The Lin family has always prioritized quality over quantity. Prior to this journey, we conducted a rigorous trial within our ranks. Those who did not meet the standards were simply not permitted to join. The individuals accompanying me are the pinnacle of our clan's talent, one of whom could easily rival 3 from your Chow family. Oh, is that so? Chuckled the young man from the Chow family. I heard that you, Brother Lin, acquired at least 8 or 9 tokens. Where have the unused ones gone? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Surely the remainder hasn't been squandered on some frivolous endeavor? Boomed Ma Dafeng, an elder from the Northeast Ma family, also joining in the merriment. How ridiculous! Lin He thought, his ire swelling. Curse that. It was my father's vanity that cost us 5 tokens, resulting in the return of a mere vegetable. The Lin family suffered greatly from that misstep. Fortunately, the news did not leak. Otherwise, we would have been the laughingstock of the realm. That is of no concern to you. The disciples beside you are deemed unqualified in our Lin family. Their abilities are insufficient, and I would never permit them to venture forth. Once we enter, the truth shall be revealed. Ma Dafeng turned to rally his disciples. Let us specifically target the Lin family of the imperial capital, understood? The Ma family's disciples echoed in unison. Absolutely. Surrounding them were several smaller factions, some only able to send 1 or 2 individuals, murmuring in confusion. Strange. Isn't the Lin family one of the 4 great families of the capital? Why have they only sent 4 representatives this time? It makes no sense. This time, the Lin family and the Chow family seemed most eager, yet the Chow family sent 9, while the Lin family sent merely 4. Indeed, I too have heard that they were recently acquiring tokens at exorbitant prices. How could there be only 4? There must be something amiss. As the crowd speculated on the peculiar actions of the Lin family, a petite, resplendent golden spacecraft pierced the sky from afar. It was none other than the veteran martial arts hall, the Eternal Glory, refurbished by Lin Chuan. What is this? Which minor faction dares to venture into the core area with such a diminutive vessel? That insignia appears unfamiliar. What obscure martial arts hall is this? Clearly unaware of the dangers. In the realm of martial arts families, distinctions are stark. At the core reside the grandiose starships of the elite clans, surrounded by the medium-sized vessels of intermediate families. Encircling them are the small spacecraft, which generally remain at the periphery, fearful of inciting the wrath of the influential. A single misstep could obliterate an entire clan in an instant. Yet, unexpectedly, a reckless little ship has ventured deep into the inner sanctum. How perplexing. Only Lin He, upon catching sight of that vessel, felt his pupils contract sharply. The model of this spacecraft bears an uncanny resemblance to the one piloted by his uncle Lin Yu before his mysterious disappearance. Chapter 45. The veteran martial arts hall and the bed of the Luo family as the diminutive spacecraft, the everlasting glory, boldly settled into the heart of the arena. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. The sensation was akin to that of a golden dragon striding into the realm of a colossal Tyrannosaurus. In an instant, derisive laughter erupted around the venue. The name Everlasting Glory is quite a clever choice. Who is this brash newcomer? How dare a mere vessel intrude here? They must be courting disaster. The veteran martial arts hall? I've never heard of it. From which obscure corner did it emerge? Have you all been living under a rock? The head of this martial hall is none other than the fallen martial deity, Lin Chuan, from years past. Lin Chuan? Hasn't he long been rendered a cripple? How is he making a fool of himself again? I suspect he is merely a figurehead. The true master behind the scenes must be someone else. They likely intend to exploit Lin Chuan's former fame to swindle others. That makes sense. Amidst the scornful murmurs, the upper door of the everlasting glory swung open. Immediately, a figure resembling a towering iron statue emerged, draped in a black suit, with fiery red hair cascading down. Accompanied by 5 students, he stepped onto the spacecraft's deck. Upon recognizing these 5 individuals, the previously cacophonous crowd fell into an uncanny silence for a fleeting second. Then, a more raucous bout of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! This is the best they could muster for the secret realm? Are they here for an excursion instead? Look at them. The oldest among them is nearly 30, and the youngest can barely walk steadily. That individual is Yi Qiu, the once great genius of the White Horse Battle Camp. He actually joined this martial hall. Are you certain that Yi Qiu? He has long been incapacitated. When the White Horse Battle Camp was destroyed, he too was rendered a cripple by the myriad clans. A hall of crippled disciples and a crippled master. How fitting. He must have found the right mentor. Ha ha. The crowd mercilessly pointed and laughed. The lineup of the veteran martial arts hall was undeniably peculiar. A visibly blind boy, a fallen genius in Yi Qiu, and Lin Chuan's 3 children. 2 appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, while one was a mere toddler, cradled in the arms of a girl, curiously sucking on her fingers. This was hardly a team prepared for trials in the secret realm. It resembled a frail, ailing group of children on a sightseeing tour. On the starship of the Luo family in Jinling, the foremost young man could no longer contain his laughter. He was Luo Yunfei, the most distinguished descendant of his generation. Though youthful, his lineage was significant, being the late-born son of a powerful elder and the cousin of Luo Qingwei. Behind him, the other 5 members of the Luo family were also doubled over in laughter. What embarrassment! Luo Yunfei shook his head in disdain. My cousin truly must have been blind back then, but thankfully she is now divorced. And just look at their ensemble. 3 children, accompanied by 2 disabled companions? Are they truly marching towards certain doom? Ever since Luo Qingwei was appointed as an elder of the Heavenly Position Academy, the Luo family has ascended in stature on Earth. However, following her divorce from Lin Chuan and with certain deliberate promotions from the Luo family, they have sought to sever all ties with him. Consequently, Lin Chuan has become a pitiable figure in elite circles. Meanwhile, in the capital, Lin He gazes at the golden flying ship with a brooding expression as heavy as water. It cannot be mistaken. This is the very vessel that his uncle piloted before his mysterious disappearance. Moreover, Lin Chuan possesses precisely 5 tokens, all of which align perfectly. The affair concerning his uncle is almost certainly orchestrated by this group. At that moment, a fierce and tyrannical aura erupted suddenly from the veteran martial arts academy's ship. How absurd! Emoyi could no longer endure it. He detests witnessing others being bullied. Stepping forward, he pointed accusingly at the Luo family's starship and shouted, "You bunch of pretty boys, incessantly chattering. Did you just consume something foul? Your words reek of it. Not convinced? Come down and spar. I could single-handedly lay all of you from your starship flat." Such crude insults instantly flushed the faces of the Luo family members to a deep crimson. "You monster!" The elder leading the Luo family, a master of the seventh realm, radiated an oppressive aura. Why the rush, second uncle? Luo Yunfei, far from angry, smirked as he looked towards Mo Yi. Monster, are you brimming with rage? Since you wish to play, why not elevate the stakes? He stepped forward, channeling his power, his voice echoing throughout the assembly. Although he was only at the fourth realm, the presence of the Luo family behind him provided ample confidence. Of course I accept, Mo Yi replied. Do you dare to challenge me? I could render you powerless. Luo Yunfei waved his finger dismissively. No, it is not a duel between you and me, but rather a contest among disciples. Furthermore, we shall add a wager. He extended his hand, revealing the star C token, provocatively gazing at Mo Yi. Let us gamble with the star C token. The victor shall emerge triumphant. The loser must surrender their star C token. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The elders and disciples from the Chao family, Ma family, and other factions had their eyes ablaze with excitement. Goodness, this young man from the Luo family is remarkably clever. Although the veterans from the Martial Art Academy have fiery tempers, they likely wouldn't dare challenge the Luo family. Indeed, among that group, only Yi Qiu possesses a higher cultivation at the third realm. The others are the second realm, and that young girl is probably at the first realm at best. However, he has been rendered ineffective. Rumors indicate that his spiritual bridge has shattered, and his spiritual sea is in ruins, leaving him with barely 1/10 of his power. If only I had spoken up earlier. At this juncture, Mo Yi found himself at a loss. He turned to Lin Chuan, seeking the director's opinion. Director, they are far too arrogant. What shall we say? This inquiry indeed left many onlookers astonished. It is essential to note that Lin Chuan is currently rendered powerless, yet he still exudes such formidable presence. How could a mere mortal dare to challenge a formidable being from the Luo clan? What on earth is unfolding? In this era, strength reigns supreme. Without power, how can one attain status? Lin Chuan reminisced about his past life, recalling how the Luo clan disregarded him during perilous times. Despite having contributed significantly to the clan, he received nothing but disdain in return. However, it is not entirely accurate to label the Luo clan as ungrateful. Rather, in this treacherous world of martial prowess, those who are cunning and self-serving often flourish. In the battle against the invading tribes, the noble souls of the Jinling Luo clan, who favored Lin Shi and Lin Mo, perished valiantly in the defense, while the remaining petty members of the Luo clan seized power and began to oppress others. Yi Qiu, step forth and face me. Chapter 46. Yi Qiu's dominance. Is this the disciple of the old soldier martial arts school? The disciple shall not disgrace the mission. Yi Qiu felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins. He was ecstatically thrilled for the typically composed and steady individual he was, desperately crave an opportunity to fight for his master. Master, to what extent can I prove myself? Yi Qiu was also aware of the connection between the Luo family and Lin Chuan, as they were, after all, his former father-in-law's family. As you wish, Lin Chuan replied. Excellent. Let us go. Yi Qiu, we shall venture forth together. All right, Coach Mo. The imposing figure of Mo Yi led Yi Qiu onto the majestic swan ship of the Luo family. Mo Yi surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at the unfriendly expressions of the Luo disciples, yet maintained a confident smile upon his face. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, preparing himself for the impending battle. Throughout the years, he had faced numerous duels, never once underestimating his opponents. Oh ho, Uncle Heir, they truly dare to come. Luo Yunfei chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with disdain. The elder, referred to as Uncle Heir, furrowed his brows slightly, having lived for decades. He had encountered far more tumult than Luo Yunfei. Although the group from the old soldier martial arts school appeared peculiar, their arrogant demeanor was surely backed by something substantial. Do not underestimate others, especially in a crucial wager. Yunfei, do not be careless, he cautioned sternly. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. He then addressed a disciple standing behind him, saying, Luo Feng, you shall take the stage. Remember, do not test the waters. Unleash your strongest technique for a swift resolution. Do not grant them any opportunities. Understood, second elder. The young man named Luo Feng stepped forth, known as the most talented of his generation, second only to Luo Yunfei. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm with a solid foundation. He approached the center of the arena, standing in opposition to Yi Qiu. With his keen perception, he discerned Yi Qiu's realm, only the third realm. He is a full realm beneath me. Come forth, Yi Qiu, although you are crippled. I shall show you no mercy. Yi Qiu responded with a faint smile. I am not, but soon you shall be. You seek death. Luo Feng, incensed, ceased his idle chatter, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of power from within. A resonant hum echoed as an ethereal bridge of overwhelming spiritual energy materialized behind him, spanning outwards. Upon the bridge, runes shimmered, channeling the natural forces of the heavens and earth. Heavenly Luo Divine Fist. Luo Feng bellowed, as the gathered power coalesced upon his right fist, transforming into a magnificent fist the size of a house, crackling with lightning and tempestuous winds. The entire deck groaned under the weight of this formidable punch. Even before it landed, the terrifying fist's wind blinded the surrounding disciples, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Everyone believed that under this singular punch, the so-called Yi Qiu, deemed a waste, would undoubtedly be pulverized into dust. Observers from other ships were also riveted on this confrontation. The Luo family's young man's Luo Divine Fist had already comprehended 30% of the A-grade fist intent. A-grade fist intent, truly a prodigy. A vast chasm separated them, and the veterans of the Martial Arts Academy were destined to lose. In the face of that earth-shattering punch, Yi Qiu's response was remarkably straightforward. His body tensed, and a torrent of power surged from his dantian, coursing through him. The thousand mechanisms umbrella in his hand flickered with a faint light, infused with spiritual energy. He then thrust it forward. Crack! The umbrella's handle elongated, and its canopy retracted. In an instant, the thousand mechanisms umbrella transformed into a gleaming spear, radiating a chilling and menacing light. There was no dazzling brilliance, nor an array of runes. Only the purest embodiment of physical strength and an essence of gun intent that returned to its primal form. With 70% SS-level gun intent, a terrifying force surged forth, imbued with the unwavering resolve to shatter all that stood in its path, akin to a black dragon emerging from its lair, resolutely piercing through everything. It lunged towards that radiant divine fist. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the seemingly unremarkable spear effortlessly tore through the tempest and thunder surrounding the divine fist, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. Subsequently, the spear tip, with the force of a raging tide, precisely struck at the very core of the divine fist. Boom! That fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, was instantaneously detonated by a single thrust. The explosive energy surged outward, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Before Luo Feng could regain his composure from the shock, the shadow of the black spear had already pierced through the energy storm, appearing before him. It was too swift, so swift that he could not react in time. Thud! The sound of a blade sinking into flesh echoed ominously. Luo Feng's chest was pierced directly, and the momentum continued, forcefully nailing him against the hard alloy deck behind him. Then, Yi Qiu withdrew the spear, blood gushed forth, and Luo Feng collapsed to the ground. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Luo Feng's eyes widened, utterly incredulous. This, Yi Qiu paid him no further heed, advancing to retrieve a star C token from him. The entire process was fluid and decisive. Did he win? Just like that, on the Luo family starship. Both the second elder of the Seven Realms and the imperious Luo Yunfei were rendered as silent as a duck caught by the throat. Mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Ha ha ha! Splendid! What a magnificent strike! Unrestrained laughter erupted from the Northern Ma family's starship. Ma Dafeng slapped the ship's railing. Relishing the sight of other prominent families facing disgrace, particularly those that had been so overbearing. Oh my goodness! The genius of the Luo family is nothing extraordinary after all. I had thought they were formidable. Is this what they call elite? unable to withstand a single spear thrust, vanquished in one move. If the Luo family is incapable, perhaps you should challenge that 3-year-old instead. From the Chao family's side, voices chimed in mockingly. Surrounding them were jeers and taunts. The faces of the Luo family turning an array of colors, utterly discomfited. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. It must be said, the disciples of the Veterans Martial Arts Academy indeed possess some skill to annihilate a perfect fourth realm opponent in one strike. Is this truly something a mere wastrel could accomplish? Could it be that Yi Qiu has regained his former strength? Some have proposed a more plausible hypothesis. It is quite possible. After all, he was once a prodigy. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, the martial arts school likely has little connection to this. When I inquired with Do Bao, I learned that the school was established merely over a week ago. What would they possibly impart? It must be that Yi Qiu encountered some fortuitous event and restored his prowess. This seems to be the consensus. The vast majority lean towards the latter speculation. After all, a newly established martial arts school, led by a former invalid, can hardly offer anything substantial to facilitate Yi Qiu's resurgence. It is highly probable that he stumbled upon a significant opportunity. However, one wonders why, with such formidable strength, he would choose to associate himself with the old soldier martial arts school. Chapter 47. The Fall of the Luo Family Before the Eyes of All. The most exceptional genius of the Luo family was struck down by a single bullet, and a precious star C token was snatched away. The Luo family's dignity had been forcefully pressed to the ground, trampled mercilessly into the mud. What a disgrace! They cannot even best a cripple. Luo Yunfei violently pushed aside those around him, his countenance ashen, his handsome features contorted in agony. After having uttered countless taunts, he now found his own side vanquished in an instant. This was akin to a resounding slap across his face, leaving him humiliated and burning with shame. The Luo family, the sovereigns of Jinling, had never endured such indignity. Before the elders could respond, a brilliant light flickered in Luo Yunfei's hand, revealing a magnificent, deep blue, earth-grade supreme sword, its blade adorned with flowing ripples reminiscent of water. Yi Qiu, I shall confront you now, Luo Yunfei bellowed, as he surged forward with his sword, transforming into a streak of radiant light, piercing directly at Yi Qiu. Luo God's sword technique. Luo Water's fury. In an instant, the sword in his grasp conjured countless shimmering sword shadows, akin to the ceaseless currents of the Luo River, unleashing a tumultuous wave towards Yi Qiu. The force of the sword was several tiers stronger than the previous Luo wind. An SS-level sword technique, combined with his impending breakthrough to the fifth realm, rendered this strike formidable enough to instill fear even in mid-level fifth realm experts. The onlookers aboard other starships were captivated by this resplendent and powerful swordplay. Luo God sword technique, an SS-level sword art. It seemed he had mastered it to a remarkable degree. Luo Yunfei was indeed the foremost talent of his generation in the Luo family. Yet Yi Qiu's earlier display had also been terrifying. It remained uncertain whether he could withstand it. Yi Qiu smiled confidently. Having just vanquished Luo Feng in one strike, he too felt a tinge of astonishment. The cultivation method taught by his master, which involved embodying one S weapon, was truly formidable. Although he had forsaken future realms, he had gained an unparalleled, tyrannical physical form that surpassed even that of a treasure. Are you in such a hurry to prove that you are also worthless? Yi Qiu declared with imposing authority. Then, to the astonishment of all, he withdrew his spear and extended his right hand forward, presenting an unremarkable palm, devoid of any magical fluctuations. He boldly approached the sword river with just his hand. Was he insane? All spectators were utterly incredulous. To forego his weapon in favor of using his hand was sheer madness. In the next moment, clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Yi Qiu's palm collided fiercely with the tip of the Luo God sword. Contrary to expectations of blood and carnage, a crisp shattering noise resonated, eclipsing all other sounds. What transpired was astonishing. That earth-grade supreme sword, capable of cleaving mountains, disintegrated upon contact with Yi Qiu's palm, shattering like fragile glass. beginning from the tip and fracturing inch by inch. Ultimately, it transformed into a myriad of shards, clattering down onto the deck. Yet Yi Qiu's hands remained unscathed. Not even a trace of white scars left behind. What kind of physical form is this? His body rivals that of a weapon, nay, it transcends the realm of extraordinary weaponry. It is nearly comparable to the perfect, ancient, sacred body. The entire arena once again succumbed to profound astonishment. Even Lin Mo and Chun Fan were equally astounded. Brother Yi Qiu is truly formidable. I must strive harder. As the son of Lin Chuan, Lin Mo had reaped numerous benefits and aspired to become the emblem of the martial arts academy. As for Chun Fan, he was utterly bewildered. After all, he was the first disciple taken in by the master, yet now it seemed there was a considerable gap between him and Yi Qiu. Naturally, he did not wish to lag behind Yi Qiu. The confidence and arrogance that adorned Luo Yunfei's face became utterly frozen, replaced by boundless terror. His prideful Luo God sword was shattered just like that, reduced to fragments by a mere hand. How dare you insult my master with such trash? Before Luo Yunfei could recover from his dazed state, Yi Qiu shifted the thousand mechanisms umbrella to his left hand, transforming it once more. This time, it morphed into a grotesque and colossal warhammer. What do you intend to do? Luo Yunfei felt a chill run down his spine. I will send this rubbish to the trash bin. Yi Qiu swung the warhammer, delivering a merciless blow towards Luo Yunfei's body. Little wretch, cease this at once. The elder of the Luo family shouted. Among the two strongest leading the Luo family this time, one had already been incapacitated by Yi Qiu, requiring a lengthy recovery. Now, if Luo Yunfei were to be similarly defeated, their expedition to the Luo family's secret realm would be utterly ruined. It is known that the Luo family had invested significant effort in acquiring the Star Sea token, as this item is exceedingly rare. However, Yi Qiu paid no heed to the elder of the Luo family. For daring to insult my master, you must pay the price. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed once more. Luo Yunfei's agonized scream reverberated through the skies. His protective spiritual energy shattered instantly under the terrifying impact of the hammer. Subsequently, the bones within his body cracked like glass. Boom! He was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily several meters away, his bones shattered, foaming at the mouth, and completely unconscious. Yunfei, the second elder of the Luo family, was nearly driven to madness. He was the one he held in the highest regard, the hope for the future of the Luo family. Yet now, he was reduced to a mere puddle of mud before his very eyes. Little beast, I have commanded you to stop. Are you deaf? To strike with such malice in my presence. How wicked your intentions are. The elder could no longer maintain his composure. The terrifying pressure of a seventh realm powerhouse erupted forth. Today, I shall capture you and bring you back to the Luo family's dungeon, ensuring you find neither life nor death. He no longer cared for the dignity of a powerful figure or any martial ethics. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he aimed to seize Yi Qiu, bullying the weak. This is utterly shameless. However, his hand had yet to descend. A figure, swifter and more domineering than he, interposed itself before Yi Qiu. It was Mo Yi. Old man, can't play anymore, can you? A cruel smile lingered on Mo Yi's lips. He seized the wrist of the seventh realm elder with a single motion and effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere child of 3. You. The elder's face was etched with disbelief. He attempted to resist, only to find that under Mo Yi's grip, his powers felt as though they had been frozen, utterly unresponsive. In the sparring of the younger generation, what business do you, an old relic, have intervening? If you wish to fight, come face me, Mo Yi declared. As with his other hand, he unabashedly delivered a resounding slap across the elder's face. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp, sharp sound of the slaps resonated throughout the venue. 1, 2, 3. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The seventh realm powerhouse of the Luo family was being publicly humiliated by this red-haired, burly man from the veteran martial arts academy, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. This world was utterly insane. On the starship of the Lin family in the imperial capital, Lin He's previously sullen countenance had turned ashen. He instinctively took a step back, suppressing the urge to confront Lin Chuan about the source of the ship. What a joke. Even a 7th realm powerhouse was treated like a chick being carried. Mo's prowess was evidently extraordinary. Though he was confident that his strength surpassed that of the Luo elder, he lacked the certainty to triumph over Mo. He was a man who valued his dignity, and without the assurance of victory, he would never engage. After a moment of slapping, Mo. Carelessly tossed the Luo elder aside and surveyed the crowd, inquiring, "Who else wishes to play? My veteran martial arts academy is ready for all challengers." Yet this time, no one dared to laugh, nor did anyone dare to respond. The entire expanse above the meteor sea fell into a profound silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the starship of the Luo family. The two strongest disciples leading the team had both been left in tatters, and the 7th realm elder had been publicly humiliated. They had invested vast resources and effort into the secret realm of the meteor sea, and now it appeared that they were destined to suffer complete ruin. Chapter 48. Public Auction. Entering the secret realm having retrieved 2 tokens, Mo. Felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This journey had proven worthwhile even before entering the secret realm. He was about to escort Yi Qiu back to their spacecraft when, unexpectedly, a dignified and poised elder from the Luo family emerged from the deck of their starship, calling out with a resonant voice. She neither glanced at Mo. Nor at Yi Qiu, but directed her gaze firmly towards the old soldier's martial arts vessel. Lin Chuan. Her voice resonated with a mixture of indignation and heartfelt sorrow. Has our esteemed Luo family not treated you well? In your days of glory, we adorned your success. Even in your downfall, we never sought to add to your misfortunes. Regardless of your feelings, you should consider the children who share the blood of the Luo family. Today, your people have so shamelessly humiliated us, injuring our disciples and seizing their opportunities. How can you reconcile this with your conscience? Her words were imbued with genuine emotion, evoking tears. An outsider might easily believe the old soldier's martial arts school to be a tyrant, while the Luo family appeared as innocent victims. Lin Chuan. Before Lin Chuan could respond, Lin He from the Lin family of the imperial capital stepped forward at just the right moment, adopting a benevolent demeanor. Elder Luo speaks with merit. Although you and Luo Qingwei have dissolved your engagement, our families have been allies for many years. It is wise to extend grace where possible. Let's put today's matter to rest. Return the Star Sea token to the Luo family. Do not let your selfish desires jeopardize the relationship between our 2 great families. What say you, Lin Chuan? This exchange was perfectly orchestrated, a seamless blend of moral coercion and familial pressure. Onlookers from various factions exchanged glances, many secretly cursing the Luo family and the Lin family of Kyoto for their audacity. Clearly, they had instigated the conflict, and now, after losing, sought to evade responsibility while casting blame upon others. However, some felt Lin He's reasoning held merit. After all, they were allies who would inevitably cross paths again. It was unnecessary to allow a mere 2-star sea tokens to sour their relationship. Had this been the former Lin Chuan, the grandiose warrior with a heart for the world, who relished in sacrifice for the sake of reputation, perhaps he would have yielded for the sake of familial interests. But now he was Lin Chuan reborn, and he had changed. Stepping onto the deck, Lin Chuan remained calm upon seeing Lin He again, a playful smile gracing his refined features. He regarded the Luo and Lin families as if they were performers in a farcical show. "Have you finished?" he inquired coolly. "If so, it is now my turn." His gaze shifted to the elder. "Firstly, the wager was proposed by you, and the rules were set by you. How is it that you cannot bear the loss now? Have you resorted to tantrums? Do you not feel any shame in your words? Or is it that the Luo family's skin is indeed thicker than the deck of a starship?" In a single utterance, the elder woman's face instantly flushed crimson, rendering her speechless for an extended moment. Subsequently, Lin Chuan's gaze shifted towards Lin He, his smile deepening with delight. "And you, Vice Master Lin He, for the sake of this secret realm, you must have been tirelessly scurrying about long before, preparing tokens, correct? And yet, after expending all that effort, You have not even acquired more than my newly opened martial arts academy. Are you not ashamed? Or perhaps the funds allocated to you by the Lin family of Kyoto have been misappropriated for your own gain? As these words left his mouth, Lin He, who had been striving to maintain his composure and dignity, could no longer hold it together. His eyes erupted with a tempest of fury and murderous intent. To publicly question his capabilities and character, accusing him of embezzling family assets, was an affront. The crucial point was that he had not misappropriated anything this time. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to explain the whereabouts of the 5 tokens. This situation was more excruciating than death itself. Lin Chuan, do not slander me with baseless accusations. But alas, he could not afford to retaliate. He had to uphold the dignity of the vice master of the Lin family in the imperial capital. Enough, you clowns. Do not embarrass yourselves here. Lin Chuan disdainfully surveyed them. Then, he performed an unexpected act that took everyone by surprise. He took the 2 recently 1-star C tokens from Mo Yi and raised them high. Addressing all present forces, he declared loudly, "These 2-star C tokens I shall auction publicly. The highest bidder shall prevail. I will only accept various rare spiritual ores or high-aged spiritual herbs. As for monetary transactions, they are permitted, but I will not sell to the Lin or Luo families." An auction? He intends to auction off the tokens he just won in front of everyone. The members of the Luo and Lin families stood utterly dumbfounded. This was akin to delivering another resounding slap to their faces, selling what they lost directly to their competitors in their very presence. The elder from the Luo family, who had been beaten, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a heart-wrenching blow. Lin Chuan's words detonated like a bomb, instantly creating a tremendous uproar. Madness. Lin Chuan had completely lost his mind. He was determined to sever ties with the Luo and Lin families entirely. However, I truly desire those star C tokens. Many elders from various factions displayed signs of interest. After all, they were the coveted star C tokens, providing families with an opportunity to have another genius enter the secret realm and seize fortune. Who would not covet them? I warn you. The elder woman from the Luo family, seeing that moral persuasion had failed, resorted to threats. She surveyed the crowd, her voice icy as she proclaimed, "These 2 tokens belong to the Luo family. Today, whoever dares to bid on them will be declaring themselves an enemy of the mighty Luo family of Jinling. Consider the consequences carefully." Upon hearing this, some factions that had been eager to make a move hesitated. It was indeed not worth offending such a colossal entity as the Luo family over a single token. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Just then, a hearty laughter resonated from the starship of the Ma family in the northeast. Ma Dafeng, with an air of bravado, stepped forward and, with a mocking stroke of his beard, addressed the matriarch of the Luo family. "I say, young lady, your name is inscribed upon the star C token. Or is it merely a trinket of your creation? How is it that what you lost in your own wager has become your family's possession? Are you truly at odds with us? Who are you attempting to intimidate?" Spitting disdainfully, Ma Dafeng boldly called out to Lin Chuan, "Director Lin, that token belongs to the Ma family. I shall offer 300 million star coins for a ticket that allows my inept son to enter and endure some trials." Typically, the Ma family would adhere to the customary regulations regarding the distribution of artifacts, reserving the best opportunities for their most distinguished disciples to participate in relic trials. However, with an additional token available, he could simply pay to secure his child's entry. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. 300 million star coins. This amount far exceeded the inherent value of the star C token. It was not that prominent families could not afford such a sum, but every endeavor holds its worth. And within the relics, it is exceedingly challenging to obtain an equivalent opportunity. Moreover, in this era of spiritual revival, opportunities abound throughout the year, making it implausible for anyone to wager their entire family fortune on a single relic. Nevertheless, acquiring the star C token itself proved to be a formidable task, for such items are exceedingly rare. The opportunity lay before them. Ma Dafeng was indeed determined to send his son, Ma Xiaoshui, into the trials. "Very well," Lin Chuan remarked. his eyes glinting with appreciation for Ma Dafeng's straightforwardness. "This friend I shall gladly accept." The deal was struck. Ma Dafeng produced 30 cards, each valued at 10 million star coins, and the transaction was promptly completed. Ma Dafeng harbored his own intentions. Not only did he wish to procure a Starseed token, but he also aimed to publicly challenge the Luo and Lin families while simultaneously garnering favor from the potential of the veteran martial arts academy. This maneuver was undeniably profitable. The members of the Luo family trembled with fury, yet felt utterly powerless against the audacious Ma family from the northeast. One last token remains. Lin Chuan raised the token in his hand. "Dear friends," on the periphery of the crowd, an unassuming small flying vessel approached, carrying an elderly man clad in a simple Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, accompanied by 2 disciples. "Might this token be exchanged for goods?" "Oh, pray enlighten me." Lin Chuan responded. "I am but a wandering cultivator with scant star coins to my name." The elder retrieved an ancient bronze sword from his storage ring. "This sword, named Mountains and Rivers, is of the earth grade and exquisite quality, acquired in my youth from an ancient cave. It should be worth around 100 million star coins." He then produced several storage bags. Within these are various rare spiritual ores and aged spiritual herbs I have gathered during my travels, collectively valued at approximately 200 million star coins. He gazed at his 2 eager disciples. "These 2 unworthy apprentices of mine, if I could secure one more token, they might enter together and seek fortune." "Agreed. This token is yours." Without hesitation, Lin Chuan acquiesced to the transaction. He could discern the old man's affectionate regard for his disciple and appreciated his candor. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your generosity." The old man, visibly moved, repeatedly bowed and presented the colossal sword along with the materials. Thus, the 2 tokens were successfully auctioned amidst the lethal gazes from the Luo and Lin families. Upon acquiring the gigantic sword, Lin Chuan swiftly inscribed the battle runes from the 9 secrets onto its blade. Prior to this, he had already enhanced Yi Qiu's 1,000-mechanism umbrella, Chun fans, Lin Shi's Taoist beads, and Lin Mo's gigantic sword with battle inscriptions to bolster their combat prowess. After all, they were all at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, while Lin Mo and Lin Shi were merely at the 2nd realm. Now, with the addition of this formidable sword, it would serve as Lin Mo's weapon. "Moer, this weapon is for you." "Thank you, father." Lin Mo was evidently thrilled with the newly acquired weapon. It was heavier than his previous one, yet it wielded greater power. Once the transaction was completed, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire meteorite sea began to tremble. On the land shrouded in celestial mist, the fabric of space began to warp, revealing a colossal, unfathomable vortex. Within the vortex, starlight danced as if it connected to another unknown realm. The ruins had opened. Prepare to enter. The disciples of all factions were filled with excitement. The 9 disciples of the Chao family were the first to transform into 9 streaks of light and plunged into the vortex. Following closely were the 4 members of the Lin family from the imperial capital. Then came the 8 jubilant members of the Northeast Ma family who had successfully bid for the tokens. "All right, you may enter as well," Lin Chuan instructed those behind him. "Yes, master." Yi Qiu nodded. As the eldest in the group, he naturally assumed the role of leader, guiding Lin Mo, Lin Shi, the somewhat bewildered Xia Qianli, and the observant Chun fan. They too transformed into streaks of light, swiftly following into the immense spatial vortex. As the core factions entered, other various powers began to sequentially follow suit. Watching his disciples vanish into the vortex, Mo Yi appeared somewhat bored. "Director, what shall we do next? Just wait idly here?" Brothers from the old soldier martial arts hall, on the starship of the Northeast Ma family, Ma Dafeng waved his hand enthusiastically. "Waiting around is so dull. I possess a marvelous treasure called the Infinite Universe Mirror, which can reveal the conditions within the secret realm. I also have several barrels of fine liquor. How about coming over for a drink?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan exchanged glances with Mo Yi and saw mutual intrigue in each other's eyes. "Sound good. We shall not impose," Lin Chuan said without hesitation, directly piloting the everlasting glory to land on the deck of the Ma family starship. Chapter 49. Lin Mo and Lin Shi ascend to the third realm. The 5 members of the old soldier martial arts school traverse the swirling vortex of space. Upon landing, they were greeted by a vast expanse of desolation. The sky above was a deep crimson, and an array of ancient weapons jutted from the earth, while the undulating silhouettes of distant mountains resembled the remains of colossal beasts. The air was thick with an oppressive aura, steeped in a malevolent essence that had accumulated over millennia. This was the interior of the Meteor Sea, an ancient battlefield. What a dense malevolence, Yichio remarked, his brow furrowing. Though Chan Fan could not see it, he sensed the lingering waves of resentment that haunted this realm. Everyone, be cautious. This place is perilous. Lin Mo rested a hand upon the hilt of the mountain and river sword, shielding Lin Shi and Xiao Qing closely. Sister, I see it. At that moment, Xiao Qing nestled in Lin Shi's embrace, suddenly clapped her hands in excitement. What do you see, Xiao Qing Lin Shi inquired, her heart swelling with joy. Xiao Qing was quite remarkable. Years ago, she had navigated through a fog-laden terrain to locate the Qilin Palace. The little girl had the ability to perceive extraordinary things. Father said we must search for the shimmering water pool, she exclaimed, pointing toward the left front, her large, glistening eyes reflecting 2 miniature starry rivers. The Eye of the Abyss. In her vision, the energy veins deep beneath the battlefield were vividly discernible. The direction she indicated was indeed a place of energy convergence, the celestial spirit pool. Did you see the water pool? Yichio asked. Yes. Xiao Qing nodded eagerly. That must be the location of the celestial spirit pool, the most precious treasure of the Meteor Sea. Let us proceed. We shall follow Xiao Qing's guidance. Yichio made a swift decision. During their journey, he had already gained a clear understanding of his team members' capabilities. The 5 of them quickly set off in the direction Xiao Qing had pointed. Meanwhile, within the ruins of a collapsed stone hall, 4 young disciples clad in Lin family attire were gathered. The leader, Lin Feng, held a mirror that reflected the image of Lin Mo and the others. Those little brats are heading towards the Bone Forest. Lin Feng sneered. The Bone Forest? That place is exceedingly dangerous. They are courting disaster. As a prominent family in the imperial capital, the Lin family possessed maps detailing the secret realm, which had been meticulously compiled by their predecessors, marking traps and spirit pools with precision. Their means of surveilling the old soldier martial arts school was a treasure known as the Black Crow's realm. The mirror was inscribed with the bones of a black crow, capable of summoning ethereal crows to scout the surroundings, transmitting all they observed back to the mirror. With a cold smirk, Lin Feng declared, "The deputy head has ordered us to eliminate those from the old soldier martial arts school at all costs to assuage his grievances." Lin He and Lin Chuan, though raised together, shared little affection between them. Lin He had always harbored contempt for Lin Chuan, until Lin Chuan gradually ascended to become a martial deity, overshadowing everyone with his brilliance, inciting Lin He's jealousy to an extreme. After Lin Chuan married Luo Qingwei, he became an even greater thorn in Lin He's side, a painful reminder of his inadequacies. The children born to Lin Chuan were regarded by him as abominations. Today, after Lin Chuan publicly humiliated him, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin He. Consequently, he discreetly issued orders to the disciples entering the fray. One member of the Lin family remarked, "Indeed, the one expelled from our family dares to be so audacious, flaunting his prowess before others. To insult our vice family head is utterly outrageous. They must pay the price." Lin Feng added, however, that Yichio does possess some skill. If they navigate the Bone Forest without a hitch, it could prove troublesome. A sinister grin spread across his face as he declared, "Let me add a little something for them." Thereupon, Lin Feng produced a dark purple gourd and began to chant an incantation. From within the gourd, wisps of smoke coalesced into 4 monkey-faced beasts, each towering at 3 to 4 meters. "Go to the Bone Forest, awaken those slumbering skeletons, and lead them towards the old soldier's martial hall," Lin Feng commanded. The 4 agile beasts nodded in understanding and swiftly departed. Prepare for the spectacle. Their demise is inevitable. As the 5 individuals journeyed onward, They effortlessly vanquished all the demon beasts they encountered. Lin Mo wielded the new mountain and river sword, significantly enhancing his strength. After dispatching the beasts, Lin Mo and Lin Shi approached the remains to absorb the essence of the demon beasts, thereby augmenting their own power. Half an hour later, a deafening roar echoed from all directions as Yi Qiu and his companions entered a section of the bone forest. Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? That sound suggests more than just a few demon beasts. Lin Shi exclaimed. The earth shook with a thunderous boom, dust billowing in clouds. It was then that pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness, revealing a legion of skeletal warriors, long dormant for countless years. Thousands of skeletal soldiers, armed with rusted weapons, accompanied by warriors mounted on skeletal steeds, surged forth, a torrent of death in this realm. At the forefront of this skeletal sea, a group of scarred, monkey-faced beasts raced towards them. Those monkey demons have summoned the skeleton soldiers. Lin Mo shouted. Someone is secretly plotting against us. Yi Qiu's expression shifted as he instinctively shielded Xia Qianli and the others behind him. Amidst the ruins, the 4 members of the Lin family smirked with satisfaction. Here they come, at least 5,000 skeletal troops. Although they are primarily of the 2nd and 3rd realm, many are 4th realm skeletal generals. Even if you are all at the peak of the 4th realm, you will be worn down to nothing. They are finished. Remember the location of their demise. Once we have undergone the baptism in the spirit pool, those skeletal soldiers will likely return to their original positions, and we shall seize their treasures. Yi Qiu's umbrella possesses remarkable capabilities, capable of transforming in form. That Lin Mo, the lad, has acquired a top-tier Earth-grade longsword. How could such a rustic fellow be worthy of wielding such a weapon? Indeed, even we have not been fortunate enough to possess an Earth-grade weapon, and bestowing it upon him is akin to squandering a precious resource. The matriarch and the elder of the Lin family in the imperial capital hold a disdain for the 2 children, Lin Mo and Lin Shi. Consequently, even if there are those of sound mind within the Lin family, they dare not approach the Lin Chuan lineage. After Lin Chuan's downfall 3 years ago, Lin Feng and his companions have taken to tormenting Lin Mo and his kin during every festival, seizing their possessions. Now, upon witnessing Lin Mo's acquisition of a new weapon, they are filled with envy, eager to claim it for themselves. However, the situation on the battlefield unfolds quite differently from their expectations. Chun Fan, the left side is entrusted to you. I shall handle the right. Understood, Chun Fan replied. You go, what about us? Lin Mo inquired, brimming with combat fervor. Yi Qiu chuckled. After we eliminate this wave, you and Xiao Shi can join in once you ascend to the 3rd realm. With that, Yi Qiu and Chun Fan, the 2 3rd realm powerhouses of the team, sprang into action. Qianji by Lin, slaughter. The Qianji umbrella in Yi Qiu's grasp began to spin at an astonishing speed. The ribs of the umbrella transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, reminiscent of a deathly meat grinder, as it advanced towards the sea of skeletons. Wherever it passed, the skeletal army crumbled like fragile foam. Swathes of skeletal soldiers were reduced to a storm of shattered bones. Meanwhile, Chun Fan was equally decisive. He unleashed the power of fluctuations to its zenith and swung his sword. Shura Evil Light Slash. This was a manifestation of the minor mastery of the Evil Light Slash. With a single stroke, the sword's aura expanded over tenfold. A colossal dark purple crescent slash, stretching several dozen meters, swept across the ground. Where the Evil Light Slash traversed, the earth was carved into a deep chasm. Hundreds of skeletal soldiers, along with their weapons, were instantly severed in twain by that overwhelming evil light. In mere moments, the joint efforts of the 2 had cleared a vast swath of the 5,000-strong skeleton army. The smiles of the 4 Lin family onlookers abruptly froze. How could this be possible? How could their martial techniques possess such strength? Undoubtedly, this power stemmed from Lin Chuan, who had enhanced their weapons with battle runes before their entry, amplifying their martial prowess tenfold or more. Lin Mo, Lin Shi, it is your turn, Yi Qiu commanded. All right. Lin Mo and Lin Shi rejoiced, for the shattered skeletons released a bounty of primordial essence, filling the air. It was perfectly suited for their absorption. The two siblings extended their palms, aiming at the scattered remnants. Devour Ancestor Rune, activate. With a hum, two swirling vortices of jet-black runes, as if capable of consuming all, materialized in the palms of the siblings. An invisible and overwhelmingly domineering force of absorption instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Within the shattered skeletons, the primordial soul flames, yet to dissipate, surged forth like a deluge, ravenously converging upon the palms of the brother and sister duo from all directions. Under the assistance of the ancestral talismans, refining process, and the enhancement of their corporeal forms through rigorous physical baptism, their auras soared to unprecedented heights at a visibly frantic pace. First realm of the second stage. Second realm of the second stage. Midway through the second stage. Late second stage. Pinnacle of the second stage. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, two formidable waves of energy erupted from within them. In that moment, their divine seas were thoroughly breached by the overwhelming force, expanding rapidly. The third realm divine sea was established. Furthermore, their cultivation continued to ascend. First realm of the divine sea. Second realm of the divine sea. Ultimately, they reached the fourth realm of the divine sea before halting. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. Lin Shi also radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Outside, aboard the starship, Ma Dafeng was transfixed, staring at the spectacle within the Wanli Qianquan mirror. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. My heavens, Brother Lin, your children are simply extraordinary. What kind of physical forms do they possess to absorb such an immense amount of primordial essence in one breath and refine it all? This is astonishing, even more so than my esteemed disciples from the Northeast Ma family, who are forged with golden liquid. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Did they just break through an entire major realm amidst battle? Is that even plausible? To absorb so much without exploding and refine it completely. This is utterly unheard of. Mo Yi proudly declared. Of course, they are core disciples of our martial arts academy, exceptional in every regard. Ma Dafeng was left speechless. This old soldier martial arts academy is indeed terrifying. It's fortunate we did not provoke them. Meanwhile, while Lin Shi and Lin Mo were wildly reaping benefits, Lin Chuan also experienced considerable returns. Ding! Your son, Lin Mo, absorbed a vast amount of primordial soul fire, successfully breaking through to the third realm divine sea, triggering a 4,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been enhanced, and the mana reserve within your dantian has doubled. Ding! Your daughter, Lin Shi, absorbed a significant quantity of primordial soul fire, successfully breaking through to the third realm divine sea, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated, and your mental strength reserve has doubled. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Chuan's mind, akin to celestial music. An overwhelming surge of pure energy, far surpassing that of the siblings' breakthroughs, materialized within him, nourishing his spiritual sea and soul. Indeed, as soon as the children entered, they had returned such bountiful rewards. Chapter 50. Slaying the Skeleton King after ascending to a new realm. Lin Mo understood that he must solidify these enhancements through practical combat. Otherwise, lacking genuine strength and relying solely on the acquired elevation, he would become a hollow figure, all veneer and no substance. Brother Yi, Brother Chun, I shall join you, Lin Mo shouted, his inner divine sea surging with fervor. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power coursed through his meridians, violently flooding into the monumental river and mountain heavy sword clasped in his hands. The entire bronze sword shimmered with radiant brilliance. Upon breaking through to the fourth heaven of the three realms divine sea, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. With a swift draw of his sword, he executed a horizontal slash. Boom! A colossal sword energy, spanning several dozen meters and solid as a mountain, erupted forth like a cascading galaxy, instantly tearing through the ranks of skeletal soldiers ahead. In its wake, Both the ordinary skeletal warriors and the formidable skeletal generals were severed in half, reduced to a pile of shattered bones beneath that unparalleled strike. This single blow cleared a fan-shaped area of over 100 meters. Yi Qiu and Chen Fan, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but glance at each other in astonishment. By heavens, the prowess and bloodlines of these two youths are utterly monstrous. No wonder he is the son of the curator. One cannot help but concede. In the ruins, Lin Feng and the others were fixated on the image within the black chrome mirror, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. What the hell? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? The voices of the Lin family disciples trembled with disbelief. Lin Feng's countenance darkened to the point where one could almost wring water from it. It is that rune. He fixated on the spiral black rune etched in Lin Mo's palm. If I am not mistaken, that should be one of the 10 ancestral runes. A replica of the devouring ancestral rune. And not just an ordinary talisman. It can elevate a person by an entire major realm in one go. Its grade must be at least above celestial. The word celestial talisman struck like a searing iron brand upon the hearts of all Lin family members present. This was a treasure capable of driving even 6th and 7th realm experts into a frenzy. Lin Chuan, it must be the treasures he hoarded all those years ago. Another disciple gritted his teeth. That selfish wretch. He amassed so many benefits from various secret realms, and what he offered to the family was merely scraps. The true treasures were all kept for these two miscreants. Such individuals never reflect on their own shortcomings. When they see others surpassing them or living better lives, their first reaction is not admiration or motivation to catch up, but rather jealousy and resentment. They feel that the other has hoarded what rightfully belongs to them. Indeed, these treasures rightfully belong to our Lin family. To us, the direct descendants. The flames of jealousy ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Chuan is merely a dog we have raised. How dare he hoard the possessions of his own master? Once they are dead, these treasures will all be ours. But it seems they are unlikely to perish anytime soon. Thousands of skeletal warriors were unable to bring them down. How could they be killed? Just as they hurled the most vicious insults at Lin Chuan and his family, the entire bone forest suddenly trembled violently without warning. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. A force far more terrifying than all the skeletons combined erupted from the depths of the bone forest. It exuded a dreadful, chilling aura of sovereignty. A furious roar resounded across the ruins. Immediately following, countless black lightning bolts crackled. This aura, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but his face soon lit up with ecstatic joy. It must be the Black Thunder Skeleton King. How splendid! The ruler of this bone forest has awakened. Deep within the forest, an enormous skeleton, towering over 10 meters, with bones as dark as ink and glimmering with a metallic sheen, opened its eyes and rose from a throne of bones. In its eye sockets burned 2 blazing orbs of crimson soul fire, and in its hand, it wielded a colossal battle blade entwined with black lightning. This skeletal king exuded a terrifying presence, evidently a being of the 5th realm. Ha ha! This is magnificent! Truly a blessing from the heavens. Lin Feng and his companions were so thrilled they could hardly contain their excitement. These little scoundrels, having slaughtered so many skeletal warriors, had finally drawn out the true behemoth. A 5th realm skeleton king, no less, one that wielded the power of thunder. Even that Yi Qiu, despite his formidable strength, would stand no chance. They were doomed. Absolutely doomed. The situation had taken a dramatic turn, one that was unfolding in the direction they had most fervently hoped for. They could hardly wait to witness the annihilation of the old soldier martial arts academy at the hands of the skeletal warriors. Afterwards, they would sift through the remains and claim the spoils of war. Boom! From the depths of the bone forest, the towering, pitch-black skeleton king emerged, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to quake with every step. Black serpents of lightning coiled around its skeletal form, emitting a crackling sound. Compared to the other skeletal warriors, the skeleton king had regained a portion of its intellect. It fixed its gaze upon Yi Qiu and the others. You insignificant ants! Dare to slaughter my kin. 5th realm. Yi Qiu's expression turned grave, Everyone be cautious. This foe is formidable. Hee, just in time to test our newly acquired powers on you. Lin Mo, however, was brimming with battle intent and showed no fear. The skeleton king roared, swinging its thunderous battle blade downwards. It did not strike at the group, but rather cleaved toward the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and countless fragments of bones were swept up by the violent force, mingling with the black lightning to form a colossal black tornado, sweeping toward the group. The tornado contained terrifying powers of strangulation and corrosion, capable of shredding Fourth Realm experts to pieces in an instant. Here I come, Lin Shijiao exclaimed, her hand gripping the wolf hairbrush that Lin Chuan had acquired from Su Wanqi. With swift strokes, she inscribed a series of spiritual talismans. The talismans of radiant light. Buzzing, several symbols radiating a gentle, holy light flew from her hand, precisely adhering to each of her teammates, forming an impenetrable barrier of protective light. Crack, crack, crack. The black whirlwind collided with the shield, producing a series of piercing, corrosive sounds, yet could not breach the protective illumination. Splendid work, Lin Shijiao. Yi Qiu praised. Now, it's our turn. No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself like an arrow towards the massive skeletal king. Chun Fan followed closely, while Lin Mo charged forward with his heavy sword. The battle erupted. Even the talented veterans of the Martial Arts Academy found themselves struggling against the formidable five-realm demons. Yet, the greater the enemy's strength, the more exhilarated they became. The skeletal king loomed large, exuding boundless power. Each strike of his blade carved deep gorges into the ground. Yi Qiu and his companions, relying on their agile movements, dodged and weaved, searching for opportunities to attack. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Mo's heavy sword and Chun Fan's talismanic sword occasionally struck the skeletal king, only to produce a flurry of sparks, leaving behind pale marks. This creature's bones are too resilient. This will not suffice. Yi Qiu spoke gravely. There's an ancient crack at its left knee. It must be an old injury from its past life. That is its weakness. Chun Fan, using his spiritual perception, detected a vulnerability on the skeletal king. He immediately communicated this revelation to his teammates through a mental transmission. Excellent. Create an opportunity for me. Yi Qiu's gaze sharpened. Understood. Lin Mo and Chun Fan exchanged a glance, instantly altering their strategy. Instead of evading, they launched a simultaneous, fierce assault against the skeletal king's front, aiming to capture its full attention. What a ridiculous name, Skeletal King. I think you should be called Clumsy Giant instead. Lin Mo taunted. You're courting death. The skeletal king, enraged, swung its thunderous battle blade wildly, forcing the two into dire peril. Suddenly, as the skeletal king brought down its blade, it exposed a slight opening. Yi Qiu, with his extraordinary talent, seized the opportunity. In an instant, he unleashed unparalleled speed. The thousand mechanisms umbrella in his hand morphed into a spiraled, armor-piercing spear. Break for me, he roared, channeling all his strength to the tip of the spear, transforming into a streak of profound darkness. He thrust fiercely towards the skeletal king's left leg. Crack! A resounding, crisp sound of bone shattering echoed throughout the arena. The incredibly hard black femur was pierced and shattered by Yi Qiu's strike. Roar! The skeleton king emitted a heart-wrenching roar as one of its legs shattered, its colossal frame losing balance, and its defenses breached. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo, Chun Fan, Yi Qiu, they shouted. This was a prime opportunity for a decisive strike. They were already poised for action, and at the moment the skeleton king fell, they leaped simultaneously, unleashing their most potent attacks. Blade draw slash. Azura evil light slash. One silver, one purple. Two immense slashes intertwined midair, transforming into a cross-shaped beam, radiating a sense of annihilation. Descending from above. Boom! The enormous skull, ablaze with soul fire, was struck by the cross slash. In an instant, the entire head along with the upper body shattered into fragments. Bones scattered across the sky, sealing its fate. Victory! We won! Lin Mo gasped as he landed. surveying the chaotic scene before him, scarcely able to believe it. Ha ha! We teamed up to take down a 5th-tier demon king. How incredible! Lin, she exclaimed, one arm cradling Xia Qianli, the other repeatedly pumping in celebration. We did it, this is fantastic. Chen Fan's blood surged with excitement. Every face radiated a thrill of exhilaration. This was the unparalleled sense of achievement that came from teamwork, triumphing over the strong with the weak. Yet, amidst the ruins, Lin Feng and the others were utterly petrified. Smack! The black crow mirror in Lin Feng's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Is this even possible? The Skeleton King was that weak. Just then, amidst the skeletal remains, a dazzling bolt of lightning emerged. As the brilliance faded, a diamond-shaped gem, the size of a fist and composed entirely of thunderous runes, quietly hovered in the air, seemingly harboring a realm of thunder. A quadrilateral gem. It's a heavenly-grade thunder rune gem. Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled. This is a treasure that could drive even 7th-tier powerhouses mad. To their astonishment, defeating the Skeleton King had yielded such a prize. The 5 gathered around, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at the gem. Brother Yi, how do we divide this gem? Lin Mo scratched his head, looking to Yi Qiu. As they were outside, he felt compelled to heed the captain's decision. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment, ultimately directing his gaze toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's wave sword technique was, at its core, a resonance of energy vibrations. The power of lightning is one of the most violent energies in existence, characterized by the highest frequencies of vibration. This thunder rune gem was most compatible with his martial arts. If Chen Fan could integrate it, his strength would surely undergo a remarkable transformation. However, Chen Fan hesitated. Brother Yi, you contributed the most in this battle. Such a precious treasure should be taken back and presented to the martial arts school for a master to decide. Lin Mo interjected. Dad said that all benefits gained should be negotiated among the 5 of us. If it can rapidly enhance our combat power, Brother Fan, you should use it quickly. Indeed, we are a team, Yi Qiu remarked. Only when each of us strengthens our own abilities will the entire team become formidable. Indeed, Fangu, you should accept it. Lin Shi chimed in with a smile. Yes, Fangu, please take it. In future battles, we will rely on you. Lin Mo urged once more. Feeling the sincerity of his companions, Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. The veteran martial arts school was not only powerful, but also willing to share treasures when found. Such bonds of camaraderie foster true cohesion. He ceased his refusals. All right, I shall accept it without hesitation. Chen Fan extended his hand and grasped the thunderstone. A surge of ferocious, thunderous energy instantaneously coursed through his body. Chapter 51. Father teaches you to maximize personal interests as Chen Fan's palm grazed the heavenly thunder symbol gem. An exhilarating surge of thunderous energy surged through him like a wild bull unleashed, coursing violently into his limbs. The excruciating pain compelled Chen Fan to emit a muffled groan. His body convulsed uncontrollably under the onslaught of this force, with fine arcs of electricity flickering across his skin. Brother Fan, Lin Mo and Lin, she exclaimed in alarm. Yi Qiu raised his hand, signaling them to refrain from approaching. This is a normal reaction during fusion. He must endure it on his own. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan summoned the power of fluctuations within him, striving to guide and assimilate the tempestuous thunder. 2 fundamentally opposing forces engaged in a fierce clash within his body. Yet soon, under the resonating properties of the great dark heaven mantra, the violent thunderous energy gradually abated, beginning to merge with his fluctuating power, indistinguishable from one another. Chen Fan's form was enveloped in a layer of pulsating arcs of electricity, and his very essence underwent a monumental transformation. Buzz! He suddenly opened his eyes, and although his vision remained obscured, his irises seemed to flicker with the essence of thunder. He raised his hand and, with a casual sword stroke aimed at a distant boulder, unleashed a strike. Sure, a evil light slash. Boom! This time, the formidable purple crescent sword energy was entwined with thick strands of black lightning. It moved with greater velocity and ferocity. Upon contact, the towering boulder, along with the surrounding ground, was obliterated into fine powder. Even the dust was utterly annihilated beneath the overwhelming power of thunder. How formidable! Lin Mo and the others marveled. With the integration of the thunder symbol gem, Chun Fan's strength had multiplied exponentially. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Lin Shi did not remain idle. They once again activated the devouring ancestral symbol to absorb and refine the purer and more potent primal soul fire emanating from the deceased five-realm Skeleton King. This time, their realms ascended to a new height, advancing from the third to the fifth heaven. Enough! Halt your pursuit of the next realm. Compress that primal energy repeatedly. Ichio interjected in a timely manner. Cultivation is akin to constructing a building. The sturdier the foundation, the higher the structure can rise. Haste makes waste. Your rapid ascension leaves your foundation unstable, which will lead to future drawbacks. He advised them that, rather than absorbing energy to elevate their realms, they should engage in combat to hone and solidify their abilities, extracting the full potential of each level to its limit. As a prodigy himself, Yichio understood the path of cultivation, and what he imparted to Lin Mo and Lin Shi mirrored the teachings that Lin Chuan intended to convey to them. Understood. Brother Yi, the siblings nodded earnestly, sensing that their continuous breakthroughs had induced a disorienting sense of bloated lightness within their bodies. Indeed, it is essential to solidify our position in the external world, aboard the starship. Ding! Your disciple Chun Fan has fused with the Thunder Talisman Stone, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. You have merged one of your spiritual veins with the power of the Thunder Tao. Congratulations, host. Your physical body has been enhanced, successfully condensing the Thunder Tao spiritual vein. Lin Chuan felt an intense heat surge through one of his meridians. Countless thunderous runes materialized along that meridian, ultimately transforming into a unique spiritual vein capable of autonomously manifesting the power of thunder. This signifies that any thunder attribute techniques he employs in the future will witness a substantial amplification in potency. Director, why are you emitting sparks? Inquired Mo, Yi curiously from beside him. The weather is rather dry. Perhaps it's static electricity, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at the Bone Forest, after vanquishing the Skeleton King, Lin Mo began his search for the instigator who had previously drawn the skeletal army. Where have those wretched monkeys fled to? They cannot escape. Chun Fan closed his eyes, utilizing his spiritual sense to perceive the fluctuations around him. When the Thunder Skeleton King exploded, the powerful shockwave also affected those monkey-faced creatures. One of them, now severely injured, is trembling over there. Its energy is chaotic. It is evidently terrified. Chun Fan pointed toward the nearby pile of rubble. Let us proceed. After merging with the Thunder Talisman Stone, his speed of movement had also increased significantly. Yichio and the others swiftly followed suit. Indeed, behind a massive boulder, they discovered a quaking, terror-stricken, monkey-faced beast whose legs had turned to jelly. They are being controlled. Chun Fan extended his hand, enveloping the beast in a peculiar wave of energy. By sensing its fluctuations, Chun Fan quickly identified a slender thread linking it to its master. I have found the culprit. Let's depart. His tone turned icy. Good. Those who dare to command the skeletal soldiers and endanger them must perish. Lin Mo and Lin Shi were also ablaze with fury. Let us seek retribution. The five, without hesitation, charged towards the ruins where the Lin family quartet was located. Not good. They discovered us. Run. Lin Feng and the others realized that their presence had been detected and immediately fled. Having slain even the five-realm Skeleton King, they possessed no courage to fight. They even abandoned the black chrome mirror. Yet, their speed could not rival that of the five veterans from the old soldier martial arts hall. Upon seeing those four figures, Lin Mo recognized them. It was indeed the Lin family from the imperial capital. How infuriating. Those scoundrels had bullied him and his sister in the past, and now, even within the ruins, they were still plotting against them. One must endure only so much. It was time to settle both old and new grievances. Damn it, you beasts. What do you think you're running? Lin Mo bellowed, executing a swift draw of his sword, the blade's energy cleaving directly before Lin Feng and the others, blocking their path. Yiqiu and Chun Fan flanked them on either side. A battle devoid of suspense erupted in an instant and concluded just as swiftly. Lin Feng and his companions were swiftly subdued by the enraged Lin Mo, rendered motionless upon the ground. You despicable scoundrels! You dare to conspire to end our lives! She charged forward, her Converse sneakers pounding against the faces of their assailants in a furious flurry of kicks. Little Qinger, imitating her sister, leapt from Xi's embrace, brandishing her tiny fists and striking at the legs of those villains. Bad guys! I'll hit you! I'll hit you! Despite her tender voice, Qinger possessed an extraordinary strength. Having undergone the foundational baptism and consumed the transformative elixir, though scarcely 3 years old, her might was formidable, reaching a terrifying several tens of thousands of pounds. Ah, stop hitting me! Lin Mo, Lin Shi, how dare you strike me? You are treasonous. We are members of the main family, and you, cast out, dare to rebel. Is you whom I shall strike. Lin Mo retaliated with a series of kicks, violently venting his pent-up frustrations. After releasing his ire, he stepped forward to roughly strip the storage rings from the fingers of the four. This is your recompense. Lin Mo, have you lost your senses? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Lin Feng raged, his fury igniting a determination to return to the family and report Lin Mo and Lin Shi once they escaped. This is utterly preposterous. This is insurrection. However, in the next moment, their bravado vanished, for Lin Mo had raised the formidable mountain river sword, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Now, I shall send you on your way. What? Lin Mo, we are of the same clan. You have gone too far. Lin Mo, we acknowledge our faults. We merely intended to teach you a lesson, not to take your life. Even Yiqiu was at a loss, having summoned a legion of thousands of skeletal soldiers only to claim he did not wish for their demise. Are you jesting? If you kill us now, the family head will surely uncover the truth. Do you not desire to return to the clan? Lin Mo, your father's greatest wish was to reclaim his place in the family. If you end us, you shall forever lose that chance, becoming eternal outcasts. Lin Mo paid no heed to their pleas. Just as he prepared to strike, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Mo, do not kill them just yet. Father? Lin Mo paused, bewildered. They are commanding a horde of skeletons, intent on our demise. Must we not retaliate with blood? I am well aware of their intentions. They deserve death. However, I must impart to you that the methods of killing vary in their value. Follow my guidance. I shall teach you how to maximize the benefits of your actions. Lin Mo's eyes brightened with understanding. I see, Father. What must I do? Chapter 52. The Disciples Perish. Lin Yi's fury aboard the Ma family starship. Lin Chuan beheld all within the ruins through the expansive Qiankuan mirror. Upon observing the blue arrow, emblematic of the Chao family, lingering over a region marked as a high-level spiritual pool on the map, a ruthless scheme took shape in his mind. In his previous life, following the death of his master, Xia Qianli, the Chao family had dispatched personnel to seize his treasures, believing that, as a former martial god, Lin Chuan must possess a wealth of resources. However, they soon discovered that his household held nothing of value. In their ire, the Chao family had broken Lin Mo's legs. Reflecting on the past, Lin Chuan's resolve hardened like granite. He felt no remorse in wielding cunning stratagems. To eliminate them outright would be too merciful. Their demise should serve to incite discord between the Chao family and the Lin family in the imperial capital, he mused. Subsequently, he conveyed the details of his plan to Lin Mo and the others within the ruins through telepathic communication. Father, this is rather sinister, exclaimed Lin Mo. Master, how ruthless. Yiqiu gasped in astonishment. Those who play at tactics possess truly dark hearts. Lin Mo's eyes widened in excitement as he rubbed his hands together. But I like it. Hee. Let them tear each other apart. It could not be more delightful. She sported a wicked grin as well. Before long, the siblings commenced their actions as per Lin Chuan's directives. Lin Mo swiftly bound their captives, while Lin Shi approached the 4 Lin family disciples, who were battered and barely conscious. Lin Shi, do not overstep your bounds. They protested. Silence. Lin Shi retorted, striking their chests, causing them to cough blood. Simultaneously, she stealthily inscribed a transparent talisman on each of their heart regions. The Sky Explosion Talisman. This treacherous rune, silent and deadly, could shatter a person's heart meridian upon detonation, resulting in a most tragic death. After executing this, Lin Mo feigned disinterest, engaging Yi Qiu in conversation, deliberately creating an opening in their guard. Quick, we must flee. Lin Feng and the others seized the opportunity, and despite their injuries, they scrambled into the air, desperately fleeing westward. Unbeknownst to them, this direction was precisely the destination Lin Chuan had chosen for their journey to the underworld. Oh no, this is bad. Brother Yi, they have escaped. Lin Mo cried out, awakening to the reality. We cannot let them get away. Pursue them. Yi Qiu, embodying the seasoned actor, hurried after them, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, as if herding sheep. Several dozen kilometers away, the western woods were dense. Within lay a naturally formed, colossal spiritual pool, drawing in the celestial starlight, pure and unblemished. The 9 prodigies of the Chao family luxuriated within, absorbing the refined power of the stars, cleansing their bodies, and nourishing their souls. The starry spiritual pool, filled with the essence of stars, is simply divine. Ha ha ha. Truly, our Chao family excels. Upon arrival, they discovered an immense spiritual pool. Indeed, this fortunate find is entirely attributed to the map in our possession. However, I urge you all to exercise caution. The starry spirit pool is exceedingly precious. Maintain a tranquil state of mind, for we must not allow any malicious thoughts to taint the waters. Understood, brother? Why does this ancient battlefield, steeped in heavy resentment, give rise to the purest star spirit pool? This is a principle of yin and yang. From the extreme of yin arises yang, and from the extreme of yang arises yin. Upon returning, delve into more literature. The starry sky is profound, pure, and ethereal. The power born from it is untainted, yet is also the most susceptible to pollution. Understood? As they engaged in light-hearted banter, a sudden commotion erupted, for disheveled figures hurtled through the sky, drawing closer. Members of the Lin family? The leader of the Chao family, Chao Ying, furrowed his brow. How did they end up here? The Chao family members appeared utterly bewildered. Good heavens! Could they be attempting to seize the spirit pool from us? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the agitation stirred the starry spirit pool, causing a slight boil. Calm yourself, fourth. There are only 4 of them. They wouldn't dare take such a risk, Chao Ying mused. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, one of the Lin family disciples in the sky suddenly emanated a brilliant red light from his chest. Boom! The disciple was unable to emit even a cry before a gaping wound erupted from his chest, his heart shattered, leading to instant demise. As he perished, he fell from the sky, consumed by immense resentment, landing with a resounding splash into the spirit pool. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng and the others were struck with terror. How could their comrade simply die mid-flight? Below, the fallen figure unleashed a torrent of blood, instantly staining a portion of the pool's waters crimson. The essence of the stars is most vulnerable to pollution, and the entire pool was corrupted by foul blood, causing it to bubble violently. It would be unable to absorb any essence for the foreseeable future. Good grief! A fatality! By heavens, Lin family, have you lost your minds? To prevent us from absorbing the essence of stars, you would resort to self-detonation? The Chao family was taken aback. What was wrong with these Lin family members? They made no greeting, simply fell to their demise from the sky. How could one bathe in a polluted star spirit pool? Damn it! Chao Run, filled with disgust, rose to his feet, waving his hand to retrieve the corpse from the pool, discarding it onto the grass as though it were mere refuse. Meanwhile, aboard the starship in the outside world, the Huanglong of the Lin family from the imperial capital, Lin, he sat regally in a grand chair, meditating. He was truly incensed by Lin Chuan and intended to report this matter to his father upon return. On the table before him lay 4 translucent soul plates, connected to the spirits of his kin. Crack! A sudden, sharp sound of shattering pierced the air. Without warning, one of the soul plates developed a fissure. Lin He abruptly opened his eyes, his expression shifting dramatically. The shattering of the soul tokens signified the demise of an individual within. Something had gone awry. He could no longer concern himself with appearances. Originally, the Lin family had 9 slots, but after the incident, he was compelled to eliminate several outstanding disciples from other branches. This time, he had brought only his own lineage's disciples. If there were no gains and lives were lost within, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny regarding his capabilities. In a flash, Lin He dashed out of the Huanglong ship, recklessly racing towards the northeastern starship of the Ma family. Ma Dafeng, hurry! Let me see your Jillian mirror. Adjust it to my Lin family's location. Lin He's anxious voice preceded him. Isn't this the deputy head of the Lin family? Ma Dafeng said, casually blocking his path with his hands in his pockets, a sly grin on his face. You wish to see the mirror? Certainly. However, my mirror is quite precious. Stop with the nonsense. Very well, let us get straight to the point. Ma Dafeng seized the opportunity, holding up 3 fingers. Give me 300 million star coins, and I shall let you have a glimpse. No credit. Damn it. Lin He seethed. This was nothing short of extortion. To demand 300 million for a mere glance at that shabby mirror, worth only around 1 billion star coins. But given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to quibble, and threw a storage bag at him. Here, Ma Dafeng gleefully accepted it. With this transaction, he had recouped the cost of the Star Sea Order. How delightful! He then stepped aside. Lin He lunged towards the mirror, his gaze fixated on the image contained within. However, just as he gained clarity, crack, the remaining 3 soul tokens in his possession unexpectedly shattered in rapid succession. No! Lin He let out a piercing howl. He watched in horror as, within the Jillian mirror, the last 3 disciples of the Lin family met a gruesome end by the edge of the star pool. The entire pool of water had been stained a deep crimson. Moreover, the 9 disciples of the Chao family were also present at the scene. In the image, the members of the Chao family wore expressions of fury and confusion. The mirror could only display the visuals, devoid of sound, leaving them alarmed and on high alert. Despite the strained relations between the Lin and Chao families, the sudden and strange deaths unfolding before them were chilling. They felt a sense of impending danger, drawing their weapons and leaping from the pool. Their weapons, tainted with the scarlet water, resembled instruments of bloodshed. They remained vigilant, puzzled by the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Lin family's demise. However, in the furious eyes of Lin He, this situation was quickly interpreted in an entirely different light. The Lin family and the Chao family had fought over the Star Spirit Pool, resulting in the latter slaughtering all of the former. They must have been the culprits. Otherwise, why were the weapons so drenched in red? Chao family. Lin He's eyes burned with a fierce crimson, akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey, his teeth clenched in fury. How dare you lay such a venomous hand upon me? You have slain 4 of the Lin family's prodigious disciples. Fortunately, I witnessed this atrocity. Lin He seethed with rage. Numerous fatal incidents had occurred within the ruins, and investigations proved to be arduous. After all, this place was only accessible for a brief period, rendering it impossible for others to enter. Thankfully, I was able to observe this time. Otherwise, the Lin family would have remained oblivious, entirely unaware that it was the Chao family responsible for this heinous act. Very well, you have openly slapped my Lin He in the face. Since you wish to tear apart the facade, I shall engage you to the very end. Chapter 53. The 2 families of the imperial capital engage in battle. Absorbing the Star Pool fury had completely consumed Lin He's reason. He raged inwardly, cursing the Chao family with fervor. How utterly despicable they were. They had calculated that the Lin family would send fewer disciples this time, and had cruelly dispatched assassins to eliminate 4 of Lin's painstakingly nurtured disciples. Very well. If you dare to act first, then I shall retaliate in kind. Do they truly believe that the Lin family fears them? With determination, he strode back to his vessel, the Huanglong. The family guards on the deck could sense the palpable, terrifying aura of his wrath, causing them to shrink back in silence, fearful of inciting his ire. Were the personnel in the control room. Lin bellowed as he stormed onto the bridge. Charge the main cannon. Target the Chao family's blue lion. Fire at will. He issued the command without hesitation. Deputy Family Head. What is happening? The captain hesitated, acutely aware of the repercussions of attacking the illustrious Chao family. Once the first shot was fired, it would signify the complete severance of ties between the two powerful clans. I command you to fire. Are you deaf? Or do you not understand plain speech? Is what I say not comprehensible? Yes, yes. The captain nodded fervently, alarmed by the deputy family head's fury. Lin seized the captain by the collar, asserting, if anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. Now fire immediately. Understood. The captain, trembling with fear, dared not delay further. The Huanglong's bow began to accumulate destructive energy beams, resonating with an ominous hum as the entire starship strained under the pressure. What is happening? The Lin family ship was charging its main cannon. The crew aboard the Blue Lion, Chao family's vessel, quickly sensed the impending threat. However, it was far too late. Boom! A monstrous energy beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, tore through the sky, unleashing devastation upon the Blue Lion, despite the Chao family's starship activating its defensive shields. The close-range assault caught them unprepared. The hastily deployed shields shattered like eggshells under the force of the bombardment. A cataclysmic explosion erupted on the Blue Lion's flank. A gaping hole appeared in its hull, flames raging as internal machinery lay exposed, sparks flying in all directions. In that instant, two elders of the Chao family, seated in the lounge, were vaporized without even a moment to react. Lin, what the hell have you done? Chao Xiao, the leader of the Chao family team, was livid, his face flushed with fury. He roared through the starship's loudspeakers, his voice echoing across the vast expanse of space. Why on earth are you attacking us? Lin's voice rang out defiantly in response. You treacherous scion of the Chao family. In the past, you spoke of alliances, yet behind our backs. You took advantage of the small number of our dispatch personnel and caused the demise of all 4 of my Lin family's prodigies. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Today, you shall all pay the price alongside the disciples of the Lin family. What nonsensical words are you uttering? When did the descendants of the Chao family ever slay your kin? Chao Xiao roared in fury, but he quickly realized that explanations were futile. The adversary had lost their mind, and 2 of their elders had already perished. This blood debt must be repaid. In a fit of rage, Chao Xiao grinned mockingly. So, Lin, he desires war. Then the Chao family shall accompany you to the bitter end. Target the Huanglong ship. Reduce it to a heap of scrap metal. Counterattack. Counterattack. Amidst their astonishment and fury, the members of the Chao family swiftly activated their shields. Being unexpectedly struck was intolerable for a prominent family in the capital. They had always been the oppressors. When had they ever been the ones to suffer such indignation? This affront could not be swallowed under any circumstances. Consequently, an unforeseen starship battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 colossal starships, representing the pinnacle of imperial power, unleashed a torrent of firepower akin to ancient behemoths. With no strategic finesse, they stood and exchanged blows, each side determined to outlast the other. Various laser cannons, piercing missiles, and quantum explosive projectiles were hurled mercilessly at their foe, transforming the scene into a breathtaking display akin to a fireworks show. The sudden turn of events left all surrounding factions utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, what is happening? Why has the fighting begun? From the Lin family's perspective, their kin had been slaughtered by the Chao family. That explains their outrage. If this continues, it may well spark outright war between the 2 great families of the capital. This world is utterly insane. Aboard the Northeast Ma family's starship, Ma Dafeng was left agape. Quickly retreat the ship. Let's not be caught in the crossfire. He commanded urgently. Not far away. The Jinling Luo family was the quickest to flee, their White Swan starship swiftly pivoting to escape the core battle zone. The smaller factions' vessels scattered like frightened fish, desperately trying to evade the terrifying barrage of fire. Within mere minutes, the core area above the Meteor Sea was completely cleared, leaving only the Huanglong ship and the Blue Lion ship engaged in a relentless exchange of fire. Inside the Northeast Ma family's bridge, Ma Dafeng and Mo Yi gazed in shock at the apocalyptic battle unfolding before them. Is this the marvel of modern technology? Quite intriguing, Mo Yi remarked, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Lin Chuan, clapped his hands in delight, appearing in high spirits. He picked up a seemingly inexpensive plastic barrel and poured himself a cup of clear bulk liquor. Subsequently, he used chopsticks to lift 2 steaming chunks of tender braised pig stew from another large iron bowl and savor the dish. Delicious indeed. He contentedly narrowed his eyes, savoring the moment. Then, lifting his wine glass, he drained it in one swift motion, exhaling a warm breath imbued with the fragrance of the wine. With food to eat, wine to drink, and a performance to watch, it was truly delightful, Lin Chuan marveled. Upon returning to the ruins, the members of the Chao family, upon discovering that this celestial spirit pool had been tainted, were left with no choice but to seek out other spirit pools. The entire Meteor Sea was replete with such pools. However, the one they had arrived at was the safest among them, having encountered no monstrous beasts along the way. Yet, to absorb from other spirit pools would likely require some effort. Extending his spiritual awareness, he found no other souls nearby. There was an absence of others. Chowing frowned as he glanced at the deceased members of the Lin family. All had succumbed to heart meridian explosions. What could have caused such calamity? Perhaps some insect had crawled into their bodies, leading to their demise, one speculated. It is possible. Let us quickly enhance our protective barriers. In such a place, one must refrain from indiscriminate consumption. With that, he raised a hand, channeling his spiritual energy into an extending arm, beginning to search through the bodies of the Lin family. Their storage rings had vanished as well. Boss, we should leave this place swiftly. Indeed, this locale is ill-suited for prolonged stay. Shortly after Chao Ying departed, a group from the Old Soldier Martial Arts Hall traversed the woods and arrived at the Celestial Spirit Pool area. However, the scene before them was one of devastation. The Spirit Pool, which had once gathered endless starlight, had now transformed into a boiling cauldron of blood. The waters churned, bubbling with crimson froth, resembling a pot of lava, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and resentment. A significant celestial spirit pool existed here. Yichio observed the sight before him, shaking his head in lament. The waters had been thoroughly polluted by the vengeful blood of the deceased, and the power of the stars had gone haywire, rendering it impossible to absorb in the near future. To allow it to naturally settle and return to its former state would require at least a few months. Well, that leaves it right for us, Lin Mo said, casting a knowing smile at Lin Shi. Little Shi, let us take action. All right. The brother and sister stepped forward, extending their palms toward the spirit pool. Devour the ancestral talisman. Activate. A low hum reverberated as 2 dark whirlpools materialized in their palms. A force of absorption, 100-fold more potent than when they had absorbed the skeleton's essence, enveloped the entire spirit pool in an instant. The astonishing spectacle unfolded. Chapter 54. Discovering the majestic Star Lake. The devouring ancestor talisman, undeniably formidable, did not fully absorb all the waters of the pool. After all, the space within the holy grade talisman is finite. Instead, it directly extracted the stellar energy from the waters, transforming it into the purest primordial energy, which was then retained within the talisman. The spirit pool, tainted by vengeful blood and boiling with fury, appeared to meet its nemesis in the presence of the devouring talisman. With a resounding tumult, the crimson waters began to whirl with astonishing speed, forming 2 colossal vortices. Unlike ordinary absorption, the devouring talisman did not draw the murky waters into its palm. Instead, it functioned like 2 highly efficient energy extractors, forcibly separating the primordial stellar power contained within the bloodied waters. Visible to the naked eye, radiant starlight ascended from the pool, morphing into 2 flowing rivers of energy that continuously surged into the ancestral space of the siblings. As time elapsed, the color of the pool rapidly lightened. Initially a thick, blood-red hue, it gradually transitioned to a pale pink and ultimately transformed into crystal-clear transparency. The tumultuous energy fluctuations subsided, and at last, the entire spirit pool resembled an ordinary mountain spring, save for the remnants of a blood-colored sediment resembling sludge at the bottom. All right, it's done. Lin Mo and Lin, she simultaneously ceased their efforts. Our martial arts school is bound to prosper, Lin Mo exclaimed, reveling in the immense accumulation of stellar energy within the talisman S space. This energy is sufficient for the celestial baptism of at least 100 disciples. Indeed. Hee. Lin, she chimed in, equally elated. The two young ones were eager to contribute to their martial arts school and alleviate their father's burdens. Their own absorption of stellar energy was limited, and the surplus could be utilized for the school's benefit. Yi Qiu, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel. The devouring talisman was indeed one of the most domineering runes in existence, capable of forcibly purifying even such polluted and volatile energy. How enviable, Brother Yi, do you think our absorption this time was excessive? Lin, she queried. Fear not, Yi Qiu reassured her. The spirit pool here essentially serves as a node for the energy of the meteor sea's spiritual veins. As long as the Earth's veins remain intact, it will gather stellar power anew before the next secret realm opens. That is good to hear. Father often reminds us not to deplete nature's treasures entirely. We must leave opportunities for future generations. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in the sentiment. Very well, our task here is concluded, Yi Qiu declared. Let us seek our next objective. Xiao Qianli, where shall we head next? Lin, she asked gently, cradling the little girl in her arms. Xiao Qianli extended her chubby little hand, pointing towards the southeast. Over there. There are many bright pools over there. Excellent. Let us proceed in that direction. Half an hour later, in the southeastern direction, before a celestial pool encircled by colossal stone statues, disciples of the Ma family found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Manifest the immortal spirit. Grandmother Bai, lend me your strength, chanted one disciple, as a gigantic white fox apparition emerged behind him, its eyes glowing crimson, claws brandished menacingly. Lucien, clear the path, another disciple exclaimed, his body adorned with azure scales, wielding a spear that surged forth like a dragon, thrusting towards a 10-meter-tall stone guardian. The Northeastern Ma family was indeed a lineage renowned for their connection to the 5 immortal families: Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, and Gray. They could channel the power of these spirits in battle, enhancing their strength. However, the stone guardians defending the spirit pool were rugged and resilient, impervious to spells. Ordinary attacks merely sparked against them, while each strike from the stone fists forced the Ma disciples to retreat in disarray. Every clash felt as though their very organs were being displaced. This celestial pool was vast, yet the presence of guardians made it exceedingly difficult to seize. Xiao Shui, can you hold them off? Called out Ma Xiaojing, the leader of the Ma family and son of the family patriarch Ma Dafeng, as he dodged incoming assaults. Anxiety etched on his face. Brother, it's quite the struggle. These rocky brutes are too tough. Not even my weapon can withstand them, replied Ma Xiaoshui. Aboard their starship, Ma Dafeng, witnessing the scene through the mirror of boundless skies, was exasperated, slapping his thigh. These fools are so stubborn. If they can't win, they should retreat. There are plenty of celestial pools. There's no need to stubbornly contest this one. The situation inside grew increasingly dire. Several disciples had their protective artifacts shattered by the stone guardians, and now their stamina was nearly depleted, making escape nearly impossible amidst the onslaught of multiple guardians. Ma Dafeng turned to Lin Chuan, his expression grim. Brother Lin, what shall we do? With a smile, Lin Chuan issued a command through his consciousness to Yi Qiu within the ruins. Yi Qiu, rally your team to assist the Ma family. Inside the ruins, upon receiving the order, Yi Qiu and his companions wasted no time rushing towards the Ma family's conflict. Let's go, Master has commanded us. We must aid the Ma family. He surged ahead like a bolt of lightning. Minutes later, Yi Qiu arrived. Thousand Mechanism Umbrella, he exclaimed, as the black umbrella in his hand transformed instantaneously into a spear with a rotating tip aimed directly at the vulnerable back of a stone guardian. Simultaneously, Lin Mo and Chun Fan charged in from 2 other directions. Fierce Dragon breaks the void. This was another technique from the Supreme Sword Soul Sutra, enveloped in dragon energy. summoning a massive dragon head that collided with the blade. The power was equally formidable. Evil Light Wave Sword. 3 formidable attacks struck almost simultaneously, precisely impacting 3 stone guardians. Boom, boom, boom. The once indomitable statues crumbled under the force of their combined onslaught, shattering like fragile foam. What on earth? The 8 disciples of the Ma family were left utterly astonished. Who is this divine savior that has come to their rescue? When they discerned that the newcomers were none other than Yi Qiu and his companions from the old soldier martial arts school, expressions of surprise and joy adorned their faces. It's the people from the old soldier martial arts school, Ma Xiaoshui exclaimed with delight. With the addition of Yi Qiu, Lin Mo, and Chun Fan, 3 formidable allies, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In less than 5 minutes, all remaining stone statue guardians were vanquished without a trace. Incredible, they marveled. The prowess of the old soldier martial arts school was astounding. Foes that had proven too difficult for them to handle were dispatched with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Brothers from the old soldier martial arts school, we are truly grateful. Ma Xiaojing approached, clasping his fists in appreciation. Had you not arrived just in time, we may have suffered severe losses. Ma Xiaoshui expressed, his heart racing with gratitude. Yi Qiu waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile. No need for such formalities. My young brother, your father once offered a price to extricate us from peril. Hence, it is only natural that we lend our assistance now. He paused, casting a glance at the pristine starry spirit pool, and continued, this spirit pool shall be for the Ma family brothers to utilize. There ought to be several more pools within these ruins. We shall proceed to other locations. What? The Ma family's members were profoundly moved by this declaration. The generosity and righteousness of the old soldier martial arts school were truly remarkable. Not only had they intervened to assist, but they were also willing to relinquish the hard-won spoils of victory. What magnanimity and grace! Brother Yi Qiu, brothers and sisters of the martial arts school, thank you. Ma Xiaojing said earnestly, hands pressed together. This favor will not be forgotten by the Ma family. In the future, should you require our services, we shall never decline. All right, Yi Qiu responded, mimicking the speech style of the Northeasterners. Lin Chuan had achieved his objective. Unlike the aloofness of the Luo family, the Northeastern Ma family was straightforward, valuing loyalty and camaraderie, worthy of deep connections. After bidding farewell to the Ma family, the members of the old soldier martial arts school set forth once more, heading towards the next location of the spirit pool. 2 hours later, they forged ahead, cutting through obstacles and continually absorbing the energy of the spirit pools. Traversing the bone forest, they arrived at a secluded valley. This was the very site where Xia Qianli had initially guided them. Concealed within was a vast, starry spirit pool, its luminous aura captivating and awe-inspiring. Wow, this is enormous. It's akin to a grand lake. Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. This must have accumulated over several millennia. Yi Qiu remarked, this place has required immense effort for us to reach. During previous awakenings of the ruins, it is likely that few have ever made it this far. Excellent. Now it is all ours. Lin, she expressed joyfully. The energy here, once we utilize it, could likely suffice for thousands to undergo physical purification. Indeed. Yet we must remain vigilant, Chun Fan cautioned, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, confirming the absence of danger. As per our usual practice, let us proceed. Yi Qiu declared, once we secure this entirely, our martial arts school will thrive. The veteran martial arts hall intended to gather as much as possible within the limited time, planning to absorb and refine it upon their return. Lin Mo and Lin, she advanced once more, activating the devouring ancestral talisman to begin extracting the primordial energy of the stars from the celestial pool. This time, the vast lake, spanning hundreds of acres, required an extensive period for absorption. After over 10 minutes, the energy density of the star lake showed little change. Just then, several formidable auras swiftly approached from the entrance of the cave. It was the Chao family. After the first spiritual pool had been contaminated, they had been searching for new targets, only to discover that each one had been drained in advance. How unfortunate! Every location they encountered had already been claimed. How many families had entered this time? only to find everything absorbed. Qiao Ying exclaimed, "Look over there." The 9 members of the Qiao family stumbled upon Lin Mo and Lin Shi as they utilized the devouring ancestral talisman to siphon energy from the lake. What is that? Such a vast star lake. There are people. Upon seeing the 2 dark whirlpools of energy in Lin Mo and Lin Shi's palms, Qiao Ying's pupils constricted violently. They could directly extract the essence of the spiritual pool. What an extraordinary treasure. Boss, that talisman seems to be the legendary devouring ancestral talisman, exclaimed a well-informed disciple of the Qiao family, his voice trembling. Moreover, judging by its might, it was certainly not an ordinary imitation, but at least of heavenly tier. The breaths of Qiao Ying and the others became exceedingly heavy, their eyes igniting with insatiable greed. A heavenly tier ancestral talisman is something even 7th realm powers covet immensely. Should one suddenly appear on the market, it could incite conflict among factions. And now there were two items that were likely treasures of heavenly tier or higher. They must seize them. Possessing these would far surpass the value of the star pool. Furthermore, with the Qiao family members right outside, even if they were to snatch it from their hands, the veteran martial arts hall would undoubtedly dare not oppose them after they exited. They had even brought forth the Blue Lion ship. A full-force cannon strike from the Blue Lion ship equated to the mightiest blow of a 7th realm expert. Who would dare to act recklessly? The heavens do not bestow without reason. This is a compensation granted to our Qiao family. Those 2 worthless progeny of the veteran martial arts hall lack virtue and are unworthy of possessing such treasures. Qiao Ying resolved firmly in his heart, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. These treasures rightfully belong to my Qiao family. Chapter 55. It turns out that little Do Ding is the strongest. Having made up his mind, Qiao Ying ceased all frivolous chatter. In his view, Lin Chuan's child was utterly unworthy of such an opportunity. Seizing their possessions seemed both justifiable and reasonable. Form a formation. Blue Lion, suppress the heavens. Qiao Ying bellowed. The 9 disciples of the Qiao family moved without hesitation. In an instant, they shifted their positions, coalescing into an arcane battle array. A resonant hum echoed as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, converging in midair to materialize into a formidable lion of vibrant blue energy, towering over 10 meters in height. This azure lion exuded a lifelike presence. It let out a deafening roar that reverberated with menacing ferocity, lunging towards Lin Mo, who was in the midst of absorbing energy. Qiao Ying's intentions were clear. To prevent the veterans of the Martial Arts Academy from escaping, he needed to seize the ancestral talisman without delay. The families of the imperial capital were indeed tyrannical. Upon recognizing the intruders, Yi Qiu cursed vehemently. Then, flanking Chun Fan on either side, they charged forward simultaneously. Chun Fan, having merged with the Thunderbolt rune, moved with remarkable speed, taking the lead. With lightning crackling around him, a fierce sword intent surged forth. Heavenly thunder, evil light, slash. As he swung his sword, a massive purple sword aura, entwined with black lightning, collided violently with the energy lion. The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the valley. The energy lion was thrust back, emitting an enraged roar, while Chun Fan was jolted by the tremendous backlash, his blood surging. The Blue Lion, summoned by the 9 elite disciples of the Qiao family, possessed a might nearing the pinnacle of the 5th realm. For a moment, the 2 forces were evenly matched. Kill! The remaining 8 disciples of the Qiao family also sprang into action. Their objective was clear: to circumvent Chun Fan and attack Lin Mo and Lin Shi, severing their hands to seize the talisman. Not a chance. Yi Qiu snorted coldly, resembling a phantom as he actively confronted the 8 assailants. The 1,000 mechanisms umbrella in his hand transformed rapidly into a massive shield, a long spear, and a war crossbow. He faced 8 adversaries single-handedly, showing no signs of faltering. Meanwhile, Qiao Ying, overseeing the formation, furrowed his brow deeper with each passing moment. He had never anticipated that the disciples of the veteran martial arts academy would possess such terrifying combat prowess. If this continued, not only would they struggle to seize the treasure, but winning the battle itself would become a daunting challenge. This won't do. Qiao Ying's gaze shifted towards Lin Shi and Lin Qing. Narrowing his eyes, he discreetly signaled 3 of his kin beside him, directing them with a covert gesture. Go, circumvent, and capture that girl holding the child. In his eyes, Lin Qing was the weakest link among them. If they could seize the little one as a hostage, it would deter the veterans from acting recklessly. Those 2 heavenly-grade ancestral talismans would then be within their grasp. The 3 disciples understood the unspoken command, stealthily withdrawing from the battlefield. Like 3 venomous serpents, they slithered through the earth, making their way towards Lin Mo and Lin Shi. After the onset of the battle, Lin Mo and Lin Shi had momentarily ceased absorbing energy, positioning little Qing'er protectively behind them. At this moment, Lin Shi stood vigilant, one hand protectively cradling his younger sister. Xiao Qing'er, take action. Capture that little imp. 3 shadowy figures abruptly emerged from the ground, their sights set squarely on Xiao Qing, who gazed curiously at the unfolding chaos in Lin Shi's embrace. A sense of dread washed over Lin Shi, his complexion paling as he instinctively prepared to unleash a talisman. However, the assailants were equally swift, closing in from 3 directions, leaving Lin Shi with little time to react. It seemed as though the Qiao family would soon prevail. Just as the situation appeared dire, a cataclysmic force descended, an indescribable pressure that froze the very souls of all present. Eek! Xiao Qing'er, nestled in Lin Shi's arms, clutched her head and emitted a small cry. In the next instant, a pitch-black dimensional rift tore open behind her without warning, revealing a profound abyss as if connecting to another realm. Following this, a pair of hands, as white as jade, grasped the edges of the rift, widening it further. From within emerged a stunning elven woman, draped in a violet ceremonial robe, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of noble elegance. Her elongated ears and skin adorned with magical runes complemented her icy blue eyes, which surveyed the battlefield with indifference. It was Ivila, the elven guardian Lin Chuan had once summoned to protect Xiao Qing'er. As danger loomed, she appeared instantly as a guardian spirit. What on earth? The 3 Qiao family disciples stood in shock, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this extraordinary woman. Ivila paid them no heed. She raised her delicate hand and gracefully waved it. Instantly, an overwhelming chill radiated from her, engulfing the area. The 3 assailants were immediately encased in ice, their forms transformed into frozen sculptures. Then, a flicker of purple lightning danced at Ivila's fingertips. Annihilate, she commanded, sending forth 3 slender bolts of electricity that struck the ice sculptures with pinpoint accuracy. With a series of explosive cracks, the sculptures shattered into countless fragments. Silence enveloped the scene. The color drained from Qiao Ying's face upon witnessing the destruction of his companions, a chilling dread coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head. What was this monstrosity? The very being he had deemed the weakest link, a mere child meant to be exploited, had turned out to be the most formidable and daunting presence in the arena. With a mere thought, she summoned forth an elven archmage of at least the 5th realm, nearing the pinnacle of the 6th. This was no ordinary battle. It was a descent into chaos. Flee. We must escape at once. This singular thought consumed Qiao Ying's mind. All notions of family honor and camaraderie were cast aside in the face of death's terror. As one of the most favored young masters of the Qiao family, he had yet to savor the fruits of his privilege, and he refused to perish in such a wretched place. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to flee. Qiao Ying turned and fled, callously abandoning his comrades who were still engaged in combat with Yiqiu. Yet, how could Yiqiu allow him such an opportunity? Attempting to escape? Did he consult me first? The 1,000 mechanisms umbrella slipped from Yiqiu's grasp, carving an eerie arc through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of black lightning that surged ahead. Thud! Qiao Ying felt a chill grip his heart as an irresistible force thrust him violently against the rock face of the valley. Ack! The excruciating pain elicited a scream, his struggles infused with terror and desperation. No, please don't kill me. Qiao Ying was utterly panicked, rambling incoherently in his pleas for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare my life. My father is a powerful elder of the Chao family. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Techniques, elixirs, star coins. Just let me go, and I will give you anything. Chun Fan approached him, and the words he uttered chilled Chao Ying to the core. I want a life. The moment the words fell, Chun Fan's sword flickered with a cold light. Swish! A pristine head soared into the air, spinning a few times before landing heavily on the ground. Its face still etched with a haunting expression of pain and terror. With Chao Ying's demise, the energy blue lion, conjured by the formation, let out a mournful cry, dissipating into countless specks of light. The remaining 5 disciples of the Chao family were left pale and shaken. This adversary was far beyond their capabilities. They contemplated fighting back, but their resistance was nearly futile. Ivila snapped her fingers, unleashing a barrage of ice crystal energy projectiles that overwhelmed them with sheer might, each one resulting in a fatal blow. After confirming that Xiao Qianli was unharmed, Ivila spoke, "Little master, the restrictions here prevent me from staying longer. I must withdraw." "Okay. Goodbye, Sister Ivila," Xiao Qianli nodded. Ivila bowed to her and then vanished from sight. "Xiao Qianli, you are incredibly powerful. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin, she exclaimed as she lifted her sister in her arms and kissed her. No wonder father wanted her to enter. She initially thought Xiao Qianli would be a burden. Little did she know, it was Xiao Qianli, with her summoning abilities, who was the strongest among them. Yichio chuckled. "I thought Master instructed us to protect Xiao Qianli, but it turns out she has been quietly safeguarding us all along." "Impressive," Chun Fan praised. Hee. Surrounded by compliments, Xiao Qianli shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with her thumbs in front of her. "I'll clean up the battlefield." Lin Mo stepped forward, collecting the storage rings from the 9 Chao family disciples, leaving none behind. After a thorough count, he was overjoyed. "I've struck gold." The combined worth of the items in these 9 storage rings amounted to nearly 300 million star coins. Chun Fan remarked, "No wonder they're disciples of a prominent family in the imperial capital. They're wealthy indeed." Xia Qianli chuckled mischievously, exclaiming, kill. Rob. Lin Shi's expression turned to one of amusement. After all, children often mimic what they see, and he hoped she wouldn't be led astray. Meanwhile, outside, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the Blue Lion and Yellow Dragon ships lay in ruin, their hulls riddled with numerous dents and belching thick plumes of smoke. The ammunition on both sides had nearly been depleted, and they were poised for a brutal collision. "All combat personnel, prepare for boarding. Let us go in and eliminate them." Lin He and Chao Xiu simultaneously issued their final commands. The vessels were set for the most primal and savage form of hand-to-hand combat, in the Blue Lion's bridge. At that moment of palpable tension, Chao Xiu's 9 soul tokens, representative of the Chao family disciples, shattered one by one. Crack. What is happening? They're all dead. The look on Chao Xiu's face froze, as if struck by lightning, leaving him rooted to the spot. He had sent in the most elite 9 disciples of the Chao family, yet not a single one had survived. What had transpired within? A wave of fury and sorrow surged within him, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he shuddered, forcing himself to regain a semblance of rationality. No, the 4 members of the Lin family had also perished. Now, his 9 men had also met a similar fate. There was undoubtedly something amiss in this relic. That fool Lin, he must have been used as a pawn. "Cease fire. Everyone, cease fire," Chao Xiu bellowed. At that moment, Lin He charged forward with the family's death warriors. "Chao Xiu, do you have any last words?" "Lin He, you insufferable wretch, calm yourself," Chao Xiu roared. "All 9 disciples from my Chao family perished. We've been played." "What do you mean? Your people also perished?" Lin He was momentarily taken aback. Logically, the Meteor Sea relic was documented and not particularly hazardous. Moreover, each family possessed maps, and while there had been casualties in the past, complete annihilation was unheard of. The primary purpose of this place was to harness the power of the stars. Yet, this time was indeed extraordinarily abnormal. The members of the Chao family had also met their demise. This was illogical. Thus, It seemed that the Lin family members were not the ones responsible for the Chao family's deaths. Chapter 56. The conclusion of the meteoric secret realm. Lin, he pondered. Is what you say true? He was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Had the members of the Chao family perished as well? It seemed implausible. Could it be that the true perpetrator lay elsewhere? Observing the astonishment etched upon Lin He's face, Chao Xiao recognized the bewilderment that had ensnared him. Once Lin He regained his composure, Chao Xiao, with an accusatory finger pointed at him, unleashed a torrent of vehement invective. Lin He, you absolute fool! You brainless imbecile! I told you long ago that we were not the culprits. Yet you refused to listen. And now, look at the consequences. My Chao family has lost 2 esteemed 7th Realm elders. Our starship has sustained over 70% damage, and numerous disciples have perished. How shall we account for this? What do you propose? The losses incurred by the Blue Lion were staggering, and to fully restore it would cost an amount nearly equivalent to purchasing a new vessel. The financial blow exceeded 1,000 billion star coins, compounded by the demise of 2 7th Realm elders and several martial artists from the family. This burden was too great for Chao Xiao to bear alone, and he sought to place the blame squarely upon the Lin family. However, the chaos had indeed been wrought by Lin He's reckless actions. Faced with Chao Xiao's furious tirade, Lin He's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his throat constricting in trepidation. He realized, perhaps for the first time, that he had truly been manipulated. Reflecting upon the events with a clearer mind revealed an unsettling pattern. The Lin family disciples had just met their demise, and the Chao family members were conveniently nearby. It was a coincidence too fortuitous to be mere chance. Who was behind this machination? Who was orchestrating their downfall from shadows? The first visage that flitted through Lin He's mind was that of Lin Chuan, with a playful smirk adorning his face. Could it be him? Yet it seemed implausible. Lin Chuan had always been earnest, yearning to return to the Lin family. Each year, he had dutifully returned the resources bestowed upon him by the Martial God Alliance. No, something had changed. This year, he had not submitted any resources back to the family. Could he have discovered that it was Lin He who had poisoned him, causing his defeat in the Starry Arena? A chill coursed through Lin He as he considered this possibility. Could Lin Chuan have truly unraveled the truth? The thought sent waves of fear coursing through him. But wait, why should he be afraid? He had already been rendered powerless, merely accompanied by a few strong allies. Lin He steadied his thoughts, secretly chastising himself for being so easily intimidated by someone he deemed a failure. Lin Chuan had a formidable demon guardian by his side, preventing Lin He from taking any confrontational action. All he could do was wait for everyone to emerge. Eventually, Lin He returned to the Huanglong, enduring a lengthy 6-hour wait. The time for the relic's opening was drawing to a close. The vast spatial vortex began to pulse violently once more. The exit of the relic was on the brink of closure. All disciples who had ventured into the secret realm began to emerge one by one. The members of the Ma family emerged, their faces aglow with triumph. "Father, we have returned. How was the harvest?" Ma Xiaoshui exclaimed. "Hee hee. The star spirit pool is truly remarkable. After just a few hours, my physical form has been enhanced at least 3-fold, and the quality of my spiritual energy has quadrupled." Ma Xiaojiang shook his arm and replied, "I didn't gain as much. My enhancement is only about 40%. That's because your base is substantial, from 1 to 2, and from 9 to 10. While both are increases of 1, the former represents a doubling. Good lad, I shall prepare a chicken leg stew for you when we return home." The elderly cultivator clad in a yin-yang robe eagerly awaited the safe return of his 2 disciples. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, you have returned." "Yes, master." "Excellent, excellent." A considerable number of disciples from various factions had also secured the opportunities they desired. However, some emerged empty-handed, bearing injuries. The nature of such secret realms is that there are gains and losses, entirely reliant on one's skill and fortune. Only the Lin and Chao families returned with nothing, having lost numerous disciples in the process. As for the Luo family, their harvest was meager as well. Soon, the 5 members of the old soldier martial arts hall emerged from the vortex. Lin He's gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixed intently upon them. He meticulously scrutinized their auras repeatedly. However, the outcome astonished him. The 5 individuals, aside from appearing somewhat fatigued, exhibited stable auras. They lacked the distinctive, surging, and pure remnants of star power one would expect after soaking in the star spirit pool. In fact, apart from Lin Mo and Lin, she experiencing slight improvements. The others showed little change. How is this possible? Did they not access the star spirit pool? Linny pondered. One must understand that those who have soaked in the star spirit pool carry a halo of star power that lasts at least a week before dissipating. These 5 are completely devoid of any traces. What on earth is happening? Did they enter not for the star spirit pool? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. They must have lacked a map, causing them to wander aimlessly after entering and thus secure nothing. His own disappointment lingered. But witnessing the old soldier martial arts hall's similar misfortune alleviated Lin He's spirits slightly. Yet, reflecting on the matter, he wondered if it wasn't Lin Chuan's machinations. Then who could it be? After all, both the Lin and Chao families possessed maps. If it were the old soldier martial arts hall who acted with their maps, they should have located the star spirit pool. Thus, Lin He dismissed the possibility of the old soldier martial arts hall being involved. But among the factions present, who else would dare to conspire against both the Lin and Chao families? Just as Lin He was engulfed in confusion, the entrance to the secret realm sealed shut. The members of the Chao and Lin families indeed failed to emerge, confirming that they had all perished within, and it was not merely an error with the soul tokens. Chao Xiu's voice resounded once more. Lin He, I shall remember this debt today on behalf of the Chao family. You wait. Upon our return to the capital, I will collaborate with the elders of my clan and personally visit your Lin family to demand an explanation. With that, he paid no further heed to Lin He and issued a direct command. Set sail. Return to the capital. The battered blue lion, shrouded in thick smoke, turned its course and departed in disarray. As he watched the Chao family retreat, Lin He felt an icy chill envelop his heart. He understood that the enmity between the 2 families had been irrevocably sealed. He had committed a grave transgression. How would he face his family upon returning? It was important to note that Lin Chuan was not the only one who feared their father, Lin Tianqing. Lin He, along with the other children of the Lin clan, harbored a deep-seated trepidation towards him. Soon, everyone vacated the ruins, and the once bustling expanse became eerily desolate. Director Lin, Brother Mo, until we meet again, we shall also return to Luo City. Until next time, Lin Chuan smiled as he waved goodbye. After watching the Ma family's starship disappear into the distance, Lin Chuan felt elated, for he was aware that Lin Mo and Lin, she had depleted an entire lake of celestial resources accumulated over millennia. The total amount was sufficient to bestow a baptism of stars upon 100,000 disciples. Let's return as well. Indeed, the golden veteran ship once more ignited its engines, leisurely vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 57. The reactions of the Lin and Luo families. In the imperial capital, at the Lin family estate, as the Huanglong aircraft had just landed, Lin He had yet to tend to his wounds when an elder, who had been waiting, summoned him to the family's deliberation hall. A chill ran through Lin He. It was evident that his father had been informed of everything. Upon entering the hall, an atmosphere of suffocating tension enveloped him. Several family elders stood to either side, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. At the center of the hall, a broad silhouette remained, clad in a simple azure robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at a painting of a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Though he exuded no discernible aura, that mere figure instilled within Lin He a terror akin to the collapse of a mountain. His face paled instantly. Father. Lin He's voice trembled as he extended his greeting. Lin Tianqing, the resolute patriarch of the Lin family, turned to face him. Tall and appearing to be in his 40s, he possessed an elegant demeanor, adorned with a salt and pepper beard reminiscent of Wu Xiaobo. Such a beard, whether purely black or white, would be unremarkable. Only the blend of both could evoke a sense of profound sagacity. Has the great contributor returned? Lin Tianqing spoke with a calmness that belied the weight of his words, striking Lin He like a heavy hammer upon his heart. It was my blunder. Father, punish me as you see fit. Lin He averted his gaze, unable to meet his father's eyes. Punishment is meant to guide you towards improvement. But tell me, Do you believe that a fool such as yourself has the capacity for change? Lin Tianqing's voice rose in intensity. For core direct descendants have perished in the Meteor Sea secret realm. While such occurrences are beyond your control, how could you be so foolish as to engage in open conflict with the Chao family without any concrete evidence? You are a disgrace. Do you understand? The Lin family is negotiating with the Chao family to jointly develop the commercial hub of the 7-star region. If successful, it could multiply our wealth tenfold over the next century, yielding trillions of star coins annually. And now, all of this has been ruined by your incompetence. Kneel before me. Lin He's legs weakened, yet the humiliation and indignation within him compelled him to hold his ground, unwilling to kneel. After all, he was the acting patriarch, the vice head of the Lin family. To kneel before so many elders and disciples would be to sacrifice his dignity. Moreover, it had only been 4 individuals who entered. And was it not his father's erroneous command that had led to the unwarranted loss of 5-star C tokens? Had the Lin family entered with 9 members, they might have been able to form a battle array, potentially averting such calamities. Lin Tianqing, what are you doing? At that moment, a sharp and urgent voice pierced through the tension. A woman of grace and elegance approached swiftly. It was Lu Yun, Lin He's mother. She resolutely shielded Lin He behind her and sternly admonished Lin Tianqing. Lin He is grown. He is the acting head of the family, representing the future dignity of the Lin clan. How dare you compel him to kneel in public? Furthermore, he has been schemed against. In the aftermath of such a significant incident in the Meteor Sea, he was momentarily overwhelmed and fell victim to others' treachery. Victimized? Lin Tianqing scoffed with rage. Had he possessed even the slightest bit of wisdom, he would not have been so easily incited. A fool, manipulated like a pawn, and you dare provide him excuses? Upon witnessing Lin He's defiance, standing firm against his authority, Lin Tianqing's fury intensified. The loss of control over Lin Chuan was one matter, but this insubordination was an affront he could not tolerate. Am I no longer able to govern you, Lin He? The fire of wrath within him erupted completely. In this family, his word was law. No one could challenge his authority. He seized a long whip crafted from the hide of a ferocious beast from a nearby weapons rack. You wretched child, how dare you defy me? I shall not cease until you kneel before me. Lin Tianqing was truly enraged. Whoosh! The whip sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, landing brutally upon Lin He. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Lin He's face, flesh torn and bloodied. Ah! Lin He cried out in agony, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground in a plea for mercy. Father, I was wrong. Lin Tianqing, have you lost your mind? Lu Yun shrieked, attempting to intervene. Step aside. Lin Tianqing forcefully shoved her away, resembling a raging lion. A mother's indulgence breeds a useless child. It is your pampering that has cultivated his arrogance and incompetence. Crack, crack, crack. The whip descended like rain, each strike imbued with the terrifying power of a 7th-level master. Leaving Lin He bloodied and howling in pain. The elders and disciples within the hall fell silent, their hearts racing with fear. The authority of the family head was unmistakably displayed in that moment. Lin He's heart brimmed with resentment and hatred, yet he dared not resist, nor reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. He could only huddle on the ground, allowing the whip to utterly shatter his dignity. Stop! Please stop! Lin Tianqing, I beg you. Lu Yun wailed as she knelt on the floor. I will cover the cost for repairing both family starships. I will pay for everything. Just cease this. Lu Yun, despite her flaws, was undeniably devoted to her son. She was quite affluent, as her family was one of the directors of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce within the Stellar Trade Group. The Lin family's current stature was not solely due to Lin Chuan's past accomplishments, but also significantly bolstered by her family's financial support. The rise of a prominent family is invariably a product of both martial prowess and financial strength. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tianqing's whip finally came to a halt. He cast the whip forcefully onto the ground, gazing down at Lin He, who was curled up in a pool of blood, his eyes icy and unyielding. Wretch, do you comprehend your transgressions? Father, I understand my mistakes, Lin he replied, trembling. Should you dare to defy me again, it shall not merely be a matter of a few lashes. I shall sever your legs. Yes, father. At these words, a chill descended upon Lin He's heart. What kind of father is this? A brute indeed. He truly believed Lin Tianqing was capable of such heinous acts, for he was nothing short of a complete psychopath. After a prolonged silence, Lin He finally managed to rise from the ground, his voice hoarse and quivering. Father, I encountered Lin Chuan in the Meteor Sea. The ship he piloted is the same one that the third elder commanded before his disappearance, and he dispatched 5 individuals, which coincidentally matches the 5 tokens we lost. Lin Tianqing's pupils constricted sharply. An indescribable emotion flashed through his eyes, tinged with a hint of fear. Has he restored his powers? No, Lin He shook his head. He remains the same, but it appears he has allied himself with an exceedingly formidable demon race warrior. Upon hearing that Lin Chuan had not regained his strength, Lin Tianqing visibly exhaled in relief, yet his brows remained tightly furrowed. A demon race warrior? This scoundrel dares to consort with demons, and he still harbors hopes of earning my approval? Such delusions. He shall never have the opportunity to return to the Lin family. This wretched little beast, Lin Chuan, was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, which infuriated Lin Tianqing. Meanwhile, in Jinling, at the Luo family estate, the atmosphere in the conference hall was equally grim. The family head, Luo Tianzhong, sat in the main seat with a countenance as cold as water. The hot tea on the table had long lost its warmth. Below him, the elder who had returned from the Meteor Sea bowed his head, recounting all that had transpired. Upon hearing that Yi Qiu had effortlessly dispatched Luo Feng and incapacitated Luo Yunfei with a single blow, even slapping a family elder in public, Luo Tianzhong slammed his palm down, shattering the jade table. Wretches! What a disgrace, a true embarrassment. The elder fell to his knees, imploring, head of the family, please quell your anger. That Yi Qiu possesses an eerie strength. He is certainly not an ordinary third realm warrior. What can a fallen genius possibly achieve? Sitting in the guest seat, holding a whisk and wearing a stern expression, Master Baiyu snorted coldly. The master of Luo Qingwei was a revered elder of the Luo family. After Luo Qingwei ascended to the position of elder at the Heavenly Position Academy, her sect, the Mingyue sect, had fully aligned itself with the Luo family. She had always harbored disdain and contempt for Lin Chuan, believing that his downfall had significantly hindered her disciples' future 3 years ago. Following this, Luo Tianzhong requested a report regarding Lin Chuan and the Old Soldier Martial Arts Academy. The discussion turned to the Old Soldier Martial Arts Academy in Luo City. In recent times, the scale of recruitment has been colossal, with the number of disciples surpassing 30,000. This development has exacerbated the irritability of Master Baiyu. She detests seeing someone like Lin Chuan, whom she holds in contempt, thriving in such a manner. The leading elder added, however, based on my observations, those from the Old Soldier Martial Arts Academy emerged from the ruins without any trace of star power remaining on them. It seems they must have returned empty-handed. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of Luo Tianzhong and Master Baiyu improved slightly. Disorganized rabble, entering without a map, merely flailing about like headless flies. What do they possibly achieve? Master Baiyu scoffed derisively. An elder from the Luo family, known for his analytical prowess, stroked his beard and remarked, that is indeed true. In the exploration of secret realms, intelligence and preparation are paramount. One must understand, the value of 5 tokens is considerable. They must have incurred significant losses this time. Indeed, although everyone verbally agreed, a sense of unease lingered in Luo Tianjing's heart. He was acutely aware that many formidable top-tier forces throughout history often began as inconspicuous small martial arts academies. He certainly did not wish for Lin Chuan, after divorcing his daughter, to flourish and achieve success. If that were the case, would the Luo family not become a laughingstock? Luo Tianjing spoke solemnly. Though Lin Chuan is currently incapacitated, he was once a martial god. If he truly seeks to rise again, could he not establish a force akin to the Martial God Alliance? The analytical elder, upon hearing this, chuckled confidently. The master is overthinking. The old soldier martial arts academy may appear formidable now, with tens of thousands of disciples, yet it's ultimately of little consequence. What do you mean by that? Luo Tianzheng inquired. The elder elaborated. For a force to genuinely develop and flourish, to become a sect as esteemed as our Luo family, or even the Heavenly Academy, what is required? It is comprehensive strength. It requires a diverse reserve of talents. Just like a top-tier academy cannot solely offer a combat course, it must also encompass alchemy, weapon forging, formations, talismans, intelligence, commerce, and various other subjects to cultivate a wide array of talents, thereby forming a complete and robust system. But what are the old soldier martial arts academy? Only Lin Chuan and that formidable being from the demon race constitute their faculty. The others are merely his hired thugs. Even if Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary abilities, how many disciples could he truly instruct? How much variety could he impart? This analysis was clear and thorough, resonating with everyone present in the hall, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Robert is correct. Lin Chuan is, at best, a brute, producing only a horde of brawlers. At most, the future of the old soldier martial arts academy is that of a mere thug gang. With just Lin Chuan, it is absolutely impossible for him to establish a grand sect. After hearing this, Master Baiyu's disdain deepened. Ultimately, they are but mud that cannot be molded to rise. The decision made by Qingwei to part ways with him was undoubtedly the wisest choice of her life. The opinions of the masses have allowed Luo Tianzheng to finally relinquish his concerns. Indeed, he had been overly apprehensive. The martial arts academy established by Lin Chuan is merely a fleeting illusion of prosperity. Lacking depth, it cannot cultivate a true legacy. Chapter 58. Return to the Seven Realms. City of Luo. In the prestigious old soldier martial arts hall, Lin Mo and Lin Shi have entrusted all the stellar energy contained within their ancestral talismans to Lin Chuan. Considering a typical individual's usage, the energy reserves are sufficient to sustain over 1,009,000 practitioners. The efficacy of the stellar elixir for body tempering is most pronounced upon its initial application. Subsequent uses yield diminishing returns. This aligns with the Taoist principle of fleeting encounters, where rare elixirs and spiritual substances exhibit their best effects only upon first use, thereafter becoming largely ineffective. For prodigies like Lin Shi and Lin Mo, a mere 10 portions are adequate to perfectly cleanse their physiques with stellar power. The surplus can be allocated as rewards to those disciples who have made notable contributions within the old soldier martial arts hall. Father, when shall we commence the refining process? Lin Mo inquired. Tomorrow, I will procure 2 advanced cultivation pods from the Martial God Alliance to enhance your absorption. Lin Chuan affectionately ruffled the children's hair, his heart brimming with ambition. With this substantial reservoir of energy, the development of the martial hall is poised to enter a new phase of rapid advancement. The following morning, Lin Chuan immediately reached out to the logistics procurement department of the Martial God Alliance. He invested a staggering 400 million star coins, acquiring 5 sets of the most advanced energy cultivation pods available on the market for 200 million, while utilizing the remaining 200 million to purchase 100 mid-tier pods for the general disciples' use. The efficiency of the Martial God Alliance was remarkable. By that very afternoon, several heavy-duty hovering trucks emblazoned with the Alliance's insignia arrived at the entrance of the old soldier martial arts hall. Leading the delivery was none other than Zhang He, the very individual who had once exchanged the Tianlin treasure pill for Lin Chuan. Commander Lin, Zhang He exclaimed, his face alight with disbelief. I have heard whispers of your martial hall's burgeoning fame in Luo City. I never imagined the business would flourish to such an extent. There must be tens of thousands of disciples now. Observing the bustling activity within the hall, Zhang He felt genuine happiness for Lin Chuan. It's merely a small endeavor. What brings you here? Lin Chuan responded. I just came to see you. Commander Lin, you've recovered? Lin Chuan did not conceal his formidable aura, which left Zhang He astounded. Not only have I recovered, but I am even stronger than before. Zhang He was elated. The overwhelming presence emanating from Lin Chuan, a force capable of astonishing even a formidable 7th realm expert like himself. signified that the commander had finally returned to his zenith. Wonderful. Under Zhang He's direction, the workers from the Martial God Alliance carefully transported the technologically advanced liquid cultivation pods, reminiscent of animated contraptions, into the training hall. However, as Lin Chuan observed the new equipment, his thoughts turned to another pressing matter. While the hardware was gradually catching up, the software, namely the quality of instructors, still fell significantly short. The old soldier martial arts hall, apart from himself, was staffed entirely by members of the demon race, whose teachings were not universally applicable to all disciples, particularly the ordinary ones who found it impossible to grasp the tyrannical techniques of the demon clan. Additionally, Su Wanning reported to him that many parents had brought their children to inquire whether they could learn the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, performance arts like rap, as well as the intricate skills of inscriptions, formations, and the craft of spiritual cultivation. Indeed, the current curriculum of the Martial Arts Academy was overly monotonous. Lin Chuan remarked to Zhang He that it was fortuitous he had arrived, as he too had matters to discuss. "What is it, Commander Lin? Please go ahead," Zhang He encouraged. "Looking at this Martial Arts Academy, aside from combat techniques and some cultivation methods, we are unable to teach anything else. I am considering finding instructors proficient in formations, alchemy, and weapon forging. This would not only enrich the Academy's offerings, but, more importantly, enhance Lin Chuan's daily experience calculations. If there are students learning formations and inscriptions, it would also contribute to his experience points, alleviating his arduous training. It will be a dual benefit, quite delightful." Upon hearing this, Zhang He's eyes sparkled with an idea. "Commander Lin, if you are in need of personnel, I have a suggestion. Since we call ourselves the Veteran Martial Arts Academy, why not summon those old comrades who fought alongside you in the past?" Zhang He had indeed come to the same conclusion as Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was also pondering the idea of recalling his former comrades to make the academy more prosperous. After all, how could a place named the Veteran Martial Arts Academy have only one veteran? Indeed, that is precisely my thought, but I am uncertain of their current whereabouts. "Do you have their addresses or contact details?" Lin Chuan inquired. In the past, he had faced immense backlash online, receiving a barrage of private messages daily. He had become a recluse, further compounded by the insults from online detractors, leading him to deactivate all his social media accounts in hopes of one day returning to the light. Without those accounts, he now lacked the means to locate his former comrades. However, he figured it would not be overly difficult, as he still had connections with individuals like Zhang He to ask for assistance. "Commander Lin, after your incident, our group faced severe suppression. Some became disheartened and returned to mundane lives, while others, like myself, continued to scrape by within the Martial God Alliance. There were also those who ventured to remote planets to become mercenaries," Zhang He explained, as he transmitted a collection of contact addresses and information stored in his personal device to Lin Chuan. "These are the brothers I can still reach. Beyond that, I am unaware. Thank you immensely," Lin Chuan expressed, accepting the invaluable list. "Commander Lin, there is no need for formality between us." Zhang He laughed. "It is getting late, and I have an urgent task awaiting me, so I shall not linger." "Really? You want to stay for dinner before you leave? It seems too hurried." No, the task is pressing. My visit was simply on the way, having learned of your acquisition of the cultivation pods." Zhang He waved his hand, his face adorned with genuine well wishes. "Commander Lin, I wish your academy ever growing in success. May you gather all your old comrades once more." "Indeed, it shall be so." Lin Chuan nodded affirmatively. After bidding farewell to Zhang He, Lin Chuan promptly summoned Yi Qiu and the other 4 individuals to the newly installed advanced energy cultivation pods. The silvery cabin, imbued with a futuristic aura, boasts a sleek design and is interconnected with various energy conduits, exuding an air of opulence. Lin Chuan pointed decisively, channeling the surging energy of the starry river into the central energy hub of the cultivation chamber. "Step inside," he instructed his eager 5 disciples. "Master, what is this?" Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. "This is the War God Cultivation Pod, valued at 40 million, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. "With this, not only will you perfectly absorb the power of the stars, but I can also enhance your abilities further. Upon hearing this, the 5 disciples eagerly reclined into their respective pods. As the transparent doors sealed shut, a gentle, blue nutrient solution enveloped them. Lin Chuan approached the energy hub, raising a hand. For these 5 core disciples of the martial arts school, the utmost training was imperative. Qilin treasure technique, Qilin blessing. Lin Chuan formed intricate hand seals, and a miniature yet majestic golden Qilin phantom flashed momentarily in his palms. With a hum, he pressed his hands upon the hub, and golden Qilin runes surged into the energy conduits, merging flawlessly with the resplendent essence of stellar power. Enhanced by the Qilin blessing, the already pure stellar energy transformed into a more sacred and gentle force, as if imbued with a living spirit. This energy, upon entering the human body, would face no rejection, allowing for perfect absorption at 100% efficiency. Within the energy chamber, Yi Qiu and his companions felt an incredibly warm and comforting energy coursing through their limbs, nurturing their bodies and souls. Each of them began to emit a soft, ethereal glow, undergoing a magnificent transformation. Chun Fan's body rippled with energy, while Yi Qiu's form shimmered brilliantly. Lin Mo and Lin Shi, having consumed Qilin blood, resonated with the Qilin runes, their heads adorned with swirling Qilin phantoms. As for the most talented Xia Qianli, she felt supremely comfortable, stretching her petite body within the pod, murmuring contentedly as if dreaming of delightful delicacies. This baptism lasted a full 3 hours. Upon emerging from their pods, they felt entirely rejuvenated. How astonishing! Yigu exclaimed. The fleeting sensation I felt after rapidly devouring upgrades has vanished completely. Lin Mo clenched his fists in excitement. Me too. Father is incredible. He has solidified our foundations. Lin Shi declared with enthusiasm. Yi Qiu remarked, I feel exceptionally refreshed. Both my strength and spiritual energy have nearly quintupled. Chun Fan added, I feel the same. I must be the strongest in Chun village now. Though he had only reached the 3rd realm's completion, he believed even the village chief of the 4th realm would not stand a chance against him. That night, Lin Chuan sat cross-legged in his room. It's time to begin the assessment, he concluded. The system has amassed a wealth of cultivation, and today I shall ascend to the 7th realm in the most magnificent manner. The system's settlement notification chimes. Ding. Commencing settlement. Your disciple Yi Qiu has undergone the starry baptism enhanced by the Qilin method, solidifying his foundation perfectly, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, your physical strength has been elevated. Your disciple Chun Fan, through the starry baptism empowered by the Qilin method, has triggered a 1,300-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host, your Thunder Path spiritual vein has been reinforced, greatly enhancing your affinity for the power of thunder. Your son Lin Mo, after experiencing the starry baptism enriched by the Qilin method, has triggered a 5,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual energy has doubled in potency. Your daughter Lin Shi, through the starry baptism enhanced by the Qilin method, has triggered a 7,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual power has been reinforced, and the quality of your mental strength has doubled. Your youngest daughter, Lin Qing, after undergoing the starry baptism augmented by the Qilin method, has triggered a staggering 9,999-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Dharma manifestation. The Qilin Dharma manifestation. You have extracted the cultivation effects of your master Xia Qianli, ex-wife Luo Qingwei, employee Mo Lin, for children, 2 direct disciples, and 600 disciples. The cultivation return has triggered a 1,500-fold critical hit. Boom! It has begun. Were it not for Lin Chuan possessing the chaos body, such a tremendous influx of energy would have undoubtedly caused him to explode beyond measure. In that instant, all energy and insights surged forth like a flood bursting through a dam. Lin Chuan felt the shackles within him shatter in an instant. His aura began to rise exponentially. He transcended the 5 elements realm and ascended to the Dharma body realm once more. Yet, it did not cease upon reaching the 1st celestial layer. It continued to transcend. The sheer magnitude of this energy was overwhelming boundless and abundant. Mid-stage of the seventh realm. Pinnacle of the mid-stage of the seventh realm. Perfected pinnacle of the mid-stage of the seventh realm. Late stage of the seventh realm. Boom! An aura, far more formidable than his previous peak, erupted from within him. The chaos body operates thus. For instance, expending 1,000 experience points can lead to a breakthrough, and expending 10 million can also yield the same result. The greater the cultivation expenditure, the more it can be transformed into the foundations of various laws, solidifying the base even further. Lin Chuan had never rushed to break through, aiming instead to forge the strongest foundation and create the most powerful transformation. It is accomplished. Who? Lin Chuan set up a formation, rendering the outside world quiet. He opened his eyes, feeling the surging, oceanic power within him, operating with ease. A genuine smile graced his face. I have returned, finally returned, once again, to the seventh realm. Moreover, stronger than at the peak of yesteryear. Realm, late stage of the seventh realm. Foundation, the eternal, divine body. The foundation of the chaos body. Treasure technique. Qianli treasure technique of celestial level, in addition to a plethora of techniques above the Saint King level. In his hand, he grasped an imperial level, devouring ancestral talisman. His eyes shone with the chaos immortal pupil. Power more formidable. Spirit more condensed. The sensation of reclaiming what was lost, transcending the past, filled Lin Chuan with exuberance, compelling him to unleash a triumphant roar. Yet, he refrained, mindful that the hasty arrangement of the formation might lead to unintended consequences for the great Xia Empire. The sea stretches endlessly, with the heavens as its shore. As I ascend the pinnacle of mountains, I stand as the peak. I have already journeyed further and higher than in my previous life. Chapter 59. The fate of old subordinates with his strength restored to its zenith. Lin Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease. In the brief span of less than a month since his rebirth, he had ascended to heights unattainable in his previous life. This time, Lin Chuan vowed to rectify all past regrets. He would not allow his master to die in solitude, nor would he permit the children to perish before his eyes in succession. Of course, this did not imply that he would distance himself from them. This time, Lin Chuan possessed the power to safeguard all that he cherished. He would seek out his former adversaries from his past life and settle the scores one by one. However, it was now midnight, and the most pressing matter was rest. He needed to rejuvenate his spirit, for there were tasks to be accomplished the following day. Thus, he resolved to sleep, with plans to reunite with his old comrades the next day to introduce new courses at the martial arts school. The following day, Lin Chuan commenced the implementation of his ambitious plan to expand the martial arts school, enlisting new recruits. The list provided by Zhang, he contained the information of several former subordinates. Some were located in distant corners of the world, even on colonies of other planets, making immediate contact impossible. Lin Chuan decided to begin with those who were nearer. Naturally, he understood that each person had their own aspirations, and he would not coerce anyone to abandon their careers to join his martial arts endeavor. His first target was the alchemist Xiao Song, affectionately nicknamed Squirrel by his comrades due to his prominent front teeth. As Lin Chuan perused the information on his phone, a smile graced his face. This rascal had opened a pharmaceutical company named Pinecone Pharmaceuticals in Qingzhou after retiring. And coincidentally, Qingzhou was not far from Luo Qingwei, merely 6,000 kilometers away. Lin Chuan promptly decided to visit, accompanied by his trusted aide, Su Wanqing. In the afternoon, a high-speed passenger shuttle landed at Qingzhou Airport. The journey of 6,000 kilometers had taken only half an hour, including the time spent on ticketing. Following the address, the duo took a taxi to an industrial park, arriving at a 5-story building that appeared quite substantial. The roof bore the name Pinecone Pharmaceuticals Limited. However, the company's entrance was firmly locked with a large padlock, and the glass door was adorned with a seal and a notice indicating that operations had been suspended, with a layer of dust accumulating on it. Su Wanqing remarked, "Director, this place has been closed for 2 months. Closed for such an extended period?" Lin Chuan frowned. "Director, let us sit at that restaurant nearby and inquire about it," Su Wanqing suggested, pointing to a Sichuan restaurant close by. "Let us go." Inside the restaurant, business was mediocre. Nevertheless, the prices were not cheap. As the white-collar workers in the industrial park earned a significantly higher average income than those in other regions. Lin Chuan ordered several dishes and then struck up a conversation with the restaurant owner. "Excuse me, I have a query. Why is Pinecone Pharmaceuticals not open?" Upon hearing this, the owner scoffed. "I reckon the boss has run away. That company closed its doors over 2 months ago." Lin Chuan inquired what happened. The boss replied, "What else could it be? The person got carried away, made some money, thought they had the ability, and blindly expanded, only to end up with a broken financial chain. They have owed their employees several months' wages and are rumored to be buried in debt. You see, a person can only earn as much as their understanding allows. They must never recklessly expand. Now, young man, may I inquire about your profession? Are you here to inspect the industrial park?" Lin Chuan, handsome and charismatic, accompanied by a stunningly youthful woman, certainly caught the attention of the restaurant owner, who surmised that this visitor held a position of significance. He dared not provoke him, and thus divulged all he knew and then posed a few eager questions. Lin Chuan paused slightly, his hand gripping the teacup. Owing wages? Running away from debts? This was inconceivable. He was well aware of Qiu Song's character, an exceedingly upright and somewhat rigid man, deeply loyal and valuing his subordinates even above himself. He would rather starve than withhold a single penny from his employees. There must be deeper circumstances at play. "I recently retired from the military," Lin Chuan replied with a smile. After finishing their meal, he and Su Wanqing departed once more, this time heading to Qiu Song's residence, located in a lakeside community in the city. However, the man was not home. Lin Chuan and Su Wanqing settled down in a small pavilion at the entrance of the building to wait quietly. As dusk fell, a weary-looking woman, her face haggard and dark circles under her eyes, returned from outside the community, holding a bag of groceries and accompanied by a young boy of about 7 or 8. The woman's expression was one of exhaustion, while the boy kept his head down in silence, a bandage wrapped around his head, stained with traces of blood near his ears. "They must be the ones," Lin Chuan murmured as he approached them. "Hello, are you a family member of Qiu Song?" Upon hearing the name Qiu Song, the woman flinched, her body tensing like a startled rabbit, and she eyed Lin Chuan warily. "I don't know any Qiu Song. You have the wrong person." She grabbed her son and attempted to bypass Lin Chuan, hastening her departure. Her reaction only solidified Lin Chuan's suspicions. "You need not be afraid. My name is Lin Chuan, a comrade of Qiu Song from years past." Lin Chuan spoke with a gentle sincerity. "Sister-in-law, we are not here to collect debts," Su Wanqing added softly. The woman's steps faltered, and she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Lin Chuan once more. Indeed, Lin Chuan's visage seemed vaguely familiar to her, as if she had seen him somewhere before. It dawned on her. It was the photograph her husband had treasured for many years. The man before her was the one standing in the center, surrounded by a group of people. Although that photograph was taken over a decade ago, the man before her seemed unchanged, even more youthful and spirited than he had been back then. That photograph was a source of pride for her husband, displayed in a position of greater honor than their wedding photo. The young boy exclaimed, "You are the great martial god of the Xia dynasty, the heroic figure my father often speaks of." It truly is Lin Chuan. Upon confirming Lin Chuan's identity, the woman's taut emotions instantly unraveled. All her aids and resilience crumbled in an instant. She covered her face, sank to the ground, and, unable to suppress her long-buried feelings any longer, began to sob, tears streaming down like rain. "Mom, what's wrong?" The little boy, startled, clutched his mother's arm and wept alongside her. Lin Chuan and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, both feeling a weight in their hearts. After a considerable time, the woman's emotions began to stabilize. She wiped her tears and, in a hoarse voice, recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Qiu Song had developed a body-refining pill that significantly enhanced the cultivation speed of low-tier martial artists. Thanks to a special formula, the efficacy of the elixir was remarkable, leading the company to flourish. However, their formula caught the attention of Qianshan Group, the largest enterprise in Qingzhou. Qianshan Group sent representatives to forcibly acquire the formula. Yet, Qiu Song was well aware that this corporation was notorious for its enormous annual expenditures on marketing and legal affairs. To maintain high profits, they often cut corners, substituting inferior quality for superior. Handing over the formula would not only jeopardize potential earnings, but could also lead to a reduction in essential yet costly processes, resulting in a heavily toxic refining pill. While it might be potent, excessive consumption could adversely affect a significant number of young people in the Great Xia. This was not a trivial matter. Thus, Qiusong resolutely declined the offer. He preferred to oversee the production line himself, ensuring quality, even if it meant foregoing some profits, rather than compromising the well-being of others. Subsequently, Qianshan Group colluded with the chief of the Qingzhou Spirit Police to ensnare Qiusong. In the high martial era of the Great Xia, the society resembled a blend of semi-feudal bureaucracy and capitalism, rife with royal families, aristocracies, conglomerates, cults, and criminal organizations, all exploiting the common folk. Additionally, there were revived beasts, ancient clans, and malevolent sects, making life for the populace exceedingly harsh, akin to existing within a pressure cooker. This reality compelled even the modestly affluent to send their children to martial arts schools for training, as lacking a martial artist in the family was akin to inviting bullying. Qianshan Group and the chief of the Spirit Police initially deceived Qiusong in assigning a colossal contract laden with hidden traps. They then covertly severed all his raw material supplies, forcing him to take loans to procure materials at exorbitant prices from another source. Ultimately, he failed to deliver on time, nullifying the contract and severing his financial chain, leaving him in substantial debt. Just as Qiusong was figuring out how to raise funds, the Spirit Police showed up at his door, hastily arresting him on charges of contract fraud and malicious debt default. Repaying the debt. Apologies, but our aim is not repayment. We seek your submission. There is no opportunity for negotiation. The Qiu family was left speechless. Even legal action proved futile. The judges in Qingzhou, beholden to the interests of Qianshan Group, were in cahoots with them. Engaging in litigation was utterly pointless. It was a blatant collusion between the conglomerate and the authorities. Lin Chuan was all too familiar with such matters. In the age of high martial arts, numerous prominent families and colossal corporations thrived by colluding with the authorities, ruthlessly annexing smaller clans and enterprises, seizing their secrets, patents, and techniques, thereby rising to power incrementally. With external forces lurking menacingly and internal collusion between officials and businessmen devouring others without remorse, the Great Xia Kingdom, despite its outwardly resplendent facade, was internally in disarray. Qiusong's wife, wiping away her tears, lamented, "I could accept the actions of the Qianshan Group, but I never anticipated that the Spiritual Police Bureau would conspire with them. I have attempted to file lawsuits several times, yet they remain indifferent." In this region, the Qianshan Group reigns supreme. The spiritual police and judges alike are their accomplices. Robbery is defined as the act of forcibly seizing another's property. Anyone who fits this definition is a robber. In the age of high martial arts, there exist various kinds of robbers. Those who traverse the stars, committing highway robbery, are robbers. Similarly, those clad in uniforms who exploit their authority to conspire and plunder the citizens' wealth are also robbers. Qiusong's uncle was driven to suicide, yet their insatiable greed persists. Qiusong has been imprisoned for 2 months, and his current state remains unknown. Chapter 60. The cost of mobilizing my forces upon hearing the lamentations of Qiusong's wife. Su Wanqing's delicate face was suffused with anger, her small tiger teeth grinding ominously. How outrageous! The Qianshan Group has become utterly lawless. She turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Director, do not be anxious. My family still possesses some connections in Qingzhou. My father recently ascended to the 7th realm and has garnered significant acclaim. While the Qianshan Group also has formidable 7th realm experts, I believe they will extend my Su family a measure of courtesy. I shall contact my father immediately, urging him to exert pressure on them to release Brother Qiu at once." In Su Wanqing's view, this was the most prudent and effective course of action, leveraging her family's influence to counterbalance that of their adversaries. However, Lin Chuan shook his head. "No need for such complications. We shall simply demand his release." Su Wanqing's countenance paled. "Director, this is an official force we are dealing with. If we were to go directly to their doorstep and escalate matters, it could lead to dire consequences. If it were merely a corporation, it would be one thing. But it also involves the spirit police. Given your disposition, if you were to unleash chaos within the spirit police, it would surely incite substantial upheaval. Having emerged from a prominent family, she was acutely aware of the taboos inherent in dealing with official powers. The spirit police across various regions are a foundational pillar of the Daxia royal authority. Even her Su family must tread cautiously around the local officials. Wanqing, Lin Chuan turned to her. Remember this. In this era, power is not to be feared. It is brute strength that is truly formidable. When you wield the power that governs all, the various authorities merely become instruments to serve you. His words left Su Wanqing momentarily stunned, prompting her to ponder deeply. At that moment, a few menacing voices echoed through the community. Oh look, the wife of that unscrupulous alchemist. Who is she conversing with? After all this time, does she intend to abscond with the funds? A group of martial artists, clad in standardized uniforms and exuding an air of arrogance, swaggered in. They had been dispatched by the Qianshan group to monitor Qiu Song's wife and child, ensuring they did not flee, as this would hinder their ability to coerce Qiu Song. Upon seeing these individuals, Qiu Song's son burst into tears, trembling as he clung to his mother's leg. Mama, Mama! The sight of those martial artists filled him with dread. Qiu Song's wife tightly embraced her child, indignantly addressing the intruders. Were you martial artists when a myriad races invaded? Now you come to bully us. Qiu Song has valiantly defended Qingzhou against the myriad races. Is this how you treat us? Our family has already suffered immensely at your hands. What more do you want? Big sister, why waste your breath? Had you persuaded your husband to sell the formula to the Qianshan group sooner, we would not be embroiled in such troubles, sneered one with a scarred face. Little brat, why do you scurry away at the mere sight of me? Initially, I pinched your face merely out of fondness. Yet I regrettably forgot that a blade rested in my hand at the time. Ha ha ha. I assure you, dear uncle, it shall not happen again. The martial artist spoke with intent, aiming to coerce the two women into persuading Qiu Song to surrender the prescription. In doing so, he would assuredly reap substantial rewards from the Qianshan group. Alas, it was you who inflicted the wound upon my son's ear. Are you even human? Are you truly human? Qiu Song's wife exclaimed in horror. Big sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. The scar-faced warrior feigned ignorance, digging at his ears. Lin Chuan's gaze turned icy in an instant, memories flooding his mind. Throughout his life, Lin Chuan had loathed the bullying of innocent children. The sight before him evoked painful recollections of his past life, where his children suffered similar indignities. Scum, you wretched creatures! It would be a mercy for you to perish immediately. To lay hands on children? Lin Chuan's voice, though soft, carried an unsettling chill. The scar-faced man turned to Lin Chuan. Who do you think you are, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Qianshan group? However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp glint flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Profound and frigid, as if they contained the annihilation of all souls. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, several typically arrogant warriors felt their very souls and throats gripped by an invisible hand with relentless force. Though they were all practitioners of the fourth realm, they found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the terror emanating from those eyes. Thud! Thud! Their hearts raced wildly. Overwhelming fear shattered their nerves, and they felt their trousers grow damp. Had it not been in the presence of children, Lin Chuan would have surely extracted their spines. Following Lin Chuan's gaze, these men felt as if a timer had been affixed to their souls. Begone, Lin Chuan uttered a single word. The warriors, drenched in cold sweat, could not muster a single retort. They crawled away in haste. No sooner had they exited than they returned to their vehicle. Bang! 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 The joints below their necks shattered with a resounding crack. It was evident that henceforth they would be relegated to the company of their beds, existing as mere shells of their former selves. Having dealt with those insignificant foes, Lin Chuan turned to the wives of his comrades. Sisters, let us proceed. I shall lead you to retrieve what is ours. Wang Li, Qiu Song's wife, paused momentarily. Where are we going, Commander Lin? To the Qingzhou Spirit Police Station? Not there, Lin Chuan replied, shaking his head. His target was the general command of Danyuan Province. When my soldiers are harmed, a price must be paid. In times of trouble, I prefer to confront the superior directly. Lin Chuan's intention was to ensure that all involved in this matter would be dealt with collectively. Half an hour later, in Danyuan province, the Spirit Police headquarters loomed, a towering edifice of over 100 stories, entirely black, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Occupying a vast expanse, the architecture resembles a three-dimensional sect, housing meditation chambers, healing pools for physical rejuvenation, and internal spiritual fields for cultivating high-grade medicinal herbs. It is also fortified by a protective array. Beneath the edifice lies a three-tiered spiritual vein, which directly supplies energy for the electrical systems and various mechanical facilities within. The guards at the entrance are all elite warriors of the Fourth Realm and above, conducting exceedingly stringent inspections for anyone entering or exiting. No one has ever dared to cause a disturbance in the precincts of the Spirit Police headquarters. Su Wanqing followed closely behind Lin Chuan, hardly daring to breathe. Goodness, where have I found myself? Am I dreaming? Lin Chuan appeared as if he were strolling through his own backyard. He did not even attempt to conceal his presence or set up any formations. He simply walked in with an air of confidence. The guards at the entrance and the staff in the headquarters seemed completely oblivious to him, continuing with their duties as if he were invisible. This was not invisibility, but rather a more sophisticated technique, mental interference. A powerful being like Su Yin could subtly release an aura that influences the mental field of ordinary individuals, causing them to subconsciously overlook his existence. Su Wanqing and Wang Li, following closely behind, were filled with trepidation. This was their first realization that such immense power could allow one to disregard numerous rules. Lin Chuan moved through the premises with ease, arriving directly at the door of the headquarters office on the top floor. He pushed the door open without hesitation. The office was unoccupied but opulently decorated. Lin Chuan made himself comfortable, boldly sitting down in a chair. "Let us wait for the chief to return," he said to Su Wanqing and Wang Li. At that moment, Wang Li was already nervous, her palms sweating. This was the office of the Spirit Police headquarters of Danyuan province. Had they really just barged in? She recalled how anxious she felt whenever summoned to the Spirit Police Bureau in Qingzhou. However, she quickly reassured herself. After all, it was Lin Shui who brought them here, a man of immense power and capabilities as described by her husband, Qiu Song. Perhaps he could indeed bring justice for their family. Wang Li, looking pale and disheveled, nervously brushed her hair aside and silently prayed for reassurance. After approximately 10 minutes, the office door swung open from the outside. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in the uniform of the headquarters and exuding a mid-level Seventh Realm aura, strode in. He was Zhou Mu, the chief of the Spirit Police in Danyuan province. Upon entering, he immediately noticed someone seated in his chair. How disrespectful! Observing the youthful figure, he wondered who dared to commit such an affront. Was this person perhaps a royal descendant or the offspring of a powerful official? His anger simmered, but he knew he must ascertain the identity of the intruder before reacting. Although he was the chief of the Spirit Police Bureau and a prominent figure in Danyuan province, he paled in comparison to the influential individuals in the capital or the demonic cities. However, upon recognizing the face before him, Zhou Mu's brows furrowed in immediate concern. Zhou Mu once served as a subordinate to Lin Chuan in the Starry Sky Army, albeit at a significantly lower rank. He witnessed Lin Chuan's remarkable ascent from an underperforming soldier to the revered war god of the Great Xia. After leaving the Starry Sky Army, Zhou Mu was assigned to the Spirit Police Department. Through a combination of cunning and familial connections, alongside years of perseverance, he ascended to the position of chief of the Danyuan province. Upon seeing Lin Chuan now, a sense of superiority and disdain instinctively welled up within him. Once, Lin Chuan basked in glory, perched high above, yet ultimately faced his downfall. Is he here to seek my assistance? Zhou Mu presumed Lin Chuan sought his help in securing a position, a request he had encountered numerous times before. Had it been someone else, perhaps he would have entertained the idea for sufficient benefits. But this was Lin Chuan, the genius he had long envied. Zhou Mu felt compelled to seize this opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration. To put it plainly, Zhou Mu was once a genius himself, In this era, anyone who could reach the seventh realm was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, even among geniuses, disparities existed. Although Zhou Mu and Lin Chuan had limited interactions, Zhou Mu had always viewed Lin Chuan as a rival, a hypothetical adversary, a goal to surpass. Each time he was overshadowed, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could never match Lin Chuan. He harbored resentment, even contemplating the desire to ruin him. Who do we have here? Zhou Mu approached, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Isn't this the illustrious war god Lin? What is this? Have you been ousted by your illustrious Lin family in the capital, left with nowhere to turn? Hoping to curry favor with me for a menial job? You should have come to me sooner. Oh wait, I just remembered. After your defeat, you've lost your powers and can no longer serve. How about this? The 9th floor needs a janitor. Can you handle that? Zhou Mu sneered, eagerly anticipating Lin Chuan's reaction. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Despite Zhou Mu's rise to chief, he displayed such a lack of decorum. I'm here to ask you to handle a matter. A matter? Zhou Mu erupted with laughter, pointing at Lin Chuan in derision. What do you think you are? You dare ask me for a favor? Get out of my sight. He scoffed. Look in the mirror. Do you still think you're the war god of your? Just then, a resounding slap echoed throughout the hall, cutting Zhou Mu's words short. He hadn't even registered Lin Chuan's movement before feeling a force akin to a meteor crashing into his left cheek. His body flew through the air, spinning 720 degrees before crashing against the wall and then collapsing to the ground. With a spurt of blood mixed with several teeth, he was left dazed, his mind buzzing. What just happened? Wasn't I just putting on a show? Why did I suddenly find myself airborne? Su Wanqing and Wang Li, mother and son, were equally astounded. They too had not witnessed Lin Chuan's strike. Yet that resounding slap reverberated deep within the hearts of all present. What audacity it took to strike the chief of police in Donyuan province. Lin Chuan, have you lost your mind? You actually dared to strike me while seated in my chair within my office. Zhou Mu bellowed. Lin Chuan rose from his seat, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of terrifying pressure characteristic of the late stages of the 7th realm. It was suffocating, oppressive, and utterly fearsome. Zhou Mu, a formidable figure in the mid-7th realm, felt every hair on his body stand on end at the mere sensation of this aura. It was an overwhelming display of absolute strength, more solid and terrifying than any 7th realm warrior he had encountered, even surpassing the 8th realm beings he had seen in other star domains. He has returned. The once great martial god of the great Xia had not only returned, but had become even stronger than before. Unbelievably so. This realization struck Zhou Mu like a bolt from the blue, tightening his throat in alarm. Nevertheless, this man was also capable of bending and yielding. Faced with Lin Chuan, he immediately adopted a different demeanor. Lin Chuan approached him, looking down imperiously. I have a task for you. It is not a request for you to fulfill. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhou Mu nodded fervently, lowering himself considerably. The arrogance he had previously displayed evaporated, and his voice trembled as he said, Commander Lin, I had a bit too much to drink at a social gathering and lost my composure. I sincerely apologize. Is that so? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by this man's ability to yield. Quite an extraordinary character indeed. Of course, now that I am more clear-headed, Commander Lin, what brings you here? The address had shifted from the informal to one filled with respect. Lin Chuan turned back to the sofa and took a seat before speaking. I have a soldier who was dealt with by your subordinates in Qingzhou in collusion with local groups. He is still incarcerated. You must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. If your resolution does not satisfy me, then you might as well prepare for the aftermath. Historically, the bureaucratic system has always resembled a pure pyramid structure, where all those below serve their superiors, the source of their power. When executing tasks, they often prefer to escalate matters incrementally. If Lin Chuan were to go to the Qingzhou Spirit Police Station himself, he might only be able to eliminate a few who had bullied Qiu Song. He lacked the time and energy to investigate each case individually. Such an approach would not be satisfying. Lin Chuan intended to bring all related individuals to justice, delivering severe punishment. He was known for his unwavering resolve. especially now that he had regained his strength, even more formidable than before. Zhou Mu understood all too well that should he fail to satisfy Lin Chuan, he might indeed not see the sun rise on the next year. After all, this was Lin Chuan, the one who had annihilated countless enemy bases. In addition to the title of the martial deity, he bears another illustrious moniker, the god of slaughter, Chuan. Chapter 61, surrounding the Ling Police Station Qingzhou, Ling Police Station. In the depths of the underground third level, within the confines of a special interrogation room, there are no windows, no clocks, nor even a calendar hanging on the walls. The only source of illumination is an overhead light that incessantly buzzes with electrical currents. Qiu Song is shackled to a metallic chair, his visage gaunt and haggard, his eye sockets sunken, and his complexion pallid and swollen, with bloodshot eyes betraying his torment. Here he has lost all sense of time, unable to distinguish between day and night. For over 2 months, the interrogators have changed repeatedly, yet the methods of his torment remain unchanged. The most unbearable of these is the deprivation of sleep. This is a form of torture devised by agents of the Lighthouse Nation, devoid of any physical marks. Yet it swiftly breaks a person's spirit. Whenever drowsiness overtakes Qiu Song, and his will begins to falter, the overhead light abruptly escalates in intensity, blinding him as if a miniature sun has appeared before his eyes. This relentless cycle of fatigue and the inability to rest is a torment that surpasses even the harshest physical punishment. Creaking open, the door to the interrogation room reveals a well-groomed young man adorned in designer attire, a fine cigarette dangling from his lips, entering amidst a throng of followers. He is Qian Feng, the young master of Qinshan Group. Following closely behind is Ma Ling, the youthful director of the Qingzhou Ling Police Station, who currently displays an obsequious demeanor as she leads the way for Qian Feng, her posture indicating that he is indeed her superior. This is, in fact, the reality. Qinshan Group reigns supreme in Qingzhou, akin to local royalty, and only those supported by them can ascend to high positions. However, such elevation comes at the cost of serving the interests of Qinshan Group. Young Master Qian, please come in. Would you care for a drink? A cappuccino? Qian Feng replied nonchalantly. He then approached Qiu Song, exhaling a puff of smoke that enveloped his face, leisurely remarking, Boss Qiu, have you given any thought to our proposal? The patience of Qianshan is, after all, limited. Qiu Song lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained hatred. I will give you nothing. Do not harbor such dreams. Indeed, you are resilient, having endured for 2 months without yielding an inch. Qian Feng chuckled, producing a newspaper from his pocket and tossing it before Qiu Song. Take a look at this. Fixing his gaze upon the paper, Qiu Song's heart sank as he recognized a headline on the society page. An executive of Songhua Enterprises had taken his own life due to overwhelming debt incurred from mismanagement. The accompanying image, depicting a blurred figure lying in a pool of blood, was unmistakable to Qiu Song. It was his beloved uncle, who had supported his entrepreneurial endeavors by nearly depleting his retirement savings. Now, with the company in ruins, he was compelled to identify Qiu Song as a criminal. Yet, he resolutely refused, ultimately leaving behind evidence implicating Qianshan Group and the Ling Police Station, as well as a farewell letter. Choosing to end his life in the hope of amplifying his message and drawing attention to the injustice faced by the Qiu family. Regrettably, it serves little purpose. The news on the internet barely lasts a few minutes before being suppressed by social platforms and relevant authorities, leaving no ripples in its wake. In fact, many locals are entirely unaware of the incident. The news that remains predominantly consists of celebrity gossip or accounts of foreign citizens engulfed in war and societal turmoil. Ah, you beasts! Qiu Song's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and his gaze filled with fury. He struggled desperately, the handcuffs clinking ominously. You are the ones who drove my uncle to his death. You beasts! Beasts! One must not speak carelessly. Qian Feng interjected, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. I haven't seen your uncle in days. If he chose to succumb to despair, what does that have to do with me? If anyone is to blame, it is you, for being such an ungrateful nephew. The more he observed Qiu Song's anguished rage, the more pronounced the smile on Qian Feng's face became. He then produced his holographic device and displayed several photographs. The images depicted Qiu Song's son, Qiu Xiling, lying on a hospital bed, blood streaming from his ear as he received treatment. Qiu Song clenched his fists, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. He yearned to eliminate that scion of the Qian family immediately. "How dare you touch my son?" His voice trembled with fury. "Do not be anxious, Boss Qiu. Look at you, blaming everything on me. I am an upstanding citizen, am I not, Director Ma?" Qian Feng chuckled. Ma Ling responded with a smile. "Indeed. The Qianshan Group contributes immeasurable taxes annually. They're the most esteemed entrepreneurs." Qian Feng laughed heartily. "It was merely an accident. Children often have their scrapes and bruises. I'm only being kind by informing you of this. However," he added, "nevertheless, one must acknowledge that no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first." A blatant threat, like a dagger, plunged into Qiu Song's heart. Despair washed over him as he realized he had fallen into such dire circumstances. Qian was right. Some individuals are so selfish that they disregard the lives of their own kin for mere wealth. Ma Ling chimed in immediately. "You're talking nonsense. You wretched woman." Qiu Song roared. "You bastard, who are you cursing?" Ma Ling, who despised being called derogatory names, narrowed her brows, seized a nearby baton, and struck Qiu Song twice, leaving him bloodied. She admonished sharply, "Qiu Song, if you dare to shout again, I will charge you with disrupting the interrogation, provoking trouble, and insulting a fifth-rank official." Qiu Song sank into utter despair. This group had pushed him to such depths that he found himself stripped of even the right to utter a few curses. Leaning against the cold back of the chair, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. He could not comprehend how, after dedicating his life on the starry battlefield for the greater good and for his compatriots, he would ultimately face such a fate, his family harmed, and his wife and children humiliated. He found himself wrongfully accused, reduced to a mere captive. What travesty! Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law to uphold? In this moment, he yearned profoundly for the valiant figure from his past, the one who led them into battle, instilling fear in countless adversaries. "Boss, Lin Chuan, my esteemed leader, if you were here, surely you would not allow your brothers to endure such a profound humiliation." Just as Qian Feng and Ma Ling were reveling in Qiu Song's despair, preparing to exacerbate his torment, a sudden buzzing emanated from Ma Ling's communicator. With a hint of irritation, she retrieved it and glanced at the caller ID. "Hello, what is it? Are you not aware that I am occupied?" However, the voice on the other end was tinged with desperation. "Director, this is grave news. The Qingzhou Spiritual Police Station is surrounded." "What?" Ma Ling's face contorted with annoyance and mockery. "This is absurd. Who possesses the audacity to encircle the spiritual police station? Have they lost their minds?" Yet, the name that followed from the other end left her momentarily speechless. It was the chief of Donyuan province. Chief Zhou himself was leading the charge, bringing with him all the thunder squads from the province, effectively sealing off their location. Chapter 62. The eldest brother stands up for you in Donyuan province. At the Lingjing General Headquarters? "What are you joking about?" Ma Ling exclaimed, utterly bewildered. She shouted into the phone, "Clarify yourself. What on earth is happening?" "Director, I am equally in the dark," came a reply. "The Thunder Enforcement Team from the Donyuan Provincial Headquarters has arrived. Commander Zhou is personally leading the charge. Hundreds of hovering vehicles and thousands of enforcers have surrounded our precinct in layers, leaving no room for even a mosquito to escape." The voice on the other end clearly reflected a mix of fear and confusion, as it seemed to be the first encounter with such a formidable display. Ma Ling furrowed her brow. "Have you recently apprehended anyone you shouldn't have?" "No, Director. I've been following your orders, and I haven't made any arrests lately." "Then have you committed any errors? Speak truthfully." The caller was equally perplexed, wondering why the scrutiny had suddenly turned towards him. He racked his brain for any missteps. "Director, I merely indulged in an extra bowl of instant noodles at lunch. Surely, that isn't a capital offense? You glutton. Who inquired about that?" Ma Ling's mind was reeling. The Thunder Team of the provincial headquarters? That was Dong Yuan's most elite mechanized force. dedicated to tackling the most challenging alien invasions and significant riots. Commander Zhou, a figure seldom seen in the public eye, was personally leading a siege on her modest Qingzhou Lingjing police station. As the head of the Lingjing Bureau, she knew she could not evade responsibility if something went awry. What could possibly be the reason? Ma Ling found herself at a loss, questioning if she had inadvertently crossed paths with someone untouchable. She completely overlooked the involvement of Qiu Song. The reason behind this turmoil was simple. Qiu Song had been in custody for 2 months. Had he been a person of notable influence, she would have received a call on the very first day. Whereas Commander Zhou now, he has already entered the first-floor lobby. Did he say anything? Commander Zhou said nothing and merely ordered a lockdown of the entire precinct, stating that an internal investigation was to commence. An internal investigation? What was this all about? Ma Ling was now thoroughly panicked, unable to comprehend the situation. Beside her, Qianfeng's expression darkened as he absorbed the details from the phone call. Despite his usual arrogance, he understood the gravity of the Donyuan provincial headquarters. While his Qinshan group could command respect in Qingzhou, it was a different matter entirely across the broader Donyuan province, where the Lingjing general headquarters was concerned. In this era of martial prowess, social hierarchies had solidified. Only the sons of generals could inherit their titles, and aspiring to be a marshal was futile. For marshals had sons too. Those who had ascended to the rank of commander of the Lingjing Bureau undoubtedly had formidable forces backing them. Forces that the Qianshan group could not contend with, especially not someone like Commander Zhou. Even his grandfather would have to bow and scrape before such a person. There was no time to linger. They must leave immediately. Remaining here could invite calamity. Director Ma, since there are matters to attend to in your department, I shall take my leave for now. When time permits, I shall return to seek you out. With that, Qian Feng prepared to depart. Qian, are you really leaving? Ma Ling, in a state of utter disarray, felt a tumult of emotions. Their relationship, entwined with romantic undertones, made her yearn for his presence, for she was afraid. The affairs of your police department have nothing to do with me, so why should I linger? Qian Feng retorted with annoyance. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the room as the heavy, silver metal door of the interrogation chamber was forcefully kicked open. 2 figures clad in black tactical gear, their faces obscured by masks and exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, entered with resolute strides. Adorned with a 6-star insignia, they were the formidable Thunderlaw enforcers, representing the 6th realm of authority. Ma Ling, Qian Feng, you are both suspected of abusing your power, engaging in violent law enforcement, illegal detention, and collusion between officials and businessmen. You are required to accompany us, one of the enforcers proclaimed coldly. What? You are here to arrest me. You cannot apprehend me. Ma Ling shrieked in panic. Someone must be framing me. I demand to contact my lawyer. The Thunder Law enforcers dismissed her pleas without a moment's hesitation, advancing with an overwhelming sense of authority. Ma Ling, acutely aware of the terrifying interrogation methods employed by these individuals, recoiled in dread. You cannot take me. My father is the— Silence. Your father has already been apprehended, interrupted the enforcer, his patience waning. In a swift motion, he seized her arm and expertly secured energy handcuffs around her wrists. Esteemed enforcers, I am merely embroiled in a minor contractual dispute. My father is Qian Wanshan, the chairman of Qianshan Group. Qian Feng attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a precise strike to the neck from an enforcer, causing him to lose consciousness. The unfolding events bewildered Qiu Song, leaving him utterly perplexed. What had transpired? How had the 2 individuals, who had been so brazen just moments ago, suddenly become prisoners? At that instant, a familiar, youthful voice, tinged with a sob, echoed from the corridor outside the interrogation room. Daddy! Daddy! That voice! It was Linger. Qiu Song's body jolted, overwhelmed with excitement and trembling fervently. Linger, is that you, Linger? Daddy! A police officer approached, producing a key to unlock the shackles binding Qiu Song. Just then, his wife and child arrived at the doorway. Wife! Linger! Qiu Song's expression brimmed with exhilaration. During the 2 months of his confinement, he had often contemplated ending his life, but the longing for his family had spurred him to endure. He never imagined he would reunite with them here. 2 months had passed. The turmoil at home had been unbearable. He could only wonder how they had fared during this time apart. Qiusong rushed forward, enveloping his wife and child in a tight embrace. Even a man as resilient as he was momentarily overcome with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. For a time, he had harbored the haunting thought that he might never again see his beloved family. "My dear, how have you come here?" Wang Li clung to Qiusong, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her feelings as tears streamed down her face. "Daddy!" The little Qiu Xiling clung to his father's neck, sobbing heartily. Qiusong tenderly stroked his son's head, memories flooding back of the photographs he had just viewed, recalling that his son had recently undergone surgery on his ears. "Linger, does your ear still hurt?" The little one shook his head, tears still glistening on his cheeks, yet pride illuminating his expression as he declared, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Uncle Lin helped me heal. He just blew on it, and the pain vanished." "Uncle Lin?" Lin Chuan. At the sound of that familiar name, Qiusong felt as though struck by lightning, his body freezing in shock. "Which Uncle Lin are you referring to?" he inquired, bewildered. In his mind, he recalled that his elder brother was thought to be incapable of practicing anymore. Over the past 3 years, he had visited the veteran martial arts school annually, hoping to see Lin Chuan, yet he had only been able to leave gifts with Lin Chuan's eldest son, Lin Mo. Besides his brother, who in this vast world would care for him? Could it be that his elder brother had come to his rescue? In the midst of his turbulent thoughts, a teasing yet familiar laughter resonated from the doorway. TSK, Songzi, do you have another elder brother named Lin Chuan?" Qiusong turned towards a voice, and there stood a tall figure, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, clad in a black linen shirt, black trousers, and black canvas shoes with brown soles. The young and handsome face bore a gentle smile that was all too familiar. It was indeed his elder brother. Lin Chuan had come to save him. At the sight of Lin Chuan, Qiusong could no longer contain himself. The hardened warrior who had shed blood on the battlefield without shedding tears, who had endured torment for 2 months without yielding, now wept like a child, tears streaming down his face. In his darkest moments of despair, helplessness, and pain, he had managed to grit his teeth and persevere, accepting death if necessary. Yet, the bond of brotherhood, the profound gratitude of being rescued from despair, was an emotional weight he could no longer bear. Upon seeing his wife and child, despite the myriad of grievances swelling within him, Qiusong had steeled himself against tears. As a husband and father, he was the one to be relied upon. He needed to project strength. Only after reuniting with his elder brother could he finally shed the facade of relentless endurance and reveal his vulnerability. Brother. Chapter 63. Even the 8th realm must face death, king of gifts extra. After weeping for quite some time, Qiusong gradually regained his composure. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he wiped away his tears and spoke in a muffled voice. "Elder brother, I must have made you laugh." Lin Chuan chuckled softly and shook his head, patting him on the shoulder. "Songzi, shedding tears is not a matter of shame. Life is but a fleeting moment, and one must always heed their true feelings. If you wish to cry, then cry. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. To live freely is to honor the journey of life." Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Chuan's perspective had become remarkably clear. In his previous existence, he bore too many burdens, weighed down by the expectations of others. Living for someone else proved to be exhausting and heavy. In this life, he simply wished to follow his heart and act upon his desires. "Indeed, elder brother, I shall heed your words." Qiusong earnestly nodded, etching Lin Chuan's advice into his memory. He then inquired, "Elder brother, what brings you here?" "I have opened a martial arts academy, as you well know, the Old Soldier Academy," Lin Chuan replied with a smile. "Business is thriving. I currently have several thousand disciples. However, the curriculum is somewhat monotonous. Thus, I came to see if you would be interested in joining me once more." Unexpectedly, he encountered this unforeseen situation. "Elder brother, should you require anything, just give the word. Even if you sent me to the starry battlefield as cannon fodder, if I were to furrow my brow, I would not be worthy of being your soldier," Qiusong fervently declared, his eyes ablaze with the resolve to sacrifice for a true comrade. It must be noted that during Lin Chuan's glory days, he never treated his warriors poorly. All that he possessed today was a testament to Lin Chuan's generosity and magnanimity. Why would I send you to the starry battlefield? Lin Chuan retorted. The old brothers have all faced hardships. Now that I am back, let us earn money together and share in the revelry. I would never let you suffer. Come, elder brother, let me lead you to reclaim justice. Elder brother, have you regained your former vigor? Stronger than ever. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. At the Qingzhou Spiritual Police Bureau, within the office of the director, what once belonged to Ma Ling was now temporarily converted into an interrogation room. Lin Chuan unceremoniously took a seat in the spacious leather chair. Zhou Mu, the chief commander of Danyuan province, astutely moved a chair to sit at Lin Chuan's side, personally overseeing the interrogation. Behind him stood two formidable Sixth Realm Thunder Enforcement officers. Meanwhile, Ma Ling and Qian Feng were shackled by energy restraints, kneeling in the center of the hall, their faces etched with fear. They could never have imagined that the entire affair stemmed from Xiao Song, whom they considered a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. Zhou Mu was acutely aware that today's interrogation was not only to provide an explanation to the divine warrior Lin, but also to secure his own chance at survival. He picked up a dossier and slammed it heavily onto the table. Speak, Ma Ling, Qian Feng. Detail your collusion with corrupt officials and your persecution of Xiao Song, including all involved parties, in full clarity. Chief Commander, it's a grave injustice. Ma Ling attempted to argue her case, insisting, I was merely upholding the law. It is Xiao Song who committed contract fraud and maliciously accrued debts. I am strictly acting in accordance with the Great Xia legal code. The heavens bear witness. Qian Feng quickly concurred. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, our Qianshan group, is the true victim here. Xiao Song owes a substantial penalty to one of our subsidiary companies and has yet to repay it. We have contracts and evidence. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth, contemplating how they could interrogate others yet remain oblivious to such fundamental truths. Here I stand, making a grand show of your apprehension, and you still dare to argue. Seeing these two in such a predicament, oblivious to their fate, Zhou Mu let out a cold laugh. He glanced at Lin Chuan, who was observing him with an impassive expression. Zhou Mu's heart raced. He realized that if he did not employ more decisive measures, he might soon find himself in dire straits. He was disinclined to waste further words and signaled to the law enforcers behind him. You two scoundrels. It seems a firm hand is the only way to elicit your confessions. Strike them. The two sixth-tier enforcers had been awaiting this command. Mr. Zhou, I am an official appointed by the Empire. You cannot treat me this way. This is an act of extrajudicial punishment, and it is against protocol. Discussing protocol with me? Zhou Mu bared his teeth. I offer you two choices. Either confess honestly, or I charge you with resisting law enforcement and fleeing from justice. And I will eliminate you right now. In terms of ruthlessness, Zhou Mu was far superior. Before him, Ma Ling appeared as a mere novice in the realm of deceit. The enforcers stepped forward, lifting Ma Ling and Qian Feng as if they were mere chickens. Then, with forceful, resounding slaps that cut through the air, they unleashed a barrage of punishment. Crack, 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 crack. The sound was particularly crisp, eliciting a surge of excitement in Xiao Song. After enduring 2 months of torment, losing his family and company, even driving Uncle Shu to his demise, this was a moment of true vindication. The strength of the sixth-tier enforcer strikes was beyond what they could withstand. After just a few blows, Ma Ling and Qian Feng's faces swelled grotesquely, their bones fractured. The pain excruciating. No ordinary person could endure such agony. Stop. Stop. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Ma Ling was the first to break down. Having lived a life of luxury and privilege, relying on connections to ascend, she had never experienced hardship and could not bear such torment. She cried out in desperation. It was all Qian Feng. He sought me out. He is the scion of Qianshan Group, and he threatened me. I dared not refuse. You wretched woman, how dare you speak such lies? Qian Feng roared. Slap, slap, slap. Another series of resounding blows echoed against his face. You have no right to speak here. The enforcers commanded Ma Ling to continue. She began to divulge everything, from accepting bribes from Qianshan Group to the various departments ensnaring Qiu Song to his illegal detention. All her crimes poured out like beans from a bamboo tube. Observing this, Qian Feng realized he could no longer endure. "You vile creature, one must not hesitate any longer. It is time to expose the nefarious deeds perpetrated by Ma Ling. Take, for instance, this female bureau chief, whose judgments have solely relied on intuition. In her pursuit of fame, she has sought to establish a reputation for resolving 1,000 cases annually, oblivious to the countless miscarriages of justice she has wrought. The cases she has presided over bear a staggering 85 likelihood of death sentences. The remaining 15 were spared execution solely due to financial influence." "How dare you speak of this?" Ma Ling exclaimed. "Are you attempting to bring about my demise?" "I speak only the truth," Qian Feng retorted fiercely. Upon hearing their confessions, some of the more conscientious officers present became incensed. "Is this truly the Spirit Police Bureau? It resembles a den of bandits." The infiltration of such vile creatures into positions of power within the Spirit Police Bureau poses a greater threat to the populace than the malevolence of external cults. The evil of cults and criminal organizations can at least be guarded against. The corruption within these walls is insidious and omnipresent. The once reputable Spirit Police Bureau has devolved into a cesspool of corruption. Even Zhou Mu trembled with rage. "This is astonishingly corrupt, even more so than I am. In terms of darkness, which is deeper and more profound, you possess an audacious spirit." He could scarcely fathom that beneath his command lurked such a lawless entity. Should this information be leaked, where would his dignity reside? Zhou Mu promptly issued orders. "Arrest all personnel involved in this matter within the Qingzhou Spirit Police Bureau, regardless of rank. Interrogate each one thoroughly. No exceptions shall be made. They must all face severe consequences." "Understood," the enforcers responded. However, after concluding these matters, Zhou Mu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Lin Chuan. "Commander Lin, I can manage the Qingzhou Bureau and assure you a satisfactory response. However, the situation with the Qianshan Group is somewhat troublesome. The chairman, Qian Wanshan, is a master of the Seventh Realm and in the Great Xia Kingdom. Any Seventh Realm expert is considered a vital strategic asset. To take action against him requires the explicit approval of the provincial governor. This is one of the unspoken rules of the empire. Those of the Seventh Realm are no ordinary individuals. Their presence is crucial to the stability of their respective regions. They are akin to local lords. To challenge them involves a convoluted process requiring the highest level authorization. After all, Seventh Realm experts are rare. Capturing them is no easy feat, as they can easily escape if they desire. The empire must also placate them to prevent their defection to other nations as formidable forces. Zhou Mu's message was clear. His capabilities had reached their limits regarding this matter. If the investigation into the Qianshan Group leads to the involvement of that Seventh Realm expert, it must be escalated. Lin Chuan regarded him with a steady gaze. "In due time, I shall send someone to assess your progress. As for the Qianshan Group, I shall handle it personally. What of the Seventh Realm? Even if an Eighth Realm Master appears, should they be directly connected to this affair, they will pay the price for daring to oppress my soldiers." Chapter 64. Seeking trouble upon hearing that Lin Chuan intended to visit the Qianshan Group, Zhou Mu's expression darkened. "Lin, this is not a trivial matter," he urged with urgency. "The Qianshan Group is a formidable family, and their estate is fortified like a military stronghold. To my knowledge, the Qian family has established a grand formation within that estate, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. The most terrifying aspect is that this formation can amplify the power of the Earth's veins and the elite guards, concentrating it all onto Qian Wanshan himself. In battle on their home turf, Qian Wanshan's combat prowess is significantly enhanced, augmented by the killing formations. I am well aware of your extraordinary strength, but to venture alone into such a perilous situation seems excessively reckless. It would be wiser to devise a more cautious plan, at the very least, luring him out to ensure greater safety. A formidable seven-stage warrior is indeed fearsome, especially one supported by a powerful family. Beyond their own capabilities, they can mobilize vast resources. A well-established stronghold can provide them with the confidence to withstand incursions from equally powerful adversaries. However, Lin Chuan's response was merely a calm. And then, Zhou Mu was rendered speechless. How confident could Lin Chuan be? They were both seven-stage warriors. What was the point of such a reckless approach? He shook his head in wry amusement, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. This esteemed individual seemed either genuinely invincible or had become excessively arrogant. Qing, bring that useless one along, Lin Chuan instructed, gesturing toward Qianfeng. You must identify those involved at the Qianshan group. Lin, allow my people to handle it. Zhou Mu insisted, reluctantly ordering two enforcers to drag Qianfeng along in Lin Chuan's wake. He had already become embroiled in the situation, having apprehended the Qianshan group's arrangements within the Qingzhou Spiritual Police Bureau, as well as capturing their young master. Naturally, he needed to accompany them to witness which party would ultimately prevail. Qianshan Manor, the most affluent area of Qingzhou City, is situated in a location blessed by auspicious feng shui, nestled against mountains and water. The estate is vast, designed in an ancient style with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, exuding an air of unparalleled luxury. At this moment, within the grandest courtyard of the manor, a barbecue party was in full swing. Qian Wanshan, the president of the Qianshan group and a bona fide seven-stage master, was beaming as he tended to the grill. Dressed in casual attire with his hair slicked back, he emanated the aura of a successful individual. Surrounding him were several core members of the Qian family. Father, this plan is truly flawless, an elder exclaimed. Indeed, once young Master Qianfeng has completely subdued that person's surname Xiao and obtained the formula for the body-tempering elixir. Our Qianshan group will dominate the low-tier potion market throughout Danyuan province and beyond. The efficacy of that elixir is extraordinary. The energy density of a single vial rivals that of 5 others, and its absorption efficiency is remarkable. The production line is simply too slow. The unnecessary elimination of toxins has been excessively prolonged. This individual is utterly inflexible, neglecting the opportunity to capitalize on the considerable profits before him. A true waste of resources. Qian Wanshan laughed heartily. Rest assured, once we obtain that prescription, our team of alchemical engineers will streamline the process, eliminating unnecessary steps to create a cost-effective version. We will launch it in bulk, and the revenue for the Qian family will increase exponentially. Ha ha ha. Indeed, every medicine contains a trace of poison. As long as it doesn't kill, it's acceptable. After all, we won't be consuming it ourselves. Ha ha. The Qian family sells without partaking. The members of the Qian family gathered together, sharing in their delight, as if they could already envision a prosperous future beckoning them. They had even preemptively devised marketing strategies, having coordinated with a few public relations firms in advance. First, they would highlight how foreign elixirs are ill-suited to the constitution of the domestic populace. Next, they would emphasize the technological embargo imposed by foreign entities over the years. Subsequently, they would proclaim that our Qianshan group, under pressure, has developed a new generation of body-enhancing elixirs tailored for our people. Purely domestic, unmatched, and at an affordable price. Of course, this affordability is merely a tactic to swiftly capture market share. Once they monopolize the low-tier potion market and eliminate all competitors, they will spin tales of high research costs and superior ingredients before dramatically raising prices. At that point, they could set any price they desire. This series of clever maneuvers would easily stir nationalistic fervor among the populace, allowing for a swift harvest. Should any adverse effects arise, or should someone expose the truth, they would simply have the legal department intervene, and if matters escalated, they would blame rival companies for maliciously tarnishing their reputation. The Qianshan Group's stability is largely attributed to the Qian family's adeptness at managing public opinion. Just as they raised their glasses in celebration, envisioning the future, a commotion arose at the entrance of the estate. The vehicle of Chief Zhou Mu drove in. Qian Wanshan was momentarily taken aback. His assistant quickly checked the license plate, confirming that it belonged to Chief Zhou. Why has Chief Zhou come? However, Qian Wanshan thought little of it, assuming it was a courtesy visit or a matter of business to discuss. He straightened his collar and approached briskly. Chief Zhou, what brings you here? Such a rare guest. Qian Wanshan lowered his demeanor significantly. Please come in. We're hosting a banquet, and you must honor us with your presence to savor our celestial snowflake beef. In the hovercar, Zhou Mu's lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond. How should I answer this? My colleague beside me thought to stir some trouble at your place, and I came along to observe. That certainly cannot be said. Just then, Qian Wanshan's gaze shifted past Zhou Mu, landing on the pale-faced and furious Qiu Song behind him. Qian Wanshan was momentarily stunned. Then his face illuminated with ecstatic joy. Surely, the matter has been resolved. Moreover, the chief himself has personally brought him over. Could it be that the chief is involved in this affair as well? Does he wish to partake in the spoils? However, it is of little consequence. If Mr. Zhou could extend some favor, the Qian family's enterprise could flourish even further. This would indeed be a fortuitous development. I truly wonder about the capabilities of my son, who has managed to involve Mr. Zhou in this affair. Since Qian Feng was seated at the back, Qian Wanshan could only discern a silhouette, aware that his son was present yet unable to ascertain the specifics of the situation, obscured as it was by the chairs. As the car door swung open, Lin Chuan, Qiu Song, Zhou Mu, and Su Wanqing alighted together. Qian Wanshan did not recognize Lin Chuan. Not everyone is acquainted with Lin Wuxian, nor do they recall his visage, considering he was a figure from 3 years prior. However, witnessing him walking side by side with Zhou Mu, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, he instinctively presumed Lin Chuan to be a young master from a prominent family, a figure of significance in his own right. As for Qiu Song, he was immediately regarded as a prisoner personally escorted by Mr. Zhou. Yet, his son Qian Feng remained in the vehicle, claiming he was tying his shoelaces and would descend shortly. In truth, he was trembling with fear, unable to move. Ah, please, take a seat. Qian Wanshan warmly welcomed someone. Bring in extra chairs. Serve the finest star beast meat. Several servants promptly scurried to bring forth opulent seats. Zhou Mu fidgeted restlessly, daring to perch only at the edge of the chair. He was uncertain when Lin Chuan might make a move. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be a battle of monumental proportions. What then would he do? Whose side should he take? Qiu Song, on the other hand, clenched his fists. This individual before him had wronged his family, the Qiu clan. A graceful maidservant poured them a drink of willow leaf wine. Qian Wanshan smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, feel free to order whatever you desire. Our chef is a master chef brought from the imperial kitchen." Lin Chuan turned his head, his gaze resting upon the nearby food cart, which held several cuts of beef with clear marbling, exuding an enticing energy. Lin Chuan pointed, requesting, "I would like 10 pounds of prime meat, cut into minced pieces, ensuring no fat is present." At this utterance, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted subtly. The jovial conversation among the Qian family members came to a halt as they turned their heads in unison. Zhou Mu felt a jolt of dread in his heart. This was it. A confrontation was imminent. Qian Wanshan's smile froze in place. Having lived for several decades, he was no fool. He understood that this echoed the words of Lu Tihua from Water Margin when he proclaimed his intent to confront a villain. Good heavens, this visitor bore ill intentions. What kind of mischief was this? What was Zhou Mu and this person here for? To wreak havoc? Furrowing his brow, Qian Wanshan suppressed his displeasure and waved at the distinguished chef beside him. "Did you not hear the request of our esteemed guest? Proceed accordingly." Yes, the chef, a skilled artisan, displayed exceptional knife skills, and moments later presented a large platter of finely minced prime meat. Lin Chuan barely glanced at it before declaring, "I have changed my mind. This appears too dry and unpalatable. Bring me another 10 pounds of fatty meat, ensuring no trace of prime meat is present, also minced." At that moment, the smile on Qian Wanshan's face vanished entirely. The dignity of a master of the seventh realm cannot be insulted. Have I granted you some semblance of respect? The terrifying pressure, characteristic of a master of the seventh realm, erupted violently, bearing down upon Lin Chuan. "You have come here intentionally to provoke, haven't you?" The temperature in the courtyard plummeted to freezing point. The members of the Qian clan rose to their feet, all casting unfriendly glances in this direction. Lin Chuan raised his wine glass and took a sip. Then, with an audaciously provocative tone, he replied, "You are correct." Boom! The instant the words left his lips, a murderous intent surged between the two. One audacious fool, Qian Wanshan, seething with rage, laughed derisively. No matter who you are, today you shall not leave my Qianshan manor alive. He abruptly stepped back, crushing a jade talisman hidden within his sleeve with a single hand. Qianshan Grand Formation. Activate! Buzzing. In an instant, the entire manor was illuminated with brilliant light. Thick pillars of energy surged skyward from all corners of the estate, piercing the heavens. On the ground, intricate array symbols were instantly activated, glowing with blinding golden radiance. An overwhelming, boundless power enveloped the entire manor in an instant. Chapter 65. Seizing the sword, bestowing on subordinates, returning to Zhou Mu. What do you mean? The instant the Thousand Mountains formation was activated, Qian Wanshan let out a low growl, with his first target being none other than Zhou Mu. In his eyes, the only person present who could pose a threat to him, and dare to do so, was Zhou Mu, the commander of Donyuan province. Did you bring this madman to my estate to deal with the Qian family? Qian Wanshan's voice was laden with murderous intent. Zhou Mu felt speechless. This matter had little to do with him. He was merely an observer. Please do not attack me, Qian. You've misunderstood. I just came to take a look. What a joke. It was Lin Chuan who sought you out. You two are fighting, but please don't drag me into this first. Qian Wanshan's gaze sharpened, then shifted towards Lin Chuan and Xiao Song. Xiao Song? Is this the helper you brought? Xiao Song, once a formidable expert in the Starry Sky Army at the late 6th Realm, unfortunately suffered severe injuries, causing his level to plummet to the 5th Realm. Thus, he retired and returned to Earth, establishing a medicinal company in his hometown, hoping to revitalize it. However, a series of subsequent events nearly led to him being forcibly robbed. Huh, with the two of you, you dare to be reckless in my Qian family? It's truly laughable. Qian Wanshan did not regard the 5th Realm Xiao Song with any respect. His true apprehension lay with Lin Chuan. To this day, he could not discern Lin Chuan's true level. Therefore, he chose not to test the waters and unleashed his full power instead. Today, you shall learn that the 7th Realm Master is not to be trifled with. With a single hand raised to the heavens, Qian Wanshan bellowed, "Thousand Mountains Seal." Boom! The power of the formation was instantly activated, and the energy from the entire estate surged wildly. Above Lin Chuan and the others, a towering spectral mountain, reaching a height of 100 meters, materialized out of thin air. This colossal mountain, solid and imposing, exuded a terrifying pressure as heavy as a prison, as if it intended to crush everything beneath it. Qian Wanshan suddenly swung his hand downward. The spectral mountain, imbued with destructive force, crashed down. Su Wanqing and Xiao Song's expressions changed drastically. Under this oppressive force, even breathing became a challenge for them. Zhou Mu, however, leapt back, intently observing the battlefield. How would Lin Chuan confront such a strike? As it turned out, Lin Chuan merely raised his head, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled forcefully. Whoosh! An intense, white whirlwind spiraled outward, akin to an air cannon. The seemingly abyssal and oppressive spectral mountain, in the face of this breath, crumbled like a sandcastle. With a thunderous roar, it began to shatter from the bottom up. Under the impact, it transformed into a myriad of energy particles, dissipating into nothingness. Boom! That breath continued its relentless ascent, even creating a significant hole in the cloud cover above. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Is this a human? Qian Wanshan's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. His expression was frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had summoned the formidable power of the earth veins, delivering a terrifying strike. And yet, it was effortlessly dispelled by his opponent. Was this reasonable? Beside him, Su Wanqing covered her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement. The curator had grown even more formidable. It was simply outrageous. A curator of such caliber could easily overpower 1,000,000 of his former self, and without breaking a sweat. Zhou Mu was rendered speechless, drenched in sweat. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank heavens. He was grateful that he had quickly admitted defeat in the office back then. Otherwise, he would be waiting at the Naiha Bridge for the Qianshan group to arrive. "Who are you?" Qian Wanshan's voice trembled. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Song was acquainted with such a terrifying being. What purpose did the dead serve in knowing so much? Lin Chuan smiled lightly. Under Lin Chuan's gaze, Qian Wanshan felt a surge of fear. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise. He immediately summoned his most powerful weapon, a long sword forged entirely from purple crystal, radiating a spectrum of colors. Capable of amplifying sword techniques, a top-grade heavenly sword. The purple crystal sword. He had spent a staggering 15 billion star coins to acquire this treasure at an auction in the starry sky. Initially, it had been a cracked relic, but over the years, he had infused it with precious materials, reforging it to perfection. "Earth Dragon, heed my command. Qianshan, lend me your divine might." Qian Wanshan summoned a colossal, surrounded by radiant flames, channeling all his magical power along with the earth vein's force into the purple crystal sword without reservation. The sword swelled in size, and with a resounding clang, a purple crystal sword, stretching 100 feet long, was gripped by its brilliance tearing through the sky, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all as it struck towards Lin Chuan. This strike was an all-or-nothing gamble. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lin Chuan remained composed. He raised his right hand toward the purple crystal sword, curling his fingers into a claw-like shape. Simultaneously, he uttered a single word, "Weapon." Buzz! A profound, golden rune soared from his palm into the heavens. The ancient 9 secrets, the weapon character technique. It could command all manner of divine weapons across the land. The purple crystal sword, descending with the force of thunder, was suddenly ensnared in midair as if time had come to a standstill. The purple light emanating from the sword flickered violently, emitting a deafening hum. Then, all the light dissipated, and the sword shrank back to its original size in an instant. "What is happening?" Qian Wanshan's face changed dramatically as he realized that it had completely lost control over the purple crystal sword. This treasure, once intertwined with his spirit, the weapon he had tirelessly refined, had now turned against him, no longer responding to his commands. Lin Chuan pulled back his hand, and the purple crystal sword transformed into a beam of purple light, flying into his grasp. He weighed in his hand and cast a glance. The celestial-grade weapon was quite satisfactory. After speaking, he casually tossed it backward, presenting the valuable sword to Su Wanqing. "This is a gift for you, Wanqing." Su Wanqing instinctively caught the sword, her expression one of astonishment. A celestial-grade weapon, directly bestowed upon her. Goodness, this was a divine weapon of the highest order. "Director, I'm truly unworthy of such an honor. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a small favor in return? You have gifted your subordinate Su Wanqing the celestial-grade sword, the amethyst blade. You have triggered a 1,500-fold critical return, and you have obtained the holy grade sword, the crystal blade. The weapon has been stored in the system space and is available for immediate retrieval. Upon retrieval, the system reward space will be closed. The holy grade weapon is ideally suited for those of the 7th realm, enhancing martial prowess significantly without backlash on the user's body. However, for Lin Chuan, the situation was less than favorable. His chaotic body clearly surpassed the weapon's strength, and the holy grade weapon could not withstand the immense magical power he wielded. To him, this weapon felt as insubstantial as a sword made of foam. Its utility was minimal. Given his formidable nature, it was akin to presenting a mere $5 water gun to Tyson, utterly useless. It would be far better to engage directly with fists and feet. Yet Lin Chuan found himself pondering the nature of this gift. Why had it yielded a return only once? He had previously gifted weapons to Mo Air twice without any returns. With a thought, he inquired of the system. "Host, the return of gifted items is subject to random triggers." So that was the case. Meanwhile, Qian Wanshan was utterly bewildered. The formation had proven ineffective, and the weapon had been seized outright. How was he to proceed? It felt as though he were attempting to confront a colossal watermelon. Furthermore, the opponent possessed an unfathomable skill that Qian Wanshan seemed to recall. The military character secret? Zhou Mu murmured. one of the ancient 9 secrets capable of commanding divine weapons across the realm. Could it truly be real? The military character secret? Qian Wanshan was at a loss for words. That was an unparalleled secret said to exist only in myths. The opponent could wield such power. In that moment, Qian Wanshan felt as if he had been doused from head to toe with icy water. This was not a foe of the same dimension. Lin Chuan was eager to test the extent of his recent combat enhancement, hoping to encounter a formidable adversary with whom he could engage without reservation. He raised his hand and declared, "If you possess any further abilities, do not hesitate to employ them." Chapter 66. A swift farewell. Lin Chuan, destined to become a martial deity, naturally harbors lofty aspirations for the martial arts. He relishes the prospect of engaging in combat with formidable opponents. However, since his rebirth, he has encountered few worthy adversaries. Now, a formidable 7th-tier expert ensconced within his own grand array has ignited a flicker of excitement within him. "Come now. If you do not make a move soon, I shall be compelled to act," Lin Chuan taunted, beckoning with a challenging gesture. Qian Wanshan, however, felt a deep bitterness and overwhelming dread. His face fluctuated between hues of pale and flush. Yet, he feigned an expression of uncontrollable rage, determined to confront Lin Chuan with a vengeful resolve. "Madman, unaware of your impending doom, today you shall witness the culmination of decades of my efforts. Behold my most formidable technique," he bellowed, reconfiguring his hand seals as if to unleash an even more terrifying attack. The energy of the Qianshan Grand Array surged once more, radiating a brilliance several times more resplendent than before. However, just as all expected him to fight with abandon, the array transformed. Qianshan enclosure. Restrain. Boom. The energy that had prepared to launch an assault suddenly morphed in midair, transforming into golden chains of energy that ensnared Lin Chuan from all directions, forming an impenetrable and colossal cage, intent on trapping him in place. Simultaneously, puff, Qian Wanshan abruptly clutched his chest, expelling a mouthful of vital blood. Without hesitation, he ignited his own life essence. In that instant, his aura surged exponentially. He transformed into a crimson comet, soaring into the heavens at a speed that surpassed the limits of a 7th-tier expert, aiming to escape this perilous domain. This old fool's bluster was merely a ruse to buy himself time to flee. In a desperate bid for survival, Qian Wanshan resolved to sever all ties, abandoning his family, relinquishing the fruits of a lifetime of toil, even at the cost of his own foundation. Zhou Mu could hardly believe his eyes. By heaven, he is actually fleeing. The velocity gained through the burning of life essence was beyond the reach of peers at the same level, rendering him nearly impossible to intercept. Should he escape, it would undoubtedly become a significant dilemma. Zhou Mu began to worry. If Qian Wanshan truly got away, would his family's downfall be held against him? After all, he had accompanied Lin Chuan. He had no desire to gain another 7th-tier adversary. Yet, Qian Wanshan raced away without a backward glance, as if resolute in his decision. Lin Chuan, he making his escape. Zhou Mu glanced at Lin Chuan, only to find him unmoved, as if contemplating no further action. Would he not pursue? Qian Wanshan's speed exceeded that of a small spacecraft, propelled by the conflagration of his life essence, already hundreds of kilometers away in mere moments. Kirin Supreme Art. In the next instant, Lin Chuan spread his right hand. Boom! Above him, a majestic Kirin, radiant in golden light and imposing as a fortress, materialized silently. Divine, majestic, yet it was not large, merely a span of several dozen feet. Lin Chuan refrained from unleashing the full form of the Kirin avatar. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the heavens and the earth. He merely unleashed a minor skill. Yet, that terrifying pressure emanating from the mythical era instantly enveloped the entire realm. The members of the Qian family present, including Zhou Mu, found themselves so weighed down by this oppressive force that they could scarcely lift their heads. Even the inhabitants of Qingzhou within a radius of several hundred miles felt a tightness in their hearts. Roar! The Qilin avatar reached out with its colossal claw, composed entirely of pure divine energy, swiftly traversing hundreds of kilometers to seize the blood-red comet fleeing for its life. With a swift clasp of its 5 fingers, it transformed into a cage, instantly solidifying the space surrounding Qian Wanshan. Bang! The high-speed, fleeing Qian Wanshan felt as though he had collided with an iron mountain. Ouch! This impact sent stars dancing before his eyes, leaving him bloodied and battered, his bones nearly shattered. In terror, he glanced back, utterly deflated. He could neither fight nor flee. He could only kneel and plead for mercy. "Spare me. Senior, please spare me." Qian Wanshan was in complete disarray. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I beseech you, grant me a path to survival. I am willing to offer all the assets of the Qianshan Group. Just please spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate, to serve you. I beg you, spare me. I have realized my mistakes. Senior, I am but a practitioner of the 7th realm. I can accomplish much under your guidance. Please do not kill me. I have an elderly mother, no, an 80-year-old mother. I implore you, do not take my life." Qian Wanshan was now utterly incoherent. Lin Chuan's expression betrayed no emotion. He would not show mercy to his enemies. The golden Qilin claw encircling Qian Wanshan suddenly constricted. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The 7th realm master, Qian Wanshan, was crushed and deformed within the golden divine light. The once mighty tyrant who had dominated Qingzhou for decades met his demise. Without pausing, Lin Chuan withdrew his hand, instantly reclaiming Qian Wanshan as corpse. The ancestral talisman began to devour and refine it. Buzz! A black vortex emerged, emanating a terrifying force of consumption. It commenced the refinement of Qian Wanshan's body, forcibly extracting his soul essence, cultivation, and techniques. Through the ancestral talisman's tyrannical purification, all impurities and filth were stripped away. Ultimately, only a fist-sized orb radiating with profound life essence remained. As for Qian Wanshan, he had transformed into a shriveled, desiccated husk, riddled with impurities, drifting down from the sky. This scene, reminiscent of both divinity and demonic power, utterly stunned all present. Zhou Mu trembled uncontrollably. It was too terrifying. What kind of power was this? With a mere gesture, he had annihilated a fellow master and extracted his essence. This transcended his understanding of power. Songzi opened his mouth in awe. "Ah, good." Qiu Song, still bewildered, hurriedly followed suit. Lin Chuan flicked his fingers. The golden source of light transformed into a flowing radiance, entering Qiu Song's body through his mouth. Boom! Qiu Song felt an energy so terrifying that it could only be described as vast. It erupted within him. The realm he had fallen from due to severe injuries, along with the stagnation in his meridians accumulated over the years, was instantaneously healed and unblocked by this force. All of his hidden injuries were restored in an instant. His aura surged wildly. His realm ascended like a rocket, soaring to the peak of the 5th realm, the 6th realm, mid-6th realm, late 6th realm. Boom! The final barrier was shattered with unstoppable momentum. An overwhelming aura belonging to a 7th realm powerhouse erupted from Qiu Song, soaring into the sky. Not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also broken through several levels, ascending directly into the 7th realm. "Boss, I have broken through." Qiu Song's face was filled with disbelief. Just a few hours ago, he was a mere captive at the mercy of others. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 7th realm powerhouse. "What kind of divine power is this, boss? I, Qiu Song, will follow you for the rest of my life. This is a miracle." Meanwhile, Zhou Mu was utterly stunned. To create a 7th realm powerhouse with such ease, was this a feat achievable by mere mortals? Chapter 67. The Aftermath of the Slaughter. The Dark Arts in Action. Having completed his grim task, Lin Chuan casually clapped his hands, a serene demeanor enveloping him. Slaying a formidable 7-realm expert felt as effortless as indulging in a delectable French soft bread. The courtyard was steeped in an oppressive silence, akin to death itself. The members of the Qian family lay prostrate on the ground, their faces drained of color. Their greatest pillar of support, the patriarch who reigned over Qingzhou, had met his untimely demise. They exhibited no capacity for resistance. Even the desperate act of igniting their blood essence to flee was futile, as one hand seized them back. After their deaths, their very essence was devoured, leaving nothing behind, not even bones to be spared. Zhou Mu stood by, drenched in cold sweat. This Lin Chuan was nothing short of terrifying. Had he been a touch more brazen in the past, he too would have been a mere husk by now. Observing Lin Chuan, fear was intermingled with a burgeoning sense of admiration in his gaze. In this era of martial supremacy, those who wielded power invariably attracted reverence, even if they were deemed nefarious figures. Simultaneously, Zhou Mu pondered a significant realization. He held some insight into Lin Chuan's character. This man was an unwavering hound of the Lin family in the imperial capital, yet he embodied a sense of righteousness, exuding the qualities of a gentleman, to the point of being somewhat pedantic. His recent execution of the Qian family patriarch was merely to elevate his subordinates. Now that Qian Wanshan lay dead, it was likely Lin Chuan would soon depart. The current state of affairs would lead to a peculiar situation. The Qians were left leaderless. A vast clan, stripped of a seven-realm guardian, would inevitably be devoured by the surrounding factions. The transgressions of the Qian family were so egregious that they were beyond counting. As the chief police officer of Danyuan province, Zhou Mu was the first to investigate, a move that was not only procedurally sound, but would also earn him considerable renown. More importantly, as long as a portion of the spoils flowed into the provincial treasury, the remainder would be at his discretion. The act of confiscation had always favored the provincial government, while those who executed the tasks, such as himself, reaped the greater rewards. After all, they were the ones who undertook the operations, and what they seized was ultimately subject to their will. A significant profit awaited. This time, the gains would be substantial. Fortuitously, he had accompanied Lin Chuan for this venture. No one ever shunned an excess of wealth, especially given the vast resources required for cultivation. The transition from the 7th realm to the 8th realm, known as the indestructible realm, was particularly demanding, necessitating the collection of rare materials and source stones to forge the indestructible golden Dan within the sea of consciousness. The financial outlay for this process was incalculable. Lin Chuan spoke, Zhou Mu, with the Qian family now devoid of any protection. Your subordinates should face no hindrance in their investigations, correct? Startled, Zhou Mu immediately bowed, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Rest assured, Commander Lin. I guarantee that we will unearth every crime the Qian family has committed over the years. Not a single villain shall escape justice. He understood that this was likely the final directive Lin Chuan had entrusted to him. Yet, it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. In recent years, the notorious Qianshan group has engaged in collusion between officials and businessmen, disregarding human life, and their illicit activities could fill an entire volume of the Oxford English Dictionary. Previously, they were spared scrutiny